After Chu Hao's world was engulfed and shattered by the abyss, he found himself in a peculiar alternate realm. In this realm, every individual possesses the ability to evolve their own distinctive world. A realm of exquisitely beautiful elves, a magnificent dragon's lair, the primordial chaos of the ancestral witch world. These are all too feeble. My design is the endless abyss. This is a place of infinite terror, suffocating and horrifying. A realm with an extremely harsh environment, where life is perpetually at risk. A land devoid of morality or ethics, where slaughter knows no respite. This is the abode of Abyssal Demons, the ultimate resting place for chaotic and malevolent souls. Chapter 1. Welcome to the Endless Abyss. As Chu Hao lay on the brink of death, he opened his eyes and gazed ahead. Before him was a world incomprehensible to the ordinary mind. A slowly rotating realm, resembling a swirling vortex of black and crimson. The world he once inhabited lay in ruins, countless continents reduced to dust, oceans evaporated, and the air tainted with deadly poison. Numerous fragments of buildings and scientific instruments were being drawn alongside Chu Hao into the abyss of an unfathomable lower-dimensional realm. Amidst this ceaseless descent into decay, Chu Hao faintly heard whispers emanating from below. These were the voices of fallen souls, a cacophony of malice and grotesqueness, the voices of demons. Chu Hao felt no interest in the shattered remnants surrounding him, nor did he care for his imminent demise. His sole concern was the abyss below, the world referred to by humanity as the Endless Abyss. In that place, a voice incessantly called out to him, beckoning for his arrival. Chu Hao opened his eyes, revealing a glimmer of fervor. Is this the essence of the Endless Abyss? How beautiful! A soul willingly descending into the depths of the Endless Abyss. 20 years later, in a certain alternate realm, within Tian-Ding University, Chu Hao sat cross-legged in his dormitory, embedding his consciousness into the dark sea of mind as dictated by the textbook methods. Within his sea of mind, a strand of golden light began to quietly illuminate. Soon, the once all-encompassing darkness of the sea of mind was gradually illuminated by this ray of light. Though the area illuminated was limited, it nonetheless marked the awakening of a corner of the sea of mind. From this moment onward, the sea of mind began to pulse, the divine fire rekindled. My divine fire has finally been ignited once again. From a moment the divine fire was kindled, Chu Hao began to detach from his mortal coil, mortal flesh, yet ascending to the divine sanctuary. Unlike the method of technological deification from my previous life, this time, I have ignited the divine fire solely through cultivation. Moreover, the crucial point is that after igniting the divine fire, I can finally utilize the abyssal system to practice and establish my own world. However, these details have become inconsequential. What truly mattered was that the system Chu Hao possessed had finally been activated. He opened his eyes wide and activated his abyssal system. Upon its activation, a torrent of vital knowledge surged into Chu Hao's mind. Indeed, this system could only provide knowledge, though it may seem of little significance. Chu Hao understood profoundly that only with boundless knowledge could one find the singular path. Among the most critical elements was the formula for establishing the endless abyss. Sensing the knowledge swirling in his mind, a smile graced Chu Hao's lips. After igniting the divine fire, I cannot wait to choose my topic. Chu Hao had been in this world for 20 years. During these 2 decades, he had gleaned a wealth of information about this realm. Firstly, the world he inhabited was a powerful domain governed by 13 exalted order deities. In this world, every individual could procure resources for constructing their own world from their respective academies or order deities. Yet, these resources were not granted freely. Every gift bore a hidden price tag. Each aspiring deity was compelled, after prolonged study, to select or devise a feasible topic related to world construction. In the process of completing their topic, they were required to publish 5 papers related to it and undertake 3 formidable world simulation invasion tests to prove their world met the standards. Only then could they claim the world constructed from these resources as their own. Chu Hao arrived at the topic selection office, preparing to register his topic. On the walls of the office, various topics were publicly displayed for selection. Improvement plan for monometal resource planets. Modification plan for special elf bloodlines and their environments. Optimization methods for any rules in the Starsea world. Complete evolution steps for upgrading low magic worlds to medium magic worlds. Validation of the rationality of establishing low-dimensional worlds. These topics were all individually assigned by the mentors. Some pertain to the technology of world construction, some to rule algorithmic innovations, others to experimental validation, and some integrative innovation and horizontal and vertical applications. Completing any one topic required publishing several related papers and obtaining the approval of multiple mentors. In summary, these topics were all assignments that Tian-Ding University needed to fulfill over the years. Each completed topic would allow Tianding University to request substantial resources from the 13 Order deities and their powerful substitutes. However, none of these topics piqued Chu Hao's interest. He simply stepped forward and approached a mentor responsible for recording topics, stating, "I intend to independently establish a new topic." The mentor paused, slightly taken aback, but not overly surprised. After all, every year, in addition to standard topics, the self-research topics of graduate students were also significant components. Very well, what is your topic? Does it encompass any of the conventional topics? Chu Hao glanced at his system, smiling as he replied, "Indeed, my topic includes validation of the rationality of establishing low-dimensional worlds, while my registered topic is that a brand new type of world, the Endless Abyss." At that moment, no one knew that what Chu Hao was about to establish was a realm of extreme harshness, where life was perpetually at risk. Also a land devoid of morality and ethics, where slaughter would never cease. A realm entirely distinct from technology, magic, and the systems of cultivation and combat. A terrifying low-dimensional world. There would be the home of demons, the final resting place for fallen and malevolent souls. A world birthed from darkness, destined to drag everything into the abyss of terror. Chapter 2. An Unprecedented Endeavor. Upon hearing the title of Chu Hao's project, the mentor cast an incredulous gaze upon him. It is worth noting that Chu Hao's project, at first glance, seemed rather unremarkable, a mere model of a novel type of world. However, what genuinely astonished the mentor was the inclusion of the term low dimension within Chu Hao's proposal. "My dear young man, you must understand that no one has ever substantiated the conjecture regarding low dimensions, have they?" The mentor, acting out of goodwill, was aware that in this alternate realm, countless deities, including the exalted supreme gods, had attempted to establish low-dimensional worlds, only to invariably face failure for various reasons. Thus, instead of hastily assisting Chu Hao with his registration, he kindly sought to dissuade the impetuous youth, urging him to temper his enthusiasm. Little did he know that from the moment Chu Hao acquired the Abyss system, his ambition had been to forge a terrifying low-dimensional realm. This was due to the fact that within Chu Hao's system lay the essential formula for constructing a low-dimensional world, which he referred to as the Endless Abyss. Throughout this alternate universe, no one could replicate a viable low-dimensional world without possessing the core formula, except for Chu Hao himself. This meant that the Endless Abyss he was about to design would be a singular entity. Furthermore, although he was tasked with completing a project, Chu Hao felt no trepidation that others would glimpse his formula. After all, what he aimed to do was not to lay bare all the secrets of the Endless Abyss. Rather, he merely needed to construct the Endless Abyss, compile the corresponding thesis, and present a model of this extraordinary world to fulfill his project requirements. In the face of the mentor's counsel, Chu Hao merely smiled faintly. His thoughts were beyond the comprehension of the other man. After witnessing the futility of his attempts to dissuade him, the mentor resignedly registered Chu Hao's project. Simultaneously, he silently prayed for the young man, wishing him success in completing his project and graduating with grace. Of course, it was merely a prayer, for he did not believe that anyone could accomplish such a daunting task, one that had nearly become the stuff of legend. Following the registration, Chu Hao successfully claimed his share of resources, which, due to the significance of his project, far exceeded that of an ordinary individual. A total of 66 luminous orbs, the vital cores for world creation. As Chu Hao gazed upon the orbs in his hands, he gradually calmed his thoughts. Next, he would create the divine realm. Closing his eyes, Chu Hao channeled his consciousness into the cluster of orbs before him, the very core of the world. Guided by the divine flames, he gradually integrated the world core into his being while establishing a secure connection with the nascent world fragments. Was this the initial form of the divine realm? Upon opening his eyes, Chu Hao found himself immersed in a chaotic void. Here, the formless elements swirled in disarray, with the world devoid of any semblance of order. The entire divine realm resembled a massive cauldron of boiling porridge, its contents existing in a state of utter randomness. Very well, it was time for the first phase. To infuse the embryonic world with world rules. Taking a deep breath, Chu Hao harnessed his will to manipulate the core in his grasp. According to the theories of this realm, every formed divine realm must possess sufficient core rules. From these rules, countless sub-rules would evolve, interacting and influencing one another, ultimately culminating in a world characterized by fixed dimensions, stable and reliable. Among these rules, none held a position of dominance. Their interrelations resembled the intricate components of a machine. Though distinct in appearance, each was an indispensable part of the whole. However, the Endless Abyss was a different matter altogether. The Endless Abyss, governed purely by chaos rules, represented a low-dimensional world. In the Endless Abyss, chaos reigned supreme. With that said, Chu Hao opened his eyes, a glimmer of divine flame illuminating his gaze. Swiftly, he utilized the aid of the system to inject a unique formula exclusive to the Endless Abyss into this world. Ultimate chaos. The moment this rule was birthed, the nascent chaotic realm began to contort under the influence of the ultimate chaos rule. The formless elements, in their confusion, collided with one another, ultimately coalescing into a landmass. Yet, as this continent formed from formless elements emerged, it immediately began an irreversible process of collapsing into lower dimensions due to the chaos rule. As these landmasses fragmented, they swiftly plummeted toward the depths of the embryonic world, descending into the realm of low dimensions. The continent gradually transformed into an area where most life forms could not survive. Simultaneously, the land began to move erratically. Some segments shattered further, while others converged. Such movements of the land masses exhibited no discernible pattern. Even superior deities would find it impossible to calculate the changing dynamics of this land. This chaotic world could not provide a conducive environment for life, let alone foster any civilization. By conventional world standards, such a world model would have been deemed a failure from the outset. However, Chu Hao remained unperturbed, calmly observing the core of the continent collapsing into lower dimensions. He then proceeded to establish a second landmass, allowing it to follow the same trajectory of descent into the lower dimensions. The third, the fourth, countless continents collapsed, culminating in the 66th. Success. With the divine flames, Chu Hao gazed down toward the depths of this embryonic world. At this moment, these 66 nascent worlds had coalesced into a colossal, spiraling realm of lower dimensions, and thus, the endless abyss had taken its first form. Chu Hao had successfully completed the foundational step in establishing the abyss, simultaneously validating the possibility of survival within a low-dimensional world in this alternate reality. Everything would commence from this point onward. Chapter 3. A world governed by chaos. Now that Chu Hao had completed the initial form of the endless abyss, he did not rush to input the remaining foundational world rules to swiftly refine the abyss. Instead, he carefully employed the scant divine flames at his disposal to document the current state of the endless abyss and crafted it into an observable model. Subsequently, Chu Hao delved into the system to locate knowledge regarding the formation of the endless abyss and the rationality of its existence, making partial modifications and interpretations of the content. As a competent demigod, Chu Hao executed all of this with remarkable speed. Moments later, a paper validating the rationale behind establishing a low-dimensional world appeared in his hands. It is imperative to elucidate that the urgency with which Chu Hao endeavored to complete his inaugural paper stemmed not only from the fact that the paper constituted a pivotal criterion for the completion of his research project, but also from the more significant incentive that accompanied each successfully finished paper, namely, the acquisition of corresponding resources as rewards. The more formidable the research topic, the greater the resources he would garner. Although Chu Hao had initially overdrawn 66 units of resources, such a sum was but a trifling matter in the vast expanse of the infinite abyss. He craved more resources. Extracting his thoughts from the nascent form of the infinite abyss, Chu Hao returned to his dormitory, submitted the paper for assessment via divine fire to his mentor, and swiftly re-entered the depths of the infinite abyss. At last, he could momentarily shift his focus to the infinite abyss itself, in the process of world building. Apart from the paramount, core formula of the infinite abyss, the elemental attribute rules were of utmost importance. The differentiation of elemental attributes was the key to the myriad transformations of matter at its essence. Grasping the primordial essence of the world in his hands, Chu Hao wove together the elemental rules, those principles derived from chaos that delineated the elements of earth, wind, water, and fire, successfully integrating them into the entire fabric of the infinite abyss. Once the elemental rules were established, the infinite abyss underwent an immediate and dramatic transformation. Thunderous roars and crashing sounds filled the air. Within the 66 layers of the infinite abyss, each plane commenced a natural evolution, dominated by chaotic rules. Some planes morphed into desolate deserts devoid of moisture, while others erupted into torrents of searing magma, teeming with terrifying flames that sought to consume all. There were also planes enveloped in noxious gases, where light itself was non-existent. In some realms, a complete state of freezing engulfed the land, sealing it in a perpetual frost. Such phenomena arose from the overwhelming chaos pervading the world of the infinite abyss, leading to an uneven distribution of the newly emerged elements. While certain planes exhibited a predominance of specific elements, many others remained inundated with a chaotic array of imbalanced elements. Moreover, due to the supreme chaos governing the world, countless ferocious elements within the infinite abyss were fervently reshaping each plane. One moment, a plane basked under clear skies, and the next, it was besieged by ominous storm clouds. Some extreme planes even manifested flames capable of drastically plunging temperatures, alongside storms that gathered everything, preventing it from dissipating. Even the very concept of elements became tainted by the chaos of the infinite abyss. Such an environment rendered the low-dimensional world of the infinite abyss all the more terrifying. This, indeed, was the embryonic form of the infinite abyss. Yet, it remained merely a precursor. The true essence of the infinite abyss, beyond elemental chaos, would also encompass unpredictable rules. With that thought, Chu Hao immediately activated the primordial essence of the world, weaving several new rules in rapid succession. Among these was the crucial rule of gravity. Crack, crack. Upon successfully implementing these two rules, the abyssal world underwent yet another transformation. Gravity emerged at last. The previously disparate elements began to rearrange themselves under the influence of gravity. Many of the previously static abyssal planes commenced a process of reconstruction. Boom. The plane once encased in magma began to erupt as volcanoes, while the land that had been shrouded in toxic gases now saw the emergence of lethal mists. However, Chu Hao soon observed that many planes within the abyss possessed gravity levels comparable to those of ordinary worlds. Yet, under the dominion of chaotic rules, a few planes exhibited peculiar gravitational characteristics. In some abyssal realms, the gravitational intensity was so overwhelming that it could nearly crush everything. Within such a plane, all elements were incessantly being crushed. Astonishingly, the interiors of these elements began to coalesce in extreme concentration. Conversely, in other abyssal planes, the gravitational intensity was so feeble that it was virtually negligible. Witnessing this scene, Chu Hao inhaled deeply and contemplated silently. This meant that the infinite abyss, under the utmost chaos of its governing rules, had birthed a multitude of gravitational characteristics that were strikingly divergent. No wonder such extraordinary abyssal creatures emerged within the infinite abyss. These beings lacked physical forms or possessed only the concept of self, akin to a form of idealistic entities. Although they bore no tangible corporeal bodies, they existed in reality. Perhaps only in such a state could they endure within this environment. Thus, this was the direct impact of irregular gravity. Yet, this was not the conclusion. There remained much for me to accomplish, one of which was to imbue this world with the concept of time's flow. I needed to animate the entire infinite abyss. Only by perfecting this rule of time could the world genuinely experience changes along a temporal continuum, granting the infinite abyss true potential. The rule of time is the fundamental source of all changes in the world. Closing his eyes, Chu Hao began to weave a rule of time, a uniquely tailored temporal framework suited for the environment of the infinite abyss. Chapter 4. The Infinite Possibilities of the Infinite Abyss. The rule of time seemed somewhat challenging to edit. Opening his eyes after nearly a day spent on rule crafting, he found that a special rule of time had been constructed. The reason for his prolonged endeavor was that the flow of time differed from other rules. Any disturbance to the time rule could lead to the imminent destruction or even collapse of the entire infinite abyss. Hence, Chu Hao opted to design a special rule that could adapt to the infinite abyss. Next came the integration with the world of the infinite abyss. Chu Hao cautiously infused the meticulously crafted time rule into the depths of the infinite abyss. In the following moment, the entire infinite abyss experienced yet another metamorphosis. The once stagnant time began to flow. Every alteration concerning the environment and the rules gained significance through the advent of time. All entities, including the fundamental elements, began to evolve. To put it simply, the world of the infinite abyss was animated. For the first time, the entire realm commenced a genuine operation. This world finally began to take shape. Although certain planes diverged from others due to the overarching rule of chaos, the infinite abyss undeniably acquired a functional rule of time. As Chu Hao observed his abyssal world, he marveled at its development. The next step involved infusing the remaining operational rules of the world. Seated at the bottom plane of the infinite abyss, surrounded by the golden radiance transformed from the primordial essence of the world, he prepared for the tasks that lay ahead. With the formulation of the world's operational rules, the beings within this realm can finally grasp the essence of their existence, harness these regulations to forge their own power, and ultimately survive within this domain. To put it simply, the world rules I previously established can be likened to the hardware of a computer, while the operational rules of the world itself resemble the software that comes pre-installed within it. Although the two are vastly different, both are indispensable for the computer to function properly. As Chu Hao recalled the contents from his textbooks, he wove the first operational rule of the world within the boundless abyss, the foundational rule of magic. A brilliant bolt of azure lightning surged through Chu Hao's hand. The moment this lightning manifested, it began to undergo an endless series of transformations. Crack! It transformed at his fingertips into clusters of magical patterns, each symbolizing a supreme path of magic. Crack! It morphed again, taking the form of countless elemental magics, fire, wind, water, and earth, sweeping outward from Chu Hao, engulfing the entirety of the endless abyss. Chu Hao merely squinted at the spectacle, refraining from any unnecessary movements. For at that moment, the entire abyss resonated with an almost imperceptible cheer, instinctively celebrating its proximity to completeness. A total of 66 layers of composite planes welcomed their first operational rule of the world. As the magic energy conversion formula commenced, countless elements began to arrange and combine under its influence. The entire abyss was rapidly generating an abundance of magical capabilities suited to its environment. From the searing flame burst of the fire plane to the frigid blizzard of the ice plane, an array of magical abilities was manifesting at a visibly accelerated pace. Yet, it was still insufficient. Chu Hao recalled the model of the endless abyss provided by the system and reflected. The model indicated that the endless abyss, as a unique realm, could accommodate numerous operational rules of the world. The capabilities that the abyssal creatures could master extend beyond mere magic. Chu Hao pondered silently. Within the abyss, aside from the countless demons, some creatures wield formidable physical prowess, others command martial energy, while yet others possess abilities akin to those of nature. All of this stems from the operational rules of the world. In summary, the endless abyss harbors an almost infinite array of capabilities. Thus, I must now inject multiple operational rules into the abyss. As he contemplated, Chu Hao began to weave the second operational rule of the world. Soon, the second operational rule, pertaining to the essence of death, was projected into the endless abyss. However, at that moment, the entire abyss experienced an aberration. Much like how various software within a computer might interfere with one another for control, upon the injection of the second operational rule, it clashed immediately with the first, which represented magic energy. The two began to disrupt each other, vying for absolute dominion over this world. In many realms, there exist multiple operational rules of the world. For instance, in certain Western fantasy worlds, one can find not only magic but also martial energy, alongside the essence of death and divine energies. However, the design required for such a world entails a complex and meticulous calculation process. The objective is to allow two or more operational rules to coexist in parallel, functioning stably. Yet, should any formula falter, the entire world risks descending into chaos. The manifestations of such errors could range from intelligent beings failing to be born to the contamination of the world's essence, and even the potential collapse of the entire divine realm. Moreover, the probability of such occurrences is not negligible. But what I desire is chaos. In the endless abyss, chaos is the primary order. Chu Hao glanced at the two operational rules, which were on the verge of obliterating each other, and remarked nonchalantly. Not only did he refrain from halting their destructive conflict, but he also fanned the flames. Amidst the haze, as the creator of this world, Chu Hao once again wove a series of operational rules, casting them into the endless abyss. Instantly, a duel of two transformed into a chaotic melee. The entire realm of the endless abyss erupted anew. Countless continents shattered, and flames erupted once more. The abyss was embroiled in a fierce clash among these three entirely disparate, even opposing, energy conversion formulas. And it was not over. Chu Hao smirked. The fourth, fifth, and 34th. An ever-increasing number of energy conversion formulas were cast into the endless abyss by the mischievous Chu Hao. The earlier situation of only two operational rules battling gradually escalated into a grand free-for-all. At this moment, the entire endless abyss was in a state of complete tumult. All planes, all regions, were undergoing unpredictable and bizarre movements. One moment, a plane dominated by magic would transform into one that siphoned the powers of nature, only to shift again to a plane governed by mechanical energy. In the subsequent moment, that plane would become one where necromantic energy and martial energy were in perfect balance. Such transformations were not confined to a single plane, but swept across the entirety of the endless abyss. Within the 66 layers of the abyss, chaos and illogic reigned. Magma, flames, ice, and storms. The endless abyss was no longer the lifeless expanse it once was. Typically, such intense collisions, if occurring in any other embryonic world, would likely result in the destruction or even annihilation of that unfortunate realm. Yet, the endless abyss, as designed by Chu Hao, bizarrely emerged unscathed. Indeed, this world was growing stronger amidst the chaos. For, theoretically, the endless abyss is a realm of infinite possibilities. Chu Hao smiled as he declared. Chapter 5, Questions and Surprises. Tian Ding University. At this moment, Vice President Wang Ji sat in his office, engaged in discussions with several other instructors with whom he maintained a reasonably amicable rapport, exchanging thoughts on the myriad papers submitted by students. He was articulating his perspectives on the diverse topics presented in these papers alongside two other instructors. Simultaneously, without his approval, these papers would not be accepted. Oh, this student has excelled, swiftly unraveling a conundrum from a beast realm. One instructor smiled as he handed a paper titled, New Evolutionary Methods of Exotic Beasts Derived from the Powers of the Cosmos, to Vice President Wang Ji. Wang Ji's thoughts stirred as he summoned the paper for review. After examining it for a considerable duration, a subtle smile gradually surfaced on his previously impassive face. Remarkable indeed. The notion of harnessing the celestial powers to influence the evolution of bizarre creatures is quite ingenious. In such a world, it is conceivable that the beings could possess powers akin to legendary stages. Wang Ji gazed upon the thesis, observing the models of these aberrant creatures. Altered by the influence of the starry skies, their abilities evidently amplified. He gently tapped his finger, and with the emergence of a minor tempest, a mark of his passage appeared in the corner of the paper. The thesis has been approved. It serves as a reminder for this individual to apply for resources. Having spoken, Wang Ji turned his attention to the remaining papers, occasionally offering incisive critiques. This one is commendable, presenting a unique perspective on the myths surrounding intelligent beings. Approved. However, this one falls short. Despite having a model, it contains significant flaws. Rejected. This one barely passes. employing the concept of accelerated time and utilizing a concealed mythological approach to propel the evolution of planetary civilizations. Such cleverness is of little worth. The paper authored by someone named Zhao Cheng piqued his interest as it proposed a new type of world tree, leveraging the characteristics of natural civilizations to influence the very architecture of the natural world. Wang Zhi patiently perused each thesis, utilizing his superior divine computational prowess to swiftly verify their validity. It is a universal rule across any realm. The strong may dictate the fates of the weak, even when both parties are deities. Just then, a voice from a mentor pulled Wang Zhi's attention upward. Vice President, please take a look at this thesis. A mentor, with a solemn expression, handed Wang Zhi Chu Hao's paper. The subject was titled A New Type of Endless Abyss, which intriguingly included the verification of the authenticity of low-dimensional worlds. The title of his initial paper was Spiraling Downward, The Nature of Low-Dimensional Worlds. Wang Zhi was taken aback to discover that, this year, someone had chosen a topic that had never been successfully validated before. Perhaps it was yet another fool who believed that the resources associated with this topic could be preemptively claimed. A mentor chuckled with a hint of malice. As mentors, they were acutely aware of the challenges posed by this subject. Upon opening the paper, Wang Zhi was immediately astounded by what lay before him. A model, a nascent form of the endless abyss, materialized before his eyes. The 66 layers of continents formed 66 distinct planes, each interconnected in a singular direction, perpetually spiraling downward. Moreover, within these 66 independent planes, each layer possessed its own unique environment. Some were blanketed in ice and snow, others radiated with the heat of a blazing inferno, while some were shrouded in toxic mists. No two environments bore any semblance of similarity. How could this world be so, even in a low-dimensional realm? Such an environment seemed improbable. Several mentors, upon witnessing the model, expressed their perspectives. However, Wang Zhi shook his head. No, a low-dimensional world could indeed manifest in such a manner. Hearing this, the mentors turned their gazes toward Wang Zhi. Although many of them possessed considerable academic prowess, their knowledge in the realm of low dimensions was evidently eclipsed by his. Wang Zhi began to elucidate. The individual named Chu Hao had provided a commendable explanation. He recited a portion from the thesis. Low dimensionality, if it must be defined, is merely a concept. It is a comparative notion against high-dimensional and ordinary dimensions. In regions of higher dimensions, the beings therein tend to assume a certain indescribable state. However, those dwelling in the ordinary dimension commonly refer to such beings as deities. The higher the dimension, the more accessible the rules become, leaning ever more towards order. Renowned divine realms are often established by elevating their respective dimensions to forge such worlds. Yet, in truth, low-dimensional worlds and their inhabitants are equally ineffable, though their existence eludes the comprehension of ordinary beings. For instance, the world of the undead, which closely approximates low-dimensionality, harbors numerous characteristics absent in ordinary dimensional realms. The manifestation of ghosts, these entities of negative energy, is indeed a hallmark of low-dimensional tendencies. To summarize, unlike their high-dimensional counterparts, low-dimensional realms progressively collapse towards even lower dimensions, hence the spiraling descent characteristic of low-dimensional worlds. This, therefore, substantiates the rationale behind the establishment of low-dimensional worlds. Upon concluding his explanation, Wang Zhi began testing the model created by Chu Hao, amidst the astonished expressions of several mentors. The others appeared somewhat exhilarated. Could it be that the enigma of low-dimensional worlds was on the verge of resolution? However, after completing his tests, Wang Zhi shook his head. No, quite the contrary. This is merely his first paper. In fact, numerous powerful deities have attempted to simulate low-dimensional worlds, yet all such worlds have met with swift demise. The deficiency of low-dimensional realms lies not in their creation, but rather in the absence of a core formula that enables their prolonged existence. What Chu Hao has produced is merely an ostensibly theoretically sound proof. His world must endure 3 tests of world invasion and a prolonged survival assessment before its authenticity can truly be validated. Yet, even so, Wang Zhi furrowed his brow. I shall agree to provisionally approve this thesis. Alas, I am unable to ascertain the core formula of Chu Hao's world. Otherwise, I would be genuinely curious to behold the vistas of a low-dimensional world that survives over the long term. Inform him that he may proceed with his resource application. I hope this astute individual can present us old-timers with even more surprises. Chapter 6, the first being, the initial fallen. Meanwhile, Chu Hao was diligently enhancing the realm of the endless abyss, which had already accommodated hundreds of divine world operational rules. With a flash of crimson light, a new special ability named Bloodline Inheritance emerged among the myriad rules governing the operation of the endless abyss. I finally completed it. Gazing at the newly animated realm of the endless abyss, Chu Hao took a deep breath, gradually easing his tense demeanor. At this moment, the world of the endless abyss had progressed from non-existence to a state of gradual refinement. The rules of time and space were established, gravity and elemental forces activated. and the formulation of operational rules imbued the endless abyss with dynamic environmental changes. It can be said that such a complex and variable world environment should eventually give rise to living beings or the world consciousness preceding them. Chu Hao observed the vibrant realm of the endless abyss, nodding in satisfaction. He then commenced the writing of his second paper. Simultaneously, efforts were underway to craft the chaotic manifestations of the endless abyss under various operational rules, alongside the conditions of time and gravity. In his second paper, he meticulously yet succinctly delineated the tumultuous spectacle of the endless abyss. Fortunately, with the aid of the system, Chu Hao needed only to amend a portion of the content and add his own interpretations to complete this paper. Before long, he submitted the second manuscript and collected the resources allocated by the university for the first paper. Having accomplished these tasks, Chu Hao resumed his endeavors in developing the endless abyss. Next, in accordance with the standard world design process, I was to conceive sentient beings or the world as consciousness. The purpose of designing sentient beings was twofold. Firstly, to extract the essence of their souls, utilizing it as a source of belief to enhance the divine fire. Secondly, the strength of the beings themselves would serve as a criterion for evaluation. However, one of the most pressing issues arose as Chu Hao closed his eyes and meticulously surveyed the entirety of the endless abyss, heaving a sigh. The environment of the endless abyss was exceedingly chaotic, although such an environment would eventually give rise to the earliest abyssal creatures. The harsh conditions posed a significant risk of annihilation for the initial batch of beings. Time was of the essence. At this moment, approximately a week had elapsed since the commencement of the graduation project. Throughout this entire week, Chu Hao had been refining the world of the endless abyss, without intervening in the biological processes within it. While his divine fire value had far surpassed that of his peers, such an advantage was insufficient to compensate for the absence of sentient beings. Only a world that birthed sentient life could be deemed a truly complete world. Fortunately, the system provided ample reference schemes. Chu Hao closed his eyes to examine the sentient being modification plan presented by the system. Were there truly thousands of options? The sheer number was overwhelming. Chu Hao shook his head. He was running short on time. Please select a plan that can cultivate the strongest combat capabilities in the shortest time possible. The system promptly provided a feasible plan. Upon glancing at the proposal, Chu Hao hesitated. This scheme relied on his own soul fragments as a foundation. Subsequently, it aimed to cultivate the first naturally fallen soul within the endless abyss. Using this soul as nourishment, it would undergo continuous disintegration and restructuring, allowing its soul fragments to merge into various abyssal dimensions. Ultimately, this would create dozens of life forms capable of adapting to each dimension. Then, through my affinity for souls, I would personally oversee the entirety of the endless abyss, becoming the new abyssal consciousness that governs all beings within the endless abyss. Chu Hao scrutinized the plan closely. It was worth attempting. With that thought, Chu Hao closed his eyes. He immersed his entire consciousness into the endless abyss. Meanwhile, having ignited his divine fire, Chu Hao effortlessly extracted a portion of his soul fragments. A single fragment successfully traversed the dimensional crystal barrier, gradually descending into the world of the endless abyss. The emergence of this soul fragment immediately stirred the endless abyss from its lifeless state, as if it had gained consciousness. All dimensions instinctively began to vie for this soul fragment. The first to act were the uppermost dimensions of the nascent endless abyss. As they leveraged their dimensional properties to attract the soul fragment, the lower layers, closer to the lower dimensional regions, exerted an even stronger gravitational pull. Fall. Yet this soul fragment was irresistibly drawn by the lower layers, descending without pause. Fall. Although the soul fragment continued its downward plunge, all the abyssal dimensions silently provided it with nourishment. It was gradually becoming more complete, transitioning from a mere soul fragment into a genuine soul. Countless dimensions, like terrifying and enigmatic malevolent spirits, fixated intently on this soul fragment belonging to Chu Hao. They vied for the rights to this soul as if they were ravenous hounds. During this struggle, the soul fragment continued its descent. Ultimately, it plummeted to the lowest depths of the endless abyss, marking the arrival of the abyss's first soul. The primordial fallen one was born. Chapter 7. Ascendancy. In the second paper, Chu Hao opened his eyes, gazing downward from the uppermost reaches of the endless abyss. In his view, the soul of the primordial fallen one had transformed entirely from the soul fragment he had initially cast aside. The fragment, torn by his divine fire, possessed only the most rudimentary components of a soul, such as the three aspects of consciousness. According to textbook definitions, such a soul fragment could only be considered a mere fluctuation of soul energy devoid of self-awareness. Without the nurturing of the myriad dimensions of the endless abyss, this fragment would swiftly dissipate into the abyss, becoming a mere wisp of nothingness. However, this time was different. The endless abyss, still in its embryonic stage, eagerly embraced and transformed this soul fragment, branding it with its unique insignia. From this moment forth, the primordial fallen one belonged wholly to the endless abyss. Was it a success? Chu Hao observed the soul of the primordial fallen one drifting at the bottom of the endless abyss, his emotions a tumultuous mix. He had always been curious as to why the endless abyss could continuously attract wicked and chaotic souls to their downfall, facilitating their transformation into true abyssal beings. Prior to his crossing, he had studied the endless abyss. No, to be more precise, he had come into close contact with it, which had given rise to such inquiries. Initially, he presumed that it was the unconscious choice of the souls that led them to drift toward the endless abyss, succumbing to their own demise. Yet, it now appeared that the reality of their downfall was far more complex. Chu Hao took a deep breath, his eyes brimming with the shock of revelation. The truth was that low-dimensional worlds like the endless abyss had begun to autonomously attract souls to their depths from the moment of their establishment. It was not the fallen souls seeking the abyss, but rather the abyss that ensnared them. At this moment, the primordial fallen one had also opened its eyes. However, unlike ordinary beings, it possessed no corporeal form. Currently, it existed solely as a pure soul, transformed by the endless abyss. Despite its lack of physicality, this did not impede its existence. For within these 66 layers of low-dimensional planes, it was the soul present. Thus, the entire endless abyss began to nourish it the moment it descended to the abyss's depths. Of course, this so-called nourishment was not composed of organic substances. The concept of nourishment is, in fact, the embodiment of all rules, elements, and energy transformation formulas possessed by the boundless abyss. Everything is gradually transitioning from the abstract to the tangible. This signifies the rapid maturation of a world. These previously unclaimed entities are slowly becoming possessed. They are gradually transforming into the powers that the primordial fallen can wield. Or, to put it another way, authority and the path to greatness. It has commenced. It has instinctively begun to learn the rules of this world, and I must seize its soul. Upon witnessing this scene, Chu Hao immediately extended his consciousness toward the primordial fallen, embedding his own soul's mark within its essence. This was to ensure that Chu Hao could assert dominance over the primordial fallen, preventing it from developing too much of its own consciousness. Furthermore, once the soul of the primordial fallen disintegrated, Chu Hao would be able to smoothly take command of the entire abyss, guiding its evolution. After all, without such measures, even Chu Hao would struggle to predict the myriad changes that could arise in the chaos of the abyss. The epitome of chaotic rules signifies disorder. Just as Chu Hao was attempting to seize the soul of the primordial fallen and govern the entire abyss, his second paper had already reached Vice President Wang Zhi's hands. Has the second paper emerged so soon? How little time has passed? Wang Zhi was astonished by Chu Hao's understanding of lower-dimensional realms and equally impressed by the solidity of his knowledge. Upon glimpsing the title of Chu Hao's second paper, his eyes lit up. The operational mechanisms of rules in lower-dimensional worlds, with models. If this paper holds validity, it would imply that Chu Hao has not merely established a functioning lower-dimensional world, but has also successfully integrated sufficient world operational rules that produce life within it. Should the experiment reach this stage successfully, Chu Hao would undoubtedly surpass all predecessors in the realm of lower dimensions, all those who have studied this concept. After acquiring the paper, Wang Zhi eagerly delved into it. Unlike his approach to other students' papers, he scrutinized every punctuation mark in Chu Hao's work, fearing any omission. As he read deeper, the furrows on his brow multiplied, and beads of perspiration began to form on his forehead. This was the first time he had labored so intensely over a student's paper. Even with Chu Hao's model as a reference, Wang Zhi still found himself unable to grasp certain principles, for Chu Hao had not disclosed the most crucial abyssal core formula. As a powerful deity, Wang Zhi could only compensate for the absence of this formula through computational prowess, attempting to rectify the resulting calculations. However, a deity aligned with order ultimately struggled to fully comprehend the abyss and the chaos it represents. In Wang Zhi's eyes, the operational rules formula from Chu Hao's world resembled a series of computer bugs, yet under the influence of an unknowable force. All these bugs and illogical rules fused together. Consequently, the abyss emerged as a living entity, akin to a conglomerate of bugs. Ah, splendid. Cough, cough, finally. Someone has articulated the operational norms of rules within lower dimensions with relative completeness. Wang Zhi coughed twice. Passing along the paper he had only partially understood to the other mentors. The remaining mentors were equally captivated by Chu Hao's imaginative brilliance. They had not anticipated that this world known as the abyss would evolve in such a manner. Yet, the most crucial point remained. Not a single one of them truly comprehended the paper. Had it not been for the abyssal model created by Chu Hao before them, they would have long since returned the paper for revision. After all, while theories might be fabricated, a world model crafted from divine fire could not be feigned. Thus, they inquired of Wang Zhi, employing a questioning tone to mask their own embarrassment over their lack of understanding. So it passes? Ugh, it does. I am genuinely curious to see how far Chu Hao can progress along this path of lower dimensions. Chapter 8, Abyssal Beings. The transformation of rules into powers has already surpassed the halfway mark. Chu Hao opened his eyes. Within his field of vision, a new perspective emerged, the perspective of the primordial fallen. At this moment, it was simultaneously absorbing the divine fire belonging to Chu Hao while reshaping the previously unclaimed rules into powers that could be wielded freely. The rules of ordinary divine realms are challenging for the beings of this world to master. This is because, should a being even partially grasp and integrate any rule from this world, its very essence of life would undergo a profound transformation. Simply put, a being that masters a rule can be considered to possess a portion of the world's authority. At that point, it would be akin to one of the deities within this divine realm. Its abilities would range from the most rudimentary control of metals and elements to the most formidable command over space and time. Such a being would likely rebel against the creators of the world. Moreover, it would be exceedingly difficult to eliminate, for it would have already fused with this world. Even if the creator were to slay it, the foundational rules of this world would be easily disrupted. This is something all world creators cannot abide. Thus, it is not merely a matter of wielding authority. Even ordinary rules are off limits to ordinary beings. Inhabitants of ordinary divine realms may utilize rules, but they cannot master them. For this constitutes the true domain of the gods. Yet, Chu Hao need not concern himself with such matters. From the moment he created the primordial fallen, he possessed absolute control over this soul. Although this soul has received the gifts of the endless abyss, its origin undeniably lies with Chu Hao, allowing him to take over this soul and leave only his own will. He then proceeded to govern the entire abyss, orchestrating its evolution. He had amassed a total of 333 powers. Manipulating the soul of the primordial fallen, Chu Hao gazed at the hundreds of powers in his possession and remarked, "Next comes the imitation of the next steps seen in other advanced extraordinary worlds." The primordial fallen's soul opened its eyes, gazing from the depths of the abyss to its highest reaches. Using this soul as a foundation, he began to create the remaining abyssal beings. All extraordinary worlds share a common process. A powerful entity utilizes everything it possesses as a cornerstone to generate a diverse array of beings throughout the world. Under Chu Hao's guidance, the primordial fallen began to undergo transformation. Its soul gradually expanded, and with this expansion, its physical form emerged. As the sole being within the endless abyss, the entire abyss exerted its utmost to sustain it. In a swift moment, a grotesquely distorted mass of flesh began to materialize, embodying the primordial form of the first fallen. The instant this aberrant mass emerged, it commenced a frenzied dance of contortion and transformation. Under the dominion of utter chaos, it is an impossibility for any life form to maintain its shape for an extended duration. Countless eyes of varying sizes sprouted from its body, casting bewildered and loathsome glances at everything in its vicinity. Among these myriad eyes, some emitted terrifying rays, others radiated intensely warped petrifying beams, while yet others possessed an innate ability to distort time itself. However, in the next heartbeat, these innumerable eyes vanished entirely, reintegrating into the distorted mass, giving rise to new organs. What re-emerged were pairs of horrifying mouths, some adorned with menacing fangs, others resembling the mandibles of insects, and some exuding noxious mists. Soon after, the mouths disappeared, replaced by arms and limbs, followed by a torso, a skull, and fur. It shifted between the forms of insects, beasts, creatures, and pure monstrosities, even evolving into a plant-like appearance during this tumultuous process. Each metamorphosis of the first fallen symbolized its adaptation to an abyssal environment, representing its profound understanding of a certain dominion's wielding. Only through such a grotesque transformation could its progeny rapidly evolve into beings capable of thriving in the abyss. At that moment, Chu Hao observed that the rate of distortion had begun to wane, and he immediately seized control of the soul of the first fallen. Suddenly, a deep sense of fear and endless pain engulfed the first fallen. Yet, it was too late. In that fleeting instant, its soul and flesh shattered into fragments, erupting violently. Countless shards of the first fallen's soul surged forth into the myriad independent realms of the endless abyss. Among these realms were terrifying hells shrouded in poisonous mists, desolate frozen wastelands, and searing molten forges. Despite their diverse environments, each realm attracted a portion of the first fallen soul fragments. Meanwhile, its fleshly remnants were absorbed by the endless abyss. The entire abyss began to mimic and attempt to reconstruct the corporeal form of this abyssal entity. Thus, within the 66 layers of the endless abyss, a fierce competition for evolution commenced. Countless primitive abyssal beings emerged from various abyssal realms. One fragment of a soul, nurtured by the abyss, transformed into a worm-like creature from the flesh of the first fallen. However, in the next moment, it was obliterated by a stronger monster. This monster, in turn, was vanquished by an eye-shaped fiend, losing all hope of evolution. Such scenes unfolded across every realm within the endless abyss. Countless souls gradually grew and subsequently shattered. Yet, among these newly emerged soul fragments, a small fraction, upon death, would instantly return to the lowest depths of the endless abyss. These soul fragments began to accumulate in the abyss's depths. Strangely, in the deepest layer of the endless abyss, no form of life was birthed. For that most enigmatic and ineffable lowest layer of the endless abyss eternally belonged to a singular entity, the original fallen, the future consciousness of the endless abyss. Chapter 9. Frenzied Evolution. Creek. Within a realm of the endless abyss, a recently born worm-like abyssal creature was swept away by scalding magma. With a scream, this creature was obliterated. Yet, nothing was wasted. Its life structure was deemed scrap by the endless abyss, no longer utilized. Its soul fragments were swiftly collected by the abyss to nurture the next new abyssal being. During this process, one of its soul fragments drifted toward the depths of the endless abyss. In the lowest depths, the once original fallen soul was nearing completion. Of course, this was not its first experience of reformation. Each time its soul became whole, it instinctively began to distort. With each distortion, it would cultivate hundreds of new life forms within the endless abyss. However, these myriad life forms, varying in nature, could only survive for mere minutes in the chaotic, brutal, and indescribable environment of the endless abyss. Many types among them simply could not withstand the bizarre conditions and chaotic storms of the abyss. The further down one descends in the endless abyss, the more severe the environment becomes. These types were merely the scrap designed by the abyss. Ultimately, only a scant few life forms passed the abyss's trials, establishing roots in certain realms and strengthening their kin. Yet, even they could not afford to be complacent. For in the endless abyss, every creature, upon birth, commenced an unending cycle of slaughter. This was dictated by the cruelty of the endless abyss, as well as the will of the abyss's consciousness. Meanwhile, Chu Hao meticulously documented everything transpiring in this moment into his third paper, which he forwarded to his mentor for review. The title of this paper was, "The Form's Life Should Assume Under Conditions of Low-Dimensional Chaos." Within the paper were interspersed hundreds of specimens and model projections of abyssal beings. Shortly thereafter, while continuing to peruse the papers, Wang Ji, in a state of bewilderment, received Chu Hao's third thesis. Even in his capacity as vice dean, he could scarcely believe it. How could anyone complete 3 papers at such a rapid pace? Apart from extraordinary talent, Wang Ji could think of no other descriptor for Chu Hao. He took the paper, glanced at the title, and was immediately struck by immense interest. Life, the forms it ought to take. Wang Ji pondered these words, and a thought abruptly struck him. Had Chu Hao already evolved beings in a low-dimensional world so swiftly? Without spending time deciphering Chu Hao's arcane thesis, he directly opened the paper, unveiling the biological specimens and model projections contained within. And in the next instant, my heavens, what monstrosities are these? The projections presented by the paper revealed countless distorted and deformed creatures before the eyes of the mentors. Each creature's appearance varied significantly from the others. Yet the one commonality among them was that each possessed strength far surpassing that of ordinary world beings. Some could endure extreme toxins, some were highly resistant to frigid temperatures. Some possessed immense strength, and others innately wielded various magical energies. These creatures represented the most formidable beings born from the merciless choices of the endless abyss. They were the progeny of this carnage. The 900th reformation of the soul had commenced. Chu Hao opened his eyes, gazing at everything before him, revealing a hint of fatigue. In the past week, Chu Hao has been tirelessly reshaping the soul of the primordial fallen, beyond merely giving rise to beings capable of adapting to the abyssal environment. Chu Hao has primarily focused on binding his own soul to that of the fallen, thereby utilizing his creator authority to cultivate a nascent world consciousness, known as the Endless Abyss Consciousness. At this moment, the Endless Abyss Consciousness has finally come into existence. No longer does Chu Hao need to rely on the soul of the primordial fallen to understand his surroundings. The moment the Endless Abyss Consciousness was born, he discovered that he had successfully grasped the entirety of the Endless Abyss. Now, with but a thought, he can perceive every corner of this vast domain. Whether it be the eternally frozen hell or the searing inferno, Chu Hao can investigate with clarity in an instant. Most importantly, as the master of the Endless Abyss Consciousness, he can establish a psychic connection with any native creature within the abyss. He can sense all beings inhabiting the abyss, controlling their actions and manipulating their evolution. Furthermore, he possesses the ability to bestow upon them greater knowledge and power, enabling certain chosen beings to evolve more rapidly and align more closely with his expectations. Crucially, these abyssal creatures, from the moment of their birth, fervently revere Chu Hao. Yet, at this juncture, Chu Hao harbors a sense of regret. Despite his absolute control over the endless abyss, he has yet to witness any creature evolving into the form he most desires. Demons. Although many abyssal beings exhibit terrifying combat prowess, far surpassing that of other beings from divine realms, they do not embody perfection in Chu Hao's eyes. These creatures merely adapted to the abyssal environment, whereas demons represent a true union with the abyss itself. But how can I design beings akin to demons? Chapter 10. The Influence of the Abyss. While Chu Hao was lost in contemplation on how to create this pivotal race of demons, Wang Ji and others engaged in fervent discussion regarding Chu Hao's paper. As scholars, albeit not entirely pure in their pursuits, they were nonetheless taken aback by the biological designs presented. Who would have thought we would witness such biological designs in our lifetime? Is this the influence of lower dimensions on life? An elderly mentor remarked, referring to the peculiar creatures in Chu Hao's thesis. In the world projection, countless abyssal beings were engaged in a frenzied battle. Their numbers often reached into the thousands, yet in the aftermath of such bloodshed, only a scant few of these creatures would survive. However, each survivor bore traits that astonished the mentors. Purity, ferocity, and ruthless evolution marked the essence of every surviving abyssal being. Indeed, many students, while studying the process of world building, often focus solely on whether the evolved beings adhere to certain norms, neglecting to consider their compatibility with the world they inhabit, a younger mentor added. And the beings that evolve this way often possess attributes that are excessively balanced. While they may lack significant flaws and possess sufficient intelligence, they also lack remarkable qualities. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji retorted, "Do you truly believe these beings were all designed by Chu Hao?" The other mentors, puzzled, began to question whether these abyssal creatures were indeed products of Chu Hao's design. Was there assistance from another? If so, who could it be? Countless questions flooded their minds. Wang Ji, witnessing their bewilderment, could not help but feel exasperated. Evolution. It is the evolution of natural selection. You have truly become foolish from your studies, myself included. As he spoke, Wang Ji began a moment of self-reflection. We have become overly focused on imitation, neglecting innovation. Just look at the multitude of abyssal beings. How could one person possibly design them all? Setting aside whether Chu Hao possesses such extensive knowledge, even his energy would not suffice to create such a diverse array of life. Wang Ji commenced a brief enlightenment for the mentors. I have come to realize that Chu Hao did not design any specific beings. He merely allowed these life forms to adapt to this peculiar lower dimensional world, permitting them to evolve freely without excessive interference in the early stages. As the famous saying goes, life will find its own way. Wang Ji's eyes gleamed with understanding. At this juncture, a mentor countered, "But Vice President Wang, if we do not intervene, such a plethora of beings will inevitably lead to chaos. In the end, the world will be inundated with too many intelligent races, and they will not coexist peacefully. You have witnessed this before." The previous theory on the interaction of different intelligent beings addressed this. Wang Ji responded once more. Their interaction had shifted from a hierarchical dynamic to a more egalitarian academic discourse. You are correct, yet I must pose a question. What is the true potential of the meticulously planned, machine-like world that you envision? Upon hearing this, the mentor paused, taken aback by Wang Ji's query. He had not anticipated such a question. The potential of a world, of course, has its limits, but then again, how many divine realms have awaited that so-called time? The potential of a world can be discerned from its inception. Be it the legendary 10,000 realms, the vast starry skies, or the irreplicable heavenly mountain, each of these powerful extraordinary worlds possessed an extraordinary upper limit from the very beginning. Thus, the potential of a world is of utmost importance. While the number of beings can accumulate, resources can be amassed, and the rules of the world can be established, the potential of the world cannot. Once Wang Ji concluded, he exhaled deeply and settled heavily back into his seat. The surrounding mentors fell into a thoughtful silence, contemplating his words. Indeed, many among them had once been the pride of their generation. They had harbored fervent ambitions and envisioned creating their unique designs, yet ultimately, they lacked the courage and chose a more stable path in life. Just as these scholars were lost in their reflections on their unchangeable lives, Chu Hao's fourth paper successfully came into the hands of Wang Ji and the others. This time, the title of Chu Hao's paper was "The Specificity Exhibited by Ordinary Life Forms in the Endless Abyss." Prominently, Chu Hao indicated that this was a paper still in the process of completion. Wang Ji leafed through the paper Chu Hao submitted. Within it, Chu Hao proposed two viewpoints. The first viewpoint, indeed, ordinary organisms, regardless of whether they hail from high-dimensional or low-dimensional realms, are incapable of fully acclimatizing to the environment of lower dimensions. Furthermore, a select few species may undergo terrifying distortions within the abyss of low dimensions. This phenomenon is dictated by the overarching conditions of the endless abyss. Regardless of the circumstances that previously surrounded these creatures, their combat prowess, vitality, and will to survive will be significantly diminished in such a low-dimensional environment as the endless abyss. At this juncture, Wang Ji concurred with Chu Hao's hypothesis. However, due to a lack of sufficient data to substantiate it, the assertions made by Chu Hao could only be regarded as theoretical at best. This was precisely the reason Chu Hao noted in his paper that it remained incomplete. At the bottom of his manuscript, he submitted a request, a proposal for the initiation of 3 simulation tests concerning world invasions. He intended to utilize the guise of evaluation to conduct these simulations, harnessing the formidable alien life forms encountered therein to enhance the data for his thesis. Wang Ji perused Chu Hao's request report, hesitating momentarily. In his view, Chu Hao's actions appeared somewhat hasty. Nevertheless, driven by curiosity and a respect for academia, Wang Ji granted him the green light, permitting him to undertake independent simulation invasion tests. Chapter 11. Chu Hao's speculation. Upon receiving the approval from his mentors to proceed with the world invasion simulation tests independently, Chu Hao felt a slight surge of excitement. His motivation stemmed from a newfound clarity regarding how to catalyze the emergence of legendary beings akin to demons. Demons are characterized by their irascibility, malevolence, and utter lack of moral compass. As Chu Hao ambled along, he reflected on this notion. Yet, such traits merely represent the superficial aspects of demons. Their most defining characteristic is an insatiable desire for expansion. These terrifying entities are inherently the masters of destruction and chaos, deriving immense pleasure from invading diverse planes and sowing seeds of fear and ruin. With a sigh, Chu Hao mused. Although I have successfully replicated the chaotic rules and harsh conditions of the endless abyss, the majority of the abyssal creatures are currently engaged in mutual slaughter, vying for limited resources. While such carnage may seem exhilarating, it fundamentally constitutes mere adaptation to the environment. Thus, I must impose external pressure upon all beings of the endless abyss. They must comprehend that their existence is not to dominate the endless abyss, but to expand outward. Beyond the abyss lies a wealth of opportunities. Simultaneously, they must recognize that the creatures of other planes are their greatest adversaries. Only then will demons, those beings fervently yearning for invasion, be birthed from the endless abyss. Lost in thought, Chu Hao arrived at the assessment area designated by Tianding University. Meanwhile, as the mentors perused the myriad papers fluttering in like snowflakes, Wang Ji instructed them to return to their respective offices to resume their work, indicating that he might lack the time to approve any papers in the near future. Upon hearing this, several mentors exchanged bewildered glances. Vice President Wang, these validated papers require your approval. Are you truly pausing the approval process? Wang Ji shook his head. No, it's merely a temporary suspension, perhaps for a day at most. I need to visit the principal's office first. At the mention of the principal's office, the expressions of the assembled mentors grew somber. The principal? Isn't she in seclusion to refine her world? Indeed, the last time the principal had emerged, she had stated that unless absolutely necessary, she should not be disturbed. Years had elapsed since her last appearance, and during that time, the daily affairs of Tianding University had largely fallen to Wang Ji, the vice president. No one dared to intrude upon the principal's seclusion, for she was a being standing at the pinnacle of higher divinity, a demigod controlling the resources of the entire institution. Hearing this, Wang Ji shook his head once more. No, you misunderstand. The current situation is precisely what she deems necessary. After uttering this, Wang Ji dismissed the gathering. Subsequently, the vice president began to organize the content of Chu Hao's 4 papers, verifying the numerous theories contained within through data analysis to facilitate the principal's review later. Despite the profundity of some of Chu Hao's theories eluding Wang Ji's full comprehension, he endeavored to conduct a meticulous analysis and extrapolation. Contemplating Chu Hao's unconventional thought processes, Wang Ji silently mused. Perhaps the dilemma that has long plagued the principal could be resolved by Chu Hao, that legendary low-dimensional theory capable of altering the world's landscape. With this thought, Wang Ji hastened the pace of his analysis. Meanwhile, Chu Hao completed the necessary documentation and submitted the application form bearing Vice President Wang Ji's signature to the Academic Affairs Office. The teacher there received it somewhat absent-mindedly. Initially, he had assumed that Chu Hao merely sought to borrow samples from the assessment area. However, upon noticing the application for an independent test signed by Wang Ji, his expression transformed instantly. He scrutinized Chu Hao from head to toe, internally reflecting, goodness, who would have thought our academy harbored such hidden talents? Someone capable of persuading Wang Ji to assist him with an independent world invasion test? It's worth noting that each simulation test consumes an enormous amount of valuable resources. Typically, these tests involve dozens of students working collaboratively. Realizing this, the teacher gazed at Chu Hao, silently contemplating. I must seize this opportunity and find a way to have him speak highly of me in front of Wang Ji. After all, even among divinities, interpersonal relationships are vital. On the other hand, for reasons unbeknownst to him, Chu Hao had an uncanny feeling that the teacher's gaze seemed oddly scrutinizing. Could it be that even the divine beings have become this peculiar? Truly, the world has fallen into disarray. Chu Hao mused inwardly. Cough, teacher? Chu Hao cleared his throat, drawing the teacher's wandering thoughts back to the present. Cough. Ah yes, I understand, young man. Please wait here for a moment. I will promptly summon someone to assist you with the assessment world. This time, the teacher's demeanor toward Chu Hao had shifted to one of near obsequiousness. He not only proactively outlined the key points for conducting the world simulation invasion test, but also inadvertently divulged some tips for success to Chu Hao. Moreover, what is even more outrageous is that this individual, either intentionally or inadvertently, flaunts his prestigious brand before Chu Hao. To be precise, it would be more accurate to say that this teacher nearly attempts to implant the essence of his brand into Chu Hao's consciousness. Nevertheless, regardless of the circumstances, the enigmatic realm of assessments, which governs the fates of many, finally unveils itself before Chu Hao, a colossal, radiant golden orb of boundless brilliance. Chapter 12. Welcome to the Endless Abyss. As per the regulations, you will manifest your world, and then I shall assist you in establishing a connection. Under the guidance of the other party, Chu Hao gradually materializes the nascent form of his bound world, the Endless Abyss. The moment the nascent world of the Endless Abyss emerges, the teachers cannot help but widen their eyes in astonishment. He fixates intently on the Endless Abyss, as if the world were a black hole, siphoning away all of his allure. It is only when Chu Hao prompts him again that he snaps back to reality, hastily proceeding to the next phase of the blessing process. Alright, Chu Hao, the simulated invasion battle is about to commence. Please prepare yourself. One of the teachers extends his finger, directing a golden beam of light from the core of a certain assessment realm. The so-called assessment realm is, in fact, a specially crafted divine domain created by Tianding University for the purpose of evaluating the combat capabilities of various worlds. This divine domain is unique not only due to the multitude of diverse races it encompasses, from dragons to elves, from humans to orcs, but also because the probabilities of encountering these races are entirely random. It is possible that the first assessment presents the orc race, while the second introduces dwarves, and the third unveils an army of vampires. Each race possesses its own distinctive offensive techniques, weaponry, and tactical approaches. Such unpredictable variations instill a sense of despair within many candidates, as their worlds are ill-equipped to withstand the onslaught of such a myriad of races. Furthermore, the exceptional aspect of this divine domain lies in its amalgamation of 13 distinct worlds and numerous races. This means that candidates are utterly oblivious to whether their adversaries are extraordinary beings or formidable legions of steam and steel. Consequently, it is highly probable that the first wave of assessments involves magical assaults from sorcerers, while the subsequent wave confronts them with humans wielding steampunk technology. The myriad of factors interwoven together compels every candidate to summon their utmost concentration in facing the evaluation. It is worth noting that, although candidates are forbidden from taking direct action during the assessments, they can utilize their identity as creators to enlighten the beings within their divine domain, ensuring that they do not succumb too abysmally to despair when confronted by the invading alien legions. Simultaneously, the teacher guiding the golden beam successfully establishes a connection between Chu Hao's divine domain and the assessment realm. 40 scarcely perceptible motes of light, accompanied by a slightly brighter particle, swiftly dart towards the endless abyss. In the next instant, a jolt of alarm surges through Chu Hao's heart. A sensation of invasion reverberates within his mind. As Chu Hao has already linked himself with the endless abyss, this feeling of alien incursion ignites within him a profound ire and indignation. The assessment commences. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao promptly closes his eyes, channeling all his thoughts into the divine realm of the endless abyss. The clattering of armor reverberates as dozens of fully armed orc-like beings instantaneously manifest upon the first layer of the endless abyss. As soon as they arrive, they become acutely aware of their surroundings. Roars and howls echo as they converse in an incomprehensible Orcish tongue, quickly forming a battalion under the command of a fifth-stage orc leader, instinctively guided by their nature as invaders. They begin to advance towards the core of Chu Hao's endless abyss. Their singular objective is to obliterate the core of the endless abyss. However, they have barely traversed a short distance when one orc soldier suddenly collapses, retching violently. Despite his robust physique, he experiences an overwhelming sense of malaise before the battle has even commenced. Concurrently, an increasing number of orc soldiers begin to exhibit symptoms of nausea, dizziness, and coughing up blood. Even the mightiest orc leader pales, exhibiting signs of discomfort. At this moment, the orc leader abruptly realizes the anomaly confronting them. The environmental conditions are not as they should be. The area they find themselves in starkly contrasts with the worlds they have previously invaded. Here, there are no melodious birds or fragrant blossoms, no majestic landscapes. There is neither the gentle morning breeze nor the crystalline clarity of tranquil waters. Upon looking up, the orc warriors discover a sky resembling a blood-red hue overhead. Turning their gaze, they perceive that the ground beneath them is a desolate, terrifying expanse imbued with malice. The land gradually reveals grotesque beings brimming with hostility, greed, and bloodlust. This is not an ordinary mid to high-dimensional world. It is a low-dimensional realm unlike anything they have ever encountered. Any being not native to a low-dimensional world instinctively exhibits signs of discomfort when entering such an environment. This is due to the chaotic rules governing this realm. The disordered and twisted surroundings leave the orc warriors' spirits utterly crushed. They have never witnessed, nor could they have ever imagined, finding themselves in such a nightmarish hell. As the first abyssal creature howls and lunges towards the nearest orc soldier, the counterattack of the endless abyss commences. Following swiftly are the second, third, and fourth abyssal creatures launching their assaults. Insectoid, beastly, humanoid, aberrant, and indescribable forms, all utilizing claws, magical energies, mechanical prowess, toxins, and psychic attacks. Each denizen of the endless abyss roars, conveying the terror and distortion of their realm to the invading forces. One after another, the creatures of the endless abyss, devoid of formation or sequence, excitedly tear into and assault the terrified orc soldiers. Through their actions, they unequivocally communicate to these orcs the nature of this place. This is an infinite abyss, a realm that suffocates the vast majority of beings with its terror. This is an environment of extreme harshness, where rules are chaotic and distorted. This is a land rife with betrayal, slaughter, and annihilation. Welcome to the Abyss. Chapter 13, A Truly Despairing Truth. Roar. An orc soldier bellows, wielding his black iron great axe with ferocity. Instantly, 3 abyssal creatures of varying forms are cleaved into dust by his mighty swing. Simultaneously, a faint red aura bursts forth from his being. Countless pale crimson energies coalesced around him, forming a circular barrier that rendered the ambush from the 4th abyssal creature as futile as striking a steel plate. Creak. The abyssal creature, sporting 2 sickle-like appendages, was met with a swift demise as the beastman soldier crushed its skull upon its dizzying descent to the ground. Surrounding him, a multitude of fellow beast warriors mirrored his prowess. These 40 formidable warriors stood as if they were blood-soaked deities of war. Their physiques were as robust as stone, their nerves as resilient as steel, and their battle spirit towered like mountains. Each one of them was an elite soldier from the orc kingdom of their original world, each possessing extraordinary martial skills and the potent abilities bestowed upon them by their Orcish deities. In this moment, facing the relentless onslaught of abyssal creatures, it was exceedingly difficult for them to sustain any injury due to their empowered auras. Conversely, their weapons tore through the grotesque, distorted, and chaotic monsters with the ease of chopping wood. Yet, the beastman soldier, witnessing this scene, exhibited no joy. Instead, he looked in despair towards a towering figure in the distance, a beefy minotaur warrior clad in heavy iron armor, wielding a massive hammer. "Captain, we can barely hold on." The beastman soldier spoke the truth. He and his comrades had endured the horrors of the abyss for nearly 8 hours since their descent. Their auras were nearly depleted, their once pristine weapons now marred with numerous gouges, and their armor bore hundreds of marks from toxins, bites, and magical assaults. It was apparent they were nearing the brink of exhaustion. Even more alarming was that the tide of abyssal creatures showed no signs of abating. Though their power was considerably weak, merely at the 12th stage, they surged forth like an unrelenting tide, fearlessly assaulting the band of robust beastmen warriors. The very corpses of their fallen kin piled up along the way, forming grotesque mountains of flesh. Ordinarily, one would expect creatures from any other realm to flee in terror before such horrifying carnage, yet inexplicably, these accursed beings, much like this accursed world, displayed an eerie and twisted disregard for conventionality. They not only relished attacking the beastmen, but also turned on one another. What kind of madness was this? Could it be that all the creatures here had succumbed to insanity, devoid of the instinct to seek safety and avoid harm? However, beyond all this, what filled the beastman soldier with dread was the realization that these wretched abyssal creatures were growing ever stronger. Some of the monsters, during the fray, were learning from them, imitating their techniques. A few had even developed metallic armor, while others had begun to wield their combat skills. Astonishingly, several creatures had inadvertently grasped the essence of utilizing their auras. What manner of world was this? Do not despair. The robust Minotaur captain, crushing a twisted-brained aberration into paste, replied to the complaints of his subordinates. The orc god has revealed to me that we are but a few thousand meters from the core of this world. Hold fast. Once we reach that point, we shall obliterate the core and bring an end to this twisted, repugnant, suffocating nightmare. With a thunderous roar, the Minotaur rallied the weary beastmen, reigniting their spirits. Hot steam billowed from its nostrils, its blood coursing with heightened fervor in the oppressive heat. Just a few thousand meters away, before him loomed hundreds, if not thousands, of howling abyssal creatures. Meanwhile, in stark contrast to the beastman's location, deep within the lowest stratum of the endless abyss, Chu Hao had transformed into the embodiment of the abyss's will, commanding its entirety. Seated upon the obsidian earth, he issued commands throughout the abyss. Upon each decree, the creatures of the abyss trembled in response. This was the authority of a creator. Merely a fragment of Chu Hao's will was enough to compel the beings birthed from him to bow in submission. This instinct was etched into the essence of every creature within the abyss. Without wasting words, he simply commanded, "Children, slay those invaders." In the wake of this command, waves of intent rapidly resonated through every layer of the endless abyss. Each abyssal creature, upon hearing Chu Hao's decree, immediately set forth. They traversed through portals, spatial shifts, flight, and sorcery, hastening towards the apex of the endless abyss, marked by Chu Hao. Stimulated by the abyss's will, they grew more bloodthirsty, having received fundamental knowledge about the beastmen warriors, that devouring these warriors would grant them greater power. "You shall grow stronger." Yet, a few hours later, Chu Hao began to regret issuing that command. The combat prowess of these beastmen was far below his expectations. Roar. The Minotaur leader ferociously smashed the last abyssal creature in his vicinity into oblivion. Within a radius of several dozen meters, no other abyssal beings remained. Likewise, no living beastmen were left besides him. But it was all worthwhile. The Minotaur leader, exhilarated, crossed over a hill. Ahead lay the core of this accursed world. Destroying it would fulfill his mission. However, upon truly surpassing the hill, he found himself frozen in disbelief. What lay before him was not the core of the endless abyss, but rather an unfathomably deep, dark chasm. This abyssal pit was crawling with abyssal creatures, emerging from the shadows in a relentless scramble towards the light above. The Minotaur leader stood aghast. The world's core was situated here, but indeed, his senses were correct. The core was not upon this surface. It resided at the very bottom of this realm. The battleground they occupied was merely a layer of this world. At the deepest recess of this chasm lay the true core of the endless abyss. However, it was not within the first layer where the beastmen fought, but rather at the most profound depths of the abyss. It could be said that these 40-odd beast warriors, even if they fought to the last breath, had not breached the first layer of the endless abyss. They would die without ever glimpsing what the second layer of the endless abyss truly held. In the boundless abyss, there now exist precisely 66 layers. Merely the denizens of the first layer have decimated all the soldiers under its command. Realizing this grim reality, the Minotaur commander sank to his knees in despair, watching the relentless tide of abyssal creatures surge forth, utterly surrendering all hope of resistance. What a disheartening truth it is. Countless abyssal beings surrounded him. Thus concluded the First World Simulation Invasion War. Chapter 14, Civilization and Heritage. The initial assessment has been completed. As the voice of the instructor from the academic office echoed, a golden radiance immediately emanated from the pinnacle of the endless abyss. Similar to the sensation of invasion experienced during the establishment of the link, the abruptness and ease of departing from the assessment world were equally profound. In this moment, Chu Hao, as the embodiment of the will of the endless abyss, felt a tremendous force withdrawing from its depths. This was also the first instance where he vaguely sensed the enormity of another world. Although the endless abyss possessed immense potential, its current magnitude paled in comparison to that of the assessment world. Sitting at the brink of the endless abyss, Chu Hao silently raised his gaze toward the heavens. At that moment, he truly perceived the assessment world as a realm overflowing with resources. Vast military resources, countless races and bloodlines, comprehensive world rules, and a stable operating world core. All of these elements irresistibly drew Chu Hao in. Or rather, they profoundly captivated the will of the endless abyss. In this instant, Chu Hao also felt an authentic yearning and greed. The desire to shatter the stable and orderly mid to high-dimensional world, born from the harsh conditions of a lower-dimensional existence. The insatiable greed for more survival resources, enabling him to thrive. As the golden light dissipated, every being in the endless abyss sensed Chu Hao's genuine intentions as the embodiment of the abyssal will. Beyond their world lay an infinite expanse of realms, teeming with treasures. They needed to invade that world, seizing everything it had to offer. An ever-increasing number of abyssal creatures began to reshape their biological characteristics and alter their survival strategies. An impulse known as the desire for conquest began to take root deeply within the chaotic souls of every abyssal being. Soon after, Chu Hao temporarily extricated his thoughts from the constraints of the endless abyss, having long tethered his mind to the chaotic and disorderly nature of the endless abyss. This endeavor proved exceedingly arduous for Chu Hao, who had just ignited his divine flame. Once liberated from the abyss's grasp, he sat at its very bottom. Taking a deep breath, at last, I have achieved the desired effect. Reflecting on this, Chu Hao utilized his divine consciousness to scrutinize the transformations unfolding within the endless abyss. As anticipated, the majority of abyssal beings began to undergo a metamorphosis at that moment. A desire for invasion and conquest began to be inscribed into their very essence. No longer content with competing against their terrifying kin for limited, harsh resources, they shifted their mindset, devising ways to invade other worlds to acquire everything they desired. Indeed, Chu Hao remarked with a faint smile upon witnessing this. Only by recognizing the harshness of their environment would these beings endeavor to invade other realms to survive. Among them, the demons, characterized by their extreme yearning for invasion and expansion, stood out prominently. Simultaneously, following the conflict with the alien races, the consciousness of the endless abyss underwent a brief transformation. It began to comprehend that the external alien beings were entirely different from the denizens of the endless abyss. Although these adversaries were foes, they successfully showcased to the abyssal creatures the essence of civilization and heritage. Only through civilization could the weaker orc warriors accumulate over generations the exquisite weapons they wielded. Only through heritage could these fragile orc warriors master the formidable combat techniques and the art of utilizing fighting spirit through bloodline inheritance and learning. Indeed, although Chu Hao had already imbued the core of the endless abyss with the foundational energy transformation formula of fighting spirit during its establishment as a divine realm, the sheer magnitude of the endless abyss rendered it challenging for the abyssal beings to grasp fighting spirit amidst the interference of dozens of energy transformation formulas. Furthermore, It was crucial to note that those abyssal beings who had mastered fighting spirit performed poorly in combat against the orcs. They merely relied on their biological instincts, rudely enveloping themselves in fighting spirit as a shield and charging towards the orc soldiers. This starkly contrasted with the orc soldiers' intricate use of fighting spirit. Orc soldiers could not only employ fighting spirit as a shield, but also envelop it around their weapons to extend their attack range. Some elite fighters even managed to integrate fighting spirit into their bodies, safeguarding their vulnerable organs and prolonging their combat endurance. All of this astonished the endless abyss and its inhabitants. After all, having perpetually contended for a limited living environment, they had never encountered such a drastically different combat style. Consequently, after the demise of all the orc soldiers, the abyssal beings immediately embarked on a grand evolution. They began a frenzied bloodbath around the corpses of the orc soldiers. Thousands of abyssal beings fought to the death, dwindling to less than 1%. Ultimately, only a few hundred of the strongest abyssal beings gained the right to consume the bodies of these orc soldiers. Upon absorbing the remains of the orc soldiers, these few hundred abyssal beings rapidly underwent transformations. Some began to congregate, others started to devour metal in an attempt to replicate the metallic armor. Some began to learn combat techniques, while others honed their fighting spirit abilities. Countless new abilities rapidly proliferated throughout the endless abyss like mushrooms after a rain. All these emergent capabilities were swiftly and erratically inherited through the bloodline abilities of the abyssal beings. Among the offspring of these abyssal life forms, some were born with these abilities. However, none of this was the true focus of Chu Hao's attention. His genuine concern lay in how to harness this trend to create the demons as a distinct species. As for the abyssal beings, they were largely mere accessories to the demons. Having concluded his reflections, Chu Hao closed his eyes and extricated his thoughts from the divine realm. Simultaneously, he began to accelerate the flow of time within the endless abyss, hastening the evolution of these beings. First, he would accelerate this divine realm, granting them a day's time to naturally evolve. Meanwhile, he needed to utilize the data from the previous battle to complete his thesis. Chu Hao did not forget that he had two true objectives: to stimulate evolution and to refine his thesis using the battle data. With that resolved, Chu Hao departed from the endless abyss. Chapter 15, A New Debate. What? Is this new data uploaded by Chu Hao himself? In the offices of several mentors, they beheld the newly uploaded data from Chu Hao through their Divine Fire network. With the emergence of new data regarding Chu Hao, a significant portion of the arguments presented in his previous papers has been substantiated. Witnessing Chu Hao effortlessly navigate through the first assessment, alongside the alarming yet authentic combat statistics, the mentors unanimously acknowledged the formidable combat prowess possessed by the endless abyss, particularly when they observed the valiant orc warriors fall in droves within the depths. After all, data does not lie. A collective of over 40 robust orc warriors could not even breach the first layer of the endless abyss. However, upon realizing that Chu Hao's paper had gained substantial empirical support, several mentors spontaneously set aside their work and congregated. Engaging in discussions about the biological models proposed by Chu Hao was far more enticing than the monotonous task of reviewing papers. Shortly after their gathering, these scholars embarked on a spirited dialogue concerning a pivotal question: whether the abyssal creatures within Chu Hao's world were the result of deliberate design. Ahem, everyone, I believe. One mentor cleared his throat, that the creatures inhabiting Chu Hao's divine realm have undoubtedly undergone meticulous design. With a flourish, he projected an image of one of the most striking creatures from Chu Hao's paper. Behold, this creature is nothing short of an exquisite masterpiece. The entity showcased was known as the Abyssal Demon, one of the most lethal and grotesquely distorted life forms found within the endless abyss. Each demon embodies the chaotic manipulation of magical energy and sorcery by the abyss. Simultaneously, they are among the most stable in terms of species count and life forms throughout the entire endless abyss. From the putrid swamps of the abyss's depths to the toxic fog mountains of the mid-layers, and even the unbounded plains of the upper layers, this creature is ubiquitous. The anatomical structure of this being resembles a living magical factory, and one of unparalleled purity. Its spherical body, measuring less than 16 feet in diameter, is adorned with specialized organs that supply magical energy, some resembling ocular orbs. Each unique organ can independently provide a specific magical attribute. This means that such a simply constructed organism can effortlessly unleash dozens of distinctly different spells, ranging from petrification to deceleration, from curses to flames. Most importantly, the magical capabilities of these beings are innate. Each demon is born a sorcerer, proficient in every school of magic. This mentor had swiftly grasped the biological structure and lifestyle of this creature through Chu Hao's paper, a feat he achieved, of course, due to his own obsession with biology. If you claim that such a life form is not a product of exquisite design, but rather a natural emergence, I shall surely challenge your intellect. As he reached out to touch the twisted, horrifying projection of the demon, he spoke with fervor. Nonsense. Before he could finish, another mentor immediately retorted. You assert that the life forms within the abyss are all designed. Then, pray tell, How would you account for the internal structure of this creature? He projected another being. Equally noteworthy. This was a Titan-class creature native to the Abyss, the 100-armed giant. Unlike the naturally evolved or designed Titan-like beings in the divine realm, the 100-armed giant, while resembling a Titan in size, bears no resemblance to the divine and naturally harmonious Titans in any other aspect, be it appearance or anatomical structure. The entirety of the 100-armed giant's anatomy is covered in grotesquely contorted arms, and within its body lies a chaotic amalgamation of organs, multiple hearts, irregularly shaped kidneys, and disordered blood vessels, all intertwined with a haphazard arrangement of muscles and bones. The 100-armed giant can be regarded as a monstrous conglomeration of flesh, haphazardly assembled. Its singular ability is to possess the most formidable physical prowess in the entire endless abyss. Beyond that, it is incapable of wielding any magical abilities, martial skills, or elemental energies. Its sole function is to utilize its colossal form and terrifying strength to crush any adversary it encounters. Come. The second mentor glared fiercely at the first. Explain to me how such a creature could possibly be designed. Whether it be its irregular arms, its chaotic internal structure, or its myriad differently shaped eyes, how could such an unsightly being be the product of design? It is evidently a life form that has emerged purely from a chaotic environment. Upon hearing this assertion, the remaining mentors nodded in agreement, clearly swayed towards the notion of natural emergence after witnessing the grotesque creature. You old fool, you speak nonsense. The first mentor was evidently indignant. With so many life forms in the endless abyss, it is only natural that one or two might deviate from Chu Hao's designs. Hearing this, the second mentor grew agitated. Who are you calling an old fool? You flat-faced orangutan. You are the one speaking absurdities. Can you deny that the environment of Chu Hao's divine realm is not chaotic and distorted? In such an environment, what intricate design could possibly survive? As the argument between the two mentors escalated, the other scholars immediately intervened to calm them. However, another mentor posed a new inquiry. But everyone, I suddenly recall a new question. Upon hearing this, the gathered individuals cast a glance at this enigmatic figure. Enough with the theatrics, what have you thought of? The mentor chuckled, for he was contemplating far beyond the scope of the previous two. The question is, since Chu Hao has designed such a complex web of life within the endless abyss, continuously giving birth to new species, is it possible that he has never regarded these beings as significant, but rather seeks to create something entirely new? Thus, the question arises, what would the singular creature that meets Chu Hao's criteria resemble? And how formidable would it be? Chapter 16, The Dawn of the Demons. The question lingered. What would the singular creature that meets Chu Hao's criteria resemble? Upon hearing this, all the mentors present fell into a stunned silence, not from any other reason, but from fear. They suddenly found that this mentor's words bore a semblance of truth. Although Chu Hao had successfully populated the endless abyss with a myriad of life forms, the sheer strength and diversity of these creatures had indeed left the mentors in awe. Yet, even in his overwhelming lead, Chu Hao showed no signs of halting his creative endeavors. All of this suggested that Chu Hao seemed dissatisfied with the biodiversity of his divine realm, the endless abyss. What was he still pursuing? He appears to be relentlessly pursuing the establishment of a certain entity, one that the mentors utterly fail to comprehend. The magnitude of this being's potential power and the nature of its capabilities elicit sheer terror among these mentors. While they remain engrossed in deliberating over Chu Hao's thesis and the creature referenced therein, Chu Hao, in the sanctity of his own realm, has unearthed a remarkable discovery. This discovery pertains to a peculiar insect, an organism entirely unrelated to demons, yet exhibiting traits reminiscent of these enigmatic beings. To elaborate, this insect emerged only after the first encounter with foreign entities in the boundless abyss, showcasing two distinctly unique racial characteristics. Firstly, let us discuss its timorous nature. Indeed, this insect may very well be the most cowardly creature in the entire expanse of the abyss. If one were to describe the environment of this endless chasm in human terms, it could aptly be referred to as a prison, a steel cage from which there is no escape, eternally ensnared within its confines. Within this iron cage reside countless species, all ensnared by the planar crystal walls, and crucially, this entire prison lacks any form of egress, at least, prior to any contact with the external world. The boundless abyss presents no tangible means of escape. These creatures are condemned to dwell perpetually in such a stifling low-dimensional existence. Despite the abundant natural resources within this world, the environment is excessively harsh. No form of life can guarantee its survival. In the blink of an eye, it could perish due to the tumultuous conditions or be devoured by predatory foes. Consequently, tens of thousands of species are driven to mutual slaughter in this deadened habitat. Compelled by the pressures of existence, the abyss, composed of endless conflict, is awash in the blood of its inhabitants. Only the strongest among these beings are deemed worthy to survive, to pass on their bloodline abilities to their progeny. Yet, within this distorted environment, this insect exhibits a remarkable characteristic of non-participation in competition. This insect has evolved an extraordinarily potent capacity for environmental adaptation, capable of thriving in toxic mists, frigid or scorching climates, and even in realms where gravity and time are in disarray. Such adaptability is unparalleled among the myriad beings of the abyss. Most abyssal creatures can only endure within a limited array of environments. Even those with somewhat greater adaptability cannot withstand the extreme conditions of shifting gravity, erratic time flows, or realms where matter cannot coalesce. Yet, this insect excels in complete adaptation. It flourishes across the various planes of the boundless abyss, irrespective of the environment's severity, always managing to adjust and thrive. Moreover, their numbers proliferate at an astonishing rate. Curiously, despite their rapid proliferation, these creatures have not developed any formidable offensive capabilities. In essence, their diminutive stature renders them the primary sustenance for the majority of abyssal beings, and they are regarded as a delectable morsel. Although they possess teeth capable of crushing rock, their corpulent forms and insufficiently resilient skin prevent them from escaping their station at the abyssal bottom. Cowardice is intricately etched into the very essence of this insect. However, if timidity were the sole characteristic, Chu Hao would not have devoted so much energy to studying this creature. The true impetus for his fascination lies in the insect's second distinct trait, transformation. Indeed, the progeny of this insect possess the ability to metamorphose. This transformation, however, is not a magical ability. Rather, it occurs when these insects live long enough or experience a fortuitous event, allowing them to assume forms entirely different from their previous larval state. Some larvae, upon fortuitously consuming the remains of a powerful creature, integrate its genetic material into their own bloodline. If such a larva survives and accumulates sufficient energy, it will cocoon itself. Upon breaking free from the cocoon, an entity adorned with the characteristics of that formidable creature emerges. Though initially inferior in strength, this being's morphology and capabilities are an enhanced iteration of the original powerful creature. Indeed, it is not mere replication, it is an improvement. If they continue to grow, they will surpass the original formidable beings, mastering their abilities with greater finesse. Furthermore, Chu Hao noted that these fortunate larvae seem to possess the potential for further evolution. Once they attain strength, they will voraciously consume other abyssal creatures that once preyed upon them, and they also exhibit a penchant for devouring their own kind, the larvae. Upon consuming these abyssal beings, they will immediately attempt to replicate their abilities, integrating them into their genetic repository. However, at this juncture, the most unfortunate fate often befalls them. These seemingly invulnerable larvae frequently succumb to explosive demise during their second evolutionary process. Even those that survive may transform into grotesque abominations, living in a state worse than death. Their bodies and genes inexplicably fail to undergo successful secondary evolution, let alone sustained advancement. Nevertheless, upon reaching this point, Chu Hao felt a sense of satisfaction. In these insects, he glimpsed the fundamental characteristics of demons, extreme adaptability and the capacity for sustainable evolution. Chu Hao clutched one of these insects, his eyes alight with fervor. Perhaps, these creatures are the harbingers of demons within the boundless abyss. Chapter 17, Genius and Madness. Gazing at the writhing and anguished larvae in his grasp, Chu Hao fell into contemplation. This seemingly weak insect harbors considerable potential to become a demon. Its extreme adaptability and persistent evolutionary strategies are remarkable. Yet, the current conditions within the boundless abyss are insufficient to facilitate the secondary evolution of these larvae, hindering their ability to refine their capabilities. After all, the true demonic race, in theory, is an unrestricted super race devoid of evolutionary limitations. In Chu Hao's recollections, the genuine demon race capable of sweeping across infinite worlds is diverse in form, with virtually no upper limits. Certain types of demons, such as the lowly demon, scavenge like greedy hyenas across the twisted and terrifying abyssal wastelands, subsisting on various carrion and feeble beings. Other demons, like the more formidable fire demons, are semi-elemental beings forged from biological matter and fire energy, inherently mastering the elements of flame and magma upon their birth, reigning supreme over the realm of fire. Corruption demons, another breed of highly potent demonic beings, are also known by a more illustrious title, the Demon Lords of Fear. These demon lords are not only cunning and wicked but also possess profound knowledge of powerful shadow magic. The Lord of Fear revels not only in sowing chaos and destruction within the abyss, but he also ignites the flames of war among the indigenous inhabitants of other planes during his invasions. These Lords of Fear, seizing any opportunity, will corrupt the natives of the invaded realms, transforming those pitiable innocents into terrifying subdemons. Each of these demons is a formidable being that has undergone numerous evolutionary cycles to attain their fixed forms. The process of their inception is shrouded in the mystery of countless mutations before they ultimately solidify into such established entities. Thus, the larvae currently in existence are still vastly inferior when compared to these demonic beings. At least in terms of secondary evolution, they utterly fail to meet Chu Hao's expectations. With this thought in mind, Chu Hao rubbed his temples and sighed. It appears I must devise a more extreme method to hasten the evolution of these larvae. The conventional abyssal environment no longer suffices to induce the capabilities of secondary evolution in these larvae. However, I could employ the second world invasion simulation test to gather data while simultaneously stimulating this group. With this in mind, Chu Hao promptly submitted a new application, this time for an independent second world invasion simulation test. The response from Wang Ji and the other mentors came swiftly, evidently. Wang Ji had informed the mentors beforehand to ensure that Chu Hao's application would be approved. He had foreseen all of this. While Chu Hao was engrossed in studying the larvae, a once prominent figure now appearing somewhat downcast emerged, Zhao Cheng. Once regarded as the most promising genius at Tianding University. He now exited his mentor's office with a heart heavy with mixed emotions. How could this be? His tightly clenched fists betrayed his anxious heart. Since the commencement of his graduation project, he had diligently crafted his own natural world. Through his unwavering efforts, he had established a world tree, the Di Lu Ha Gang, which governs 3 distinct rules within his realm. The establishment of this world tree successfully ensured the safe construction of his world. With the aid of the world tree Di Lu Ha Gang, Zhao Cheng's realm was flourishing at an astonishing pace. The unique ability of void absorption from Di Lu Ha Gang allowed for an expansive increase in the area of his world, gradually yielding 3 landmasses the size of Earth. Even the overall environment of the world was shifting towards an extreme natural state, thanks to the formidable world tree. In such a world, high-quality natural life would inevitably emerge. More crucially, within Zhao Cheng's realm, exquisite elves had already been designed, firmly occupying the primary ecological niches of the world. Even fairies, druids, and trance had begun to take shape. All of this had been reported to his mentor through his thesis paper. He had believed that with such accomplishments, he would shine as the focus of attention, recognized as an undeniable genius and the foremost figure at Tianding University. Yet now, when his mentor earnestly informed him that a certain individual named Chu Hao had designed a world called the Endless Abyss, which was the true focus of this evaluation, he felt overshadowed. Both the thoroughness of the paper and the significance of the project clearly placed Chu Hao above Zhao Cheng. This revelation gnawed at Zhao Cheng's heart like a mocking devil, leaving him with a bitter sense of helplessness. After a prolonged moment of trembling, Zhao Cheng's heart finally settled. Though he felt disheartened, he was not one to succumb to extremes. He must not lose his resolve. Calm down, Zhao Cheng. He forced himself to regain composure. It was merely a matter of luck for that individual. If he adjusted his plans, he would surely surpass him. With this thought, Zhao Cheng quietly distanced himself from the crowd and returned to his dormitory. Upon arriving at his sanctuary, he took a deep breath. Gazing at the towering tree within his world, Zhao Cheng made a radical decision. Since conventional methods had failed to secure his position as the foremost, he would take a gamble. The Di Lu Ha Gang is on the verge of bearing fruit. We shall reshape the entire natural world. The line between madness and genius is often but a thin veil. Meanwhile, Chu Hao was also preparing for the world invasion simulation test. The alien legions would once again descend upon the abyss. Chapter 18, The Second Assault. In the assessment area, Chu Hao sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and once again manifested his divine domain, the Endless Abyss. As the Endless Abyss materialized, all the mentors within the assessment area immediately turned their gaze toward Chu Hao. The reason was simple. The mere appearance of the Endless Abyss cast an overwhelming aura throughout the examination room. This pressure inherently carried the potent essence of ancient wilderness. In this atmosphere, the instructors sensed the malice and greed emanating from the Endless Abyss. It felt as though a terrifying creature lurked in the shadows, observing them at all times. Clearly, the Endless Abyss had grown significantly more powerful since their first encounter. However, despite their astonishment, the dedicated instructors remained resolute in their responsibilities. Be prepared, Chu Hao. The second assessment is about to commence. One of the instructors approached, wielding a beam of golden light. Unlike the first assessment, this time, the golden light was noticeably more robust. Furthermore, the number of golden specks within this luminous beam surpassed those from the initial evaluation. After the first assessment, Chu Hao understood that these so-called golden specks represented biological traits of entities above stage 5. With half an eye opened, he glanced at the beam of light and silently mused. It seems my luck is rather lacking. The number of powerful beings is not particularly high. His objective had never been to pass these tests, which he deemed trivial. Rather, he sought to use the external pressure from these powerful beings to propel the evolution of the creatures within his endless abyss. The scarcity of formidable entities evidently did not align with his aspirations. The world passage has been established, the instructor announced loudly. Subsequently, the beam of golden light connected to Chu Hao's endless abyss. The assessment officially began, and the alien beings were transported. In the next instant, as the embodiment of the endless abyss, Chu Hao felt a monumental pressure from the world descend upon him. Yet, this sensation lasted but a fleeting moment. As the alien beings were cast into Chu Hao's endless abyss, that feeling vanished without a trace. In its place arose an invasive sensation akin to a maggot burrowing into flesh. My lords, this is the world we must invade this time. At the pinnacle of the endless abyss, above the plains where dozens of beastmen soldiers had once been laid to rest, a lizard soldier, adorned with green scales and robust limbs, knelt before a group of cloaked figures. After the initial magical assessment, the environment here is peculiar. What is the nature of this environment? Do not hesitate, simply inform us. The enigmatic figure abruptly removed his cloak, revealing a pair of narrow, cold, and merciless vertical pupils. Within those pupils lingered an undeniable draconic aura. This mysterious being's body and limbs were similarly adorned with scales, albeit in a dark crimson hue, interspersed with shades of red and black. More crucially, this formidable entity towered at an astonishing height of 5 meters, merely standing upon the abyssal plane. With each movement, the elements of earth, wind, fire, and water surged around him. All of these factors suggested he was a powerful creature of the 10th stage, a terrifying existence on the brink of legend. The environment here appears to diverge significantly from the worlds we have previously invaded. The lizard soldier lifted his head, gazing enviously at the powerful figure. He mused silently, wishing he could possess an abundance of dragon bloodline, like the other. The richness of the dragon bloodline directly determines the strength of these dragon-blooded descendants. It was evident that this powerful being was already perilously close to the purity of a true dragon. Not only had he nearly transcended his lizardman exterior, but he had also awakened the ability to cast draconic magic. This was indeed a source of great envy for him. However, now was not the time to dwell on such thoughts. The lizard man continued to relay the intelligence he had just gathered. Lord Dylan, the environment here seems chaotic and devoid of rules. The air across this plane is tainted with mild toxins and is rife with erratic elemental activities. Moreover, the creatures here mostly exhibit grotesque deformities, exhibiting a bloodthirsty and combative nature, devoid of any signs of sentience. Oh, does this imply that the capabilities of most of our mages will be diminished? Another powerful being, descended from dragon lineage, reflected thoughtfully upon this information. It appears we must proceed with caution. This world indeed feels unsettling. After speaking, he lifted his gaze towards the endless abyssal sky. This world, devoid of stars, planetary orbits, and even shattered crystalline walls, was exceedingly bizarre. Who knew? Upon hearing this, the 10th-stage powerhouse named Dylan let out a dismissive snort. No matter. The very nature of this world signifies that we can effortlessly annihilate it. We have brought nearly 3,000 dragon-blooded slaves, 2,000 dragon-blooded warriors, and 100 dragon-blooded mages. Such overwhelming might is more than sufficient for us to easily conquer this realm and seize its core to bring back to our sanctum. Furthermore, this invasion shall be a breeze with our presence, right? Dylan chuckled coldly. The other powerful beings in proximity echoed in agreement. Indeed, with Lord Dylan here, we will undoubtedly obliterate this world effortlessly. Perhaps, upon the completion of this mission, Lord Dylan may once again earn a reward and be purified into a true dragon. At this, Dylan revealed a smile, his eyes reflecting dreams of becoming a pure-blood dragon. Yet, unbeknownst to them, beneath their feet, far below the 66th layer of this plane, in the depths of the realm known as the Endless Abyss, a pair of eyes slowly opened, gazing at them, filled with brutality, chaos, and greed. Chapter 19, Bloodline Turmoil. Lord Dylan, we have successfully repelled the third wave of counterattacks in this world. In the first layer of the Endless Abyss, at the center of the plane of 10,000 Abyss, a dragon-blooded warrior knelt before Dylan, reporting on the current progress. All right, I understand, Dylan replied, somewhat agitated, as he stroked the magical ring on his left hand. Throughout the previous 3 skirmishes, we have emerged unscathed, showcasing formidable combat prowess. Whether through his robust physique or terrifying draconic magic, he has undeniably become the focal point of the battlefield. His powerful physique can shred any abyssal creature that dares to confront him, be they the twisted and deformed monsters or the chaotic beasts with sharp fangs and claws. None of the creatures in the endless abyss can penetrate his scaled armor. He is like a god of war, and not a single abyssal creature can withstand even a single strike. Indeed, not even the chance to endure a blow. This near 10th stage warrior, augmented by his dragon lineage, was nothing short of a perfect killing machine. Even those abyssal monsters born with the ability to wield magical energy and spells were utterly suppressed by his draconic magic. They were rendered incapable of even attempting to cast spells in Dylan's presence. The elemental suppression alone was enough to obliterate these beings into dust the moment they endeavored to unleash magic or wield magical energy. Such performance instilled the warriors under Dylan with unwavering confidence in this expedition into the abyss. Among the thousands of dragon-blooded warriors, tales of Dylan's might reverberated. Even the other formidable beings, numbering over a dozen and ranging from the 5th to the 10th stages, brimmed with confidence in Dylan. The entire dragon-blooded expeditionary force pressed forward with unstoppable momentum, traversing the vast expanse of the 10,000 abyss. The troop drew ever closer to the world core that Dylan sensed. Yet, even amidst this, all right, I understand, Dylan exhibited signs of impatience, murmuring quietly. The dragon-blooded warrior knelt before him, reporting on the current status and casualties. In the third wave of counterattacks, we suffered losses of 432 dragon-blooded slaves, alongside 72 dragon-blooded warriors. One dragon-blooded mage perished due to unknown magical backlash. I see, Dylan's brow furrowed slightly. And our magical supplies have been depleted by 1/5. I know. A flicker of brutality ignited in Dylan's eyes. Furthermore, the water and food for our entire army have become tainted with toxins, leaving only a limited portion edible. I said. Suddenly, beneath the cloak, Dylan's vertical pupils snapped wide open. I have already known. No one could fathom why the mighty Dylan had erupted so suddenly. Flames consume my enemies. They merely witnessed a horrifying dragon flame erupt from Dylan's mouth, incinerating the unfortunate dragon-blooded warrior into ashes. A chilling silence enveloped the marching army. Dylan, a friend of Dylan, grasped his arm, incredulously questioning him. What is wrong with you? At that moment, Dylan finally regained his senses. What just happened? In an instant, Dylan's face turned ashen. He fell to his knees, gazing at the sky of the endless abyss. As it knelt, the warriors and formidable beings present also raised their heads in unison. Above them, a shallow black-red vortex was gradually taking form. To their horror, they discovered that beside this black-red vortex lay chaotic currents of time and space. Unbeknownst to them, within these tumultuous currents, countless rules were becoming disordered. Among these disarrayed rules, the stronger the being, the more susceptible they were to mental corruption. Take, for instance, the near-legendary Dylan. My bloodline is undergoing rapid aberration. Dylan, sensing the transformations within himself, proclaimed his plight to the surrounding strong beings. I am descending into ruin. As he spoke, Dylan painfully tore at his cloak. This cursed world is forcibly distorting me. Beneath the cloak, his scales began to twist grotesquely. It seeks to make me its slave. On Dylan's scales, numerous fleshy nodules sprouted, expanding at an alarming rate. His once resolute visage contorted in agony. Moreover, his eyes transitioned from orange to a deep crimson. His gaze was filled with extreme brutality, reminiscent of creatures from an endless abyss. This sight instilled terror in the hearts of the dragon-blooded warriors surrounding him. The black-red vortex above them incited a cascade of questions within their minds. What manner of terrifying world is this? What has transpired here? However, unlike the frightened and bewildered dragon-blooded warriors, at the very bottom of the endless abyss, the master of this domain, Chu Hao himself, looked on with delight at Dylan's transformation. Excellent, excellent, excellent. His repeated exclamations of approval conveyed his elation unmistakably. He never anticipated that the endless abyss would evolve such a specialized environment targeted at bloodline abilities so swiftly. The black-red vortex above the dragon-blooded warriors was essentially a manifestation of the ultimate chaos rule. In the endless abyss, nothing remains immutable. Even time itself cannot escape the fate of distortion within this realm. A peculiar glint flickered in Chu Hao's eyes as he murmured, let alone those fragile and diluted bloodlines. As Chu Hao's thoughts swirled, these black-red vortices capable of distorting the environment began to gradually expand throughout the entire endless abyss. With each appearance of these terrifying black-red vortices in a plane, the abyssal creatures therein commenced a rapid transformation. They underwent an irreversible aberration process akin to Dylan, becoming twisted. However, unlike Dylan, the chaotic bloodlines that drove him to madness propelled those abyssal beings into a frenzy of new evolution. After all, the abyssal creatures had long coexisted with chaos. Such disordered bloodlines provided the necessary stimuli for their evolution. Chapter 20. Bloodlines, Legends, and Coincidences. Although the second simulation test had yet to conclude, a portion of the data from the endless abyss had already been uploaded to Chu Hao's thesis. Look, what is this situation? One of the mentors noticed the transformations of Dylan and the other dragon-blooded warriors within the endless abyss. Are these foreign beings falling ill? A mentor was the first to observe this change. He immediately utilized his divine power to project Dylan's condition onto the large screen in the observation room. In the sufficiently clear projection, Dylan, on the verge of entering the legendary phase, was in a state of rampage. What is this situation? Has Chu Hao's world constructed an environment spell capable of inducing mutual attacks among foes? Another mentor, scrutinizing closely, retorted, no, this does not seem to be the effect of environmental magic. With a gentle tap, this mentor magnified the model before him considerably. This individual has succumbed to madness. Yet the other dragon-blooded warriors appear unchanged. Wait, what is this? This individual's bloodline is undergoing a transformation. In the thesis model projection, Dylan was hysterically screaming and roaring. Every inch of skin, every bone, and every muscle beneath his scales trembled. Countless grotesque tumors sprouted from beneath his skin, swiftly engulfing his entire being. This extreme pain compelled him to unleash terrifying draconic spells, obliterating everything within sight, be it objects, enemies, or even his own subordinates. Within mere minutes, the deranged Dylan effortlessly slaughtered hundreds of dragon-blooded warriors and dragon-blooded slaves. Such catastrophic casualties prompted the surrounding dragon-blooded warriors to hastily flee. In terror, they stood at a distance, watching their master Dylan succumb to madness. Meanwhile, the mentors seemed to grasp the situation at hand, expressing their sympathies. This poor creature, his bloodline has been disrupted. His corporeal form is likely on the brink of collapse. Indeed, his bloodline, originally a diluted dragon lineage, cannot stabilize under such circumstances. The dragon-blooded tribe invading the endless abyss is a unique form of life. They are entirely different from true dragons. Their progenitors, the dragons, possess special racial characteristics that allow them to easily interbreed with other species. The offspring produced from these unions are collectively referred to as the dragon-blooded tribe. The dragon-blooded tribe serves as the subservient species to the dragons. The weaker ones handle the cleaning of dragon nests and the construction of various edifices, and at times, they serve as emergency food. Meanwhile, the stronger members may become warriors under the dragon's command, tasked with territorial expansion. However, despite being 100 or 1,000 times weaker than true dragons, they remain the most expendable cannon fodder within the army. As for Dylan, a rather exceptional existence. He was born with a relatively pure dragon lineage. The purer the dragon bloodline, the stronger their prowess becomes. Some of the outstanding individuals can even master a small degree of draconic magic. Thus, they naturally become direct subordinates of the dragons, managing their armies and slaves. Yet, no matter how pure their bloodline, they remain inferior to pure-blood dragons. Even the weakest dragon is a legendary being of immense power. And this bloodline suppression often represents an insurmountable chasm. However, today, certain matters are about to change, for in the endless abyss, no creature's bloodline remains immutable. Within the abyss, Dylan roared. Racked with pain, he collapsed to the ground, his body convulsing violently. At that moment, his entire form was covered in horrific tumors. While various deformed organs proliferated within him, countless torrents of blood gushed forth from his 5 orifices. As the remaining formidable warriors within this troop witnessed the scene, they finally confirmed Dylan's death sentence. There was no turning back. Lord Dylan had spiraled out of control, and we must devise a means to eliminate him. One of the dragon-blooded warriors addressed the others. Though their strength paled in comparison to Dylan at the pinnacle of the 10th stage, they believed that uniting their efforts to slay him would prove relatively effortless. Upon hearing this, the others hesitated no longer, swiftly arming themselves and aiming their weapons at Dylan. Just as they were about to strike, Dylan suddenly lifted his head and gazed at them. That mere glance sent tremors coursing through the powerful beings. For Dylan emanated a draconic might, an aura only a true dragon could possess. Under the oppressive weight of this terrifying dragon's presence, the warriors found themselves paralyzed with fear. Akin to rabbits standing at the maw of a dragon, utterly devoid of the courage to flee. I am unharmed. Suddenly, the draconic aura vanished without a trace. The dragon-blooded warriors exhaled a collective sigh of relief. Dylan gradually rose from the ground, speaking with a hint of weakness. Oh no, you are unscathed? The others stood in speechless astonishment. How could it be that the very same Dylan, who had just been lamenting the corruption of his bloodline and had torn apart hundreds in a frenzy, was now miraculously fine? Yet, Dylan's subsequent proclamation left all present, including the watching mentors, in utter disbelief, their hearts racing. Not only am I unharmed, but just moments ago, I transcended the limits of my bloodline and evolved once more. I have become a legend. With that, Dylan extended his arm for all to see. As expected, the scales upon his arm had reformed into a harmonious pattern, and astonishingly, intricate designs unique to pure-blood dragons adorned the surface of his scales. Despite the inexplicable oddities of this world, one truth remained clear. A glimmer of avarice shone in Dylan's eyes. This world was a veritable paradise for him. Within it lay secrets that could elevate his bloodline. His pupils gleamed a vibrant red. Unbeknownst to anyone, beneath Dylan's feet, grotesque insects greedily consumed the blood he had spilled upon the ground. In the boundless abyss, all coincidences seemed predestined. A pair of hands, named Chaos, quietly orchestrated all of this. Chapter 21. The Path of No Return upon the vast plains of the endless abyss. Dylan laughed uproariously, reveling in the immense power he now wielded as he ruthlessly slaughtered all enemies in his vicinity. For reasons unbeknownst to him, he had developed a fondness for slowly tearing apart his foes with his claws. After his bloodline underwent a grotesque transformation, propelling him into the legendary stage, his strength experienced a monumental leap. Not only had his physical prowess intensified, but he was also elated to discover that he had acquired further mastery of draconic magic, an immense magical ability that resided solely within dragon blood. Consequently, the entire dragon-blooded army launched a frenzied offensive following Dylan's ascension to legendary warrior. They had encroached upon the core region of the first layer of the endless abyss, nearing the tunnel leading to the second layer. Indeed, fortune favors the bold. Dylan mused silently. I never anticipated that I would seize the opportunity to become a legend during this invasion of worlds. While the journey was fraught with agony and madness, he extended his palm, entranced by the beautiful draconic patterns upon his scales. Acquiring power, How could it possibly come without a cost? Just as Dylan was lost in the ecstasy of his newfound strength, a dragon warrior approached him. My lord Dylan, we have arrived at the core region of this world. Yet we cannot discern the exact location of the world's core. Upon hearing this report, Dylan let out a derisive snort. You fools. This is far from the so-called core region. He gestured toward a distant, shadowy tunnel teeming with abyssal creatures. The true heart of this world lies deep within that tunnel. This exceedingly bizarre world is vastly different from the worlds we have previously invaded. It is a realm with a complex structure. He continued. If we wish to utterly obliterate this world, we must conquer several layers beneath it. After speaking, Dylan inhaled deeply, revealing a gluttonous expression. Perhaps I need not destroy this world. I could instead preserve its core. From the very beginning, the core of this world has been calling out to me, beckoning me to grant me greater power. As long as I can find a way to approach him, perhaps I can uncover the ultimate secrets of this world and grow even stronger. At that moment, Dylan, consumed by an insatiable thirst for power, began to lose his rationality. Gradually forgetting his ultimate goal, unbeknownst to him, his soul began to mirror that of the creatures within this world, becoming irritable, exceedingly greedy, tyrannical, and devoid of morality and compassion. Under Dylan's increasingly warped mindset, the entire dragon-blooded army began to tread down a path of no return. Upon reaching the second layer of the endless abyss, the dragon-blooded army surged madly toward the entrance of the third layer. However, in the endless abyss, the manifestation of power dictated that the closer one approached the abyssal depths, the more chaotic everything became: rules, elements, environments, climates, even space and time. Yet, it was precisely this chaos that endowed the abyssal creatures dwelling deeper with greater strength and resources. After all, the further down one descended, the more likely one was to attract the favor of the abyssal will. Those creatures that had thrived in the first layer of the endless abyss were merely pitiful beings unable to survive in the depths. Although the creatures of the second layer were not significantly stronger than those of the first, they still posed a considerable challenge to the already weary dragon-blooded army. Numerous new monsters began to emerge among them. Some could rend steel armor asunder. Others wielded terrifying toxins capable of rotting flesh. Still others could drain the blood from an entire dragon-blooded slave in one gulp. Such monsters were inexplicably on the rise, and with each fallen dragon-blooded warrior, grotesque insects would swarm around their corpses, voraciously devouring them. Some severely wounded warriors, rendered incapable of resistance, would be completely consumed while still alive. It is worth noting that the many worlds these dragon-blooded armies had previously annihilated were no larger than the first layer of the endless abyss. Yet now, they had traversed double that distance, and one could say they were utterly exhausted. The expanse of the endless abyss was simply too vast. Many dragon-blooded warriors had reached their limits and began demanding the right to rest. However, Dylan's response was, "Rest? Do you even deserve it? You are faced with but a singular choice: to forge ahead relentlessly until exhaustion claims you. Any who dare to oppose Dylan shall be torn asunder by his wrath. Whether they be dragon-blood slaves, dragon-blood warriors, or even those once deemed his superiors, none are spared." Dylan, embodying an absolute cruelty, drives his subordinates into a bloody conflict. Under such immense pressure, a terrifying transformation overtakes the entire dragon-blood army. Once steadfast comrades, fighting back-to-back, now grasp at one another without hesitation, seeking to absorb the enemy's blows to secure their own survival. Formerly compassionate leaders, who once nurtured their subordinates, now abandon them to futile deaths for the sake of ephemeral rewards. Once unwaveringly loyal soldiers, who would never falter, now find themselves desperately fleeing for a mere chance at life, while those resigned to their fates mockingly plunge daggers into the backs of their fleeing brethren. Even the mightiest among them begin to distort their minds, driven by old grudges and unfulfilled aspirations. With each step deeper into the abyss, this army draws ever closer to becoming mindless beasts. In fact, their bloodlust and terror have surpassed even the native creatures of the abyss. What is the most terrifying aspect of the endless abyss? At its very depths, eyes tightly shut, stands Chu Hao, the embodiment of the abyss's will. Observing Dylan and his entourage through the lens of his own thoughts, he is acutely aware of the turmoil that has befallen Dylan's forces. Some may attribute this madness to the horrific environment of the endless abyss, where toxic air suffocates and the sky is indistinguishable. Others might point to the grotesque creatures that inhabit this realm, possessing inhuman forms and exuding malevolence and greed. Still, some believe it is the unpredictable chaos of the abyss's rules, where even fate itself becomes distorted, leaving none to know their future. Yet, all these notions are misguided. Chu Hao rises, devoid of any sorrow or joy, proclaiming, "The true horror of the endless abyss lies in the gradual erosion of humanity. In this realm, all that is beautiful and noble erodes with the passage of time. Familial bonds sever, love dissipates, and friendships betray. Every creature entering the abyss confronts the darkness and sin within their own hearts. This is a path of irrevocable degradation." With that, Chu Hao shifts his focus to the third level of the endless abyss, awaiting Dylan's arrival. The time has come. At the terminus of a dim, shadowy tunnel, a dragon-like creature, its form tattered and infested with bizarre beings, stumbles painfully into the third tier of the endless abyss, howling in anguish. It is time to bring this farce to an end. Chu Hao greets Dylan with an enigmatic smile. Chapter 22. The Corruption of the Abyss. Can the endless abyss truly trace a creature's lineage, facilitating its evolutionary transcendence? The answer is, of course, a resounding yes. Yet, the likelihood is exceedingly low, lower even than the chances of the author being a dashing figure. Ahem, to clarify, the endless abyss, which Chu Hao currently possesses in its embryonic form, is governed by the principle of extreme chaos. And what is the fundamental nature of chaos? Uncertainty, or perhaps unknowability. The unpredictability of all creatures, rules, and elements, even the very concept itself, can be distorted to an extreme level of uncertainty. If one were to encapsulate this in a term comprehensible to humanity, it would be idealism. Thus, in such a chaotic environment, nothing can be taken for granted, let alone whether the dragonblood lineage can stably trace its roots and achieve evolutionary advancement. Within the endless abyss, the majority of beings are in a constant state of flux, evolving incessantly. One generation may exhibit sharp fangs and claws, while the next may bear the traits of insects or tentacled monstrosities. Such beings may only be separated by a single generation, yet, in essence, they can no longer be classified as the same species. All creatures within the endless abyss proliferate like a relentless cancer, evolving in directions unimaginable to any. Moreover, such instances abound. Therefore, under these terrifyingly chaotic and disorderly rules, it is difficult to ascertain whether the next generation of creatures will be stronger than their predecessors. Logically, this could easily lead to a catastrophic decline in the overall quality of life within this world, ultimately diminishing the combat prowess of its inhabitants. However, the endless abyss does not suffer from this issue. The harsh environment dictates that only the most promising beings can endure, while the rest merely serve as fodder. Thus, the combat capabilities of all beings in the endless abyss are, in fact, on the rise. Returning to the crux of the matter, what precisely transpired for Dylan's bloodline to undergo such a grotesque transformation, propelling him into the legendary realm? The answer is straightforward. Corruption of the abyss. From the moment any creature steps into the endless abyss, they embark upon an irreversible journey of corruption by the abyss. This corruption extends from the physical to the spiritual, and even to the soul, encompassing the very ocean of the mind. During this period, the corporeal form and bloodline of the corrupted undergo severe distortion. Their minds become twisted, hearing the abyss's call. Their souls metamorphose into substances favored by the abyss. The nature of their grotesque forms is determined by the severity of the corruption of their minds and souls, compounded by the duration of their exposure. Just as the abyss is inclined to attract chaotic and evil souls, Dylan, harboring dark thoughts in the depths of his psyche, was easily chosen and corrupted by the abyss. This individual, obsessed with bloodlines and power, had all of his potential ignited by the abyss. In Chu Hao's memory, many aged yet stagnant warriors choose to venture into the endless abyss in their final years, wagering everything for a chance at resurgence. Should they succeed, their power would ascend to a new echelon. Though they would become brutal and gradually align with demonic entities, the substantial increase in power renders such a cost bearable. Should they fail, the abyss merely gains another regretful soul. While it may appear that Dylan has crossed an insurmountable chasm, in truth, from the moment he was successfully corrupted and plunged into the abyss, his potential for growth was irrevocably stunted. At this juncture, Dylan's appearance is nothing short of grotesque. His once handsome draconic visage is now marred by writhing tumors. His robust dragon wings are adorned with fearsome bone spurs. And even what he once believed to be dragon blood patterns on his scales have sprouted unknown, diminutive organs. What is truly terrifying is that these organs are siphoning his blood, his very life force. The once legendary strength he possessed is rapidly waning due to the grotesque mutations of the organs within him. Are you the embodiment of the will of this endless abyss? Dylan, with one eye gruesomely burst by a tumor, weakly directs his remaining eye towards the direction where Chu Hao stands, now fallen from grace. He can sense the presence of the abyss's will just like any ordinary creature dwelling within its depths. He can feel it. This will of the endless abyss is watching him. Yet, the entity observing him manifests as an utterly pure vortex of darkness. This vortex exudes an aura of profound depth, evoking an unsettling sensation of one's soul being drawn away merely by gazing upon it. Chu Hao offers no response, merely standing before Dylan in an indifferent manner. I have heard your call. I am willing to kneel before you. Please grant me. Dylan's mouth opens, spewing forth fragments of organs whose identities he cannot discern. Meanwhile, countless abyssal creatures gnaw at his still living flesh, painting the ground with his blood. At this moment, Dylan cares not for the mission of world destruction nor for his so-called subordinates. His sole desire is for power. Power. I beseech you. Dylan weakly articulates as he gazes at the vortex of darkness before him. Yet, Chu Hao remains silent, quietly observing as Dylan is devoured. It is only then that Dylan comprehends that the attention of the other is not fixated on him. Rather, it is directed towards the minuscule creatures burrowing in the soil beneath him, stealthily consuming his blood. No. Dylan's eyes explode with horror as a rodent-like abyssal creature emerges from within. It futilely questions the embodiment of the endless abyss's will. Why? Chu Hao still does not answer, resembling an immovable mountain, silently watching as Dylan's consciousness dissipates, his soul reclaimed and reshaped into a new being by the endless abyss. His corporeal form is left entirely devoured. Finally, Chu Hao stirs. He remains rooted to the spot, using his mind to grasp a larva that has feasted upon Dylan's flesh and blood, observing it with satisfaction. The larva, having consumed the essence of dragon blood, undergoes a transformation from within. The shackles that allowed for only a single evolution are shattered. Subsequently, Chu Hao, content, places the larva on the ground, permitting it to burrow into the earth and vanish. Before departing, he impassively remarks, "Your ease of corruption is a testament to your utter weakness. In the endless abyss, those devoid of potential are unworthy of survival." Chapter 23, External Stimuli. At last success. In the endless abyss, Chu Hao, as the embodiment of the world's will, has been keenly observing the transformations of all the larvae inhabiting the 66 layers of the endless abyss. Compared to other abyssal creatures, these seemingly inconspicuous larvae are, in a sense, the progeny that Chu Hao has been attentively monitoring. These larvae, now crawling throughout the endless abyss, have embarked on a new journey of evolution. Retaining their extreme adaptability, they have also shed the shackles of their previous secondary evolution. Their forms have grown larger and more feral from the outset, with an increased propensity to assault other creatures within the abyss. Indeed, Chu Hao has observed some larvae, unencumbered by predators, achieving sizes akin to mountains. Of course, those that are born weak still cannot escape their fate at the bottom of the food chain for the time being. After all, the number of powerful and ruthless predators in the endless abyss remains overwhelmingly high. However, this imbalance is swiftly shifting. More and more larvae, through fortuitous circumstances, are absorbing the genes of formidable creatures, rapidly becoming stronger. In this process, they actively seek out more powerful beings to slay, seizing their strength. A new, thriving race is emerging within the endless abyss. Given time, these races, endowed with the ability to evolve multiple times, will undoubtedly alter the very fabric of the abyss's biodiversity. Simultaneously, under a time flow accelerated 100-fold, accompanied by a black-red vortex capable of distorting bloodlines, everything within the endless abyss is undergoing rapid transformation. Among the most conspicuous changes are the ordinary creatures of the abyss. After assimilating the life essences of numerous dragon blood warriors, the abyssal creatures have begun a grand and chaotic evolutionary banquet. Many creatures spontaneously mimic the powerful dragon blood warriors, utilizing their bloodlines to trace their origins. Furthermore, the influx of various external races, such as Dylan and his kin, who invaded the endless abyss with their substantial numbers, has brought about diverse opportunities. As unique members of the dragon blood lineage, some are hybrids of dragons and lizards, exhibiting numerous reptilian traits. Others are hybrids of dragons and beasts, possessing abilities akin to ordinary wildlife from the outer world. There are aquatic beings, humans, and even some peculiar insects. In summary, this chaotic yet intriguing amalgamation of bloodlines is, for Chu Hao's endless abyss, a most welcome development. For among the most pressing deficiencies of the endless abyss is the lack of bloodline stimulation from the outside world. Whether lizard, beast, or fish, many life characteristics unique to the external realm are challenging to evolve naturally within the twisted and terrifying environment of the endless abyss. For instance, the life forms of fish that can adapt to oceans. The so-called fish in the endless abyss can hardly be classified as such. Most are merely a collection of distorted monstrosities capable of surviving the abyss's toxic waters and corrosive mists. They struggle to breathe in the water, as the sparse elements are often laced with poisonous substances. Their appearance, while not entirely unrelated to that of fish, can at least be described as fundamentally divergent. Twisted bones, deformed limbs, and fleshy tumors that sense the vibrations of the mire. What they do most is lurk in toxic waters, waiting for an unfortunate passerby to drag into the depths and drown. However, the infusion of external fish bloodlines has significantly ameliorated this situation. Although their current forms differ greatly from true fish, the emergence of gills and other organs has allowed many of these races to tentatively explore the depths of their realm. Among the most remarkable is a colossal predator, which Chu Hao fortuitously discovered and named the Abyss Leviathan. Each Leviathan appears capable of commanding an entire ocean, growing increasingly larger in the presence of abundant food. This creature, even within the oceans of the endless abyss, ranks among the absolute apex of existence. Moreover, an increasing number of creatures, including the larvae, have developed a variety of scales. With the appearance of these scales, The overwhelming chaos of the endless abyss has given rise to various unique mutations. Some scales possess a hardness that surpasses even that of dragon scales, while others have the remarkable ability to distort light, rendering their host temporarily invisible. Additionally, certain scales have developed an immunity to magic. In fact, a small fraction of these creatures has transitioned to a more stable oviparous reproductive state. The emergence of oviparity has caused a mutation in their bloodlines, keeping it within manageable limits. Naturally, this has facilitated a degree of population expansion among these opportunistic beings. These occurrences merely represent the tip of the iceberg in the vast upheaval of the endless abyss. More abyssal creatures, having savored the blood and flesh of foreign entities, have grown increasingly avaricious. Those unique abilities, those extraordinary souls, are irresistibly alluring to them. It can be said that this marks the first genuine proliferation of biological life within the entirety of the endless abyss. Soon, witnessing this scene, Chu Hao nodded. At last, the current circumstances bear some resemblance to the abyssal environment etched in my memory. It appears that, with just a few more waves of foreign races, the evolutionary pace of the abyss will accelerate even further. If the opportunity arises, I might even contemplate initiating a proactive strike from the abyss. Sensing Chu Hao's intentions, countless abyssal beings abruptly lifted their heads. In unison, they expressed an overwhelming desire to invade other worlds. Meanwhile, as Chu Hao observed the changes in his world, on the other side of Tianding University, in the office of the university president, Vice President Wang Ji frowned at the thick layer of dust on the doorknob. It is worth noting that behind that door resides the most formidable individual in the entire university, a person who has not emerged for years, tirelessly refining the rules of her own world. Moreover, she has personally stated that one should not disturb her unless absolutely necessary. However, despite feeling somewhat impulsive, I should no longer hesitate. After much deliberation, Wang Ji raised his hand. The president has been stuck at the critical juncture of perfecting the cosmic cycle, with the most challenging aspect being intelligence from lower-dimensional worlds. He knocked on the door of the president's office. Regardless of whether Chu Hao's lower-dimensional world succeeds or not, as a rare prodigy, he has at least opened a genuine new avenue of thought for me. Bang, bang, bang. The sound of 3 consecutive knocks echoed through the eerily silent corridor. Wang Ji, too tense to breathe, lost track of time until a long, drawn-out sigh emanated from behind the door. Ah, that single sigh conveyed an abundance of emotions: regret, unwillingness, and remorse. I am Wang Ji, the president. Before Vice President Wang Ji could finish speaking, the door swung open on its own. Upon entering, he was greeted by an ethereal, almost imperceptible melody. A golden-haired woman clad in a white, vintage robe floated in the air, meditating, her divine realm manifesting behind her, a magnificent domain adorned with hundreds of floating planets. The primordial essence of the universe, formless and indistinct, is unfathomable amidst the murky depths, as light and clarity are discerned. From this world emanated a supreme, gentle song, heralding the dawn of creation. As the melody gradually faded, the entire divine realm descended into chaos. Planets shattered, galaxies collapsed. Everything blended together like a boiling cauldron. Rules and elements became indistinguishable, akin to the primordial chaos. In this chaos, I discerned the dawn of clarity, enabling the heavens to flourish and the earth to find tranquility. Subsequently, as the song continued, the entire divine realm swiftly reconstructed itself, with lighter materials ascending while heavier ones descended into the void. In an instant, the entire divine realm crumbled. Everything felt dreamlike. Yet, at that moment, the golden-haired woman opened her eyes and gazed at Wang Ji. Wang Ji, long time no see. Her eyes were strikingly different. One shimmered like a radiant star, while the other was as deep as a black hole. Chapter 24, Fatal Flaw. President. Upon seeing the long-absent president, Wang Ji momentarily felt disoriented. In this haze, he forgot that this imposing woman before him was not only the legitimate president of Tianding University, but also a powerful substitute for a supreme deity. The first alternate of the divine sequence, Star God, the creator of the extraordinary realm, Supreme Star Domain, Bai Chun. However, merely exchanging glances with her, Wang Ji felt a suffocating sensation. It is important to note that Wang Ji is a rare high-ranking deity. While he lacks the capacity to acquire enough divine office to achieve the status of a primary deity, his strength is undeniable, firmly securing his place among the top echelon of Tianding University. Yet, the disparity between Wang Ji and Bai Chun extends beyond the quantity of divine offices and divine flames. A comparison of their divine realms reveals an immeasurable chasm. Wang Ji's divine realm can be considered an advanced, extraordinary world, featuring 20 layers of diverse environmental planes, with the highest life forms being mythical creatures. Such a divine realm represents the pinnacle of what an ordinary person could conceive. In stark contrast, Bai Chun's divine realm is entirely different. She possesses a divine realm that spans the size of several solar systems. Within her divine realm, numerous stellar systems operate in harmonious stability. Many of the planets harbor billions of intelligent beings. This terrifying disparity in power is enough to leave Wang Ji breathless. There's no need to be so anxious, Bai Chen smiled, nodding at Wang Ji. Despite her smile, her vastly different eyes still gave Wang Ji the unsettling impression that his very soul was being scrutinized. Did you come to inform me of some issue within the university? As she spoke, Bai Chen lightly tapped her fingers. With a wave of divine flames, several citizens, originally residing in her divine realm, manifested before her. These citizens displayed a remarkable level of training, exhibiting no surprise or panic at their sudden appearance beside the deity. Instead, they methodically surrounded Bai Chen, presenting an array of delectable fruits from her divine realm for her enjoyment. Afterward, Bai Chen snapped her fingers, and the citizens promptly vanished, returning to their divine realm. Her nonchalant demeanor left Wang Ji in awe. President Bai Chen truly remains as formidable as ever. The amount of divine flames consumed to manifest citizens from her divine realm would be astronomical for an ordinary individual, yet for her, it seemed as effortless as eating or drinking. Nonetheless, despite his astonishment, Wang Ji did not forget the purpose of his visit. It is like this, President Bai Chen. Wang Ji organized his thoughts internally and began to speak. I have discovered an individual possessing an extraordinary genius-like mind. During the recent resolution of a project, he has presented us with a novel approach to constructing lower-dimensional worlds. Perhaps his insights regarding lower-dimensional worlds could aid you in overcoming the dilemma that has plagued you for centuries. Upon hearing this, Bai Chen paused her eating, letting out a sigh. For a century, Bai Chen has never ceased her exploration into the construction of the low-dimensional world. Many of the low-dimensional projects at various academies were, in fact, funded by her own generous rewards. However, the longer she persisted, the more disappointment she felt. And when disappointment reaches its zenith, despair begins to permeate. Throughout the prolonged duration of her research into the low-dimensional realm, Bai Chen increasingly comprehended the inherent complexity of this unresolved enigma. Thus, in her sigh, her disappointment was laid bare for all to see. Ah, so you've encountered a genius? Wang Ji nodded in affirmation. Bai Chen, with an unreadable expression, remarked, and a genius capable of constructing a low-dimensional world? Indeed, I was astounded when I first beheld his graduation project. Wang Ji expressed, his excitement palpable. Initially, I thought this fellow was just another charlatan seeking funding for his thesis. Yet, to my astonishment, he truly succeeded. Wang Ji, brimming with enthusiasm, seemed entirely oblivious to Bai Chen's despondency and continued his enthusiastic discourse. You ought to see for yourself, principal. With that, he swiftly presented Bai Chen with 3 complete papers by Chu Hao, along with the ongoing 4th paper. In an instant, the myriad models of the endless abyss from these papers unfolded before Bai Chen's eyes. What is this? Upon the emergence of this divine realm, Bai Chen's expression shifted. Within the finite world composed of 66 layers, a terrifying manifestation of near-infinite chaos was revealed. Each layer of this realm was a grotesque amalgamation of ugliness, malevolence, and disorder. Moreover, what was even more alarming was that these entities, through a bizarre linking mechanism, coalesced into a spiraling descent of the divine realm. The entirety of this divine world exuded an overwhelming sense of impending corruption. Merely witnessing the projection of this divine realm filled Bai Chen with an inexplicable wave of nausea. As a pinnacle deity, she keenly sensed that this world was the arch-nemesis of all order. It was unequivocally declaring to all that it welcomed every fallen and malevolent soul to settle within its confines. The name of that genius is Chu Hao, and the model of this world is called the Endless Abyss. Wang Ji chuckled. Even he, with his limited perception, could sense Bai Chen's astonishment. A name that is quite fitting for this world. Isn't it? Bai Chen nodded in acknowledgement. Soon after, she assumed control of the projection, meticulously examining Chu Hao's papers and models, including his conceptual framework. She scrutinized the construction of this world, its governing principles, and the theoretical foundations underpinning the operation of its rules. Even the distorted and grotesque beings within the endless abyss were examined with utmost diligence. Not a single detail was overlooked. Indeed, you are correct. This individual is undeniably a genius. Bai Chen affirmed. The world referred to as the endless abyss is indeed a functioning low-dimensional realm. Furthermore, Bai Chen nodded to express her approval of Wang Ji's insights. This Chu Hao has corroborated my hypothesis that the beings within low-dimensional worlds are fundamentally grotesque and exceedingly brutal. Bai Chen closed her eyes and stated, wait a moment. I shall utilize the computational power of my divine realm to analyze the operational structure of this world. I wish to ascertain whether its functioning aligns with the established principles of these worlds. Consequently, countless celestial bodies began to orbit around Bai Chen. Under her influence, the projection of the endless abyss commenced to accelerate at an astonishing rate, thousands, even hundreds of thousands of times its original speed. After an indeterminate interval, Bai Chen abruptly opened her eyes, and even within her star-like gaze, an expression of incredulity emerged. How can this be? What is it? Wang Ji, taken aback by Bai Chen's transformation, inquired with curiosity. Bai Chen's response, however, caused Wang Ji's expression to shift several times. This world can indeed operate effectively. Yet, She gazed at the projection, which had devolved into a chaotic darkness, and declared, "This world ought not to exist, for it may possess a fatal flaw. This is a terrifying world that should not exist. We must halt the operation of this divine realm to prevent its further expansion." Chapter 25, Coldness and Paradox. Upon hearing Principal Bai Chun's response, Wang Ji's countenance changed dramatically. The initial ease he felt at solving the problem transformed into a tense pressure under the weight of a potentially dire situation. Understanding the magnitude of Bai Chen's prowess, he recognized that she would not make such dire proclamations lightly. A being nearly at the level of a supreme deity would not casually issue statements akin to an apocalyptic declaration. Moreover, such remarks were directed at a mere graduation project. Yet, Wang Ji found himself unable to comprehend why Principal Bai Chun would utter such words. He sought an explanation. Seemingly understanding Wang Ji's thoughts, Bai Chun sighed and spoke to him. The endless abyss can indeed function. Most importantly, its dimensional existence is gradually diminishing. At this revelation, Wang Ji momentarily froze, questioning the clarity of his own hearing. After all, Bai Chun had been dedicated to studying the structure and operational principles of low dimensions. The world she referred to, the endless abyss, seemingly posed no issues. Just like those artificially constructed high-dimensional worlds, the ascension and descension of worlds were normal phenomena. Furthermore, if the endless abyss were continuously descending, it would paradoxically demonstrate that Chu Hao's creation was a self-sustaining divine realm. This could even be considered a positive phenomenon. Yet why did Bai Chun provide such a response? Thus, Wang Ji voiced his confusion. But doesn't this prove that low-dimensional worlds comply with the principles of existence? That they represent a valid type of operational world? No. The reason I assert this is that in my deductions, I discovered that this world known as the endless abyss possesses a pronounced tendency towards self-destruction. I have attempted to establish several models of the endless abyss, but invariably, they collapsed for various reasons. Yet, I unexpectedly reached a conclusion. The entire endless abyss is indeed in a constant state of downward collapse. And this descent pertains to a fall in dimensionality. Bai Chun interrupted Wang Ji's burgeoning rebuttal and elaborated, "You still do not comprehend. In such a world, during its descent to lower dimensions, it almost invariably encounters unforeseen circumstances. For instance, the dimensional body may be too small, leading to its annihilation. Or it may be excessively large, precipitating the premature collapse of the divine realm. This is the reason I claim the endless abyss possesses a fatal flaw. No one knows when the true collapse of the endless abyss will occur. In conclusion, any realm akin to the endless abyss is inevitably doomed to destruction by its own magnitude. This is not merely my assertion, but rather the outcome derived from countless simulations conducted by superior deities. I merely reaffirm the notion that the subject of lower dimensions presents an insurmountable paradox. For a world that perpetually self-destructs cannot be categorized as a world in our definitions. Thus, regardless of how exceptional Chu Hao's endeavors may be, his research has been flawed from its inception. Wang Ji, upon hearing this, fell into a contemplative silence. After a moment, he raised his head and addressed Bai Chun. Regardless of luck or ability, although I am unaware of the formula behind Chu Hao's world, it has yet to manifest any issues. Are you implying that the topic he has labored over is, from the very beginning, a paradox? Is this your conclusion? Can you assert this with absolute certainty? At this, Bai Chun too fell silent. No, she quickly replied. The individual known as Chu Hao has designed the endless abyss in a manner that truly exceeds my expectations. In the divine realm he has crafted, nothing can be definitively established. Not even the concept of certainty itself. Data logic appears inapplicable within the endless abyss. Although we often claim that mathematics is infallible, even in the endless abyss, it can be rendered chaotic. At this juncture, the president and vice president of Tianding University exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared thoughts. Time is of the essence, yet I must caution Chu Hao to inform him that his research harbors significant flaws and constitutes a paradox. Bai Chun closed her starry eyes and after a prolonged moment, reopened them. Of course not. We need not communicate anything to him. At this stage, there is no necessity to deter him from proceeding. We should merely allow him to continue refining his research. While this may sound cold-hearted, I sincerely hope to derive ample inspiration regarding lower dimensions from Chu Hao's subsequent experiments and papers. The failures of others may very well serve as the foundation for my own success. The weak are merely stepping stones for the strong. This truth is universal across all realms. Wang Ji sighed upon hearing this. I understand. Unlike his arrival, Wang Ji now felt an overwhelming heaviness. Indeed, receiving such an answer only brought him sorrow. As the individual most concerned with the quality of the institution, he genuinely felt both joy and heartache for Chu Hao. Nothing brings him greater happiness than the emergence of a genius. Regrettably, it appears that Chu Hao's current designs are not yet complete. An unresolved error may lead an extraordinary talent astray. Suddenly, as he approached the door to the president's office, Wang Ji pondered a crucial question. The president had once stated the need to halt the expansion of the endless abyss. Yet now, he proposed not to interfere with Chu Hao's graduation project. What could be the reason for this? Wait, President, what did you mean when you said we must stop the expansion of the endless abyss? Upon hearing this, Bai Chun, who had once again closed her eyes, opened them to reveal her abyssal gaze, smiling as she responded. That was determined based on my calculations. Certain characteristics of the endless abyss at that time were so repugnant to me that I made such a statement. You may consider my earlier judgment erroneous. Moreover, the cessation of the endless abyss's expansion is not something for you or me to fret over. Why? Because, in my view, its potential may not reach such extremes. A world sentenced to death requires little interference. It will quietly perish on its own. An invisible ripple swept through Bai Chen's abyssal eyes. Failure? Chu Hao sat at the very bottom of the endless abyss, projecting his consciousness outward. That is an impossibility. Meanwhile, in the other realms of the abyss, countless larvae were being observed by him. At that moment, these larvae engaged in brutal conflicts, hunting other abyss's creatures or being hunted themselves. Among them, one larva undergoing metamorphosis gradually captured Chu Hao's full attention. Who knows how many years it will take, but these larvae will ultimately give birth to the creations I desire. Chu Hao opened his eyes. There, within the endless abyss, lay the most ancient of demonic beings, the primordial demon. As this larva completed its transformation, Chu Hao gazed upon its new form, a rare smile gracing his face. This also indicated that the data for his fourth paper had been completed. He was now left with only one final paper and the ultimate simulation test for world invasion to finalize his research. Chapter 26, The Primordial Demon. In Chu Hao's recollections, there existed a multitude of creatures within the true abyss. Among the stronger beings were the mightily muscled hundred-armed giants and the inherently magical-eyed demons. There were even some fallen demigods and imminent victims of corruption among the primal deities. These creatures often harbored immense potential. The stronger ones could effortlessly manipulate the earth, shatter mountains, and even evolve their own kin within the abyss to unify certain realms. Meanwhile, the weaker beings included the devil octopus, spider demons, and even many humans, elves, and orcs from the outside world who had been sold into the abyss. Such a plethora of species was unevenly distributed throughout the endless abyss. Yet, despite the myriad of powerful and deadly creatures, from an outsider's perspective, the most renowned and formidable race within the abyss remained the demons. These terrifying entities, depicted in myths as breathing fire and shrouded in poisonous mists, enticing others to their downfall, were, in the eyes of most who encountered the abyss, the true denizens of the endless abyss. At long last, the primordial demon had emerged. Chu Hao beamed with delight as he gazed toward a point in the endless abyss. In the accelerated passage of time, even Chu Hao felt the duration stretching unbearably, his mind becoming somewhat numb. Yet, diligence bears fruit. After this lengthy wait, finally, a larva, under the extreme stimuli of the endless abyss, evolved into the most ancient form of a demon, the primordial demon. With a thought, Chu Hao vanished from the depths of the endless abyss. In the next instant, he found himself beside the newly evolved creature, observing it in silence. This was a being that had just completed its metamorphosis. Contrary to the traditional image of demons envisioned by ordinary folk, this so-called primordial demon was, in fact, merely a humanoid abyssal creature adorned with black scales and crimson eyes. Its current strength was not particularly formidable within the vast expanse of the endless abyss. Having just transitioned from its larval form, it was merely of mid-tier strength within the abyss. However, Chu Hao was indifferent to this fact. As he delved deeper, he not only sensed the primal demon's ferocious emotions and insatiable thirst for blood, but also glimpsed a significant characteristic nestled within the depths of its soul, a profound, bidirectional resonance with the will of the endless abyss. Its essence could forge a tenuous connection with the will of the endless abyss. This was a trait no abyssal creature had ever possessed before. While all abyssal beings could heed the commands of the endless abyss, represented by Chu Hao, they were, in simpler terms, merely pets of the abyss. These creatures could not reciprocate the will of the endless abyss, regardless of their strength or the extraordinary encounters they experienced. Their actions would not contribute back to the endless abyss, preventing it from achieving completeness. In stark contrast, demons were born for the abyss and destined to perish within it. Their plundering in the external world would be wholly returned to the endless abyss. Ordinary abyssal creatures, if they ventured beyond the endless abyss into other realms, risked losing their connection entirely, settling instead in those foreign worlds. At that juncture, although they remained abyssal beings, their descendants, and the progeny of their descendants, would no longer be classified as such. Only the original life forms that existed within the endless abyss could truly be deemed its denizens. The soul imprints of their descendants would have shed the intangible shackles of the endless abyss. However, the primal demons were fundamentally different. Even if these beings thrived in other realms, they would never sever their ties with the endless abyss. Upon invading other worlds, primal demons would eternally maintain a connection to the endless abyss. This bond, rooted in their very souls, ensured that even if their corporeal forms were utterly obliterated, their spirits would relay all they had witnessed back to the will of the endless abyss, leaving behind an indelible world coordinate. Even if a primal demon ascended to godhood in another realm, its soul's inclinations would draw it back towards the abyss, leveraging its powers to drag that world into the endless abyss, ensnaring it utterly. The demon armies, too, embodied this fervor. Any demon legion, while slaughtering in the worlds they invaded, would carry back their most treasured spoils to the endless abyss, offering them in devotion to seek even greater strength, rather than indulging in that realm. In addition to valuable resources, slaves, and most importantly, souls, the demon armies instinctively eroded the rules, elements, and energy transmutation systems of the worlds they invaded. Such incursions would yield additional bounties for the endless abyss. For instance, if a particular rule in that world was thoroughly corrupted by demons, a similar rule would emerge within the endless abyss. Although this new rule might be warped by extreme chaos, it would still be fundamentally usable. This aspect was crucial for the true strengthening of the endless abyss. The endless abyss needed everything from the external worlds to expand itself, and demons were the most loyal hounds of the endless abyss. Consequently, they were also the only true progeny of the endless abyss, its sole authentic kin. Suddenly, the newly birthed primal demon sensed Chu Hao's gaze upon it. In its perception, Chu Hao embodied the very essence of the will of the endless abyss. Under the scrutiny of such a being, the primal demon instinctively trembled. This was a crushing pressure of life forms, a fear stemming from its very bloodline. The primal demon instinctively recognized that the entity observing it was the source of the endless abyss, the originator of all. This overwhelming weight nearly suffocated it, extinguishing any thoughts of resistance, leaving only a desperate yearning for favor and appeasement. Witnessing this scene, Chu Hao smiled with satisfaction. He casually clapped his hands, instantly transporting the primal demon and himself away from that place to a region inhabited by a slightly weaker abyssal creature. Sniff, sniff. The primal demon promptly honed in on the location of the creature through its acute sense of smell, pinpointing a specific cave. Chu Hao released his oppressive aura, granting the demon freedom to act. In mere moments, two equally horrifyingly distorted monstrosities, under the encouraging gaze of the endless abyss, instinctively engaged in a brutal struggle within the confines of the narrow cave. After a terrifying clash, the slightly stronger primal demon swiftly overpowered the abyssal creature, leaving nothing but a heap of mangled flesh in its wake. Following a ravenous feast, the primal demon successfully consumed all the valuable remnants left behind. Ultimately, amidst anguished howls, the primal demon acquired a distinctive trait from its foe. Its back rapidly split open, and amidst a grotesque transformation of flesh and blood, two fleshy wings sprouted forth. This marked one of the most formidable biological traits of this creature. Yet, simultaneously, all its other life characteristics were impeccably preserved, subject only to replacement by traits that were more suitable and powerful. Seeing this unfold, Chu Hao finally felt reassured. Everything was progressing smoothly. The form of the demon had been decisively established. Moreover, he could now contemplate undertaking the third simulation test for world invasion, bringing him closer to completing his final thesis. The title of Chu Hao's concluding paper would be The Exemplars Among Lower Dimensional Beings, the Chaotic and Evil Demons. Chapter 27, Reluctance and New Schemes. While Chu Hao immersed himself wholeheartedly in researching the primal demons within the divine realm, the mentors, including Wang Ji, had already received the completed fourth paper from Chu Hao, along with the title of his impending final thesis. What was going on? Why did the content of his last paper merely revolve around the degradation of a particular type of creature? It was known that the topic Chu Hao had chosen encompassed a vast array of content to expound upon. Yet, for reasons unknown, he had abandoned the other characteristics of lower dimensional beings, choosing instead to focus all his experiences on a creature known as demons. Oh, the other mentors, upon hearing this, became intrigued. By this point, Chu Hao's reputation as a genius had been firmly established, naturally piquing their curiosity regarding his actions. After all, to devote the majority of one's energy to a being within the boundless potential of the endless abyss was certainly peculiar. Just as these mentors engaged in speculation, Wang Ji, the vice president of Tianding University, returned to his office. However, his countenance had clearly darkened. Dark clouds were gathering ominously in the shadows of his face, reminiscent of a storm poised to unleash its fury. This suffocating atmosphere immediately enveloped the entire office. After taking several deep breaths, Wang Ji directed his gaze towards the title of Chu Hao's final paper, Demons, a creature of which he had never before heard. Wang Ji's curiosity was piqued, for he understood that the completion of this paper might herald the emergence of a new type of being. Yet, the weak are merely stepping stones for the strong. In a realm condemned to oblivion, a world marked by the decree of death requires little interference. It shall quietly fade into silence. Any plane akin to the endless abyss is destined to be obliterated by its own vastness. The principle, by Chen's voice, echoed in Wang Ji's mind like a devil's whisper. Regrettably, despite Chu Hao's prodigious intellect, his endeavor was a futile path. Contemplating this, Wang Ji lamented Chu Hao's design for the divine realm. Yet he could not devote all his energy to it. After glancing at the several papers presented by Chu Hao, Wang Ji hesitated briefly before ultimately sending the following message to the other mentors. Ahem. From this moment forth, esteemed mentors, I urge you to temporarily cease discussions and evaluations regarding Chu Hao's project. Upon reading this, many mentors were momentarily taken aback. They could hardly believe that Chu Hao, who had been deemed a paramount focus merely a day prior, was now being forsaken on the brink of completing all his papers. Wait, Vice Principal Wang, what has transpired? Why abandon the continued observation of Chu Hao's graduation project? Did Principal Bai Chen utter something? Wang Ji remained composed as he responded with the following text. From this moment forward, redirect all your attention to projects that still hold the potential for resolution. You must exert your utmost efforts to ensure these projects reach fruition. Furthermore, you are to seek out and nurture exceptionally bright students. This is not solely my command, but also the directive of Principal Bai Chen. At the mention of Bai Chen, the mentors collectively gasped. Finally, they found themselves bereft of any grounds for dissent. In Tianding University, Bai Chen's orders were akin to divine mandates, leaving no room for contradiction. Let us commence. After uttering these words, Wang Ji cast a final glance at the crimson-black whirlpool on the first page of Chu Hao's paper. The emotions in his eyes became exceedingly complex. Soon, the remaining mentors within the institution resumed their duties, seeking out projects with potential for completion and offering guidance wherever possible. Vice Principal Wang, look, Zhao Cheng, the second-place student, has revised his project and devised a new solution. In Zhao Cheng's newly designed world, he transformed the outdated approach into a model that left the mentors in awe. Chapter 28, Deception. Including Wang Ji, numerous mentors shifted their gaze towards the student named Zhao Cheng. Upon examining the project model he uploaded, they were met with astonishment. What is this? Three world trees of distinct attributes. How is this possible? Zhao Cheng exhaled slowly yet resolutely. As he released this breath, an intangible yet palpable wind swept through the vast expanse of the natural world. Of course, this was merely a breeze, not a tempest. Regardless of perspective, this wind was gentle, and within it, a crucial message was captured by all living beings in the world. That is to say, the creator of this realm. The progenitor tree, the great progenitor of all things, the master of Druhagan, had awakened. The last time this supreme deity had not succumbed to slumber. The three mother trees situated on different continents had yet to sprout. A millennium had passed since that moment. This revelation sent shockwaves through all the elves. In every elven kingdom, the high elves, whether tree elves, flower elves, or grass elves, immediately dispatched their envoys to the location of the supreme deity in the Middle Earth. Even the Golden Elven clan, tasked with guarding the continent housing the progenitor tree, set forth en masse toward the direction of the supreme deity. At last, after a few months, they arrived at the heart of Middle Earth, where they beheld the supreme deity, Zhao Cheng, enveloped in a radiant aura of green, gold, and white. In the gaze of all the elves filled with longing, Zhao Cheng slowly opened his eyes. God! In an instant, a deafening cheer erupted throughout the continent. All the elves rejoiced, exclaiming, O supreme deity, we offer you our utmost reverence that transcends even the mother tree. O divine one, I humbly kneel before you, beseeching your grace. Yet, amidst this fervor, a keen-eyed elf suddenly noticed the world tree standing behind Zhao Cheng, the mother tree that nurtured the entire natural world, Druhagan, beginning to wither at an alarming rate. Countless leaves fell like rain across the continent. Do not panic. Just as the elves teetered on the brink of despair, Zhao Cheng smiled gently, and an invisible wave swept through, instantly calming the surrounding elves. The world tree, Druhagan, has not perished. It is merely undergoing rebirth. With that, Zhao Cheng picked up the pure golden seed of Druhagan. Druhagan has made the ultimate sacrifice for the world you inhabit. It has bestowed upon its three offspring, represented by the world trees on your respective continents, all the rules it governed: the physical body, the soul, and the spirit. This was its final act in this cycle. Upon hearing this, tears streamed down the faces of all the elves. As the children of the world tree, they understood the truth in Zhao Cheng's words. Yet, even with the knowledge that Druhagan was entering a new cycle, the loss of a cherished entity brought them profound sorrow. Just moments ago, the three world trees began to ascend rapidly. They transformed from ordinary world trees into super world trees, akin to Druhagan, possessing the ability of void absorption. Simultaneously, they each inherited the three fundamental rules governed by Druhagan. After Zhao Cheng concluded, he placed the seed of Druhagan back into the pit before him, amidst the adoring gazes of the elves, waiting patiently for it to sprout. Meanwhile, a spark of excitement ignited in Zhao Cheng's eyes. He thought to himself, I have succeeded. Indeed, I have overcome the design flaws of the world tree. The descendants of the world tree shall no longer be inferior to their predecessors. This time, I have ensured that Druhagan's progeny inherit all that she possesses. My newly developed project will serve as a pivotal benchmark for the future. He lifted his gaze towards the three world trees, each differing in nature, and proudly mused, though they merely inherit separately, that is sufficient. Once, Druhagan could possess at most three rules. 3 rules were the limit. But now, Daruhagan can continuously reincarnate, separating 3 world rules for her children, only to absorb 3 entirely new world rules once more. This cycle shall repeat, allowing my natural world to perpetually flourish until it reaches its zenith. Most importantly, these 3 offspring of Daruhagan can connect the elves born within them directly to the 3 fundamental world rules: the physical body, the soul, and the spirit. As time passes, these elves will swiftly enhance their respective strengths, not to mention the 10th stage. Even legendary status is within their grasp. With this thought, Zhao Cheng felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his own genius. He was certain he had not squandered the so-called title of genius. However, upon glancing at the newly budding Di Luha gang, he quickly calmed his emotions. Turning to all the elves, he proclaimed, Di Luha gang is about to blossom anew. Your mother, your nurturer, shall soon return. Upon hearing this, the elves erupted into cheers. Yet, just as their jubilations reached a crescendo, Zhao Cheng abruptly interrupted them. A sly smile crept across his lips as he reveled in the impending fruition of his plans. Next, he must instill in these elves the sufficient motivation to grow stronger, to mobilize them proactively. The impending alien invasion during the assessment shall serve as the perfect pretext. Of course, that was merely his rhetoric. Although Di Luha gang was on the verge of budding, the process of rebirth could very well fail. The elves were momentarily stunned. They could not fathom why their creator would utter such words. Among them, a golden elf maiden, filled with anxiety, stepped forward and knelt before Zhao Cheng, humbly inquiring, God, why do you say this? Zhao Cheng slowly shook his head, employing a modified ethereal voice to respond. Because this time, Di Luha gang has lost its protective capabilities during the rebirth process. Throughout this budding stage, more and more malevolent entities will invade your world. Their intent is to utterly destroy Di Luha gang. Though I am a deity, my fusion with Di Luha gang means I too shall lose most of my power to care for it, and thus will be unable to provide you with protection. Therefore, in the times ahead, a glint of cunning flashed in Zhao Cheng's eyes. You must endure 3 trials to prove yourselves worthy of Di Luha gang's favor. The 3 world trees on your respective continents shall bestow upon you blessings of body, soul, and spirit. Only through prolonged study can you safeguard this world. You must grow stronger for yourselves and for this realm. Observing the fervent support expressed by the elves around him, Zhao Cheng nodded in satisfaction. This time, no one could deny the significance of my endeavor. These increasingly powerful elves are Zhao Cheng's capital. As for the statements regarding their trials, the essence of divinity is deception. Chapter 29, The Terrifying Abyssal Projection. With all preparations in place, Zhao Cheng promptly set off to the teaching area to complete the necessary procedures for applying for an independent assessment. He was confident that after these elves faced their first encounter with an alien invasion, they would unleash formidable potential for warfare. Therefore, he intended to apply for an independent assessment, akin to Chu Hao, to expedite the completion of his thesis and research. Regrettably, the elven race was not inherently endowed with formidable military prowess. They required external stimuli to reshape their civilization. Unlike the exceedingly harsh environment of the endless abyss that Chu Hao faced, the natural world designed by Zhao Cheng could be considered a veritable paradise. The elves were born under the protection of the world tree, Di Luha gang, and upon their birth, they had never sensed the malevolence of the world. They would not only never suffer from food scarcity, but even the conflicts between several elven empires were minimal. They were born as the favored children of the natural world. This also led to the elves' innate aversion to war, resulting in a distinct distaste for conflict. Although many among them possessed immense strength, they resembled infants wielding the power of adults, powerful yet oblivious to how to wield it, relying solely on instinct. Coupled with their astonishingly long lifespans, many elves spent their lives pursuing art and beauty, showing little interest in swords and armor. As Zhao Cheng contemplated this, he quietly murmured, "What I need most is to alter their mindset, to make them truly comprehend the cruelty of this world. The more they fear the terrors of the outside, the more devoutly these elves shall worship. The more devoted they are, the greater the quantity of divine fire they shall bestow upon me. This is the true path to ascendancy." With renewed confidence, he departed his dormitory and made his way to the assessment area. However, after just 2 steps, he encountered Chu Hao. Today was also the day Chu Hao applied for his 3rd world invasion simulation assessment. Yet, as the first to apply for an independent assessment, Chu Hao had already progressed to the final evaluation stage, the 3rd impact. He walked calmly toward the assessment area, appearing utterly disinterested in everything around him. Zhao Cheng couldn't help but sneer. This guy's character must be akin to mine, indifferent to matters beyond knowledge. With that, he followed closely behind Chu Hao to the assessment area. Upon seeing Zhao Cheng's arrival, the assessment teacher paused momentarily. He had anticipated that today would mirror yesterday, with only Chu Hao arriving to request an independent world invasion simulation test. Instead, he was taken aback to find Zhao Cheng also initiating an early assessment. Truly, does the emergence of a genius inspire change in others? The managing teacher mused, though it did not hinder his duties. After completing the paperwork for both applicants, He led them to the assessment area. At that moment, Chu Hao realized he had someone following him. Completely absorbed in the construction of the endless abyss and the research of low-dimensional topics, Chu Hao felt no interest in anything else. Just then, Zhao Cheng politely smiled at Chu Hao and half-challenging, half-provocatively declared, "Hello, Chu Hao, I am Zhao Cheng. We finally meet. This time, my project will undoubtedly be more renowned and astonishing than yours." An unimaginable battle fervor erupted in Zhao Cheng's eyes. During the graduation design period, no one was permitted to connect worlds or incite wars between them. Thus, these prideful graduates could only compete through the quantity of divine fire, the scale of their worlds, and the strength of their favored ones. However, to Zhao Cheng's surprise, Chu Hao merely regarded him with an expression reminiscent of concern, uttering, "Who are you? You are? Such a response was far beyond Zhao Cheng's expectations. What utter disdain! Zhao Cheng momentarily struggled to grasp the situation, his thoughts becoming chaotic. However, at that moment, Chu Hao had already seated himself in the designated area, preparing to embark on the world invasion simulation test. "Hey, wait, what?" Zhao Cheng attempted to interject. But before he could voice his thoughts, he was immediately rendered speechless. Chu Hao, cross-legged, manifested the endless abyss within the assessment area. What is this? The emergence of the endless abyss caused Zhao Cheng to feel an almost suffocating pressure. The appearance of the endless abyss has undergone a tremendous transformation during this period. The once spiraling, descending planar structure is now enveloped in countless black divine flames, forming a slowly rotating black-red vortex that hovers in the air. Behind Chu Hao, a monstrous projection of a world materializes. As the black vortex gradually spins, all present are enveloped in a daze, hearing the whispered murmurs of demons from the depths of the abyss. These voices, the authenticity of which remains uncertain, are imbued with an indescribable malice. This is the terrifying whisper of demons. It is also a lethal temptation that leads to corruption. Moreover, it serves as the abyssal declaration that etches itself into the minds of all. With the manifestation of the endless abyss, everyone present feels their convictions shifting. Once positive and uplifting emotions are gradually corroded, transforming into increasingly extreme negative feelings. Deep within each individual, the most extreme and darkest facets of their souls begin to expand, ultimately consuming their entire being. Greed, sloth, wrath, envy. The deepest desires within their souls surge wildly as their thoughts come into contact with the manifestation of the endless abyss. At this moment, a teacher swiftly reacts. With a flick of his hand, he shrouds Chu Hao's projection, isolating it from the essence of this world, to prevent it from affecting the other candidates. Simultaneously, he draws a strand of golden light into Chu Hao's divine realm of the endless abyss. Do not look. Do not think. Once Chu Hao's divine realm is enveloped, Zhao Cheng finally gasps for breath, his face pale. Maintain your original intention. Just as Zhao Cheng strives to dispel the unintended effects caused by the endless abyss, he hears the teacher addressing Chu Hao. Prepare yourself, Chu Hao. The simulated test for the third world invasion is about to commence, and this time the difficulty will be substantial. Chapter 30, The Unresolvable Paradox. Why does the world he designed affect me? While Zhao Cheng continues to breathe heavily, Chu Hao has already plunged into the simulated test. Countless minuscule particles of light, accompanied by numerous luminous points, enter the endless abyss. Among them, a large luminous point representing a legendary creature is also transmitted inside. Upon their arrival, all abyssal beings immediately become exceedingly agitated. The entire abyss seethes, from the abyssal flora at the uppermost layer to the primal demons hunting and growing stronger, to the leviathans in the chaotic stagnant waters, the beholders in the toxic fog nests, and the 100-armed giants in the blood-soaked marshes. Every abyssal creature, with the aid of the endless abyss, immediately fixates its gaze through countless planes upon the vast plains. Ultimately, their focus lands upon the alien legion that traverses from a higher dimension. This formidable war legion, comprised of several alien armies, reveals its sharp fangs and claws once more, showcasing its power cultivated through civilization to the newly born realm of the endless abyss. The terrifying test that once set countless worlds ablaze has finally begun. As the transmission concludes, a heavy human legion of approximately 20,000, clad in gray and white armor, appears at the pinnacle of the endless abyss. In addition to their weapons, armor, and mounts, which all possess standardized equipment, each individual in this legion bears an insignia on their uniform shoulder, depicting a fiery angel with 12 pairs of wings. Beneath this angelic insignia, a golden thread intricately weaves the numeral 13. Adjacent to this numeral is a unique identifier for each individual. More critically, upon their arrival in the endless abyss, each person immediately exudes an astonishing aura. This aura emanates solely from their insignia. Once the aura is released, the abyssal essence surrounding them is swiftly swept away. Despite the incessant distortion of the black-red vortex hovering above the endless abyss, all its efforts prove futile until these auras are exhausted. After dispelling the abyssal essence, these individuals do not exhibit any discomfort, as though they exist in their own world. This distinction is something the previous Orc warriors and Dragonblood troops had not displayed. At the forefront of this 20,000-strong force stands a towering figure, a human giant measuring 2 meters and 3 centimeters, adorned with a dragon-horned helmet, clad in pure white metallic armor, and wielding a colossal flaming sword. Beneath him is an equally massive hybrid steed of beastly lineage. He removes his helmet, revealing a resolute visage, and gazes at the bizarre and desolate world before him, softly muttering to himself, "We have arrived." The giant raises his head, looking skyward, where a palpable malice and hatred emanate from the swirling black-red vortex that perpetually seeks to distort them. He turns to his aide and remarks, "Indeed, this is truly a terrifying world." The aide nods in agreement, responding, "Yes, Lord Magnus, it is indeed a realm rife with evil and death. We must purify this damned world under the watchful gaze of the angels." Upon hearing his aide's loyal affirmation, Magnus smiles slightly and replies, "Indeed, we shall cleanse this wretched world under the sacred scrutiny of the angels." Suddenly, Magnus is struck by a moment of bewilderment. He senses an indescribable heart palpitation. This sensation is akin to someone clutching his heart with icy hands, mercilessly tearing at his lungs and viscera. Following this unsettling feeling, Magnus glimpses a humanoid creature draped in black-red scales at the edge of his vision. This creature possesses wings larger than its own body, and its claws drip with an unknown creature's blood. Its tusks, smeared with shattered flesh, emit a chilling radiance with each movement of its jaws. Its blood-red eyes reflect the 13th Legion, led by Magnus. Moreover, more abyssal beings are gathering around this peculiar creature. Each of these beings is grotesquely distorted, seemingly born as a spawn of chaos and evil. This peculiar being is none other than the original demon, a scion of the endless abyss. However, this creature alone is not what causes Magnus to feel a sense of dread. As a pinnacle legend, Magnus harbors no fear of such beings. What truly instills this sense of trepidation is the pitch-black vortex swirling behind this original demon. Within the storm formed by the black vortex, a pair of blood-red eyes, mirroring those of the original demon, fixate intently upon Magnus. This is the embodiment of the will of the endless abyss, the sentient entity of this low-dimensional, twisted world. It is observing us. But why does its mere gaze upon me evoke the sensation that my faith is crumbling? Magnus contemplates. A foreboding sensation, akin to a fissure in porcelain, began its insidious advance from the very depths, gradually enveloping the loyal Magnus. Meanwhile, Chu Hao had applied for a solo test, and his request was unexpectedly approved by Wang Ji. Upon witnessing the type of soldiers designated for the simulation of the invasion, Wang Ji was taken aback. Was this truly the 13th Legion under the command of the Fiery Angels? Why had Chu Hao drawn a test specifically designed to purify malevolent beings? A legion protected by genuine angels of faith? As the vice president of Tianding University, Wang Ji was well acquainted with the peculiarities of the assessment world. Was it mere coincidence? Or was it fate? This legion could be deemed the nemesis of any bloodline or undead, effortlessly overpowering the majority of dark attribute divine realms, as the presence of light attribute angels would inherently weaken the dark world's environment. Thus, I had significantly reduced their probability of being summoned. Wait. Suddenly, Wang Ji grasped the answer. He raised his gaze towards a certain area of the campus. Bai Chun, could it be you? Within the principal's office, Bai Chun tirelessly sifted through the data of the endless abyss. Her eye, composed of a black hole, opened wide, employing the school's highest authority to observe Chu Hao's endless abyss. Concurrently, a torrent of data surged into her consciousness. As the principal, she possessed privileges beyond those of ordinary instructors, and a glimmer of coldness flickered in her eyes. Let me witness whether the beings within the endless abyss can maintain their composure and display the requisite abilities when confronted by the might of a mid to high-dimensional faith legion. 2 different dimensions, 2 disparate governing rules, 2 contrasting environments. It was as though one were observing the dual sides of a coin. Such rare data. Therefore, Chu Hao, do not disappoint me. I wish to discern whether the topic you selected constitutes an unsolvable paradox. Chapter 31. Faith and Mockery. 1 hour prior in the realm of the endless abyss. In the profound depths of the abyss, the forbidden source of eternally fallen souls. Within the dwelling of the consciousness of the endless abyss, Chu Hao perceived the arrival of the Magnus Legion. Just as he prepared to envelop this legion in the aura of the abyss, an unsettling realization struck him. He sensed that the essence within the endless abyss was beginning to evaporate. In but an instant, the entire volume of the endless abyss had increased imperceptibly. The abyss, seemingly frozen in time, quivered momentarily. Many dimensions of the abyss, previously observable only in a state of idealism, suddenly materialized for that fleeting moment. Indeed, though the increase was slight, this elevation of the world was undeniably real. This immediately captured Chu Hao's attention. Although he had crafted the prototype of the endless abyss and successfully governed it, it did not imply that he was omniscient or omnipotent. The mysteries of the endless abyss might require a lifetime of study. Moreover, he instinctively sensed that the Magnus Legion had a genuine impact on the endless abyss. For this reason alone, Chu Hao deemed the 20,000-strong legion worthy of significant regard. Thus, with a shift of his thoughts, Chu Hao immediately directed his consciousness through the will of the endless abyss to the Wanyuan plane, the very plane to which Magnus had just been transported. So, it was a legion supported by faith? In the swirling black-red vortex, Chu Hao's gaze turned frigid, merely under his scrutiny. Numerous soldiers of the 13th Legion felt an agonizing dread welling up within them. This fear emanated from the depths of their souls, from the dark ocean of their hearts that had never been ignited or stirred. Yet, whenever Chu Hao's gaze swept across them, the insignia on their uniforms would emit an invisible wave, dispelling the gaze of the abyss. Soon, the soldiers regained their composure. Incredible. My luck is beyond description. I have drawn a legion of the rarest faith power. Chu Hao felt neither panic nor excessive joy. He simply inhaled deeply, quelling the torrent of brutality and malice that had surged forth in place of the will of the endless abyss. With calm resolve, he issued his command. In the darkness, an intangible yet meaningful directive from the abyss swiftly permeated every plane. O offspring of the endless abyss! Chu Hao's chilling voice commanded all who pledged loyalty to him to raise their heads and heed his words. Annihilate the invaders. And thus it concluded, with a single command. He patiently observed, for he understood that just one word from him would prompt the endless abyss, under his dominion, to take action. He merely wished to watch, to witness whether these human warriors clad in gray armor could uphold their faith amidst the inevitable corruption and distortion of the endless abyss. This data would enrich the crucial information regarding the demon race. Meanwhile, the 13th Legion, led by Magnus, was preparing for war. The entire legion divided into 10 battalions, each comprising 2,000 soldiers, and under Magnus' command, they immediately assumed their battle formations. Field priests, unleash your enhancement spells. Magnus instructed the central and most vital priest battalion behind him. Target, our heavy cavalry. With his command, thousands of field priests immediately demonstrated the unwavering strength of their faith. Even within the twisted environment of the endless abyss, they effortlessly cast various divine spells granted by the blood of angels. Weapon blessings, angels' horns, radiant enchantments. At the forefront of the battalion, the heavy cavalry led by Magnus caressed their insignias, welcoming the blessings bestowed by the angels. In that instant, the dimensional radiance emanating from above resounded throughout the Wanyuan plane of the endless abyss. Under this luminous glow, many abyssal creatures descended into madness. This light, born of beauty and goodness, incited fury within these inherently fallen beings. They howled, charging with all their might toward the detestable 13th Legion. However, before they could close the distance, Magnus snorted coldly. Donning his helmet, he called out to the masses, "All cavalry, charge with me." In the next moment, he led the heavy cavalry into a fierce collision with the abyssal creatures. In a mere encounter, countless abyssal beings were crushed beneath the hooves of the heavy cavalry. Those adorned in angelic blessings would become the final scene witnessed by the abyssal creatures as they faced their demise. Moreover, the other heavily armored warriors closely followed in the wake of the heavy cavalry and Magnus, swiftly charging at every heretic they encountered. The divine spells of the battlefield priests ignited a dazzling brilliance unique to this legion amidst the darkness of the world. With just a single wave of assault, the 13th Legion, led by Magnus, annihilated the majority of the living forces on the vast expanse of the abyssal plains. Before them lay the passage to the second layer of the abyss. Crossing through it would lead them into the depths of the second layer. Their speed surpassed that of the Dragonblood Legion several times over, and their casualties were merely trifling. So this world is composed of a complex multiverse? Magnus sneered as he gazed at the crimson-black vortex directly above him. The core lies beneath in the lower dimension. Are you prepared? He raised his colossal flame sword and challenged the will of the endless abyss. Yet, to his surprise, the will of the endless abyss offered no response. Its reaction to Magnus' provocation was merely a pair of deeply mocking eyes. It seemed to convey, "Come. In light of this, no matter how many dimensions I must traverse, I swear to the angels I serve, I shall utterly obliterate your core and purify this world." Magnus, upon witnessing this, felt a surge of anger. Thus, he set forth with his 13th Legion towards the second layer of the endless abyss. Poor Magnus. He would never fathom that he was about to embark on an irreversible journey into the abyss. Chapter 32, The Advance into the Fourth Layer of the Abyss. The fourth layer of the endless abyss presented a bizarre and indescribable spectacle, at least in the eyes of Magnus, the commander of the 13th Legion. He looked up at the sky. Above the eternally dim sky of the endless abyss hung a sun, blue in hue. Magnus exclaimed in disbelief. The blue sun continuously illuminated the fourth layer of the endless abyss, bathing it in a radiant azure glow. Moreover, the crucial distinction of this so-called sun was that it was entirely unlike the stars found in other worlds. The sun of ordinary realms emanates warmth and light, nurturing the life forms within. In contrast, the sun of the fourth layer of the endless abyss radiates elements of blue frost. Endless frigid elements wafted from the sun, perpetually transforming the entire dimension. This transformation rendered the fourth layer of the endless abyss a terrifying realm filled with razor-sharp ice. To traverse such a world, each soldier of the 13th Legion had to exercise utmost caution. For any exposed skin that came into contact with a shard of solid ice would be instantly encased in it. The minimal cost for such a misstep would be a whole piece of flesh. Even with internal orders emphasizing caution, these brutish men, consumed by war and angels, continually paid the price of blood. From time to time, soldiers would fall, crying out in agony and unable to rise. The biting cold and the screams of torn flesh sent shivers down everyone's spine. Moreover, in this perilous environment, soldiers had to remain vigilant against a particular abyssal creature known as the Ice Demon. This creature, a primitive subtype of demon, was almost indistinguishable from the ice itself. These exceedingly cunning beings would lie in wait along every soldier's path. They possessed remarkable patience, refraining from sudden assaults on the army. Instead, they would pounce when the majority of the soldiers' attention was diverted ahead, launching themselves from the solid ice to strike at the most vulnerable, injured members of the Legion. Whoosh! An ice demon swiftly darted over several soldiers' heads, seizing a wounded soldier from the battles of the third layer of the abyss before soaring into the air. The entire predation unfolded like a bolt of blue lightning. It was only after the anguished cries of the injured soldier echoed that the surrounding warriors understood what had transpired. "Oh, kill me," cried a soldier with a broken arm, dangling upside down as the ice demon clutched him, resembling a tattered toy. Countless streams of blood cascaded from his torn belly, splattering onto the blue ice, a stark contrast. Yet his suffering had merely begun. The winged ice demon, savoring its meal, gazed down at the soldiers below. "Kill me, quickly. Angels above, grant me release." The soldier watched helplessly as his soft intestines were yanked out, devoured piece by piece by the ice demon's grotesquely twisted maw. The surrounding soldiers, witnessing this horror, shouted in fury, attempting to provoke the ice demon to land. However, the ice demon merely regarded the foolish soldiers with a mocking gaze, showing no inclination to descend. Meanwhile, two captains of the 8th stage could no longer contain themselves. Aided by the battlefield priests, they donned angelic wings and prepared to ascend and slay the arrogant ice demon, granting their subordinates release. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, as soon as these two 8th stage captains ascended, they were swiftly surrounded by a multitude of concealed ice demons during their charge. Though their raw power far surpassed that of ordinary ice demons, in the skies, these cunning creatures held a significant advantage over mere mortals. Within mere seconds, 3 soldiers of the 13th Legion dangled from the sky, not yet fully dead. Such scenes unfolded along every path the 13th Legion traversed. Each occurrence diminished the once soaring morale of the 13th Legion. Not everyone could maintain composure in such a treacherous and perilous environment. Gradually, the soldiers began to entertain a new thought, a topic that dared not be uttered in their everyday lives. The entire 13th Legion found themselves pondering this very question. "Hey, finally, one soldier could contain himself no longer and suddenly shouted, 'Are we truly the fortunate ones chosen by the great angels?' His outburst sent a tremor through the hearts of the entire 13th Legion. Finally, someone had voiced it. "If we are indeed the favored children of the angels." The soldier's once azure eyes now bore shadows, as the radiance that once enveloped him faded. "Then why have we been cast into this damned, fallen world to suffer?" "Stop talking." The soldier's commanding officer, a captain of formidable strength at the 8th stage, struck him with a fist, causing blood to spurt from his mouth and nose. Yet, in the face of such brutality, the soldier defiantly shouted, "No, I will speak." The sudden assault ignited his fury, compelling him to voice his innermost thoughts. If angels are truly so magnificent, then why do they not descend to obliterate this world? This world teeming with the fallen. Why do they not? Enough. Just as he continued to yell, a sword swept through the air, severing his head from his body. In his eyes, the astonishment of many soldiers reflected back at him. This man had fallen, a member of the angelic forbidden army, clad in armor adorned with golden patterns and wielding a golden sword. Decapitated the soldier and held his head aloft, addressing the remaining onlookers of the 13th Legion. "Fallen one." The chilling gaze from within the helmet of the angelic forbidden army sent shivers down the spines of all present. This army, dedicated to order and faith, possessed the right to extinguish any being they deemed fallen. They would be thoroughly purified. "Our faith shall not be sullied, for the glory of the angels." Upon hearing this, all soldiers of the 13th Legion immediately bowed their heads and advanced towards the depths of the 5th layer of the abyss. At the forefront, Magnus sighed. "It is truly a descent into depravity that faith has crumbled so completely. It appears we must hasten our march. How many layers of dimensions does this world possess? 5, or perhaps 10. As he pondered, Magnus rubbed the flaming great sword in his hand. Although the casualties of the 13th Legion in the 4th layer of the endless abyss were the least among previous layers, this dimension had severely diminished their combat effectiveness. Unquestionably, gradually, an eerie illusion began to afflict more and more members of the 13th Legion. The beautiful angelic faces emblazoned on their shoulder emblems increasingly resembled those of demons. Guardian angels, protect me and keep me from the fallen. Chapter 33, Faith and the Abyss. The simulation test for world invasion was still underway. Aside from Chu Hao's keen interest in the battle situation, two other observers were also intently following the developments here. Those two were Wang Ji and Bai Chun. Each harbored differing sentiments as they scrutinized the raw data uploaded by Chu Hao. They gazed upon this seemingly black hole, an insatiable abyssal realm yearning to consume all. Under their secret observation, the 13th Legion, led by Magnus, proved itself worthy of its reputation as a powerful army blessed by angels. Under the command of this legendary pinnacle leader, the entire legion surged forth like a sharp sword towards the core of the endless abyss. They effortlessly accomplished what the orcs and dragon-blooded soldiers had never managed to achieve. They reached the 5th layer of the endless abyss while maintaining their complete formation. Throughout this endeavor, aside from the psychological strain inflicted by the ice demons and harsh environment of the 4th layer, the myriad abyssal creatures from the other 3 layers failed to inflict significant losses on this devoutly faithful army. Such performance elicited 2 starkly contrasting reactions from Wang Ji and Bai Chun. Wang Ji displayed acute anxiety. Although he believed from the data that Chu Hao's potential should suffice against this formidable army. After all, the endless abyss comprised 66 layers, and the fall of a mere 5 layers was negligible, he cautioned, but that army, imbued with fervent faith and the genuine blessing of angels, must be treated with caution. Chu Hao, his expression darkened. That power could easily annihilate the dark world. In contrast to Wang Ji's concealed dread, Bai Chun, the principal, exhibited a rather amused demeanor. No reaction at all. How intriguing. Is it that you are powerless against such a nature of army, or do you have alternative plans? She decided to proceed with her original intent to observe how the lower dimension would respond upon encountering the power of faith. Bai Chun bit her lip and activated her Supreme Star Domain, commencing a meticulous calculation regarding the embryonic form of the endless abyss. Dozens of nascent celestial bodies emerged behind her, each a projection of the genuine stars within her divine realm. Each star represented a complete miniature dimension, yet at this moment, their sole purpose was to serve as components in Bai Chun's calculations. This was the true embodiment of her authority, a genuine manifestation of a deity wielding the stars. Moments later, an unexpected yet logical result appeared before her. Indeed, after Magnus' legion stepped into the 5th layer, nearly 1.2% of the entire volume of the endless abyss was consumed. Bai Chun's stellar eyes shimmered. Moreover, from a dimensional perspective, the entirety of the endless abyss had been forcibly elevated. This indicated that the power of faith, emblematic of order and justice, could gradually restore the already distorted and fallen lower dimensional world back to a mid-high dimension. In the next moment, Bai Chun immediately shook her head, refuting her hypothesis. No. In the endless abyss, all theories regarding lower dimensions must be approached with caution. After witnessing the anomalies and distortions of the endless abyss, I must exercise utmost prudence. Curse it, could it be that Chu Hao cannot cope with this assessment? I recall that there seemed to be no beings surpassing the 10th stage in his world. Bai Chun sat in her office, curiously musing to herself. So, Chu Hao, what exactly do you intend to do? How do you plan to eliminate this troublesome faith army? Meanwhile, Chu Hao seemed to sense something. In the dim, unfathomable depths of the endless abyss, he lifted his gaze towards the expanse above him. Merged with the will of the abyss, his eyes glimmered with the unique black and red vortex of the endless abyss. Still nothing. Chu Hao raised his head, surveying the 5th layer of the endless abyss. The appearance of abyssal creatures surpassing the 10th stage. His eyes remained frigid. Even those primal demons of the 10th stage had not produced a single one to breach into the 11th stage, the legendary tier. What could possibly be the cause? Was it that the stimuli were insufficient, or was it that these creatures, including the primal demons themselves, encountered some issues? The chaos and disorder of the endless abyss had finally imparted a lesson to Chu Hao, that even one as powerful as he, who commanded the entirety of the endless abyss, could not completely tame the chaotic rules of the abyss. Just like the other beings within the endless abyss, Chu Hao himself also needed to adapt to the twisted and chaotic environment of the abyss. With this realization, a bitter smile crept upon Chu Hao's face. Indeed, I had completely forgotten the true nature of the endless abyss. Regardless of the evolution of living beings or the unique and twisted structure of this fallen environment, even the exceedingly chaotic rules of this world known as the endless abyss cannot be comprehensively grasped by human hands. Initially, the intention was for Magnus' Legion to create a high-pressure environment for all the primordial demons, encouraging their accelerated evolution. Yet, in light of the current situation, it is evident that Chu Hao has never truly regarded the so-called Magnus Legion with any seriousness. As the master of the endless abyss, he possesses an unparalleled understanding of its intricacies. From the outset, he has dismissed this so-called faith-based army with a sense of disdain. After all, the endless abyss is an immense world comprising 66 descending layers. The deeper one descends, the more formidable the creatures become, and the more complex and inhospitable the environment grows for ordinary life. Once they reach the 10th layer, the Magnus Legion will inevitably confront the terrifying, distorted layers of the powerful abyssal beings. At that juncture, whether facing the mighty 100-armed giants, the eyed demons, or even leviathans, this army's fate will be nothing but a dismal demise. However, Chu Hao refrained from taking such action. In his view, every assessment conducted by Tianding University represents a pivotal moment for the evolution of the endless abyss. When unable to engage in direct confrontation with other divine realms, these external stimuli become exceedingly crucial. As Chu Hao focused on observing the battle at the 5th layer of the abyss, a new revelation filled him with delight. Wait. In that fleeting moment, a peak-stage primordial demon managed to seize a source of faith from another world. Chapter 34, Kneel Before Me. What is this situation? Remarkably, both Chu Hao and Magnus simultaneously took note of this development. The difference lay in their reactions. While Chu Hao felt elation, Magnus experienced an overwhelming fury. Let us rewind the clock a few dozen minutes. In the 5th layer of the endless abyss, enveloped in a haze of various toxic mists, a formidable army, bolstered by devout faith, was engaged in a fierce struggle against twisted monstrosities imbued with chaotic evil souls. Unlike the desolate expanse of the frozen 4th layer, the 5th layer, despite being shrouded in diverse toxic mists, boasted relatively abundant resources. This richness, however, led to a proliferation of abyssal beings. Consequently, Magnus' 13th Legion was compelled to endure a ghastly bloodbath in the 5th layer of the abyss. Moreover, the conditions of this bloodbath were decidedly unfavorable for Magnus' forces. The terrifying toxic mists of the 5th layer, combined with the mild and humid marshy environment, posed little threat to the local abyssal creatures and primordial demons, for they had long since acclimatized to such discomforting surroundings. In stark contrast, the warriors of the Magnus Legion were ill-prepared for this toxic onslaught. The mists not only threatened to poison them to death, but also induced peculiar phenomena. For instance, one moment a Magnus warrior could be fiercely battling abyssal creatures, only to find himself the next moment writhing in agony, his body succumbing to necrosis. Others, having lingered too long in the colorless, odorless mists, found their bodies undergoing an irreversible melting process. Certain organs and tissues would inexplicably multiply or diminish, rendering them powerless and bewildered. Even more alarmingly, some warriors, under the influence of multiple toxic mists, transformed entirely into monstrous entities. Their wills began to shift towards monstrosity the instant they inhaled the poisonous vapors. The entire Magnus Legion, upon entering the 5th layer of the endless abyss, found itself ensnared in such dire circumstances. Nevertheless, Magnus, the formidable man shielded by angels, swiftly regained his composure. He bellowed toward the rear, where the heart of their war effort lay, the location of their powerful battlefield priests. The battlefield priests sprang into action, employing divine magic to cleanse the toxic environment. Ordinary warriors could not withstand the ravages of these dreadful mists. Magnus' assessment was astute. While such mists posed no threat to legendary warriors, they undoubtedly wreaked havoc upon the common soldiers. The battlefield priests promptly heeded Magnus' command. Merciful angels, we beseech thee for wind. Benevolent angels, we implore thee for wind. Kind angels, we call upon thee for wind. With the chants of countless battlefield priests, a tremendous gust of wind swept through, purging the toxic mists from the battlefield, just as the remaining mists threatened to engulf them once more. Myriad points of light emanated from the ranks of priestly warriors, coalescing in the sky. Once gathered, these lights materialized into an apparition resembling a luminous angel. Under the radiance of this vision, all toxic mists approaching the battlefield were rendered harmless. The central area of the 5th layer of the endless abyss was temporarily purified. This transformation invigorated the spirits of the Magnus warriors. For the first time, they beheld the true forms of the vile monsters lurking within the mists. These loathsome foes, upon the mist's dissipation, were immediately met with a fierce counterattack from the Magnus warriors. Yet, in a corner of this vast battlefield, an event caught the attention of both Chu Hao and Magnus simultaneously. A priestly-clad Magnus warrior, on the brink of death, knelt before a primordial demon, bloodied and battered. His vision nearly obscured, his body riddled with toxins. He was on the verge of expiring. In this fleeting moment of impending death, he was tragically ensnared by a variant of a primordial demon. As he teetered on the brink of oblivion, an intense desire to survive erupted from the depths of his soul, overwhelming his consciousness. Life. His heart beat once. He must live. His heart pulsed again. In this instant, he finally comprehended the beauty of life. This Magnus warrior vowed to exchange everything for a chance at survival, even if just for a second. Even if it meant inhaling another breath of tainted air. Even if it was merely to witness the sun in the sky one last time. Even if it meant returning to his homeland to see his parents one final time. Life. Crack. As a devout follower of the angels, a connection established with a certain entity was shattered within his soul. The color of this bond was pure gold, symbolizing justice, order, and faith. Meanwhile, another chain, its origin unknown, entwined itself around the ocean of his soul. This fetter bore a deep crimson hue. Kneel before me. Whether it was an illusion or reality, the Magnus warrior, yearning for survival, suddenly perceived the primordial demon before him whispering softly. In that fleeting moment, two gazes converged upon this scene. Above the endless abyss's fifth layer, a black-red vortex began to materialize slowly. The emergence of this vortex signified Chu Hao, embodying the will of the endless abyss. Directing the majority of his focus upon this Magnus warrior, the Magnus warrior knelt before the primordial demon, akin to his former self, who had once bowed before the angelic statue in pursuit of wealth and glory. I kneel before you, grant me life. I beseech you. At that instant, the primordial demon inexplicably turned its head, unleashing a new voice from the depths of its soul. It is not me you should kneel to, but to my master, who represents boundless chaos. In the skies above, the black-red vortex whirled violently. The Magnus warrior heard a voice emanating from the abyssal whirlpool. You should kneel to. Chu Hao's voice resonated within the depths of this Magnus warrior's soul. Me. In the next heartbeat, the Magnus warrior succumbed entirely to his fate. The connection to the abyss began to establish itself. He swiftly and resolutely transformed toward the direction of the abyssal monstrosity. No. Magnus roared. Chapter 35, Toys. Above the fifth layer of the endless abyss, a black-red vortex rapidly manifested. Upon its appearance, all abyssal beings, including the primordial demons, erupted in a frenzy of excitement. This reaction caught many Magnus Legion warriors off guard. The reason for such fervor among the abyssal creatures was the sensation of Chu Hao's unintentional gaze. This gaze embodied the will of the endless abyss, the only entity they truly feared and submitted to within its depths. However, although Chu Hao's consciousness had surfaced in the fifth layer of the endless abyss, the majority of his focus remained fixated upon the kneeling remnants of the Magnus warriors. I wish to survive. Following Chu Hao's declaration, the Magnus warrior's former beliefs shattered, replaced by a new faith in the endless abyss. The brutal battles of recent days had carved a vast chasm within his heart. The promises made beneath the angelic statue had long been forgotten in his desperate desire to cling to life. What loyalty, what defense of the angelic glory? Those were mere fabrications spun for the sake of wealth and prestige. The Magnus warrior knelt, feeling the disdainful gazes of his former comrades upon him. Had it not been for the dreadful miasma being dispersed, he might have remained undiscovered. Yet even so, this Magnus warrior felt no pangs of guilt. On the contrary, he redirected the loathing and resentment that surged within him toward the angels who had sent him here to perish. Why must you bask in the adoration of mortals while we are condemned to this hellish fate? The once glorious past paled in the face of imminent death. Great Abyss, I beseech you. A faint voice emerged from the depths of Chu Hao's heart. Within the vast ocean of his soul, an almost imperceptible spark began to flicker. This Magnus warrior had utterly succumbed. From flesh to soul, everything was warping toward monstrosity. With his conversion, a flicker of divine flame subtly increased the number of divine flames Chu Hao possessed. Yet, even this slight increment brought him joy. Indeed, the legendary properties of the endless abyss had finally been validated. When foreign beings, especially those bearing a certain belief, fall within the endless abyss, Chu Hao fixated upon the once Magnus warrior, now reborn as an abyssal monstrosity. Their faith will be twisted into a belief in the endless abyss. The power of their original faith would also return to the abyss. A cascade of lightning-like insights connected in Chu Hao's mind. He recalled the peculiarities he had grasped when confronting the abyss and enduring its gaze. So that's it. No wonder the nearly fallen deities resolutely walked into the abyss before their divine flames were completely extinguished. The endless abyss would extend its arms, welcoming those who had once opposed it. Ah, how it unfolds. Chu Hao's gaze became crystalline. This was, indeed, a mutually beneficial transaction. However, while Chu Hao pondered, Magnus himself was consumed by rage. Purify him. His roar reverberated throughout the realm. Purify this damned apostate. His fury caused all Magnus warriors to tremble. Rallying their somewhat fractured faith, several armored warriors swiftly advanced, brandishing their weapons toward the Magnus warrior who had been seduced. With a single strike, the warrior's head was severed, spinning like a top in midair. The blood gushed forth from his decapitated body, spraying the ground in a crimson torrent. As the blood pooled, countless tiny insects emerged from the swamp, eagerly licking it clean. Meanwhile, the purifiers did not cease their slaughter. They continued to form a triangular formation, charging toward the primordial demon's aberration that had ensnared the Magnus warrior. Due to the disparity in strength, the primordial demon's variant was swiftly dispatched in the blink of an eye. All of this unfolded before Chu Hao's eyes, yet he remained indifferent. The life of a mere primordial demon, a fallen outsider, held no significance in his view. Their worth had been entirely exhausted moments ago. The only thing that mattered to Chu Hao now was the formidable figure at the forefront of the battlefield, that Magnus warrior at the pinnacle of legendary might, nearing demigod status, and whose faith was the most devout. A malicious thought suddenly flickered in Chu Hao's mind. If such a pious individual could be seduced to fall within the endless abyss, how much divine flame might I harvest? And what sort of being would he transform into? At this moment, Chu Hao had cast aside any notions of assessment and forgotten the so-called provocation of the primordial demon. At this moment, the sole desire that consumed him was to satiate his insatiable thirst for knowledge. Upon contemplating this, a smile crept onto his lips. Suddenly, Magnus felt an overwhelming and terrifying pressure bearing down upon him. As a pinnacle of legend, he instinctively raised his head. Sure enough, amidst the dark red vortex that loomed above the endless abyss, a pair of pitch-black eyes emerged, fixated upon him with an unyielding gaze. Unlike the previous mockery, this time, he emanated only malice. Concurrently, the spatial laws governing the entire endless abyss began to unravel chaotically. Countless portals leading to the depths of the abyss abruptly manifested on the fifth layer. These grotesque doors, constructed from the bones and blood of unknown creatures, bore crimson numerals etched into their surfaces. Each blood-red numeral represented a unique dimension within the endless abyss. As these portals materialized, every Magnus warrior present began to tremble. They gradually discerned the horrific sounds emanating from beyond these portals. Countless abyssal creatures and demons, hungering to crush and devour them, were assembling. In that instant, Magnus comprehended why. During his previous encounter on the first layer of the endless abyss, the embodiment of this bizarre world had cast him a disdainful look. To it, we had always been mere toys, Magnus murmured softly. Chapter 36, The Abyssal Wave of Monsters. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, who had been discreetly monitoring the original data uploaded by Chu Hao, felt his pupils constrict slightly. At this moment, he could hardly believe that within the fifth layer of the endless abyss, millions of abyssal creatures surged forth like a catastrophic flood through the spatial portals that had formed across various dimensions, invading this upper layer of the abyss. Even more incredulous was the fact that this terrifying multitude represented merely a fraction of the total population of abyssal beings. Every single creature from the endless abyss, upon sensing Chu Hao's command, hastened towards the nearest portal, regardless of their strength. They raced, howled, and surged towards the portals, whether by running, flying, or even swimming. All the abyssal beings were consumed by an insatiable bloodlust. Under the frenzied stimulation of the endless abyss, they greedily craved the corpses of any mid-tier beings. From Wang Ji's perspective, torrents of abyssal creatures manifested in every dimension of the endless abyss. How could this be? How could there be so many creatures in the endless abyss? Wang Ji pondered, overwhelmed by the data-driven battlefield before him. Having missed the previous explosion of life in the endless abyss, he recalled it as a low-dimensional world characterized by extreme harshness, where the number of life forms was inherently limited. Even if some creatures possessed decent strength, their numbers were still quite scarce. Yet, the current situation left him utterly baffled, as the sheer quantity of life exceeded all expectations. Despite his confusion, Wang Ji felt a measure of relief. Well, since there are so many biological armies. Wang Ji sighed inwardly, casting a complex gaze at Chu Hao, who was seated cross-legged at the abyss's bottom, observing the unfolding situation. This time, Chu Hao's assessment appeared to be nearly foolproof. A smile graced his lips. Congratulations, Chu Hao, regardless of the path that lay ahead for him. Whether the topic he chose was paradoxical, or whether he was a true genius, Wang Ji felt an overwhelming sense of pride for this diligent and astute student. In the office, a mentor who had handed a thesis to Wang Ji noticed his change in expression and discreetly remarked to another mentor behind him, "Hey, I don't know why, but I suddenly feel that Vice President Wang seems a bit pleased." Hearing this, the other mentor turned to glance at Wang Ji. At that moment, Wang Ji was furiously berating a certain graduate's lackadaisical thesis. The office was awash in the tempestuous storm of his outrage. Witnessing this, the mentor rolled his eyes. "Are you kidding me? Perhaps it's just an illusion." Meanwhile, far away in the principal's office, Bai Chen's eyes flickered as she gazed upon the twisted portals within the endless abyss. At last, something intriguing had emerged. Chu Hao. Unlike Wang Ji, Bai Chen was indifferent to the difficulty of the assessment Chu Hao faced. What truly piqued her interest was the manner in which he would respond to the Faith Legion that sought to subdue his divine realm. To be precise, she was curious about how a low-dimensional being would counteract the purifying forces of the Faith Legion. It was evident that Chu Hao's actions in the abyss had already revealed the answer to Bai Chen. That answer was an overwhelming surge of monsters. Specifically, it was the abyssal wave of monsters. The very portals, grotesque and terrifying, inscribed with the various layers of the abyss. What a brilliant design. The ability to devise a method for transporting troops to defend against enemy assaults in the chaotic, ever-shifting endless abyss was nothing short of ingenious and refreshing. This design could easily inspire an entirely new subject of study: how to create stable teleportation devices under chaotic conditions. Even the discerning Bai Chen could not withhold her praise upon witnessing the spatial portals crafted by Chu Hao using the unique properties of the endless abyss. However, her understanding of these portals was fundamentally flawed. These terrifying gateways composed of bone and flesh were far from mere defensive capabilities. The true nature of these portals would soon reveal itself to her, in stark contrast to Wang Zhi's nonchalance and Bai Chen's admiration. Magnus was engulfed in a tempest of fury and terror. As a visitor to the endless abyss, he was witnessing, for the first time, the formidable armies forged from the abyss. Indeed, the forces comprising these abyssal creatures could finally be classified as an army, a battalion born solely for the purpose of slaughter. Every abyssal creature within this army had fought for its survival from the moment of its birth, struggling against the most brutal environments. Each being here was the most qualified warrior of the abyss. The previous orcs and dragon-blooded troops had never even been granted the privilege of witnessing the true visage of the endless abyss. Hold the line, Magnus shouted furiously as he surveyed the portals materializing all around him. Simultaneously, he dashed forward, cleaving two primal demons that were feasting upon a lone Magnus warrior into pieces, then incinerating their remnants into ash with the searing flames of his great sword. However, just as he rescued a soldier from the 13th Legion, a heavy knight mounted on a colossal steed was ensnared by hundreds of writhing tentacles to his left, with countless writhing tentacles, each tip adorned with a grotesque maw that even in the depths of nightmares, Magnus could scarcely fathom. The scene unfolded before him. In mere seconds, these monstrous mouths tore the heavy knight into shreds, armor and all, a display of merciless ferocity. Yet, in those final moments, Magnus could still hear the desperate call of the knight, echoing through the void. Captain. A few shadowy, intangible entities, dark as night, silently coiled around Magnus, gradually merging with his very essence. Could this be the dreadful place of divine retribution spoken of by the angels? As Magnus' soul plummeted deeper into darkness, a radiant light appeared, causing the shadowy creatures to screech in agony and dissolve into ash. In the heart of the battlefield, an angelic illusion, forged from divine magic, began to rise from the chaotic, dark, decaying abyss. The instant this celestial figure emerged, Magnus felt a resurgence of normalcy. The fortifying power of faith shielded his heart. Even as it bore cracks, he remained resolute. This was merely a trial, and we shall endure. With renewed vigor, Magnus gripped his colossal sword and rose once more, flames of hope reigniting in his eyes. I shall not yield, he declared, gazing defiantly into the malevolent eyes swirling within the crimson vortex above. Chapter 37, Oath. In the fifth layer of the endless abyss, a world twisted by eternal miasma and marshy terrain, the soldiers of Magnus' Legion, the 13th cohort, continued their valiant struggle against the relentless tide of abyssal creatures. Under the guidance of the ever-radiant angelic illusion above, Magnus' warriors temporarily forgot their pain. Oblivious to the hellish environment surrounding them, the power of faith enabled them to demonstrate their might, holding steadfast against the charges of common abyssal beings and primal demons alike. Their formidable defenses remained unbroken. As countless divine spells were unleashed, the casualties among the abyssal hordes escalated to terrifying levels. Truly, our warriors are commendable. Magnus beamed with pride at the soldiers who had fought alongside him for what felt like an eternity. But just then, a chilling roar pierced the air. Dozens of gargantuan tentacles, impossibly thick, surged from a rift in space, eliciting terror among all present on the battlefield. These monstrosities nearly burst through the sturdy dimensional gateway before deafening howls shattered the air as colossal giants with 100 arms finally emerged from the forcibly widened portal. These titanic creatures, adorned with an array of limbs and appendages, gazed greedily upon the beings from the upper dimensions. In an instant, the entire defense of Magnus' Legion was breached. Simultaneously, beams of energy erupted from another spatial rift, each infused with a lethal magical essence twisted by the abyss. Each ray harbored petrification, curses, and melting spells. Each would claim the lives of countless Magnus soldiers in agonizing screams. From the depths of the chaos, a grotesque, balloon-like entity known as the Eye Matron appeared, surrounded by an endless swarm of equally hideous eye creatures. Even the most seasoned battlefield clerics found themselves powerless against this horrific beast. Their proud divine spells were effortlessly suppressed before they could be unleashed. The clerics' ranks were crumbling. Magnus, undeterred, rallied his heavy cavalry and charged towards the Eye Matron. In his robust arms, he wielded a colossal sword engulfed in flames. 48 hours had elapsed since Magnus and his 13th cohort had entered this plane. Throughout this duration, Magnus had lost count of how many abyssal creatures he had vanquished alongside his heavy cavalry. The formidable heavy cavalry of the 13th Legion were the pride of his forces. No matter how powerful the abyssal entities, none could withstand the full might of a coordinated charge from the heavy cavalry, not even the 100-armed giants or the eye creatures. With this strength, Magnus had successfully safeguarded the core of his army, the battlefield clerics endowed with potent divine magic. Hold on, just a little longer, Magnus urged between coughs, wiping the blood from his face. Yet, unexpectedly, there was no response. Not a single heavy cavalryman answered his battle command. Magnus turned to look, only to be met with the shocking sight of empty ground behind him. Tentacles were retracting violently from the marsh, and nearby, drag marks marred the earth. Further away, bloodied bubbles gurgled up from the mire. In a fit of desperation, Magnus coughed up blood and fell from his steed. This legendary warrior, after slaying countless abyssal creatures and primal demons over these 48 hours, finally felt the weight of his own helplessness. At that moment, a familiar voice emerged from the mist of the marsh. Magnus, Captain, Jean? Magnus recalled the source of the voice. It was his squire, a kind-hearted and devout warrior from the countryside. Sure enough, Jean's freckled face, topped with a shock of red hair, materialized through the fog. Jean, you're alive. Yes, Captain Magnus, I am alive, thanks to. Before he could finish, a look of fear mixed with regret crossed Magnus' face. Before him stood a twisted abomination resembling Jean, with 6 spider-like legs sprouting from its lower body, tentacle-like arms, and a gaping maw at its abdomen. Thanks to the great Abyssal Will's mercy, I have survived. The angels know nothing of the Abyss's grandeur. They are false messengers, while I serve the true master. Tears streamed down Magnus' face as he rushed forward, embracing Jean. Despite the monstrous form that his squire had taken, he held him tightly. This young man who had been by his side since joining the army, rising from a lowly squire to a true knight. He embraced the boy who had once innocently asked him why angels were so beautiful, the soldier who had never doubted his orders but had only known obedience. Captain, why are you crying? As long as you stand with me, for the greatness of... Jean, I'm so sorry. Find peace. Magnus, having spoken, plunged his sword through Jean's 3 hearts, casting him into an eternal slumber, allowing his soul to forever return to the embrace of the angels. Yet, this is a falsehood. The souls ensnared by the endless abyss are condemned to perpetual descent. Magnus stood resolutely, gazing upon Jean's smiling visage. For reasons unknown, a miasma of poison dissipated completely around him. In that fleeting moment, he finally beheld the ultimate conclusion of this war. The entire Magnus battle group, the entirety of the 13th Legion, had succumbed. Apart from him, no warrior remained alive. Indeed, within the endless abyss, hundreds of twisted, newly fallen souls emerged, adorned with smiles, yearning for Magnus to lead them once more. Magnus lifted his gaze, and a black-red vortex loomed above him. Countless shadows of darkness encircled the sanctity of his mind from all directions. Within the black-red whirlpool, a pair of eyes fixated upon him, observing his every movement. Magnus, gripping his colossal sword, closed his eyes. His psyche began to fracture. The whispers of his once comrades gradually drew him into the enticing future woven by the abyss. His mental ocean was on the brink of invasion by the will of the endless abyss. Yet, at that moment, every night as I gazed upon the stars scattered across the sky, I would pose the question to myself. Magnus, gazing into the vortex of the endless abyss. A brilliant light erupted in his eyes. Will I become the sole conscious soul amid this war? But now, I have found the answer. Within Magnus' mental ocean, a light began to flicker. I have never faltered. I knelt before the idol, pledging a promise for myself and my faith. At this moment, countless flickering divine flames emanated from the depths of Magnus' soul, gradually purifying him. The only sound that reached my ears was the counsel bestowed upon me by the angels. Faith is most precious only when acted upon. Witnessing Magnus' soul, his corporeal form, and all that he was turned to ash, a pair of obsidian eyes quietly departed this world. He felt neither disappointment nor fury. What remained was the emptiness that followed enlightenment. In this instant, he grasped something more significant than that of a legendary warrior at his zenith, the method to utterly dismantle mortal faith. Just as the legendary warrior ignited his soul through the nexus of faith, what he accomplished was, to the entity that ruled the endless abyss, utterly mundane. A devout soul dissipated into the endless abyss. Chapter 38, The Seed of Faith. As Magnus' soul and body were consumed by divine fire into utter void, Chu Hao shifted his focus from the 5th layer of the endless abyss. Simultaneously, the spatial gates birthed through Chu Hao's will crumbled into oblivion. All pathways leading from the abyss's depths to the 5th layer were promptly sealed. Countless abyssal creatures, gathered near the remnants of the spatial gates, erupted in anguished roars. Their long-cherished opportunity to ascend vanished before their eyes. This left those who had dwelled in the abyss's depths engulfed in indescribable despair and wrath. It is essential to understand that the environment of the endless abyss is uniquely perilous. With every descent into a lower plane, conditions worsen, and the rules spiral further into chaos. Thus, the deeper one descends, the more terrifying the endless abyss becomes. Moreover, during their ascent to the higher planes, these creatures are exceedingly vulnerable to assaults. A mere misstep could render them prey to other abyssal beings. Hence, in the eyes of these creatures, even the 5th layer, replete with toxic mists and mire, appeared as an unattainable paradise. Not to mention the soft, non-toxic flesh of the alien warriors who perished in the 5th layer of the endless abyss, a delicacy they could scarcely obtain. This longing consumed these abyssal beings. As for those fortunate enough to have reached the 5th layer of the endless abyss, participating in the war against the alien invasion and surviving, they were the lucky ones. They not only survived, but also entered a realm with lesser survival pressures, replete with abundant opportunities for evolution. Furthermore, the stronger among them had the chance to eliminate the remaining abyssal beings, thereby spawning their progeny in this plane and allowing their kind to dominate the entire realm. Amidst this tumult, the fifth layer of the endless abyss, the site of the 13th Legion's demise and Magnus' fall, heralded a revelry of life. All surviving abyssal beings eagerly partook in this grand celebration, with no one absent. Their admission ticket? Their very lives. Such is the endless abyss. After every war, it welcomes a new prosperity, akin to the resilient weeds of a mid-tier dimension, thriving endlessly. However, these matters were not what preoccupied Chu Hao's thoughts. His primary concern lay in the invaluable insights gleaned from this final trial regarding how to exploit the powers of the endless abyss to plunder divine flames of faith from other worlds, thus obliterating mortal faith entirely. What an extraordinarily precious experience. Reflecting on the myriad scenes preceding Magnus' demise, Chu Hao mused, at last. I have the opportunity to witness firsthand why faith empowers ordinary mortals to resist the seductive allure of the abyss's corruption. In the preceding conflict, Chu Hao had deliberately extended the duration of the war, intending to hasten the corruption of these mortals, leading them to their downfall into the abyss. Originally, given the harsh environment of the endless abyss combined with the unique, fearsome nature of abyssal beings, it should have been exceedingly challenging for ordinary soldiers to withstand the corrupting temptations emanating from the darkest depths of their souls. Yet, this experiment yielded unexpected results. The entire Magnus battle group did not experience widespread faith collapse until the mid to late stages of the war. Previously, I had assumed that faith was akin to the corruption found within the endless abyss, a subconscious thought erupting from the soul. However, upon reflection, Chu Hao's expression turned grave. My prior conjectures were evidently hasty. The so-called devout faith is, in fact, a divine flame derivative birth from semi-divine beings sowing a seed within the ocean of a mortal's mind. The more one perceives themselves as devout, the greater the quantity of divine flames they can produce, thus generating an abundance of faith. Such beings, all along, have not wielded their own power. Rather, they have drawn upon the might of those formidable entities. This elucidates why those seemingly omnipotent clergy, despite acquiring stronger divine abilities, have not undergone any transformation in their very essence. During the earlier conflict, Chu Hao had also devoted considerable attention to observing the battlefield clergy's performance closely. He discovered that these battle priests, when unleashing divine spells, possessed powers comparable to many formidable magical abyssal beings. However, what perplexed Chu Hao was the fact that these battlefield priests exhibited an astonishing fragility, their bodies indistinguishable from those of ordinary mortals. This revelation left Chu Hao utterly astonished. It is a well-known truth that no creature can maintain its life form unchanged upon acquiring greater abilities. Even the demons, notorious in the abyss for their physical frailty, underwent transformations in their life forms once they thoroughly mastered abyssal magic. Although their physical strength remained as brittle as glass, they were undeniably evolving towards a higher life form. Yet, whether it be the ordinary level priests of 3rd stage strength or the bishops of 10th stage strength, their physical robustness, their very essence of life, had not undergone any transformation. This was illogical and decidedly unsettling. However, the answer to this conundrum dawned upon Chu Hao in the fleeting moment when Magnus immolated himself into ashes. As he ignited himself with divine fire, Chu Hao observed a profound change within his own soul. A seed, seemingly the source of faith, had successfully shielded his spirit before his fall, allowing this peak legendary being to salvage his soul's ocean, thus halting further descent into corruption. In other words, if Chu Hao could devise a means to taint the existence of that seed with the endless abyss, then theoretically, all beings could be corrupted by the abyss. Should this occur, the quantity of divine fire Chu Hao possessed would undoubtedly escalate exponentially. Yet, concurrently, a new question emerged for Chu Hao. What precisely was that entity akin to the seed? How could he possibly corrupt them? This inquiry remained shrouded in mystery, as no one currently possessed the answer. Although the vast majority of divine realms relied upon the divine fire birthed from belief to enhance themselves, thus far, no individual had sought to explore the means of leading the denizens of their divine realms toward corruption, for such beings represented a precious source of divine fire. Their sole aim was to employ deceit and various false pretexts to ensure that these inhabitants of the divine realms became increasingly devout, thereby providing more divine fire. As for the methods of corruption, they were solely the concern of Chu Hao. Taking a deep breath, he calmed his tumultuous thoughts. In the depths of the endless abyss, he reopened his eyes, extricating his consciousness from the abyss. This dilemma would have to await the next opportunity for experimentation. In any case, having successfully completed 3 world invasion simulation tests, he had gathered a wealth of data. Soon, his final thesis would come to fruition. Chapter 39, Chu Hao's Choice. Chu Hao, you have successfully passed the final world invasion simulation test. Congratulations. Upon completing the 3rd assessment, as soon as Chu Hao opened his eyes, 2 instructors addressed him with such words. Although the number of topics passed annually at Tianying University was astronomical, they nonetheless regarded Chu Hao with a degree of esteem. After all, the subject he was researching was a conundrum that had remained unsolved for centuries. This was indeed a remarkable achievement. At that point, Chu Hao could choose to retain the core formulas of the lower dimensional world, independently construct a new divine realm, and coalesce divine fire, ultimately attaining the position of supreme god in that realm. Many had taken this path, most notably the creators of the worlds and stars' divine realms, who achieved their status as supreme gods by utilizing their constructed powerful worlds as a foundation, incessantly gathering the essence of worlds to fortify their divine realms, ultimately accomplishing the title of supreme god solely through their own divine realms. As for the second option, should Chu Hao be willing to share the methodology behind the establishment of the endless abyss and incorporate it into textbooks, he would gain immense fame and resources, becoming a figure of great reliance, with many individuals eager to offer ideas and designs to enhance his world, thereby reaping boundless benefits. Numerous individuals had pursued this route, the most renowned being the founder of Heavenly Mountain, who similarly attained the enviable position of supreme god through collective efforts. Of course, it was impossible to replicate an identical world. Most of those who came later could only be considered imitators. Every divine realm's original version was the strongest and utterly unique. In summary, both choices appeared exceedingly promising in the eyes of the instructors. Contemplating this, the gaze of the instructors towards Chu Hao brimmed with respect. After all, this young man had the potential to become a significant figure. Even if they could not derive immediate benefits from him, leaving a favorable impression was certainly worthwhile. However, to the surprise of the two instructors, Chu Hao's reaction was remarkably composed. He lifted his head, retracting the manifestation of the endless abyss behind him, and proceeded to exit the assessment area. Yet, before departing, he cast a contemplative glance in the direction of the world's core. As soon as Chu Hao left the assessment area, Zhao Cheng approached. He had also completed his first world invasion simulation test, thoroughly eliminating the alien forces that had invaded his divine realm. The losses his world sustained were but a mere trifle. The elves, though initially struggling against the invaders, swiftly established formidable defenses under his guidance, burying all the ugly intruders who dared to invade their world beneath the urgently nourishing roots of the world tree. Indeed, some of the invaders had been buried alive beneath the roots, who said that the beautiful, effervescent elves must be benevolent beings. These enchanting elves showed no mercy to those who dared to invade their realm. This demonstrated that the elves designed by Zhao Cheng possessed combat prowess that, to some extent, rivaled that of the dragon kin. Zhao Cheng felt a sense of pride in his design. However, at that moment, he was not filled with joy, but rather an overwhelming sense of doubt. He was immensely curious. He could not comprehend why the mere manifestation of the world Chu Hao was studying could evoke the darkest thoughts within him. This was a phenomenon absent in any divine realm design he had encountered before. He longed to understand why the endless abyss was so exceptionally unique. Such curiosity urgently demanded fulfillment. Hey, Chu Hao, congratulations. Despite his impatience, Zhao Cheng maintained his politeness, greeting Chu Hao with a smile as he exited the assessment area. Chu Hao merely tilted his head to glance at him. You, who are you? Upon hearing the question he had already posed once, Zhao Cheng felt an overwhelming frustration surge within him. You, of all people, were in the assessment area just half a day ago. However, before Zhao Cheng could utter another word, a pair of large hands clapped down on his shoulders. Turning his head, he was astonished to find the most authoritative vice president of Tianying University, Wang Zhi, standing beside him. However, at this moment, Wang Zhi wore a smile. Wait a moment. Could this old monster actually smile? This was Zhao Cheng's sole thought upon witnessing Wang Zhi's smile. After all, during his 4 years in university, Zhao Cheng could not recall any memory of Wang Zhi smiling. His memories of Wang Zhi consisted solely of his roaring at students, his bellowing at various mentors, and his thunderous tirades directed at both students and faculty alike. Are you two engaged in conversation? Indeed, Zhao Cheng replied. But Chu Hao shook his head. No, not at all. For a moment, the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Well, that is fortunate. Chu Hao, I need to speak with you. Although Chu Hao was uncertain of what the Vice President Wang Zhi wished to discuss, he nonetheless acquiesced to the request. After casually concocting a reason to send Zhao Cheng away, Wang Zhi led Chu Hao to his office. Chu Hao, I have been monitoring the topic you chose since the inception of your research, Wang Zhi stated directly. Chu Hao merely nodded in response. He had known this from the very beginning. After all, not everyone could secure the opportunity to conduct a simulated test independently. Your papers exhibit a genius-like thought process, and the theories contained within are nothing short of astounding. Your brilliant ideas have nearly conquered the subject of low-dimensional worlds, provided you complete your final thesis. You are among the most outstanding students since the establishment of Tianying University. In the privacy of their two-person conversation, Wang Zhi did not hesitate to lavish praise upon Chu Hao. Observing Chu Hao's composed demeanor, Wang Zhi felt an increased admiration for him. Not everyone could dismiss their own accolades with such indifference. Only those possessing such equanimity could avoid being driven mad by the allure of fame and fortune, ultimately reaching greater heights. Wang Ji continued, "Thus, Chu Hao, I wish to know your future intentions. Are you planning to keep your core formulas confidential in order to establish a new pantheon, embarking upon the arduous path of ascension? Or do you intend to share the structural rules of the Abyss, allowing others to contribute to your design? If you choose the latter, I can, in my capacity as vice president, secure you a position at Tianding University, granting you access to greater resources." Upon hearing this, Chu Hao pondered for a moment before delivering an unexpected response. "I have not yet decided." Wang Ji nodded. Indeed, a newcomer just beginning to shine would invariably require time to contemplate. After all, my experiment is not yet complete, and I currently lack the time to consider such matters. I need more data to finalize my last thesis. At this remark, Wang Ji paused. Experiment? Not finished? What does that mean? Did he not pass the test just now? Yet, in the next moment, Wang Ji was rendered speechless. "I intend to continue refining and researching the world I have created, so that I may subsequently apply to challenge the 4th simulated world invasion test of Tianding University. I plan to establish a connection with the assessment world for a confrontation, a deadly struggle between two realms. Chu Hao's system task: destroy the assessment world of Tianding University and delve into its depths. Task reward: the method to establish the ring of the 7 deadly sins." Chapter 40, The Mountain. Are you out of your mind? Inevitably, Chu Hao's response sent Wang Ji's voice echoing throughout the office. A deadly struggle? A confrontation with the assessment world? The 4th and final simulated world invasion test. Wang Ji's eyes blazed with fury. That was merely a cruel joke played by that ill-tempered individual upon the establishment of Tianding University, a jest at the expense of all students. What he referred to as the 4th simulated world invasion test was simply impossible for anyone to complete. This was a predetermined fact, not a jest. Throughout his extensive teaching career, Wang Ji had witnessed countless overconfident graduates, heedless of warnings, who embarked on the 4th simulated world invasion test. Each and every one of them was inevitably overwhelmed by the might of the assessment world. Countless alien entities, a well-structured circular dimension, and terrifying dimensional overlords. Each one, without exception. Although the 4th simulated world invasion test was nominally labeled as the gift of the founder of Tianding University, those who succeeded would supposedly gain access to all resources of that formidable world. In reality, this dreadful trial was regarded by all knowledgeable mentors as the devil's gift. It was not a trial, nor an assessment. It was merely a journey into an abyss from which there was no return. Why would you undertake such a course of action? Wang Ji inquired, lifting his gaze toward Chu Hao. Yet, Chu Hao remained silent. The two fell into a profound silence. Wang Ji was deeply reluctant for Chu Hao to participate in the 4th simulated world invasion test, for every participant had, without exception, utterly obliterated the worlds they painstakingly designed. Their projects and unfinished theses left in tatters. These unfortunate souls were ultimately forced to select new topics the following year. In tandem, their pride was also annihilated. Suddenly, Wang Ji heard Chu Hao's earnest answer after deep contemplation, a response that he would remember forever. "Because the mountain is there." Chu Hao raised his gaze, fixing his eyes upon the vice president. "The mountain is there." At this declaration, Wang Ji was momentarily taken aback. Chu Hao continued, "It represents a challenge, a journey of conquest. If this assessment is akin to an unscaled mountain, I firmly believe that in the future, countless individuals will strive to conquer it, even at the cost of their own lives. Because the mountain is there, the most alluring aspect of a peak lies in its unconquered status. Unconquered, therefore, exploration persists. The endless abyss is the world I have designed. I understand it. I believe it possesses immense potential, and I can overcome this challenge. Even if its difficulty far surpasses anyone's imagination, it should not cease here. Alternatively, to put it another way, if it cannot even surpass this hurdle, then it is better to let it dissipate here." Chu Hao's response struck like a sword. After leaving the vice president's office, Chu Hao returned to his dormitory. He was informed that he had 1 week to refine his divine domain world. 1 week later, on the eve of graduation, he would have his final opportunity to establish a connection with the assessment world. Thus, he must complete the construction of his divine domain world, the endless abyss. Within this limited time frame, do not be complacent. Chu Hao sat at the edge of his bed, slowly exhaling a breath. This so-called 4th simulated world invasion test was no laughing matter. The previous iterations, in terms of the magnitude of the endless abyss, could only be considered a minor stimulus. After all, the low-dimensional world descending to the 66th layer of the endless abyss cannot be utterly annihilated, which is why I have never taken these assessments to heart. However, the 4th impact is an entirely different matter. Chu Hao took a deep breath, channeling his thoughts into the depths of the endless abyss. The 4th assessment signifies a true war, a brutal conflict in which only one world can survive. In previous trials, I merely faced the challenges posed by a legion, a battle group, an army, but this time, I must confront a formidable world possessing multiple dimensions. Thus, I must devise a method to rapidly enhance the strength of the beings within the endless abyss. Chu Hao's gaze swept across the entirety of the abyss. Traversing the numerous dimensions of the 66th layer, countless abyssal creatures expressed their absolute submission as his eyes passed over them. Though many of these beings exuded a terrifying aura, in Chu Hao's eyes, they were indeed warriors worthy of respect. He began to ponder this conundrum. Simultaneously, he accelerated the flow of time within the endless abyss, causing the temporal pace of the entire realm to leap forward. The vibrant life throughout the abyss unfolded before his eyes, fostering rapid contemplation. Soon, an idea took shape in his mind. I could consider modifying a portion of these primordial demons. I could transform their bloodlines. Then, I could directly infuse the most ferocious powers of rules into their essence. Such alterations would undoubtedly lead to an exponential increase in their strength. Furthermore, I could preserve their original bloodlines and utilize the capabilities of the endless abyss to continuously produce a multitude of warriors. Although the subsequent growth of these demonic soldiers would be limited, they would possess considerable strength from the moment of their creation. In this way, I would neither disrupt the natural evolution of the endless abyss nor restrain my capacity to amass an army. A spark ignited in Chu Hao's eyes. If I were to proceed with this plan, I should first construct several incubation pools. Ideally, these pools should be sized according to the dimensions of the realms. Let us test this hypothesis. With that, Chu Hao immediately embarked on his experiment. Countless primordial demons, obedient to his will, gathered in certain special dimensions. Within these realms, Chu Hao wielded his dominion over the endless abyss to employ numerous primordial demons for his experimentation. In these dimensions, countless primordial demons began to undergo Chu Hao's trials. However, one crucial point must be noted. Many of these primordial demons perished during the course of his experimental designs. Despite possessing an inherent adaptability to their environment, the infusion of excessively violent rules into their bloodlines proved unbearable. Yet, even in the face of such failures, Chu Hao remained undeterred in his pursuits. For he believed that sooner or later, there would be demons capable of enduring such trials while retaining their characteristics. These demons would serve as the foundation of the demonic legion. Chapter 41, An Aimless Experiment. In a certain dimension of the endless abyss, a crackling sound echoed. A primordial demon, its form exhibiting a striking blend of blue and yellow, exploded as it was subjected to an excessive influx of violent energy. Transforming into a pool of crimson ichor before Chu Hao, countless scarlet droplets splattered before him, yet not a single drop touched his form. In the midst of this endless bloodshed, Chu Hao's expression betrayed a hint of irritation. The 460th experiment. Failure. Chu Hao sighed, addressing the pool of red ichor before him. This subspecies of primordial demon, residing in the 43rd layer of the abyss, succumbed to the thunderous rules I had woven. According to my hypothesis, since this primordial demon could thrive in the tempestuous environment of the 43rd layer, rife with thunder and rain, it should be capable of withstanding the power of the thunderous rules. The 43rd layer of the endless abyss is a realm permeated by lightning. Within this dimension, the fierce conflict between water and wind elements gives rise to an extreme environment, characterized by relentless gales and torrential downpours. Following the chaotic warfare between these two elements, endless lightning emerged as a byproduct of their strife. Consequently, all creatures inhabiting this dimension, including the primordial demons, exhibited remarkable resistance to lightning. Naturally, those unable to master this resistance had long since been reduced to ashes by the thunderous roars. Chu Hao's interest lay in the formidable resistance to lightning possessed by these creatures, prompting him to conduct such an experiment. In his view, while these beings displayed a resistance to lightning, they lacked the capacity to control it. The ability to endure lightning's wrath is entirely distinct from the power to wield it as a weapon against foes. One merely passively defends, enduring damage from similar attributes, while the other actively harnesses rules and elements to obliterate adversaries. Adaptability in the harshest depths of the endless abyss does not amount to much. Indeed, it barely qualifies as an asset, since there are no inherent issues with the rules themselves. A flicker of determination crossed Chu Hao's eyes as he scrutinized the lightning rules within the endless abyss. Although extreme chaos had distorted the lightning rules beyond recognition, rendering them indecipherable to ordinary beings, Chu Hao, as the master of the endless abyss, could assert with absolute certainty that the lightning rules are indeed functional. At least, they are operational within the abyss. Having confirmed this, Chu Hao inhaled deeply. Might the issue lie with? His gaze fell upon the nearby primordial demons, rendered dormant by his command. Could it be that the very nature of their race is the reason my experiments remain stalled at this juncture? With this thought, Chu Hao extended a finger, summoning a primordial demon before him. In the presence of the terrifying will of the abyss, this formidable primordial demon trembled, instinctively seeking to appease Chu Hao. This was not merely a matter of hierarchical dominance. It was also a manifestation of bloodline subjugation. Primordial demons possess an innate ability to sense that the being before them is their progenitor, the source of bloodlines for all abyssal creatures. The entity before them, exuding pure darkness, is the very origin of the endless abyss. Observing the quaking primordial demon, Chu Hao sighed in resignation. Frankly, he remained utterly at a loss regarding the direction of his experiments. Although less than half a day had passed in the outside world, and time was still abundant, the daunting difficulty of the fourth assessment loomed over him like a mountain, pressing down with overwhelming weight. Furthermore, the current state of stagnation only exacerbated the irritation bubbling within him. With this thought, Chu Hao gently set the primordial demon down, allowing it to once again succumb to slumber. Since conventional experimentation had proven futile in yielding the desired results, he decided it was prudent to temporarily unwind. Perhaps a leisurely exploration of the endless abyss would provide him with a wealth of inspiration. Upon concluding this thought, Chu Hao paused his aimless experiments and ventured alone to some renowned scenic spots within the abyss to refresh his mind. This marked his first foray into the abyss devoid of utilitarian intent, and simultaneously, it was his inaugural, genuine understanding of the endless abyss. The atmosphere was indeed intense. Perched upon a fractured cliff, Chu Hao gazed down into the tumult below. At that moment, a horrific battle raged at the cliff's base. Several pinnacle-stage primordial demons were fiercely clashing with a grotesque abyssal creature, its body enshrouded in black scales and adorned with soft, venomous spines on its limbs. Regardless of which side emerged victorious, the defeated would inevitably become a coveted meal for the victors, serving as sustenance and evolutionary capital for the latter. Fascinated by the spectacle, Chu Hao settled in to patiently observe this conflict, an event that could never transpire in the outside world. The primordial demons exhibited commendable strategy. They encircled their adversary without immediate aggression, cleverly draining its life force to ensure its demise. Though a few of the demons might perish, the remaining ones would undoubtedly dismantle the abyssal creature into pieces. As the chosen kin of the abyss, these primordial demons possessed unparalleled potential, primarily excelling in combat capabilities beyond mere evolutionary prospects. Uncertain of how long this skirmish would persist, Chu Hao pondered finding something to occupy himself. Ah yes, while watching, he whimsically conjured a campfire before him and summoned a rather peculiar creature from another dimension, remarkable even in the depths of the abyss. This creature bore a resemblance to a rabbit in stature and behavior, yet its diet was exclusively carnivorous. They thrived in groups, mercilessly devouring foes 100 times their size. Gently stroking this endearing abyssal rabbit, Chu Hao smiled as it reveled in the caress of the abyssal will. However, mere minutes later, this charming creature found itself roasting over the fire, continuing to enjoy Chu Hao's touch as it became his meal. Incidentally, the flesh of these abyssal rabbits was extraordinarily delectable. Even without any seasoning, a true culinary delight. As he savored the roasted rabbit, Chu Hao continued to observe the battle below, which had now reached its conclusion. The formidable abyssal creature had perished alongside two primordial demons in a mutual demise. The surviving demons now joyously shared in the feast. Though their notion of joy involved ruthlessly smashing one another's heads, this was no mere metaphor. They genuinely sought to obliterate each other's skulls. Ha! Witnessing this, Chu Hao couldn't help but burst into laughter. Indeed, collaboration among demons was an impossibility. Demons inherently thrive on preying upon the weak, while yearning for greater power. Each one of them embodies a profound disdain for order, their very souls inclined towards a greedy embrace of chaotic evil. No demon would ever willingly sacrifice for another, especially when survival was at stake. Unless, suddenly, Chu Hao's laughter faded, and he cast aside the roasted abyssal rabbit, his eyes glinting with newfound clarity. A thought struck him like lightning. Unless a portion of these demons was destined to be enslaved by their peers, the weak. Chapter 42. The Strong and the Weak. Observing the primordial demons below, embroiled in a frenzied struggle over their prey, a brilliant insight illuminated Chu Hao's mind. The inherent nature of primordial demons is to subjugate the weak while augmenting their own strength. Simultaneously, they will hunt down any competing primordial demons for the simple reason of eliminating rivals to enhance their own power. At that moment, a pinnacle stage four-armed demon was mercilessly tearing apart a primordial demon with a serpentine lower body, while behind it, another pair of demons engaged in a fierce battle. Regardless of how feeble their opponent may appear or whether they posed any threat, they would ruthlessly execute their foes, knowing that even the seemingly weaker could one day surpass them if allowed to survive. At the cliff's edge, two demons, having dispatched their adversaries, wasted no time in lunging at each other. To them, each was merely an enemy. Watching the two demons in their desperate struggle, Chu Hao calmly articulated his conclusion. Primordial demons are terrifying beings incapable of yielding to one another's leadership. From the very outset, collaboration among them was a futile endeavor. Their relationship exemplified the ultimate zero-sum game. Not a single primordial demon would ever kneel before another, even in acknowledgement of the latter's superiority. The battle below had concluded, leaving a terrifying monster, a four-armed creature with a serpentine lower body and curved horns, standing alone as the last victor. No other primordial demon dared to contest him. He was free to relish everything around him, from the carcass of the abyssal creature to the remains of the primordial demons that fell before him. He was the sole survivor of this conflict, the unequivocal strong. The rest were merely the weak. Observing the ravenous primordial demon devouring chunks of flesh, Chu Hao chuckled heartily. Ha! He had finally unraveled the perplexing dilemma that had plagued him. Indeed, the dynamic of the weak and the strong. How enlightening. The solution lay not in resolution. What he truly required was not to grant certain primordial demons the ability to wield rules, nor to artificially manufacture powerful demons capable of wielding chaotic powers within the endless abyss. His previous line of thought. Chu Hao sighed deeply, inhaling the sulphurous, arid air that flooded his senses, invigorating him. It had all been misguided from the very beginning. The formidable demon soldiers I envisioned, even if they could indeed be created, would undoubtedly be far fewer in number than I had originally conceived, even if I were to utilize an entire plane as their incubation pool. Drawing upon the entirety of the abyss as a resource, their numbers would still be insufficient, at least during the fourth assessment. Chu Hao was acutely aware of the challenges posed by the fourth assessment, which is precisely why he had designated the augmentation of demon warriors as his foremost task. In a genuine invasion war instigated by demons, those demons, as the favored kin of the endless abyss, would rightfully serve as the principal force. They must be the vanguard. Whether through the demons utilizing spatial gates to directly deploy themselves into that world to wreak havoc, or through a more gradual advance via invasion corridors to pillage. The number of demon warriors must vastly exceed that of the opposing world's combatants. Thus, what I truly need to accomplish is to artificially create a multitude of ordinary demons that can be subjugated by the primal demons. These ordinary demons will have their bloodlines significantly sealed by my manipulation of the abyss's power. A glint of cold light flickered in Chu Hao's eyes as a terrifying thought emerged in his mind. Those whose bloodlines are sealed will lose much of their capacity for evolution. However, they will inherently possess a few specific abilities, such as flight or the use of minor spells, although this would render them far too weak to rival the primal demons. It likewise ensures that they would not pose any threat to the primal demons. Yet even so, it would not prevent these primal demons from slaughtering the ordinary demons and consuming them as sustenance. The annihilation of the weak and the consumption of the weak is an instinct deeply ingrained in the very essence of every abyssal creature. Once they emerge, many will be swiftly eradicated. Yet, Chu Hao had already devised a solution to this dilemma. A brutally harsh solution. No matter, a smile crept across Chu Hao's lips. The reason I am creating these beings, apart from their role as warriors for invading other worlds, is to transform them into an endless source of sustenance within the abyss. Though they may feel rage and resentment, and despite their potential for rebellion, the false instinct of subservience to the primal demons will be inscribed within their bloodlines, rendering such occurrences exceedingly rare. Consequently, they will swiftly be accepted by the primal demons. These beings will serve as providers within the endless abyss. They will be the food for the primal demons in times of hunger, as well as laborers for constructing abyssal edifices. They will become slaves driven by the primal demons and even serve as materials for casting abyssal magic. Such a terrifying answer is sufficient to instill dread in anyone. Yet, Chu Hao remained unsatisfied. As his thoughts flowed, lines of crimson numbers materialized before him. Unprecedentedly, Chu Hao began to design artificial abyssal beings. The numbers fluctuated incessantly, and countless formulas appeared before him, only to be erased in the next moment. Standing upon the precipice, Chu Hao murmured, "The resources required to create them will be so minimal as to be almost negligible. Furthermore, their vast numbers will be constantly replenished by the endless abyss. They will be birthed in the special plane I have designed, and upon their emergence, they will be cast into various random planes by the chaotic spatial rules of the endless abyss to nourish the primal demons within those realms. Each of them, from the very beginning, will be governed by chaos." Taking a deep breath, Chu Hao saw an image reminiscent of a small demon materialize before him. From this moment forth, the evolutionary history of the demon race within the endless abyss will be rewritten. One segment will consist of these utterly unremarkable, commonplace demons, while another segment will encompass the meticulously nurtured primal demons, endowed with terrifying potential and limitless evolution. Chapter 43, The Abyssal Incubation Pool. Chu Hao arrived in a newly selected plane specifically designated for his transformation experiments. Unlike the previous occasion, this time he aimed to conduct a new experiment. The objective of this experiment was to construct a special plane, a super barracks capable of supplying a vast number of troops for the endless abyss. First and foremost, I must modify the fundamental attributes of this plane, transforming it into a special realm capable of cultivating demons in abundance. Therefore, this plane must possess ample nutrients to sustain such a purpose. Closing his eyes and reopening them, his pupils instantly morphed into swirling black and red vortices. In an instant, countless pieces of abyssal information materialized before him. The entire plane, no, the entirety of the endless abyss, was under his dominion, and all changes were reflected in his gaze. The sixth, 24th and 57th layers of the plane allocated half of their resources, promptly directed towards this level. As Chu Hao's command, as the will of the endless abyss, resonated. A plethora of resources from these 3 layers was immediately transmitted to this plane through the twisted rules of the endless abyss and temporal conduits. A deluge of resources surged forth, swiftly transforming the foundational structure of this plane. Simultaneously, the towering mountains within this plane were obliterated, the once unfathomable oceans evaporated, and the previously profound valleys and ravines were filled in. Moreover, with the significant increase in material, the area of this plane expanded tenfold or more. In an instant, this plane became the one with the largest surface area within the endless abyss, all due to Chu Hao's demands. Next came the corruption. Chu Hao turned to gaze upon the nearly flat plain before him, softly declaring, "Transform the soil of this plain into corrupted humus." But that was not all. As he continued to command, "Furthermore, I must ensure that this humus is saturated with nutrient-rich substances." Upon uttering these words, a myriad of dark clouds suddenly loomed overhead. Lightning, storms, and torrential rains swept across this world. Countless substances rapidly shifted towards the vision Chu Hao had envisioned amidst such tumultuous transformations. Subsequently, Chu Hao accelerated the flow of time within this plane, hastening its transformation. In an instant, this plane underwent a metamorphosis. What was once a barren, desolate plain now thrived with vitality, its surface coated in layers of slime. The slime that emerged throughout this plane was rich in various nutrients, sufficiently abundant to sustain titanic beings like leviathans. Next came the weaving of new rules. Chu Hao inhaled deeply, his body slowly levitating. First and foremost was the attraction rule for soul fragments. This plane will specifically draw in soul fragments that are the least promising, the weakest in strength, and the most violent character. As Chu Hao's whispers permeated the air, a colossal black-red vortex gradually materialized at the center of this plane. Every soul fragment here will be utilized to produce the ordinary demons I have designed. Their souls shall be nourished within this realm, leading them to further descend into the abyss. The black-red vortex has become increasingly complete, encompassing the entire dimension. With its emergence, an ever-growing number of soul fragments have been irresistibly drawn to this place. Here lies the ultimate sanctuary for these feeble souls, even amidst the abyss. These fragments represent the most inferior and least promising of their kind. However, within this realm, they shall receive a higher status. Next comes the spatial regulations. Chu Hao raised his gaze towards the boundless abyss. Although this dimension exists and can be located, its spatial confines remain impenetrable to any being other than myself. All entrances to this space have been sealed, leaving only a solitary portal. This entrance, found at the very bottom of the endless abyss, permits entry into this dimension solely through my recognition, the will of the endless abyss. Yet, all demons born within shall be randomly expelled through spatial exits to various regions of the abyss. With the decree concluded, the spatial rules of this dimension underwent a drastic transformation. All entrances, save for one, have been shut. No creature from the abyss, except for Chu Hao, can gain access here. This is a necessary step. After all, Chu Hao has no desire for formidable beings to enter this domain and slaughter the ordinary demons without any pressure for survival. Many cunning creatures dwell within the abyss, and they will exploit even the most terrifying loopholes in its rules, even at the cost of their own lives. Chu Hao opened his eyes, surveying this crimson-hued world, littered with entities reminiscent of a fungal carpet, and nodded in approval. Next, he would establish the various types of demons that this dimension could spawn. With a wave of his hand, hundreds of primordial demons emerged through the spatial gateway into this realm. Bang! Bang! However, in the next instant, Chu Hao extended his hand. The primordial demons erupted, transforming into countless droplets of blood. Yet, not a single drop fell to the ground. Under Chu Hao's command, the blood began to float gently around him. His hand remained outstretched, and he swiftly began tapping on the liquid, modifying them according to the pre-designed genetic formulas. This task was laborious and demanded precision. Time slipped away, and finally, Chu Hao took a deep breath and withdrew his hand. Surrounding him were hundreds of droplets of twisted blood, each containing the genetic information of a unique demon type. Subsequently, he hurled these droplets towards the black-red vortex in the sky, allowing it to consume them. At this moment, a fervor ignited within Chu Hao's eyes. Now, let me witness the outcome of my design. Without delay, Chu Hao snapped his fingers. Instantly, the entire dimension sprang to life. The black-red vortex above, under his directive, commenced an eternal rotation that would persist even until the end of the epic. The soul fragments it housed, once nourished, began to merge with the genetic information of the demons. Next, cocoons of demons manifested. Countless red and black demon cocoons filled the vast expanse of this dimension. In an instant, the once monochromatic black-red landscape was tainted by these grotesque, chaotic pods. Meanwhile, more demon cocoons were in the process of gestation. Countless soul fragments from the abyss were incessantly drawn to this peculiar realm. No, at this very moment, this unique dimension had acquired its name. It bore many monikers. Many referred to it as the source of chaos, the engine of abyssal warfare, the primordial land of demons. Yet beyond these, it held a more resounding, terrifying, and fitting name, Abyssal Hatchery. Chapter 44, The Gift. Within the endless abyss, in the Abyssal Hatchery dimension, Chu Hao, countless demon cocoons, after a series of excruciatingly twisted writhings, began to crack open. As the repulsive slime oozed from the ruptured cocoons, the previously monotonous black-red hue was instantly tainted into a grotesque amalgamation of colors. Subsequently, billions of hideously designed demons screamed as they emerged from the shattered cocoons. Each one contained the genetic constructs meticulously designed and selected by Chu Hao. Although their innate potential was substantially suppressed, relegating them to the lowest tier within the endless abyss, and though they would be subjugated and slaughtered by other indigenous demons. This was precisely the purpose of their creation. They would become the soldiers of the endless abyss in its external conquests, serve as the subservient to the primordial demons, and form the very foundation of subsequent abyssal civilizations. Simultaneously, they would become nightmares in other invaded worlds, part of the relentless demonic legions, and terrifying entities that enslave the weaker, for their numbers would be as boundless as the dark essence of the endless abyss. Creak. With the birth of these demons, the spatial rules previously established by Chu Hao began to activate. Countless spatial rifts emerged beside each demon, deriving from the chaotic regulations. In the next moment, these gray rifts exuded a powerful suction, drawing the newly born demons into their depths. Throughout this process, the demons displayed no resistance, for they understood it was a program long encoded in their bloodlines. Subsequently, across the other planes of the endless abyss, these spatial rifts would manifest again in an utterly random manner. This time, their emergence would herald the arrival of countless demons. These demons would swiftly adapt to the environment of this dimension and strive to survive within it. The indigenous demons of the endless abyss would soon discover the true purpose of these entities. Upon reaching their new abode, the place that birthed them, the dimension known as the Abyssal Hatchery, would once more give rise to billions of identical demons. This black-red world, now covered in decaying soil, was again enveloped by an infinite array of demonic cocoons. It resembled the cycle of reincarnation spoken of by mortals. Mission accomplished. Chu Hao exhaled a sigh of relief as he gazed upon the Abyssal Hatchery, once again draped in demon cocoons. After days of transformation, he had finally resolved one of the most pressing issues among many, the supply of troops from the abyss. He could already envision the apocalyptic scenes of those unfortunate worlds being consumed by endless demons. Alas, how unfortunate it is. Chu Hao sighed softly, gazing at the black-red vortex hovering above the abyss incubation pool, and murmured to himself. This so-called black-red vortex, while capable of incessantly attracting the fallen soul fragments and nurturing them, still possesses certain inefficiencies. During the process of drawing in these soul fragments, a significant amount is wasted, and the time required for the more fragmented souls to regain their completeness is far longer than I had anticipated. In my vision, the entire abyss incubation pool ought to be encircled by the river of the underworld. Such a powerful entity, capable of serving as the core of the underworld, would not only nourish the soul fragments rapidly, but would also be far more effective in attracting souls. Alas, what a pity. A trace of regret flickered in Chu Hao's eyes. The repetition of his lament was sufficient to convey his current dissatisfaction. The construction of the river of the underworld necessitates an immense amount of world essence, and each individual is permitted to acquire only one upon graduation. The world essence is the most vital resource in the realm where Chu Hao resides, without exception. This precious commodity is not something I can easily obtain. At least not at this stage. Unless I could immediately invade another's world, destroy its core, and then reforge it into world essence. At this thought, a glimmer of coldness flashed in Chu Hao's eyes. Yet, he promptly dismissed such a resolution. For this new world he had reincarnated into strictly forbid such actions. Especially at Tianding University, such behavior is explicitly prohibited before graduation. Suddenly, Chu Hao sensed a presence outside, as if someone were knocking on the door. With a flicker of thought, he swiftly returned from his divine realm to his dormitory. Who is it? It's me, Wang Ji. Upon hearing the name of the vice principal, Chu Hao, not daring to be presumptuous, hurriedly took 2 steps to open the door. Outside stood Wang Ji, who glanced at Chu Hao and inquired, "Were you busy just now?" "Yes. I was engrossed in my final paper and the matter of battling in the assessment world." Wang Ji sighed at this. To be frank, he held immense admiration for Chu Hao's determination. He greatly respected this student who dared to confront challenges head-on. Yet, deep down, he yearned to dissuade Chu Hao from his reckless actions. After all, he understood the difficulties that lay ahead better than anyone else. However, since Chu Hao had made up his mind, he found no reason to intervene further. After all, to obstruct someone brave enough to face the highest peaks would be an affront to the courage they exhibited. Therefore, Wang Ji could only sigh and then said, "Since you have made your decision, I shall not dissuade you any longer. However, take this." He then produced an item resembling a diamond ornament from his pocket and placed it in Chu Hao's hand. Upon receiving the diamond ornament, Chu Hao immediately sensed its extraordinary nature. A vast vitality emanated from the crystal, as though an ancient beast stood in the palm of his hand, roaring forth. What is this? Chu Hao inquired with curiosity. At that moment, Wang Ji had already turned to leave. However, before departing, Chu Hao caught Wang Ji's response. This diamond contains a single drop of blood, a drop sourced from a mythical creature. Consider this small token as an advance gift to congratulate you on completing your project. Chapter 45. The blood of a mythical creature. A drop sourced from a mythical creature's blood? Upon hearing this, Chu Hao lifted his hand, holding the diamond ornament before his eyes. Within the diamond, that drop of blood radiated astounding vitality. Even through the layer of crystal, Chu Hao could perceive the rarity of this blood. It is worth noting that blood from a mythical creature is not something commonly found. Firstly, all mythical creatures only manifest within the realms of extraordinary divine domains. Ordinary worlds cannot accommodate such powerful beings. Once any mythical creature reaches physiological maturity, it instinctively occupies one or more pathways of rules within the divine realm, utilizing these rules to transform into its own strength. It is crucial to note that if an excessive number of rules are controlled by too many types of mythical creatures, the divine realm will soon be liberated from the creator's grasp. This phenomenon makes it exceedingly challenging for ordinary divine realms to give birth to mythical creatures due to their scarcity of rules. Thus, theoretically, mythical creatures only appear in extraordinary worlds. Secondly, the value of mythical creatures is further compounded by the fact that only high-ranking deities possess the ability to design these so-called mythical creatures. While textbooks may contain brief introductions to mythical creatures, they merely skim the surface without delving deeply. As the primary task for students is to establish a competent divine realm rather than exhaust themselves in the creation of something ostentatious and impractical. However, if that were the only consideration, then the blood of mythical creatures would not be deemed truly precious. What elevates its worth is that any high-ranking deity possessing mythical creatures would never casually expose them to outsiders, let alone bestow their blood upon others. The reason behind this is that the bodies of these mythical creatures harbor the very rules of their respective divine realms. If someone with malicious intent were to decipher the rules within these creatures, they could manipulate them to disrupt the operational rules of that divine realm. No matter how powerful a divine realm may be, it requires various rules as its foundation. Thus, for safety's sake, unless one is a direct descendant of a high-ranking deity, it is virtually impossible for others to acquire the blood of mythical creatures. Nevertheless, should a graduate manage to obtain a drop of mythical creature blood before crafting their graduation project, and someone were to inform them how to utilize it, their path to graduation would become significantly easier. This is because mythical creatures not only provide a valuable rule in its formed state, but they themselves are also purely powerful and lethal beings. Even the legendary apex leaders of alien races in the third assessment would struggle to withstand a moment before a mythical creature. In summary, the value of this drop of blood far exceeds ordinary comprehension. At least at present, Chu Hao could not afford any price to obtain it. This item is truly. Chu Hao gazed at the mythical creature's blood glimmering in the sunlight, a flicker of trance dancing in his eyes. It is mesmerizingly beautiful. Did you give that drop of blood to Chu Hao? In the principal's office, Bai Chun regarded Wang Ji, who sat at his desk, gasping in dismay over the loss. A faint smile graced his lips. Meanwhile, Wang Ji, seated in the chair, bore a face etched with wrinkles, embodying the essence of anguish. That drop of blood from a mythical creature was originally meant for cultivation within his own world. However, by a twist of fate, he found himself inexplicably moved by Chu Hao's remark about the mountains, and in a moment of impulsiveness, he offered a drop of his blood to the latter. Upon witnessing Bai Chen's smile, Wang Ji straightened his posture. Ahem, although this substance is exceedingly precious, I do not harbor any regrets. Why? Bai Chun propped her chin up, beaming with delight. Because I believe that this single drop of blood may very well assist Chu Hao in becoming the first to conquer the fourth assessment. The pang of regret on Wang Ji's face dissipated, replaced by a demeanor of seriousness. Is that so? Haha, I see now. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun continued to nod with a smile. It was evident that her mood today was exceptionally bright. While I do not wish to dampen your spirits, I must be candid. There is no way that a mere graduate can create a graduation project capable of passing the fourth assessment in just 1 month's time. Furthermore, the design of the Endless Abyss by Chu Hao, due to its inherent flaws, is quite unlikely to withstand such a battle, as you and I both ought to know. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji replied sternly, No, I now have faith in that fellow. I perceive the potential of that world. It is a realm that will exhaust all means to survive. Even if it possesses so-called flaws, I believe this world can still respect existence. After saying this, Wang Ji added a comment. Bai Chun, observing the earnestness of the diligent vice principal before her, chose to remain silent, merely nodding indifferently. By the way, you mentioned earlier that your calculations are nearing completion, but that your computational power is insufficient. What did you mean by that? Wang Ji suddenly recalled the reason the principal had summoned him, to assist in calculating a formula. Meanwhile, Bai Chun waved her hand, manifesting a galaxy behind her. Indeed, I summoned you earlier because I require your formidable computational assistance. During my previous observations of the operation of the Endless Abyss, I have made new discoveries. What kind of discoveries? Wang Ji inquired with curiosity. Bai Chun responded, much like the operational rules of higher dimensions. I seem to have discerned the operational laws of lower dimensions. Hearing this, Wang Ji became serious, realizing the gravity of the situation. Understood. I shall transmit my computational power to your divine realm. Bai Chun nodded and began to continue manifesting her divine realm. However, before proceeding, she suddenly remembered a question. By the way, Wang Ji, when you gave that drop of mythical creature's blood to Chu Hao, did you inform him of the source of that blood? Did you advise him on how to maximize the benefits of that drop of blood? He is likely using such a precious substance for the first time, right? It seems I might not have done so. Wang Ji pondered for a moment and then replied with a smile. However, I believe he will certainly find the correct answer, just as life instinctively seeks a way out. Chapter 46, Legends and Bloodshed. The environment within the Endless Abyss underwent a profound transformation due to the emergence of numerous demons from the abyssal hatcheries. Initially, countless low-tier minor demons became slaves, prey, and playthings for the primordial demons, or the native demons of the abyss. Despite their feeble strength, they adapted rapidly to various environments. Consequently, they inevitably became food for these primordial demons. However, after the primordial demons had their fill, they were perplexed to find that the population of these minor demons did not diminish despite their relentless hunting. The entirety of the Endless Abyss, across all its planes, was quickly evolving due to the presence of these minor demons. As a result, the primordial demons initiated their first attempts at subjugation. They commenced their first efforts to incorporate these minor demons under their protection and establish spheres of influence. They began their first forays into utilizing these minor demons as subordinates to wage war. Those primordial demons who first enslaved ordinary demons swiftly established a series of comfortable environments previously unknown to them, relying on these minor demons. Their former hunting behavior gradually transformed into an evolutionary pursuit, with the objective of preying on stronger abyssal creatures, aided by the minor demons. Moreover, this time, their focus was increasingly directed toward their own kin. Rapidly, the strength of the primordial demons within the Endless Abyss grew at an accelerated pace, contingent upon the assurance of sufficient life. Finally, the first primordial demon to break through the legendary stage emerged. This was a primordial demon that, after numerous evolutions, had taken on a form resembling that of a fire elemental. Countless battles and near-death experiences had vastly enhanced its combat prowess, far surpassing that of ordinary primordial demons. This allowed it to successfully hunt down countless of its kind, absorbing their flesh and inheriting their abilities. Ultimately, once its strength reached its zenith, its life form underwent a complete transformation. Its once fiery scales morphed into armor flowing with molten lava. Its body adapted to withstand the temperatures of magma. Its blood was infused with various deadly mists capable of silently bringing foes to their demise. Anyone who broke its skin would unwittingly inhale this fatal toxin, thereby losing their combat capabilities. Even more lethal was the colossal sword ignited by eternal flames that appeared in its grasp. This was its mastery over the abyssal powers, a gift derived from the soul of the original Fallen One after its ascendance to legendary status. The flame demon had come into being. Simultaneously, an increasing number of primordial demons of the abyss began their evolution toward the legendary stage. 1, 2, 10, 100. Although the vast majority of demons would perish on the path to legendary ascendance, their enormous numbers ensured that the eventual count of those who succeeded would not be negligible. They would swiftly solidify their bloodlines and seal them under the guidance of the Endless Abyss. Consequently, the offspring of these demons with legendary bloodlines would proliferate. At last, over the long passage of time, these evolved legendary demons became the most formidable rulers of the Endless Abyss. However, at this moment, Chu Hao did not feel particularly elated due to these developments. In his eyes, this was perhaps the only inevitable phenomenon to arise in the chaotic and disorderly abyss. The strong would vie against one another, ultimately giving birth to the mightiest among them. Survival of the fittest. At this moment, Chu Hao was, in fact, preoccupied with another matter. The drop of blood from the mythical creature. How should he utilize this drop of blood? At the very bottom of the Endless Abyss, Chu Hao gazed at the drop of blood, lost in contemplation. This drop of blood was currently enveloped by his divine power. This was because, even though this drop of blood belonged to a mythical creature, once exposed to the abyss, it could easily be corrupted. Whether it be the life information contained within or the rules inherent in its blood, the Endless Abyss instinctively corrupted and distorted everything. In truth, Chu Hao had a rudimentary understanding of how to utilize the blood of mythical creatures. For instance, one might consider utilizing a mere drop of this blood as a prototype to create formidable creatures. Once these beings are birthed, they would inherit certain abilities of the mythical entity, and the purer the bloodline, the more potent the abilities, ultimately. They might even evolve into entities akin to the mythological beings. Alternatively, one could isolate the inherent rules within the blood, allowing them to transform into a law that enhances all beings within this divine realm. In essence, regarding the utilization of the blood of mythical creatures, each individual would proffer a wholly distinct perspective. What if we directly extracted the rules contained within and integrated them into the endless abyss? Then, the remaining blood could serve as the primordial essence, seamlessly incorporated into the abyssal gene pool. Chu Hao mused to himself. This way, both the rules and the powerful beings would be in place. It appeared to be a seemingly perfect solution. However, no, that would be an extravagant waste. Chu Hao shook his head. Within the endless abyss, these rules could easily be distorted, and the enhancement effects might swiftly devolve into detrimental inversions, rendering the endeavor futile. What if we analyze the blood to fabricate powerful beings? Chu Hao contemplated, only to dismiss this notion as well. No. If the progeny of this mythical creature could not adapt to the extreme chaos of the abyss, their descendants would be rendered weak and ineffectual. Alas indeed. While foreign entities may be beneficial, they invariably lack that essential quality derived from one's own realm. Chu Hao sighed deeply. Wait a moment. An idea has struck me. I could have the native demons consume a drop of blood, utilizing their evolutionary capabilities to discern the beneficial aspects contained within. This would simultaneously elevate their strength to its zenith. Moreover, as they are the favored denizens of the endless abyss, the uniqueness of their bloodline ensures that even upon mastering this rule, it would reverberate back into the abyss itself. Thus, this may well be a viable strategy. Rising to his feet, Chu Hao closed his eyes. At this moment, all demons who had ascended to the legendary stage or were nearing that threshold knelt upon the ground, heeding the call of the will of the endless abyss. Soon, the decree of the abyssal will was made known to them. This command ignited their fervor, inciting roars of excitement and an insatiable yearning. Their creator, the sovereign of the endless abyss, required them to embark upon a slaughter, a massacre wherein only one would survive. The ultimate victor would have the opportunity to consume that drop of mythical blood. It was highly probable that they would ascend several tiers, becoming the first mythical creature within the endless abyss. Chapter 47. Who will prevail? The sole purpose of this massacre is selection. As long as the endless abyss endures, all beings within it shall continue to engage in mutual annihilation, with only the strongest poised to survive. This is dictated by the abyss itself. Its harsh and barren environment guarantees that only the mightiest of the abyss can access the finest resources. Be it sustenance, territory, or fortune, everything hinges upon strength. Therefore, Chu Hao resolved to initiate a slaughter where only one would emerge victorious, thereby identifying the supreme being. However, to others, Chu Hao's actions might seem exceedingly extreme, for they could scarcely comprehend why such powerful native demons would be treated as mere tools for his purposes. These creatures, having reached legendary status, ought to be considered invaluable resources within any divine realm. Each should command dominion over a territory, or even lead a miniature civilization. Yet, to Chu Hao, they are merely expendables. All native demons swiftly traversed to a desolate, withered plain with the aid of the temporal gate. This plain had evidently only just undergone Chu Hao's transformation. Not only was the area of the plain lamentably small, but certain rules had also been temporarily reinforced. Intriguingly, this plain exhibited a peculiar state of stability, devoid of excessive poisonous mists, dense smoke, terrifying ice, or the all-consuming lava. In summary, this plain appeared to be an ideal habitat for the denizens of the abyss. Yet, upon entering this plain, each native demon instinctively concealed itself within the ground or utilized the surrounding environment for cover, scrutinizing their new surroundings. This reaction stemmed from the stark differences between this environment and their native realm. Any creature imbued with primal instincts would naturally adopt a wary demeanor upon encountering unfamiliar territory. However, such vigilance soon dissipated, not because they had acclimatized to their surroundings, but rather because the very act of caution had lost its significance. At the center of this desolate plain, Chu Hao sat cross-legged, revealing a terrifying truth to the native demons in his capacity as the master of the endless abyss. The demons, with their innate bloodlines, swiftly comprehended this grim reality. Before you turn upon one another, he proclaimed, I must impart a dreadful fact. The whirlpool of the endless abyss materialized above this layer of the plain, and thick, oppressive clouds enveloped the native demons, inducing a near-suffocating sensation. The previous inhabitants of this plain had been eradicated by him. Howling winds swept across the plains, stirring a catastrophic storm. In essence, the only sustenance available in this realm would be each other. Do not harbor illusions of delaying time, hoping to survive through extreme adaptation and emerge as the final victor. A glint of cold light appeared in Chu Hao's eyes. He understood that many native demons, even in such a barren environment, might manage to persist, perhaps even until the end. The likelihood of this was non-negligible. After all, many demons with immense potential would struggle to outlast their treacherous kin in the absence of adequate nourishment. Among demons, cunning individuals abound. Their brutality is but a facade. Beneath the chaotic and malevolent souls lies a nature marked by treachery and insatiable greed. Should the last surviving demon secure that drop of mythical blood through such means, then Chu Hao's endeavor would be deemed a failure, as it deviated from his vision. He sought warriors, those capable of enduring and thriving amidst such harrowing carnage. With that, a slight smile crept across Chu Hao's lips, for he sensed the unmistakable scent of blood permeating the air. Within the depths of this sanguine aroma lay the tremors of fear. Yet, this very scent brought him a profound sense of fulfillment. Roar! A colossal legendary fire demon swung its molten sword, delivering a vicious blow to the abdomen of a serpentine demon. In the legendary realm, the serpentine demon boasts a serpentine body, adorned with two formidable and muscular upper torsos. These distinct upper bodies, although sharing a single corporeal form, are inhabited by two malevolent souls. Given time, this serpentine demon could potentially manifest a third body. Thus, even though one of the upper bodies has been severed by the colossal sword wielded by the flame demon, it continues to engage in battle with the still intact flame demon, drawing strength from its remaining form. Ultimately, after sacrificing half of its own body and enduring the destruction of much of its skin, the serpentine demon rends the powerful flame demon into pieces. With a roar that signified its victory, it began to endure the excruciating pain while consuming the formidable flame demon's remains. As it devoured its prey, the previously severed body started to visibly regenerate, showcasing the remarkable healing ability it retained since its larval stage as a demon. Given sufficient time, it would soon sprout a second upper body again, though it remained unaware of what terrifying mutation that might entail. Nevertheless, this serpentine demon did not let its recent triumph lull it into complacency. Instead, it cast a gaze filled with malice, greed, and hatred towards another direction. There, a similarly powerful shadow demon, fresh from its own victory, was devouring the still screaming howling demon, its eyes mirroring the same avaricious expression. After both demons had satiated their appetites, they paused, preparing for their next battle and feast. At that moment, the serpentine demon's body began to grow anew. This time, a head imbued with the essence of flames was swiftly emerging from their shared form. Meanwhile, the shadow demon, having consumed the howling demon, felt its insides twisting as it seemed to absorb the howling demon's abilities, readying itself for another bout. How intriguing, Chu Hao mused, resting his chin upon his hand as he observed the unfolding events in this dimension. In his perception, all surviving demons were rapidly transcending their limits. The most outstanding among them had even ascended to the pinnacle of legend. Moreover, this rapid growth exhibited no signs of abating. Witnessing this spectacle, a faint smile curled at the corners of Chu Hao's lips. He was eager to discover who would emerge victorious. Chapter 48, The Formula and the Victor. In the principal's office, regarding the latter part of your formula, I am in the midst of calculations. Countless storm phantoms swirled around Wang Ji, the manifestation of his divine domain in the realm of reality. Even a fraction of this storm-derived power suffocated the atmosphere with an almost palpable tension. Yet, this powerful high deity appeared somewhat weary at that moment. He was utilizing his divine realm as a source of divine power to compute a low-dimensional formula identified by Bai Chun while observing Chu Hao's world. He glanced towards Bai Chun, who was surrounded by a radiant star map, and spoke. I have discovered two errors, or rather, severe bugs. Any attempt to utilize this formula to establish the low-dimensional world rules will result in immediate shattering upon inputting that world. In other words, this formula has been invalidated. Upon hearing this, Bai Chun was momentarily taken aback, followed by a sigh. As for my findings, she opened her eyes. This time, unlike the previous instances, her gaze had transformed into two void-like black holes. The star-crafted eyes she once had now replaced. It is the same for me. The stars behind me have begun to fade, and with them, the sanguine hue from my visage has vanished. Not only have errors occurred on your end, but mine reflects the same. I thought I had grasped the tale of the low-dimensional world, the endless abyss, but it seems to mock me. Each time, it slyly slips through my fingers. Bai Chun lamented. No matter how I adjust the variables, errors manifest invisibly within my results. Wang Ji chuckled upon hearing this. I never expected even you to be unable to decipher Chu Hao's world rules. This little fellow is far more intriguing than I had imagined. Bai Chun shook her head at this. That is only natural. Each new type of divine realm, especially one as uniquely constructed as the endless abyss, possesses its core formulas and rules. These formulas are often comprehensible only to the creators themselves, or, in fortunate circumstances, can be constructed through luck rather than skill. The harsher truth is, these individuals may not even grasp the essence of those worlds. In summary, the mysteries of establishing a divine realm may remain unsolved for eons. Each formula and rule for constructing a divine realm harbors its own secrets. Nodding in agreement, Wang Ji remarked, indeed, during my own establishment of a divine realm, it was sheer luck that led to the evolution of a special rule. Cough, cough. Not that I mean to say hard work isn't crucial. Wang Ji scratched his head, hastily shifting the topic. By the way, Do you still need to observe Chu Hao's endless abyss? Perhaps attempt to locate that non-existent formula? Bai Chen shook her head. Let us wait a few more days. I currently feel devoid of direction. Moreover, the more I scrutinize Chu Hao's endless abyss, the more I sense a somber emotion emanating from deep within, reminiscent of the years before I fully awakened the sea of consciousness. I need to take a moment to collect my thoughts. Wang Ji was taken aback by this revelation. A being close to a high deity experiencing emotional fluctuations? How could that be? It is true, Bai Chen responded. I cannot tell if it is merely an illusion, but I can sense that the endless abyss seems to be attuned to my gaze. Due to my scrutiny, it appears to have undergone a slight emotional shift, instinctively repelling me. Wang Ji took a sip of tea extracted from his divine realm, speaking as he drank. I believe you genuinely need to take a breather. After all, comprehending the great principles of a world is no simple endeavor. Oh, suddenly it comes to mind where that drop of mythical creature's blood I previously gave to Chu Hao originated. Bai Chen rubbed her temples, feeling fatigued. Where did it come from? It was sourced from a long-shattered great secret realm. At that time, the creature was already deceased, leaving only a few drops of primordial blood behind, and its name seemed to be, in the terrifying and entrancing endless abyss. The slaughter within a certain layer of the dimension continued unabated. A glun demon lay lifeless upon the ground, its every drop of blood drained by a legendary blood demon, rendering it mere sustenance for the latter. The number of legendary demons that have traversed into this realm to partake in this grand slaughter has dwindled from once being in the hundreds to now less than 100. The battle rages on. Crack. A colossal demon, resembling a massive serpent, has encircled another equally formidable demon. As it exerts its strength, countless enormous jaws begin to ravenously devour the hapless creature that can no longer put up a fight. Ultimately, only one of the two mountain-sized demons remains. Meanwhile, the count of legendary demons has plummeted to fewer than 20. Each of them stands at the pinnacle of legend. The conflict persists. Chu Hao stated expressionlessly. Roar. Two powerful demons collide. Their sizes are akin to towering mountains. One is a black demon with a toad-like body, adorned with sharp fangs and a massive maw, while countless tendrils capable of crushing steel effortlessly sprout from its waist. The other boasts 4 heads, incessantly spewing forth various energies, with a serpentine lower body. At this moment, it has completely diverged from its original lineage of the serpentine demon. Even Chu Hao, the master of the endless abyss, cannot ascertain, without scanning, how many other demon bloodlines it has absorbed during this period, and how much of that has been transformed into its own source of power. The slaughter continues. However, a victor has emerged this time. The once serpentine demon, with less than a quarter of its body remaining, has finally obliterated all 12 of its opponent's hearts. Each of these 12 hearts originated from a once powerful legendary demon. Yet now, all 12 have ceased to beat, or rather, have been utterly torn asunder. Has the victor appeared? Chu Hao stood impassively before the former serpentine demon, producing a drop of mythical creature's blood from his possession. Despite its remaining quarter size appearing as a colossal entity to Chu Hao, it now humbly prostrates itself before him. At this moment, the serpentine demon resembles a loyal servant, awaiting its reward with a demeanor of subservience. A glimmer of appreciation flickers in Chu Hao's eyes. It is yours. Upon uttering this, the drop of mythical creature's blood is dripped into the mouth of the serpentine demon. The victor shall receive its reward, and the process of evolution and elevation shall commence. But will it truly proceed smoothly? In the next moment, the serpentine demon's body began to deteriorate at an alarming rate. Chapter 49, Yomo. Blood. A drop of mythical creature's blood has entered the mouth of this serpentine demon. This terrifying creature, having emerged from the brutal conflict of countless legendary demons, has finally encountered the reward that is rightfully its own. From this moment forth, it shall irrevocably alter its destiny. It shall become the first demon to resound its name throughout the endless abyss. It shall embark on a new journey of evolution until the serpentine demon, with a sense of honor, receives its reward from Chu Hao, akin to the most loyal hound basking in its master's affection. Yet, such beautiful imaginings are always fleeting. Gag. A spurt of blood erupts from the serpentine demon's mouth. Upon witnessing this, Chu Hao's gaze sharpens. Something is amiss. As the master of the endless abyss, he can distinctly sense that this demon, which has attained the pinnacle of legend and is on the verge of entering the realm of spirit, and prides itself on its regenerative abilities, is inexplicably beginning to deteriorate irreversibly. Just moments ago, a quarter of its body radiated immense vitality. No. After vanquishing that toad demon and consuming its flesh and blood, this serpentine demon had already initiated a rapid recovery process. In fact, when Chu Hao dripped the mythical blood into its mouth, its vitality had already been restored to a significant extent. Yet, at this very moment, it is undeniably in a state of decay. Its vitality is shrinking, its internal organs beginning to rot. Even the several heads extending from its body are sprouting pus-filled sores. A deluge of viscous fluid pours forth, drenching the ground. It is on the brink of death. But how can this be? In an instant, numerous possible explanations flood Chu Hao's mind. Yet none of these explanations provide him with any sense of conviction. Could it be that this demon is unable to withstand the mythical creature's blood, resulting in its physical collapse? In Chu Hao's perception, the genes of this serpentine demon are disintegrating at an alarming rate, akin to a dam bursting. No, that is impossible. Demons of the abyss cannot fail to endure such a drop of blood. Moreover, its current behavior is indicative of a complete absorption process. Could it be that this drop of mythical blood is flawed? Vice Principal Wang Ji, is there something wrong with his gift? No, that cannot be true. His character is well known throughout the school, and he despises plots and schemes above all else. Moreover, he has no reason to act against me. Could it be? Chu Hao pondered. A thought, inexplicable in its emergence, began to spread through his mind. Is it the endless abyss that has distorted this drop of blood? Due to the chaotic rules, it instinctively warps and corrupts everything, and when this drop of blood becomes tainted, just then, observing the serpentine demon writhing and contorting on the ground, veins bursting forth in a grotesque display, Chu Hao quietly voiced a hypothesis. Was it at the moment the serpentine demon began to digest this drop of mythical blood? But why? Just as Chu Hao remained in confusion, a resounding explosion occurred. In an instant, this serpentine demon could no longer endure the agony and detonated. Countless chunks of flesh and torrents of blood splattered across the ground. At that very moment, within Chu Hao's field of vision, a certain creature emerged. Worms? A writhing, black, rotund worm, resembling the demonic larvae of the endless abyss, manifested throughout the entire realm. Every piece of flying flesh and blood from the serpentine demon contained these worms. No, to be precise, each fragment of the serpentine demon's blood and flesh had transformed into these worms. As these worms emerged, they began to engage in a frenzied battle. Their power is so feeble that the endless abyss scarcely registers their existence. Yet their numbers are alarmingly vast. However, as they clash, they grow increasingly stronger. Chu Hao seems to grasp something, remaining silent as he observes them. In less than a moment, the first batch of surviving worms commences their evolution. One by one, cocoons materialize within this confined realm. So this is how it is? A glimmer of light flickers in Chu Hao's eyes. Upon hatching, these cocoons reveal clusters of bizarre creatures. Within each of them lies an exceedingly minute quantity of the blood of mythical creatures, intertwined with the chaotic lineage of that serpentine demon. These peculiar beings once again engage in a brutal struggle. Soon follows a cycle of mutual devouring and cocooning. Ultimately, only a handful of distorted monstrosities, formidable enough to rival legendary apex powers, remain. Despite their terrifying might, their bloodlines are marred by utter disarray. Thus, from the moment of their birth, their existence is fated to be fleeting. Consequently, each creature that emerges from its cocoon is compelled to engage in yet another bout of carnage, leaving behind but a solitary cocoon in the entire realm. A colossal chrysalis that occupies nearly half of the dimension. From the emergence of these black insects to the birth of this giant cocoon, the entire process of biological evolution transpires in less than 10 minutes. Simultaneously, with the writhing of this immense cocoon, Chu Hao perceives the emergence of a series of subtle rules within the endless abyss, all conferred upon it. While a portion of the rules transforms into several minor powers, which, with Chu Hao's tacit approval, are bestowed upon this chrysalis. Venomous mists, pollution, catastrophe, and most importantly, rebirth and restoration. At this very moment, the cocoon finally shatters. A creature of gargantuan proportions, occupying half the realm, emerges from the chrysalis with a thunderous roar. In that singular instant of its birth, all beings within the endless abyss are engulfed by an overwhelming sense of dread. They sense that a portion of the rules has materialized into tangible powers, bestowed as a newborn gift upon the mightiest creature of the abyss. A colossal monster adorned with 8 heads, each crowned with twisted horns, and bearing enormous tentacles upon its chest and face, humbly prostrates itself before Chu Hao. Merely in its repose, it towers higher than the mountains. Even more terrifying is the fact that its very existence begins to instinctively corrode everything around it. Its emergence signifies calamity. Its presence denotes a region tainted and eroded by its essence. The rocks beneath it swiftly succumb to decay, transforming into a foul-smelling mire capable of dispatching most feeble beings in an instant. As time progresses, this corrosion accelerates, and this creature, at this moment, lies within such a swamp, striving to appease Chu Hao. Simultaneously, within the abyss of its soul, a dark sea of consciousness establishes a connection with the will of the endless abyss, that is, with Chu Hao himself. Chu Hao's will can penetrate into its very psyche. Master? Its feeble voice reverberates through the endless abyss, reaching Chu Hao's mind. A smile graces Chu Hao's lips as he gazes upon this meticulously selected creature. Born through arduous trials, finally revealing his satisfaction. Raising its heads, the monster, embodying calamity, pollution, and decay, elevates its 8 heads adorned with numerous formidable horns. At that moment, Chu Hao perceives that the faces of its 8 heads bear 4 parts demonic, 3 parts serpentine, and the remaining 3 parts resemble twisted human visages. Pray tell, What name do you wish to bestow upon yourself? Chu Hao inquires with a smile. This is your rightful due. I am named. The powerful being addresses Chu Hao with an attitude of profound humility. Yum. Its name appears to have some association with a certain Xiang, though the exact phrasing eludes me. Wangji scratches his head. The shattered secret realm seems to be a fragment of a powerful world that met its demise, filled with a cacophony of languages. Its name, besides that Xiang, seems to include Ba. I cannot quite recall, but in addition to these, there appears to be Sa, Ji, or something along those lines. Although the language within that secret realm differs, these terms curiously point towards this mythical creature as a terrifying existence capable of corrupting land, polluting water sources, shattering dimensions, and perpetually being reborn. Later, I came to realize, Wang Ji takes a sip of tea, chuckling, that such a mythical being seems remarkably compatible with the endless abyss crafted by Chu Hao, does it not? Chapter 50, Accumulation. Yum? Chu Hao responds with a smile, acknowledging the formidable creature that occupies half the realm. A commendable name. As the sovereign of the endless abyss, he grants his recognition to this being. Of course, this recognition bears significant meaning. For Chu Hao himself senses that within the core region of the endless abyss, the name Yum is gradually etching its mark. Though faint, like a small ripple on a tranquil surface, it is not an inconsequential matter for the denizens of the endless abyss. This signifies that should descendants possessing its bloodline emerge within the abyss, there exists a strong possibility that the essence of Yum will awaken within their souls, potentially inheriting a portion of its formidable powers. Indeed, if Yum were to perish, it would not truly cease to exist. Rather, the strongest of its progeny may likely utilize its name to be reborn following Yum's complete demise. Although the souls may differ, its powers and all that it represents, calamity, will be reborn alongside its name. This ability prompts Chu Hao to contemplate a particular designation. The true name of a demon? A unique method of inheriting formidable powers through bloodlines? Gazing at Yum before him, Chu Hao affectionately pats its head, overwhelmed with delight. Though imperfect and in need of further refinement, the nascent form of the true name ability has indeed manifested. This is the tangible embodiment of the rebirth rule contained within that drop of blood in the abyss. As anticipated, numerous treasures from the outside world, such as the blood of mythical creatures, are deemed invaluable assets for many newly emerging divine realms. Chu Hao is thoroughly satisfied with all that this drop of mythical creature's blood has bestowed, a series of new rule abilities and a powerful mythical being. Moreover, Yum's current strength has already reached the level of a mythical creature. It may even belong to the most formidable faction among those mythical beings. Furthermore, its emergence has granted Chu Hao a newfound understanding of these mythical entities. For instance, once these mythical beings are born, they instinctively adapt to the world of their birth, humbly beseeching the world to transmute a portion of the rules into powers for their benefit. Thus, their might escalates to terrifying heights. After all, those endowed with various powers from birth are the true fortunate ones in every realm. Additionally, these potent mythical beings find it exceedingly challenging to betray the worlds from which they originate, as their strength is derived from those very realms. Yet, at this moment, Chu Hao harbors a new conjecture, one that is somewhat unconventional and rather audacious. What if I could capture the mythical beings of other worlds and, with the aid of the endless abyss, distort the powers they possess? Would they also fall together, rather than facing immediate demise? Contemplating this notion, a glimmer of avarice flickered in Chu Hao's eyes. These were formidable mythical beings, coveted super warriors sought after by every realm of the divine. Such entities are never deemed excessive by anyone. However, these so-called speculations remain untested for now, as my immediate priority is to enrich the depths of the abyss and prepare for the forthcoming fourth assessment, which is merely days away. While Chu Hao immersed himself in preparations for the fierce conflict in the assessment world, a multitude of other researchers commenced their respective world simulation invasion tests, gathering ample data for subsequent experiments. Many among them had completed the first assessment and were now racing toward the second. As for Zhao Cheng, he was on the brink of concluding all his related studies. In the realm of his divine domain, under the name of the Creator, Zhao Cheng gazed at the thousands of remaining invaders beneath the sapling of Emperor Lehagan, addressing the millions of exquisite elves behind him. Entomb them beneath the roots of your progenitor, Emperor Lehagan. This is their punishment, and it serves as proof that we have defended our world. Upon uttering these words, the enchanting elves erupted with fervent enthusiasm. Countless graceful and captivating elves worked in concert, tossing these invaders into pit after pit, unfazed by their cries and wails as they buried them beneath soft soil. In no time, these invaders would be ensnared by the thick roots of Emperor Lehagan, completely absorbed. All the powers they possessed would be siphoned through Emperor Lehagan and returned to this world. After accomplishing this task, Zhao Cheng departed from his divine realm with a smile. Behind him, countless elves knelt in reverence to the deity who had created their world. Above these devoted elves, the sapling of Emperor Lehagan thrived, nearing restoration. Once she fully recovered, this world would be governed by 3 new formidable operational rules. Congratulations, Zhao Cheng. Wow, how impressive to have completed all your studies so swiftly. How challenging was this assessment? Numerous fans of Zhao Cheng gathered around him, chattering eagerly about his research. Zhao Cheng replied with a smile, not too difficult, really. I was fortunate. In stark contrast to the cold, somewhat unapproachable Chu Hao, Zhao Cheng evidently enjoyed greater popularity among the graduates, a factor that drew many students to him. He exuded a gentleness that Chu Hao lacked. If Chu Hao were akin to a profound darkness, then Zhao Cheng resembled the sun, perpetually radiating a comforting light. Though Zhao Cheng beamed brightly, a perplexing thought weighed heavily on his mind. What on earth was Chu Hao up to? Since their last encounter, he should have completed all his research by now. Why had he not heard any news? Chu Hao's divine realm left a profound impression on him, a terrifyingly twisted world that instilled fear merely by its manifestation. Moreover, Chu Hao's speed in completing his research was astonishing. Yet, to this day, his final paper remained unpublished, with even partial data yet to be uploaded. Could it be? A thought flickered in Zhao Cheng's mind. Was he attempting to undertake the legendary, nearly impossible fourth world invasion simulation test? At this very moment, Chu Hao was making his final preparations. The Abyss, as his world, was also in its final stages of readiness. Every resource was devoted to war preparations. The number of demons surged rapidly. The entire Abyss was finally on the verge of this last bloody accumulation over the coming days. Soon, all the demons caught a whiff of the faint scent of blood in the air. This could only signify one thing. A great battle was imminent. Chapter 51. Who Disturbed the Demons? A few days later at Tianding University, with only 2 days remaining until the final deadline for research topics, students prepared for their assignments. Some jubilant and others despondent. Approximately half of the graduates had entombed legendary, foreign legions within their divine realms before the core of their worlds was utterly destroyed. Regardless of whether they hailed from a technological world, a steampunk realm, or a world of magic and swords, they displayed remarkable resilience and tenacity throughout these 3 progressively challenging world simulation invasion tests. Whether elves, humans, or aberrant beasts, they sacrificed themselves for the completion of their research topics, securing a glimmer of hope for the survival of their worlds. This truly marks one of the most joyous days of the year. Wang Ji rarely displayed a cheerful demeanor, yet he wore a relatively amiable expression before the other mentors. The number of completed projects this year surpassed previous totals significantly, by thousands. The other mentors echoed their joy, commenting on the unexpectedly high completion and paper acceptance rates this year. Indeed, every student here has a promising future in my eyes. I've heard many have already mapped out their future paths. I feel my teaching has been quite effective. Yes, it's thanks to your excellent guidance. It's mutual. It's us. While the mentors engaged in this jubilant exchange, Wang Ji suddenly sighed. Though the sound was negligible amid the clamor of the room, every mentor felt a pang in their hearts. Not every graduate's future was so easily discernible. They were momentarily silent. Indeed, except for one, they collectively acknowledged. Among these graduates, there stood one unassailable contender for the title of the strongest. It seemed today marked the day of the 4th onslaught and the final world simulation invasion test. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji raised his head, gazing toward a particular direction. The mountain. It lies there. May you conquer it. Chu Hao withdrew his consciousness from the abyss, then left his dormitory, making his way toward the assessment area. His dormitory resonated with the celebrations of students reveling in their completed projects. The atmosphere was filled with joyous laughter, though not devoid of sighs of despair. At that moment, someone seemingly noticed Chu Hao. Gradually, more and more gazes converged upon him. It seemed that, at some point, news of Chu Hao's challenge to the assessment world had spread throughout Tianding University. Many expressed disbelief and astonishment at this revelation. The terrifying legends of the examination world are indelibly etched in their minds. No graduate could possibly believe that Chu Hao could achieve such a monumental feat. After all, the difficulty of this task was akin to scaling the heavens. Thus, within their gazes, one could discern envy, disdain, jealousy, hostility, regret, and a few meager words of encouragement. Chu Hao paid them no mind, coldly continuing his stride toward the assessment area. Upon entering the assessment zone, he manifested his endless abyss. Unlike the previous displays of arrogance and terror, for reasons unknown, this time, the form of the endless abyss merely resembled a swirling vortex of black and crimson, eerily tranquil like a stagnant pool. Soon after, a staff member responsible for the assessment nervously propelled a colossal world, radiating a pure golden light. From the center of the assessment area, this immense, artificially created world was now diffusing like a golden mist. It was about to commence. Wang Ji sighed, and like many of the mentors, activated the pre-prepared image transmission capability. This time, Chu Hao's battle would be broadcast in a live-streaming format, rather than through data. Before this assembly of mentors, go forth, Chu Hao. In the principal's office, Bai Chen sat at her desk, opening her eyes. This time, her gaze reverted to its former state. One eye a star, the other a black hole. Was it finally about to begin? A smile graced her lips. Although I am genuinely curious as to why you would undertake such a path, I cannot deny that your graduation project is truly fascinating. Thus, rather than fading into silence, allow me to witness the roar of the lower dimensional world. Roar Chu Hao. The fourth assessment commenced. Crack. A golden passageway materialized at the periphery of the endless abyss. This golden passage resembled a sword poised at the throat of the endless abyss, akin to the golden mist surrounding it. Everyone held their breath, anxiously observing the unfolding scene. The might of the assessment world was about to reveal its monstrous visage. But wait, what is this situation? Just then, an unexpected turn of events transpired. As the golden passage appeared at the edge of the the abyss erupted. Unlike the robust beam of light, the black and crimson vortex of the endless abyss began to forge its own passage. Countless grotesque, twisted black tendrils surged forth from the depths of the abyss, launching themselves onto the surface of the vast assessment world. The endless abyss, like a monster awakened from a long slumber due to insatiable hunger, seized the opportunity to ensnare its prey with all its might. It sought not defense, but an all-out assault. At that moment, the warriors designed to conquer the divine realm and shatter the core of the opposing world, poised to attack the endless abyss, heard a whisper emanating from the lower dimension. The instant that whisper resonated, shadows fell upon their steadfast hearts. It was the embodiment of the will governing this dark, twisted, chaotic realm, uttering terrifying words with a smile from the core of the abyss. Who has disturbed the depths? Chapter 52, Anomaly of the Passage. Damn it. Upon hearing Chu Hao's whisper, all the assembled warriors within the assessment world felt an invisible shadow loom over them. Moreover, unlike their previous incursions into other divine realms, this time, they inexplicably sensed the essence of that world even during the transmission process. But how could this be? In the past, the sensations and scents they encountered in the passage linking the two worlds were predominantly from their own realm. The fragrances of flowers from the elven world, the scent of gunpowder and steel from the dwarven realm, the aroma of grain from the human world, and the chilling breeze from the dragon lineage. All were familiar scents. Yet this time, everything was different. The essence of their own world was dissipating. In stark contrast, the aroma of the world they were about to invade grew increasingly potent. It reeked of decay. It emitted the foul stench of toxic mist. It was the ominous fragrance birthed from pure darkness. All the warriors exchanged apprehensive glances, speculating the nature of this strange world. What on earth is happening? The elven commander, with his striking visage, bore a faint frown. Having lived for 3 millennia and personally destroyed at least 10 world cores, this was the first time he had encountered such a situation. The proud and self-regarding elves found it most difficult to accept this putrid odor. I am uncertain. Elrond, a human leader, towering nearly 4 meters, replied in a deep voice beside the elven king Elrond. But I hope you do not dwell too much on these scents. For the great and holy angels have commanded us to utterly annihilate that world. This is our singular objective. Soon, we shall return to our own realm. When we do, we shall be greeted by flowers and glory. Upon hearing this, Elrond nodded, expressing respect for this human leader, who, despite being human, held a rank far superior to his own. This individual was undeniably the supreme commander of this war, appointed by the angels themselves. He could not afford to underestimate him, especially when the commander possessed the power to crush him effortlessly. For a moment, the unpleasantness of the odors seemed less intolerable to the elven commander. At your command, great martial Thales, great angels above, in this war devoid of troop limitations, we shall surely emerge victorious. Upon hearing this, Marshal Thales nodded impassively, looking toward the distant passage. In mere seconds, millions of their soldiers would serve as the vanguard, entering that accursed otherworld through the now stabilized Golden Passage. This time, Marshal Thales intended to lead his warriors to that unknown realm, which dared to establish a link with theirs, to slay everything in sight, and ultimately destroy the core of their world. Legend has it that each instance of a world clash brings immense satisfaction to the angels they serve, and those warriors who ventured to those worlds, without exception, returned bearing unimaginable glory. Contemplating this, the previously placid heart of Marshal Thales stirred with excitement. Steady your mind. What is amiss today? That I find my thoughts wandering before the great battle? Just as Marshal Thales struggled against his tumultuous emotions, an anomaly, a change destined to unfold, occurred. Angels above, what is this? My heavens! A cacophony of screams from a throng of beastly soldiers captured the attention of Marshal Thales. Silence! Thales bellowed. Have you forgotten the tenets of our army? Suddenly, the marshal found himself frozen in place. His eyes widened in disbelief at the spectacle before him, his heart racing wildly. Their spatial conduit had connected to another realm. Yet, the transfer had not been completed, as if the fabric of time and space had encountered a glitch. However, this alone would not have shaken Thales, whose composure was as steadfast as a mountain. What truly unsettled him was the realization that the conduit intended for their transport had become corrupted. Darkness, teeming with indescribable, grotesque matter, surged like a receding tide, engulfing their spatial passage. The speed of this corruption escalated, accompanied by the foul stench previously sensed by the elven commander Elrond. growing ever more pungent. In mere moments, this nauseating, revolting matter had successfully extended its pollution beyond the heads of Thales and Elrond. Moreover, the decay showed no signs of abating. It was contaminating the entirety of their spatial conduits, reaching toward their very terminus. Had they truly lost control of the entire spatial conduit? What manner of entity was this? Were we not the aggressors? For the first time, Elrond felt an inexplicable dread. Yet, before the strikingly beautiful elven commander could regain his composure, the forefront of their million-strong legion was suddenly engulfed in suffocating screams from the orc warriors. The dark mists, which moved at a pace far slower than the grotesque matter, obscured his vision entirely. At last, these dark mists enveloped the orc battalion at the forefront, shrouding them in a veil of darkness. An attack. Thales finally regained his wits, roaring as he mounted his powerful steed and rode to the front of the remaining legions. With him as their example, the other legions swiftly readied themselves for battle. At that moment, the dark mists began to stir. An orcish arm emerged from the fog, seemingly flailing as if the lost soul could not find its way in the darkness. This sight momentarily eased the tension among the legionnaires. Although they could not discern the nature of this entity, at least it did not appear lethal. The mere fact that something emerged was the greatest reassurance. However, the next instant, all sound vanished, and the warriors held their breaths, trembling. For what emerged from that darkness was no orc, but a primal demon feasting upon the remains of its orcish kin. Behind it, within the dark mists, surged thousands of lesser demons. These diminutive fiends, initially clamoring around the primal demon for scraps of orc flesh, even blood clots, suddenly turned their collective gaze towards something far more enticing: the vast multitude of soldiers. In the eyes of these creatures, the warriors were met with malevolence, greed, and insatiable hunger. These monsters had been confined to their own world for far too long. Charge! Thales roared. He was the first to ride forth on his steed into the mists of darkness. This war demanded a distortion of the established rules, a series of spatial edicts. Chu Hao sat at the bottom of the endless abyss, his gaze vacant yet devoid of sorrow or joy, as he spoke. In the darkness, he raised his head, peering toward the heavens. Behind him, countless tendrils of pure darkness, akin to veins, pierced through his back. As he spoke, the veins throbbed, pulsating as if both delivering sustenance and siphoning something away. Only by distorting these spatial rules could the other denizens of the abyss shatter the crystalline barriers of different realms. With his whispered words, the trial world unveiled its true visage to Chu Hao and many observers of the fourth trial for the first time. It was a colossal world, ringed by 13 distinct planets. Each of these planets possessed its unique structure, teeming with diverse races, and each harbored a wealth of treasures and resources. At the center of this divine realm, amidst the 13 planetary rings, lay a singular, brilliantly shining white sphere, reminiscent of a diamond. These 13 planets orbited gracefully around this luminous orb. However, as the onlookers marveled at the exquisite designs of these planets, a horrifying revelation invaded their collective vision. Tiny black dots began to materialize above the 13 worlds. That was the mark of the infinite abyss. At the bottom of the abyss, Chu Hao bore a smile. Chapter 53, Retreat. Within the soon-to-be corrupted spatial conduit, Charge! Marshal Thales roared. Whether it was the terror of the ominous black mists and the monsters they concealed that unsettled his mind, or if Thales himself sensed the impending danger in a moment of disorientation, or perhaps he felt shame for the fear that should not have arisen within him. Regardless, this towering figure, a formidable commander who had endured countless battles, led the charge alone on his robust steed into the mists. Such courage and resolve astonished the trial world's armies at that moment. Yet, no one dared to move. The battle cry caught in their throats, lodged like a bone, facing the grotesque, distorted matter, the horrific black mists, and the dreadful demons lurking within. The soldiers found themselves hesitating for the first time. Fear and the instinct for survival transformed their fervor into cold rationality. But at that moment, Elrond, the elven commander, displayed immense courage and indignation before his fellow warriors. He felt a profound disappointment in these seemingly feeble soldiers. How dare you allow the marshal to charge alone? With that, he mounted his unicorn, brandishing an angelic banner, and resolutely followed Thales into the depths of the black mists, charging toward the demons lurking within. As his voice rang out, Elrond finally closed the distance, confronting the terrifying, fallen forms of the demons. At the moment of contact, the unicorn beneath him raised its hoof, adopting a bloodthirsty demeanor that starkly contrasted with its resplendent appearance, and crushed the head of the primal demon into a pulp. With casual disdain, it trampled the lesser demons that surrounded the primal fiend into muddy remnants. As the grotesque blood and viscera splattered onto the unicorn, it erupted in an infinite radiance. In an instant, the tainted and malevolent blood was swept away by the luminous beams of light that heralded salvation. Even the encroaching darkness dissipated significantly in that fleeting moment. Subsequently, the elf Elrond turned to gaze back. All the warriors beheld the indomitable fighting spirit igniting in his eyes. Fear was shattered. The entire army surged forward, It was uncertain who among the warriors was the first to roar, but in that instance, the courage they had briefly lost returned with fervor. Beneath countless banners emblazoned with angelic visages, these valiant soldiers launched an unyielding assault. Magic, cannon fire, arrows, and even divine spells erupted from the supporting forces behind, all targeting the dark mists and demons before them. They would drive these monstrosities back. The formidable legions, which had once daunted countless challengers, once again bared their fangs at the endless abyss. Victory was etched into their very essence. Humph! You repugnant embodiments of corruption. At the forefront of the ranks, Marshal Tellys cleaved a primal demon, brimming with pulsating tumors and a formidable 8-stage vitality, in two with a single swing of his axe. Under his might, the remaining lesser demons, not yet slain, erupted into chaos. Some launched futile attacks against Tellys, while others seized the opportunity to flee. And still others cried out to their demonic brethren from within the shrouded darkness. In his wrath, Tellys unleashed his martial prowess mercilessly. In an instant, flames, emblematic of his fury, incinerated the cacophony of lesser fiends into ash. Powerful, unrivaled power. This legendary warrior, at the pinnacle of strength, exhibited his dominion over the demons lurking within the shadows. The ordinary fiends, who had yet to attain legendary status, appeared as mere insects in his eyes. Marshal Tellys cast a glance at the lurking demons hidden within the dark mists, roaring with defiance. Come forth, you wretched creatures. As he spoke, he swung his massive axe, reducing the remaining demons that bared their teeth at him into mere dust. In the name of the holy angels, I shall purify your corrupt and depraved souls. With his bellow, the remaining demons recoiled. With his roar, the expansion of the black mists came to a halt. Simultaneously, the other warriors, including Elrond, caught up with the powerful commander, reaching the precipice where the darkness and demons retreated. Observing this spectacle, Marshal Tellys glanced back. He bore no reproach towards the warriors. After all, he too had nearly lost his courage to advance in that fleeting moment. He merely stated in a calm tone, "Ready the arms. Prepare to continue the assault." He turned to face the retreating black mists and demons, a confident smile adorning his visage. "We shall eradicate these twisted and fallen monstrosities and cleanse their filthy realm." Upon hearing this, the warriors of the battalion immediately raised their weapons and let out a battle cry. Their fervor had been ignited. Indeed, in times of despair, only heroes like the marshal could awaken the warrior spirit within them. Elrond gazed upon the blood-soaked marshal, contemplating, is everything truly improving? But is it really so? Thud, thud, thud. The resounding footsteps echoed through the passage, abruptly silencing the warriors' battle cries. Once more, the battalion fell into an eerie silence. It was as if these footsteps were treading upon the very hearts of the soldiers. Each individual felt an almost maddening suffocation of terror. A low whisper, the source of which was unknown, grew louder amidst the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, crimson eyes began to appear one after another within the black mist. These scarlet orbs, even through the haze, were vividly discernible. They brimmed with extreme malice and mockery directed at the warriors. Whether it was an illusion or not, Elrond sensed a sudden rise in temperature within the passage, as if torrents of molten magma were advancing upon them. In that moment of silence, a colossal figure emerged from the edge of the darkness. A demon, grasping an eternally blazing greatsword, clad in molten armor, with black-red horns adorning its head, stepped forth from the obsidian mist. It merely stood there, and the passage itself seemed to melt in response to its heat. With each breath, it conjured an inexhaustible tempest of flames. Legendary pinnacle. Elrond's eyes widened in shock as he felt the terrifying aura radiating from this monstrous being. It was an essence steeped in true darkness, corruption, mingled with greed and malice. This oppressive presence constricted his breath, and a primal urge to flee screamed within him. Thud, thud, thud. Yet, the footsteps within the mist did not cease. More monsters were closing in on them. Behind the fire demon, a two-headed serpent creature emerged, a grotesque being. Resembling a mass of writhing mud adorned with a gaping maw, appeared, and another creature, beast-like yet covered in bone spines and tentacles, prowled forth. Each one of them was a being of legendary stature. Every single one, a twisted and fallen incarnation. Each craved unending battle. Each was insatiably hungry. At that moment, Elrond, almost instinctively, glanced at Marshal Tellys beside him. Suddenly, as if struck by lightning, Elrond's eyes widened in terror at the scene before him. The hands of Marshal Tellys, which gripped the great axe, were trembling. How could the endless abyss possibly retreat? From the depths of darkness, a pair of cold, emotionless eyes surveyed the scene. Haha. Chapter 54, Corruption from the Abyss. What is happening? Within the observation room, an instructor smiled, observing the serious expression on Wang Zhi's face. It was evident that they were all aware of Wang Zhi's satisfaction with Chu Hao's performance, and they naturally recognized that Wang Zhi would be closely monitoring Chu Hao's current display. Not entirely objective, Wang Zhi sighed. However, the endless abyss has not faced any incursions. From the very beginning, Chu Hao had no intention of allowing the warriors from the assessment world to wreak havoc in the endless abyss. Instead, he initiated a reverse invasion through the enemy's passage, enabling his warriors from the divine realm to engage in a fierce confrontation with the foe within the passage. The scene depicted the connection between the assessment world and the endless abyss, which had transformed from a dazzling golden hue to a distorted crimson black. Clearly, Chu Hao's demonic legions were gaining the upper hand within the spatial passage. Oh, that sounds rather promising. One mentor's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He had glimpsed parts of the fourth assessment's content and understood that one of the greatest challenges in the early stages was enduring the relentless onslaught of alien warriors flooding into the assessment world. No, that was not the crux of the matter. Wang Ji's eyes were filled with apprehension. The real concern was Chu Hao's audacity. In the next moment, Wang Ji projected the scene of Chu Hao's fourth assessment within the observation chamber. He could not fathom why Chu Hao had chosen to simultaneously invade all 13 planets within the assessment world. Each of these celestial bodies harbored unfathomable and terrifying alien entities. Yet, he embarked upon a frenzied war. Upon hearing this, all the mentors turned their gaze to the screen, their expressions etched with astonishment. At that moment, the image revealed countless tendrils extending from the endless abyss toward the assessment world, greedily clutching each planet. The planar crystalline barrier separating the endless abyss from these planets was gradually shattering. The demonic army from the endless abyss was voraciously consuming every planet situated within the assessment world. With each location they reached, a new black dot manifested upon these planets. And the number of such dots was increasing exponentially. Conversely, the formidable warriors within the assessment world had also been activated. Their numbers would soon swell to an uncountable multitude. Meanwhile, after casting a glance at the passage linking the assessment world to the endless abyss, Chu Hao shifted his focus. Throughout the ordeal, he had never regarded the spatial passage as a significant threat. His attention was primarily directed toward the main offensive vector of the endless abyss. Specifically those black dots manifesting on the 13 planets of the assessment world. The spatial passage would undoubtedly herald a brutal conflict, but that was not the ultimate destination. In the depths of the endless abyss, Chu Hao sat in meditation, numerous strands resembling blood vessels composed of black mist embedded in his back. The pivotal task was to exploit the unique attributes of the endless abyss. Chu Hao lifted his head, causing the multitude of black tendrils on his back to swell. He aimed to corrupt these 13 worlds. Once the spatial tunnel was established, there would be no escape. In the assessment world, the 13th planet, home to dwarves and gnomes, lay on the outskirts of a city wall constructed by artisans. Damn it, where are these filthy, degenerate creatures coming from? Grumbled a dwarf named Taijan, as he stroked his singed beard in frustration. To his left lay an enchanted firearm with a shattered barrel, and behind him stood a steampunk battle machine piloted by a gnome. This mass-producible war machine had just exhibited the strength comparable to a 10th-tier warrior during the recent skirmish. However, at that moment, a massive demonic claw hung over the cockpit of the battle machine, while its legs had been brutally severed by some malevolent entity. The mechanical construct of metal had been bitten through by flesh and blood. I'm not entirely sure, but a gnome with a bandaged head futilely attempted to repair the damaged battle machine with a wrench. There are truly an overwhelming number of them, the gnome remarked, glancing down at the piles of demon corpses that littered the ground beneath the city wall. These demonic corpses were being corroded at an alarming rate by some unknown force. Had it not been for our powerful firearms and machines, we might have been overwhelmed during that last wave of battle, he continued. Indeed, Taijan discarded his firearm, opting for another as he began his inspection. Fortunately, but just as the two conversed, an ominous sound pierced their ears, delving deep into their very souls. Ah, that was the cry of a demon. The dwarf swiftly sprang to the edge of the wall, shooting in the direction of the sound without aiming. Bang! A small demon's head was shattered, its body collapsing to the ground. Black-red blood seeped out like toxic mist, corroding the surrounding environment. Haha, just a stray, the dwarf laughed, stowing his firearm on his back as he attempted to scavenge for any remaining fine liquor from his fallen comrade's corpse. But at that moment, the gnome beside him abruptly patted the dwarf's shoulder. Hey, what? Don't you feel that the bodies of those distorted creatures are disappearing? Huh. Taijan found half a bottle of strong liquor and gulped it down. Isn't that a good thing? It saves us from cleaning the battlefield. No. The gnome pointed towards the ground below the wall, his expression revealing a hint of horror. With a puzzled expression, the dwarf looked down, and soon his face mirrored the gnome's shock. What is happening? The demon corpses were indeed vanishing, yet the remnants they left behind continued to corrode the world. This corruption would never cease. On the land beneath the wall, where flowers and green grass should have flourished, a desolate, twisted, and repulsive landscape had emerged. This land evoked the sensation of being an endless abyss, a world perpetually descending, leaving behind its grotesque derivatives. Moreover, upon this warped and mutated terrain, demonic cocoons had begun to appear. This land, at this very moment, had become the dominion of the endless abyss. Chapter 55, The Blackened Earth. What is this? Including Taijan, all the dwarven and gnome soldiers gathered around the city wall could not help but voice their soul-esque query. Why had the land that once belonged to them transformed into this abominable state? The once lush and vibrant terrain had, in an instant, morphed into a barren and twisted expanse of black earth. Furthermore, with the disappearance of the demon corpses, the scope of pollution across this land continued to expand. If it were merely pollution, perhaps these warriors would not be so terrified. What truly instilled fear in them was the sight of countless cocoons nurturing demons, emerging through the portals of the endless abyss, encroaching upon their world. The planar crystal wall of their realm has succumbed to corrosion. At this very moment, the cocoons of these fiends are writhing with frenzied intensity. Terrifying, grotesque monstrosities are on the verge of breaking free. Fire. Suddenly, a burly dwarf wielding a hand cannon bellowed at his fellow warriors. Iron Shield recognized this dwarf. He was his neighbor, who also held the added title of the garrison commander responsible for the defense of this city. Open fire. We must annihilate these cursed creatures before they hatch. Upon uttering these words, the stout dwarf immediately discharged his exquisite hand cannon. Boom. A blazing shell struck one of the writhing demonic cocoons with ferocity. Crack. In an instant, as the cocoon shattered, a half-formed little demon was obliterated by the cannonball, its remains splattering disgusting, foul-smelling ichor across the ground. Upon hearing the roar of the hand cannon, the other dwarves snapped into action, brandishing their various firearms and unleashing a torrent of fire upon the darkened earth. Meanwhile, the gnomes divided into two factions. Those gnomes who had lost their war machines desperately clutched various ammunition supplies, rushing toward each dwarf. Conversely, those still possessing their war machines eagerly leaped into their cockpits, activating the mechanical marvels their civilization prided itself upon. Rumble, rumble. As the war machines whirred to life, more and more gnomes descended from the city walls, employing their weaponry to swiftly eradicate one after another of the demonic cocoons that emerged from the endless abyss. However, whether it was due to sensing the imminent threat of annihilation, the previously helpless cocoons began to hatch at an alarming rate. Finally, the first demon clawed its way out from a partially shattered cocoon. It whispered as it emerged from a pool of blood, its eyes opening to behold this world. Suddenly, it perceived the stark reality of its surroundings. In stark contrast to the memories etched into its very soul, it felt the allure of another realm. The untainted air, the benign environment, the azure sky, the fluffy clouds. There were no predators, no enslavement. All of this reflected in its crimson eyes. Despite being freshly born, this little demon comprehended the stark truth. The world that had nurtured its wicked essence, the endless abyss, was a barren, twisted, terrifying, and suffocating realm. The outside world was so. Boom. Abruptly, a colossal pair of iron-forged legs crushed down upon its form. A torrent of blood erupted, leaving only the demon's head, miraculously intact, to soar through the air. Amidst the confusion, the demon seemed to hear the detached laughter of the gnomes within the war machines. It was a derision, a disdainful rejection, a scorn from beings of a powerful civilization directed at these souls of wickedness and corruption. For reasons unknown, a brutal thought surged within its soon-to-be fragmented soul. It had once yearned to escape to this seemingly paradisiacal world, but now it realized death was not the end. Its essence would eventually return to the terrifying abyssal incubator in the form of shattered fragments, and after a series of horrific nurturings, it would re-emerge as a warrior of the endless abyss, rejoining this war. Yet now, its resolve had shifted. It decided, like the other demons, to obliterate this world and drag it into the depths of the endless abyss, never to part again. As a bullet pierced through its head, the eyes once again stained with hatred and brutality slowly closed. It would ultimately return to this battlefield. An hour later, the monsters that have emerged this time are surprisingly feeble? Yes, they had startled me at first. At last, the robust dwarven and gnomish warriors began to catch their breath once more. Most of the previously encountered demonic cocoons had been obliterated before they could fully hatch, leaving nothing but a ground strewn with ichor and corpses. Even the few fortunate little demons that had managed to escape could not endure even a moment amidst the storm of firearms and steel. Thus, it was without doubt that these defenders of their homeland achieved a resounding victory. Yet, the expanse of that blackened earth appeared to be growing ever larger. Fear not, for we have the formidable protection of angels. They will dispatch their priests to assist us in cleansing this tainted land. At this, Iron Shield cast a glance at the pallid garrison commander and cheerfully tossed him the remainder of his unfinished spirits. Hey, that fellow whose name I've forgotten. Let's drink to our victory. Clang. The flask struck the dazed garrison commander, bouncing off and crashing to the ground. The previously ashen-faced commander suddenly extended a trembling finger, pointing into the distance. In that instant, Iron Shield sensed a profound sense of foreboding. He swiftly turned to look. Simultaneously, more and more warriors became aware of the commander's abnormal behavior. In an instant, a wave of despair washed over all present. A black-red vortex materialized above their realm. At the eye of this tempest, an eye representing the will of the endless abyss cast a cold, mocking gaze upon them. Beneath the black-red vortex, an endless array of demonic cocoons began to emerge like mushrooms after a rain. The cocoons bore intricate black and red patterns, which became increasingly defined with their writhing. Yet, their shells grew ever more translucent. The stout forms of the demons within became increasingly visible. Furthermore, the quantity of these demonic cocoons was such that not even a wizard could quickly tally their numbers. Creak. Finally, a little demon broke free from its cocoon. It lifted its head to gaze upon this world, upon the beings inhabiting it. Unlike before, this newly born demon's eyes were filled with brutality and hatred. It yearned to drag this realm into the endless abyss. Pray to the angels who serve you. Chapter 56, Awakening and Return. War Engine. Observation Room. Wait. How could Chu Hao have amassed such a vast number of soldiers? A mentor, struck speechless by the scene before him, exclaimed in shock. The imagery depicted a world inhabited by dwarves and gnomes, where a city housing tens of thousands of dwarves was utterly devastated within mere hours by the relentless tide of demons from the endless abyss. This city, fortified by numerous workshops and encircled by walls of iron and gunpowder, crumbled effortlessly before the onslaught of demons, none of whom even possessed a rank above legendary. In the observation room, the scene unfolds with a dwarf clutching a shattered gun, kneeling beside the lifeless body of a gnome. He grasps its hand, gazing towards the location of the angelic statue in the city, weeping and praying fervently. Around him, soldiers are engaged in their final struggles against the demons. Each thunderous explosion signifies the mutual demise of a dwarf alongside several demons. Every self-detonation of a war machine symbolizes the last defiance of a gnome. Yet, beyond the city walls behind this dwarf, on the endlessly expanding blackened ground, more and more high-level demons descend. Regardless of the efficacy of his prayers, it is evident that this city is destined to fall under the dominion of the demons in the foreseeable future. At the city center, the visage of the sacred angel statue has, unbeknownst to anyone, gradually become tainted with the blood and flesh of its citizens. This corruption inexplicably imbues the statue with a hint of wrath and compassion. It stands in the heart of the city, helplessly witnessing its domain being dragged into the abyss. Such a tragic tableau stirs a fleeting sense of pity among several mentors. However, their familiarity with such grim scenes soon allows them to cast it aside. After all, with their more potent divine realms, they have witnessed cruelty far surpassing this. Gods, after all, do not shed tears for mere mortals. How is it possible that Chu Hao could rescue so many warriors at once? One mentor transitions to another scene, revealing an elven city under siege. Although the environments and races differ completely, the assaults they endure are the same. An unending horde of demons, exuding terror, methodically dismantles their homes. Moreover, the number of cities under attack continues to rise, paralleling the increase in those ominous black spots. Faced with such a sight, Wang Ji remains silent. He promptly channels his faith to locate Chu Hao. He yearns to uncover what transpires in the endless abyss that enables such a terrifying number of soldiers to emerge. Yet in the next instant, he finds himself taken aback. His screen reveals only darkness. A single eye, concealed within the shadows, coldly gazes back at him. The interior of Chu Hao's endless abyss eludes his sight. Not just him, but all curious mentors discover that, with the assistance of the school system, they can no longer glimpse any scene from Chu Hao's divine realm. At this moment, a thick crystalline barrier surrounds the outer edges of the endless abyss, obstructing any prying eyes. Such a situation is beyond the imagination of every mentor. Wait, could it be that our vision is obstructed because Chu Hao has ascended to a lower deity, completely shielding his sea of consciousness? Only upon attaining such a status can one achieve this feat, given the positioning of divine realms, hidden deep within each individual's sea of consciousness. Mentors have previously been able to access the divine realms of every graduate without obstruction, thanks to the school system. Yet now, a heavy cloak of darkness shrouds Chu Hao's endless abyss, rendering their observations futile. This sight leads all mentors to believe, at that moment, that Chu Hao has transcended his mortal form and fully entered the ranks of the divine. But no, Chu Hao has not yet ascended. Wang Ji declares emphatically, having discerned the peculiarities of Chu Hao earlier than the others. He is merely manipulating the rules, employing some dark regulations to protect his divine realm from detection. He is preparing for defense. Defense? The other mentors pause, momentarily bewildered. Isn't he currently in an offensive phase? Indeed, judging by his current state, he seems to hold the upper hand. All mentors display expressions of confusion. What exactly is Chu Hao defending against? In the principal's office, Bai Chun intently observes the assessment world, taking in everything that unfolds. As the first alternate of the supreme deity, her strength is unquestionable. Despite the grand scale of this war, seemingly spanning galaxies and worlds, she finds no difficulty in observing all that transpires in this realm. Suddenly, a series of images captures her attention, causing her eyes to flicker slightly. At last, the moment has arrived. Within the images, a blood-soaked orc warrior, covered in wounds, kneels before an angelic depiction, cradling a half-infected orc female warrior and weeping helplessly. "Oh great angel, please save her." At this moment, Parasitic structures resembling insect tails incessantly sprout from the infected orc female warrior. Though only half her body appears infected, her abdomen and vital organs are rapidly distorting. Even the blood she vomits transforms into writhing larvae, desperately yearning to survive in the sunlight. Angel, please save me. In another frame, a lizard man warrior kneels before a different angelic image, praying earnestly. Angel, please purify this evil. In yet another scene, an elf performs the same act of supplication. Angel, oh angel, oh angel. At last, the multitude of prayers, countless voices of supplication, coalesces into a belief that merges into an indescribable realm. These voices finally disturb the slumbering powerful entities. Confronted with the threat of the demonic horde and the countless cities turned to infernos, the assessment world finally erupts with fury. Boom. The angel's messengers return with a divine decree. The most loyal servants of the Lord shall awaken first, purging the world of all filth. Subsequently, the angels shall awaken and return at the behest of our shared Lord. The long-sealed dragon layers of the dragon kin creak open, and the great dragons emerge once more. Roaring through the skies, the world tree of the elven sacred realm blossoms anew, and amidst the swirling pollen, trance uproot themselves. In a certain tunnel of the Orsish Canyon, a beast awakens, detecting the stench of fallen souls. In a forsaken laboratory within the dwarf and gnome realm, long-dormant war machines spring back to life. All the slumbering mythical creatures and ancient technologies across these 13 planets awaken at last, roused by the footsteps of the Abyssal Demons. Yet, this is not the crux of the matter. Chu Hao raises his head, directing his gaze towards the 14th planet, a pristine sphere. Upon that world, a pair of eyes pierces through the boundless darkness, gazing into a corner of the endless abyss. Chapter 57, Despair and Hope. As countless legions of the abyss ravaged across 13 planets, far away at the entrance of the temporal passage in the assessment world, Nightmat gazed in terror at the swirling vortex before him. What in the world is happening with this passage? He whispered to the knights surrounding him. He was not alone in his bewilderment. Soldiers nearby, and even the millions of troops behind them murmured in anxious tones. The commanders standing before them exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a shared confusion. What was going on? Why had the temporal passage transformed into this ominous form? The once resplendent golden portal had turned into a pitch-black void, exuding a foul stench. Wisps of dark mist curled ominously at the portal's fringes, dissipating only to be replaced by more of the same ghastly fog. An eerie silence enveloped the area, with the sign for the second transmission failing to illuminate for an unsettling duration. Those in the second contingent, poised to enter the endless abyss, were gripped by sheer terror. What had transpired within the passage? Several commanders voiced their concerns. Just then, a thunderous crash echoed from the depths of the passage. The sound reverberated like a hammer striking the very hearts of the soldiers. In unison, they raised their weapons, aiming towards the end of the temporal passage. Suddenly, the grand door of the passage was violently thrust open. This ornate portal, inscribed with intricate sigils, was twisted as if it were mere scrap metal by an overwhelming force. Following this, an endless surge of black mist poured forth from the passage. This relentless dark fog soon embodied the will of a lower-dimensional realm, slowly advancing toward the warriors bracing themselves to venture into the abyss. Oh, a soldier from Newer, paralyzed by fear, was about to unleash an attack when his captain seized his arm. Stand down. That is, Marshal Thales. At the sound of this name, the soldier's terror melted away. Indeed, emerging from the inky mist was the head of Marshal Thales. Not only he, but the other commanders were immediately electrified with excitement. Marshal, it's truly splendid to see you unharmed. What has transpired within the temporal passage, my lord? As Marshal Thales approached, a growing chorus of footsteps trailed behind him. Yet, when a gust of wind swept through, all present were left stunned. For the so-called Marshal Thales was now but a severed head, cradled in the arms of Elrond. What a farcical marshal, Elrond sneered, lifting his head to reveal a half-decayed visage that was rapidly regenerating. You, like my former self, have mistakenly elevated him to a stature not befitting him, erroneously believing him to be a divine envoy. Elrond's lower body had morphed into a multitude of spider-like appendages adorned with bony spikes. His expression was grotesquely contorted, embodying a seething rage. But now, I serve a true deity, and those who stand behind me are. Boom, boom. With each footfall, legendary peak demons emerged from the swirling black mist. Beside these formidable entities were numerous greedy and grotesque lesser demons, garbed in the weapons and armor stripped from the fallen soldiers. Blood dripped from their forms. The true messengers of the divine. Crack, crack. Despair washed over the warriors as they gazed behind the demons, for they would never forget the sight before them. A realm resembling a black-red vortex was drawing ever closer to their universe. From its surface, tendrils of black mist shot forth, ensnaring their reality. As this twisted, terrifying world approached, the crystalline barriers of their realm began to fracture alarmingly. Countless fissures of darkness appeared behind the demons, beyond the constraints of spatial laws. The endless abyss finally had the opportunity to corrupt the remaining rules of the assessment world. Despair quietly descended upon the million soldiers standing at the passage's end. Yet, within the vast expanse of the assessment world, there would always be a flicker of hope. For instance, at the Blackbone Dragoness Nest, a terrifying domain shared by red and black dragons, where two mythical beings coexisted. Flames. With the incantation of draconic magic, thousands of lesser demons were reduced to ashes before they could even utter a sound of agony. Their remains continued to burn fiercely in the aftermath of the dragon fire. This was no ordinary flame. It was the lethal breath of the mythical black dragon, Osiris. These terrifying dragon flames, imbued with the power of the rules, would relentlessly sear the souls of the fallen, persisting until their very essence was shattered into fragments. Humph! Osiris glared disdainfully at the blackened earth beneath him. These wretched souls have sullied themselves to such a degree that even in death, they leave behind an unclean residue? Truly infuriating. As he spoke, Osiris unleashed a torrent of dragon fire upon the ground. In an instant, the tainted soil corrupted by demonic blood was restored to its former state. Of course, the plants that once thrived there could never return to normalcy. Osiris, cease your lamentations. The colossal dragon Vilik, his body glimmering like diamond, shook his luminous head. Moments ago, he had obliterated thousands of lesser demons and their fallen minions who had knelt before the abyss. Who would have imagined that upon awakening, our world would be invaded by such depraved beings? Vilik sighed. How many years has it been? The bloodlines we left behind appear to be dwindling. Their strength has certainly diminished. At this, Osiris grew even more agitated. These imbeciles. Once I expel these degenerates from our world, I shall thoroughly cleanse the remnants of those bloodlines. I will eradicate those useless branches. Unexpectedly, Vilik chuckled softly at this. Do not act so hastily. The mighty dragon Velik unfurled his wings and soared into the sky. In the partially devastated city not far away, countless civilians bearing the blood of dragons immediately knelt in the direction of the great dragon, their lips moving in fervent supplication. Among their invocations were terms such as Great Divine Messenger. While I hold little regard for these so-called descendants, I must admit I derive a certain pleasure from their current display of humility. Velik lowered his gaze upon these mere mortals, his countenance illuminated by a joyful expression. In the ruins of the city, throngs of citizens fervently called upon the name of Dragon Velik with a fervor rivaling that reserved for angels. Their cries surged like ocean waves, one after another, revealing the depth of their devotion. In their eyes, we are their beacon of hope. Velik turned his attention toward the distant demon armies, a look of disdain etched upon his visage. The true essence of this world is awakening. Those formidable mythical beings have quietly stirred, and the horn of counterattack has sounded. The abyss descends, laden with despair, yet the flicker of hope in their hearts remains unextinguished. This is a battle where despair and hope coexist. Yet, in the collision of two worlds, only one shall emerge victorious. Chapter 58, The Source. In the eyes of the divine, the beings within the divine realm are mere playthings to the gods, akin to livestock raised for their own needs, and thus, they are all foolish creatures. From the moment of their birth, they are shrouded in the lies of the divine, incapable of perceiving the truth of the world. While there is some validity to this assertion, can they truly be deemed foolish? Not necessarily. At the depths of the endless abyss, Chu Hao raised his head. Even if they are blinded, their instinct for survival compels them to fight for their existence until death. At this very moment, the endless abyss draws near to the world of assessment. A swirling maelstrom of black and crimson is slowly engulfing the golden orbs of light, drawing them into its depths. The retaliation they unleash will be nothing short of terrifying. They will employ every means at their disposal to eradicate the threats to their realm. Above a small city affiliated with a dragon's lair, flames and storms rage. In the skies of the dragon lair world, Osiris, with an undeniable and formidable presence, crushed one demon legion after another into mere dust. Even the legendary abyssal native demons could not survive even a minute under his draconic magic. Only the legendary apex demons could mount a futile counterattack beneath his dragon flames. Yet, even such a counterattack appeared utterly feeble in the face of his might. Humph! Those damned fallen. Within Osiris's golden slit pupils, an unimaginable loathing erupted. With a thunderous crash, he plummeted from the sky, landing with force upon a legendary infernal demon that was wreaking havoc within the city. At that moment, the infernal demon unleashed an overwhelming display of power, torrents of lava and flames erupting from its form, instantly engulfing Osiris. However, as the flames and smoke dissipated, Osiris, adorned in his obsidian scales, regarded the infernal demon with contempt. As one who wielded the dominion of flames, he held no fear for what he perceived as mere flickers of fire. Filthy beings from another realm, are you prepared to meet your demise? Osiris's mouth ignited with sparks, a glimmer of savagery igniting in his eyes. He was ready to obliterate this audacious creature that dared detain his land. Yet, at that moment, an arrow struck his eyelid. Clang. Ironically, this arrow could not even pierce his scales, merely clattering to the ground with a metallic thud. Enraged, Osiris crushed the head of the eye demon beneath his foot, ignoring the splatter of molten blood and toxins that drenched him. Who dares? Osiris turned his gaze, thoroughly incensed. However, upon looking back, he was astonished to discover that the assailant was a dragon-blood warrior, once a bearer of his own lineage. This dragon-blood warrior had succumbed to the corrupting aura of the endless abyss. Tumors writhed upon its scales, and its very essence began to devolve due to the chaos of its bloodline. This warrior, weakened by cowardice and prolonged exposure to demons during the previous battle, had met a tragic fate. Its soul was now the property of the endless abyss. Yet, even in such a state, Osiris could still sense the bloodline within this being. It was his own blood. How could this creature, which was bound to serve and revere him, dare to attack the illustrious Osiris? In a fit of rage, Osiris's massive claws descended upon the warrior, reducing both it and the black earth beneath to ashes. Fallen vermin. But in the next moment, even Osiris, whose existence revolved around combat, sensed something amiss. Within this affiliated city of the dragon's lair, all surviving beings had turned against him. Whether demons transported from the endless abyss or the fortunate civilians who had managed to survive, they all launched their assaults upon him. At that moment, Osiris finally grasped the gravity of the situation. The city he had intended to save had utterly fallen. The entire metropolis now belonged to another civilization. Faced with an onslaught akin to a tidal wave, Osiris made no attempt to defend himself. He arrogantly strode through the throngs, seizing several infected dragon-blood warriors to inspect them. How is this possible? Deep within their souls, he discovered that they had all succumbed to corruption. At this moment, his perspective revealed that the very essence of these dragon-blood warriors, where the seeds of faith once resided, had been enveloped in darkness. These beings were beyond salvation. They had all fallen. This is the terrifying nature of the endless abyss. Wherever the demons have invaded and lingered, an indelible aura of the abyss remains. The blood of demons, no, demons, as favored progeny of the endless abyss, merely existing can cause a land to be perpetually tainted. Their souls bear the mark of the endless abyss. Furthermore, any land that has been corrupted by demons, if inhabited by life, experiences an intimate proximity with the endless abyss. Ordinary beings cannot withstand the corruption of the endless abyss. At this moment, Osiris comprehended the futility of his efforts. Cursed be it, at this juncture. Purging these fallen monstrosities holds no meaning. With a fierce grip, he crushed the dragon-blood soldiers in his grasp into a puddle of sanguine liquid. Suddenly, he soared into the sky, roaring fiercely. In the next moment, a terrifying dragon flame engulfed the entire city. This city, associated with the dragon's nest, was reduced to a blazing ash in the blink of an eye. Osiris lifted his head, gazing into the distance. Above the boundary of their world, a black-red vortex was approaching them. To thoroughly eradicate this calamity, I must first annihilate that very world itself. And increasingly, more beings shared the same intention. A growing number of formidable warriors, amidst their struggle against the demons, uncovered a horrifying truth. All lands that had been invaded by demons could no longer be reclaimed by force. Even if they were retaken, these territories, due to the nature of the endless abyss, lost all practical value. If they wished to win the war, these powerful beings from the examination world must first obliterate the source of the soul's corruption, the endless abyss. What Chu Hao had to defend against were the retaliations of these formidable creatures. Yet, at the same time, countless traps had been laid, awaiting the arrival of these enraged souls. Chapter 59, Crimson. At this moment, within the examination world, numerous powerful beings, upon discovering the peculiarities of the endless abyss, promptly made their decision. They regrouped into several formidable legions centered around each powerful being, reforming themselves into a united front and employing various methods to reconstruct miniature spatial portals. Among these powerful beings were descendants of the world tree, true-blooded dragonkin, and indigenous beasts from the orc world. Beneath them lay their true elite legions. They aimed to reach the core of the endless abyss before their own world was completely corrupted. They sought to utterly destroy this twisted and fallen realm. Such a force could obliterate any fragile divine realm of graduates. The manifestation of such power was sufficient to instill concern in anyone regarding Chu Hao's predicament. In the observation room, Wang Ji unconsciously clenched his fists. Meanwhile, in the principal's office, Bai Chun also furrowed his brow. Everyone was eager to know if the newly risen world of the endless abyss could withstand the counterattack from a coalition of pinnacle forces from a powerful realm. At the bottom of the endless abyss, it had begun. Whether by coincidence or fate, the more powerful the beings across all worlds, the more susceptible they were to the unintentional allure of the endless abyss, even if the other party was an enemy. Chu Hao lifted his head. Countless blood vessels, coalesced from black mist, gradually detached from his back. Chu Hao spoke softly. As these vessels fell away, his mental state swiftly restored. Then, with a snap of his fingers, he transported himself to the realm where Yumu resided. This formidable being, whose size rivaled that of a half-plane, had been in a deep slumber since before the war commenced. However, upon the arrival of Chu Hao, the master of the abyss, it immediately awakened from its slumber. Yomu's many eyes, heralds of impending disaster, slowly opened. It was time for slaughter. Yet, just as the most powerful beings from the examination world departed for the endless abyss, the original planets within those worlds were accelerating their descent into ruin. The influence of the endless abyss was spreading to every corner inhabited by sentient beings. As the endless abyss drew closer to this world, the planet nearest to it began to exhibit the most terrifying phenomena. The whispers of demons began to manifest in every individual of wavering will. Even in regions untouched by demon incursions, similar occurrences began to unfold. More and more people were descending into madness. Stop. No more. In a certain village, a young boy of an alien race, clad in burlap, was curled up in his doghouse. This doghouse was not a mere euphemism. It was a genuine doghouse. This boy was a descendant of a sinner who had defiled an angel. As a progeny of sin, he was condemned to atone for his ancestors' transgressions for generations. They were forced to consume the worst food, engage in the most degrading labor, and reside in the most humiliating places to atone for their sins. Before the war erupted between the endless abyss and the examination world, this boy had always believed that his miserable fate was predetermined. After all, according to the bishop who relentlessly chastised him, it was the original sin he bore since birth. Your very being is steeped in sin. With a lash, a new scar appeared on the boy's back. The 7 virtues once bestowed by angels vanished the moment your ancestors fell. With another strike, yet another mark was etched into his skin. Only through enduring such suffering can you prove yourself, and ultimately, allow your soul to return to the embrace of the angels. The lash fell once more. This was the last sentence the boy heard before losing consciousness. Yet, unbeknownst to him, at some point, the unconscious boy encountered a true angel. This beautiful angel, from a distance far beyond reach, guided him with her words. Her voice resonated like an enchanting melody, crystal clear to the boy's ears. No one is born with original sin. All suffering arises from others. The angel smiled. Your world is hypocritical. If I were to descend, all could be set right. Every being, from the moment of birth, carries no virtue, only nature. My arrival can liberate everyone's innate essence. The boy, bewildered, inquired. But how can I summon your descent? The angel smiled and replied, with the blood of those sinners who have scourged you. Upon hearing this, the boy awakened. He immediately understood that this was a nightmare, a nightmarish temptation urging him to fall. Life continued, suffering and hunger, a ceaseless cycle. Yet, every time he fell asleep or lost consciousness, that angel would recite the terrifying verses that tempted him to corruption. He found himself caught in a struggle between acknowledging his sins and denying them. Finally, after enduring relentless torment day after day, the boy became emaciated, collapsing weakly into his doghouse. No more. What must I do? The alien youth opened his bloodshot eyes, staring into the void. In the emptiness, a presence responded to him with the gentlest of words, providing a terrifying answer. Upon hearing it, the boy raised his head and gazed toward the village church. A day later, the nearest nightly order arrived in this village, ready to supply provisions. To their astonishment, the entire village was drenched in blood. It was as if wild beasts had invaded. All the blood led toward the church dedicated to the angels. When these knights cautiously pushed open the half-destroyed doors of the church, they were met with a shocking scene. A congregation of the most wretched descendants of sinners, unworthy of dwelling anywhere but in a doghouse, stands amidst the bloodstains, offering their prayers towards the church. Yet, the incantations they utter are not the 7 virtues bestowed by angels, but rather the 7 deadly sins of living beings. More horrifying still, these progeny of sinners venerate a demon idol forged from corpses. This place has descended into a realm of depravity, rife with demonic worship. The youths continue their recitations. Pride, envy, greed. Upon hearing a sound, they turn to behold the terrified knights who had once lorded over them, revealing their demonic fangs. In their eyes shines a crimson hue, akin to that of creatures from the abyss. Demons are omnipresent. They lurk within the hearts of all. Chapter 60, Monsters. What a warped world this is. The dragon Vilik inadvertently steps upon the corpse of a recently deceased abyssal creature. In the next moment, a nauseating sensation wells up through its scales, surging towards its heart. Truth be told, as the most resplendent dragon in the entire lair, Vilik feels an overwhelming urge to escape the endless abyss. It is not only the land that evokes such a grotesque sensation. Even the creatures here are twisted, repulsive aberrations. Vilik roars and unleashes a barrage of explosive wind blasts towards an indescribable abyssal entity lurking in the distance. How infuriating. It is unclear when we began to lose contact with one another. I wonder how Osiris and the ancient tree fort are faring. This damned world is in utter chaos. Our powers are utterly incapable of discerning the spatial laws here. It is far too easy to become separated, watching as the distant figure erupts into a spray of mud. Vilik's mood finally begins to stabilize. Nevertheless, exercise caution. Vilik, a colossal beast, resembling a wild boar and as massive as a mountain, opens its maw and speaks to Vilik. I sense that the most bizarre aspect of this world is that the power surging within me is rapidly waning. This gargantuan creature, a veritable mythological being, can exhibit formidable, terrifying strength with the slightest of movements. This power is a divine right granted to it at birth, a gift from the very essence of the world. It is something that no entity, save for the Creator, can usurp. With power at its disposal, it can unleash tremendous might to crush any adversary that dares oppose it. Moreover, possessing such power allows it to bestow branches of its authority, albeit only branches, upon races it admires, such as the Orcish-kin. Following the sharing of its power, the orc tribe becomes robust, with a select few gaining multiple branches of power, enabling them to effortlessly transcend the legendary stage and earn various illustrious titles, such as those of the mighty beast bloodline. In essence, these powers form the very foundation of this colossal beast's strength, serving as its capital to protect an entire planet as an agent of the divine. Yet now, it appears that its power is gradually dissipating. Ever since it entered this dark, fallen, and chaotic world, its strength has been waning. Though the extent of this weakening is minuscule, nearly imperceptible, the erosion of power is undeniably real. But how can this be? Power is a manifestation of rules made tangible. Is it possible for this world to erode the essence of rules and power? The beast shakes its head and strides forward with pillar-like steps. I have located the entrance to the next realm. Villic suddenly bellows, pointing towards a dark, profound tunnel not far ahead. The giant beast nods, and, alongside Villic, they venture into this spiraling, abyss-like tunnel. In this realm where time has lost its meaning, Villic and the colossal beast arrive at a new, boundless abyssal dimension. Alas, the environment of this dimension is even more hostile than the last. Villic raises his head, expressing his impatience. This realm is surrounded by an acidic ocean, resembling a vast, decaying swamp. The moment they step inside, Villic is immediately struck by a sense of discomfort, a weight that pervades his heart. Be cautious. Suddenly, the giant beast beside Villic shouts. In the next moment, a grotesque leviathan erupts from the acidic ocean, extending its terrifying tentacles that ensnare Villic with ferocious intent. And this is not the only monster of its kind. There are at least 5 or 6 more lurking along the coastline of the swamp. They are the leviathans of the endless abyss. Cursed be it. As these tentacles ensnare him, Villic lets out a howl of pain. These creatures possess corrosive properties. The scales that should be impervious to all harm are being eroded by their grasp. And as the scales suffer damage, these tentacles greedily siphon his blood. Villic sees the insatiable hunger for his lifeblood reflected in the creature's eyes. It craves his essence. It yearns for the blood of a more powerful being. Roar. As more and more monsters close in to ensnare Villic, the colossal beast takes action. It charges forward, trampling towards the creatures. Despite its mountainous size, its speed is explosive, creating a sonic boom. In an instant, several of the Leviathan's tentacles are severed. One particularly audacious Leviathan is completely cleaved in two by the giant beast, crashing into the swamp with a pitiful wail. Its blood, laced with a trace of toxin, sprays across the marsh. In that moment, perhaps spurred by the spilled blood, a multitude of small creatures swarm towards the crimson pool. The sheer number of these diminutive beings sends chills down Villic's spine. Gale. With the invocation of draconic magic, a significant portion of these small monsters perish, leaving the remainder momentarily stunned. Seizing this opportunity, Villic clamps down on another Leviathan, refusing to relent despite its thrashing. Crack. The jaws of a mythic dragon are not something a mere legendary Leviathan can withstand. With a resounding crunch, the Leviathan's head is shattered by Villic's grip, its brain matter and blood splattering across the resplendent dragon's form. Ugh, what a filthy creature. Yet, despite their fearsome appearance, their strength is laughably feeble. As he watches the retreating Leviathans, Villic bursts into laughter. Wait, Villic, I sense. The colossal beast spoke in a deep, resonant voice. My power has waned yet again, and an ominous feeling washes over me. Before it could finish its statement, Villic was suddenly struck with astonishment. All creatures within this realm began to distance themselves from him, whether they were the formidable Leviathans or the diminutive denizens of the abyss. Huh, have you come to fear me? At that moment, these abyssal beings communicated with one another in the nascent tongue of the abyss, uttering a single word, monster. Monster. It was not only they. All creatures of this plane were uttering the word monster. In terror, using the indistinct language of the abyss. In an instant, Villic noticed that what had once been an acidic ocean had been inexplicably corroded. A pitch-black mire emerged upon the surface of the sea before them. Then, a creature, monstrous by any standard, endeavored to descend upon this world, accompanied by a colossal black dragon adorned with black shackles. Osiris. Chapter 61, Submission. Osiris. How dare you fall so low? The moment Villic beheld Osiris, clarity dawned upon him. This powerful black dragon had betrayed its own realm, forsaking the teachings of the angels to serve this accursed, twisted world. The distorted black shackles upon it stood as testament to its fall. Those so-called shackles were, in truth, indicators of its authority and transformation. In that moment, Velik was consumed by a fury like no other. He could hardly believe that a former friend would dare to betray the world he had sworn to protect. Enraged, the dragon Velik disregarded the pleas of the colossal beasts surrounding him and prepared to charge straight at Osiris. Yet he had forgotten that regardless of how Osiris had fallen, its arrival here was not of its own volition. It had come alongside another, even more powerful entity. Just as Velik was about to charge forth, from the corrupted, acidic surface of the ocean, a creature of unimaginable size began to crawl into this world. This beast possessed 8 entirely distinct heads, each representing one of its 8 different powers: poison, corrosion, pollution, and calamity. Twisted black horns adorned each of its heads, and its eyes brimmed with the unique brutality and indifference of abyssal creatures. The moment it descended, the plane itself began to decay. The entire realm transformed into a toxic black mire upon its arrival. This creature was known as Yum, the first mythic being of the endless abyss, a living embodiment of calamity. Upon witnessing this monstrosity, Velik's heart sank. He finally understood why the abyssal creatures had begun to flee in desperation. They had long known that remaining here would result in their demise, unwittingly caused by the toxins emitted by this being. There were disparities even among mythic beings. Yum's power exceeded Velik's wildest imagination. Yum lowered its head, casting a silent glance at the diminutive Velik. Yet, in that seemingly mundane gaze, Velik felt something within his soul rapidly deteriorating. His convictions, his courage, his very essence. Just then, the dragon Velik was suddenly ambushed by Osiris. Huh, Velik. Osiris lunged forward, sinking its teeth into Velik's wing, seething with resentment. Now do you understand why I chose to betray you? No, this is not betrayal at all. Velik unleashed a torrent of devastating dragon magic, directing it fiercely toward Osiris's face. In an instant, countless storms accompanied by destructive elements obliterated half of Osiris's cheek, leaving behind a myriad of scars. However, Osiris merely scoffed. In the next moment, countless minuscule growths, invisible to the naked eye, sprouted upon Osiris's face, immediately repairing its flesh. I have merely come to serve a being of greater power. Osiris sneered, revealing its grotesquely contorted visage and preparing to retaliate. Flames. In that moment, Velik beheld an unbelievable sight. The once sacred red flames that could incinerate anything had transformed into an inky black. The divine dragon flames that inspired awe in countless mortals had, in that instant, become a vile, corrupted entity, akin to murky sludge. Yet, as these tainted flames met Velik's scales, he experienced an indescribable agony, though his scales remained unburned. The flesh beneath was infected on a massive scale. Countless black, murky flames surged into his flesh, burrowing deeper like parasitic maggots. Every part of his flesh that had been scorched became a nest of minuscule parasites, ravenously feasting upon what remained of Velik's body without pause. Ack! Velik screamed, attempting to push Osiris away, endeavoring to mend his wounds through the power of his abilities. Yet Osiris showed no inclination to release him, coldly unleashing another torrent of twisted dragon fire. The excruciating pain pierced through every fiber of Velik's being, unyielding and insufferable. Ha! Do you see this? This is my new master, an entity of unfathomable greatness from the endless abyss. Osiris's cheek had been restored, albeit in a manner far different from its former self. It now bore jagged, black fangs, crimson scales, and hundreds of varying-sized, brutal, circular eyes. Under the gaze of the great, endless abyss, I shall no longer be bound by any rules or moral constraints. I shall seize everything I desire through my own strength, without relying on those wretched angels or creators. Territory, resources, the servitude of mortals, even the powers held tightly by those feeble minds. I have slain the ancient, lifeless tree, the loquacious old serpent, and the decrepit mother unicorn. All their powers now belong to me. Behold, Velik, my newfound strength. As it spoke, Osiris finally revealed its terrifying form. Countless appendages resembling branches sprouted from its robust back. Its tail bifurcated, each fork adorned with a twisted serpent's head. Upon its draconic head, the once formidable horns of the colossal dragon began to shed, giving way to a straight horn adorned with intricate black patterns. All of this, once the dominion of other mythical beings, now belonged to you, wretched fallen creature. Gik, save me. In a moment of desperation, Velik, suppressed by Osiris, instinctively called out to the distant behemoth. Yet, this creature, known as Gik, unexpectedly bowed in submission to Yum, a beast of mountain-like proportions, surrendering at such a moment. However, its true allegiance was not to Yum, but to the swirling darkness above Yum's head, and the figure concealed within that gloom. Chu Hao. Chapter 62. Virtue. Witnessing this scene, Velik roared in despair. Gik, what in the world are you doing? He could hardly believe that this creature, renowned for its simplicity of mind, would commit such a foolish act at this critical juncture. Do you wish to betray the very world you are sworn to protect? To forsake those creators who nurtured and guided you? Velik's mournful cries reverberated throughout the entire realm. That was the world you once vowed to safeguard, where your subjects reside, where there is silence, Before he could finish, the now more powerful Osiris forcefully plunged Velik's head beneath the surface of the acid-laden sea. In truth, Gik, the mountain-sized beast, was far too preoccupied to heed Velik's lamentations. It trembled, adopting a posture of submission before Yum, directing its inquiries towards Chu Hao, the embodiment of the relentless abyssal will overhead. It not only retracted its fangs, but also curled its tail as much as possible. If I were to truly become a part of this world, Gik stammered to Chu Hao, would I truly gain more power? Any amount would suffice? Chu Hao remained silent, his demeanor calm and unyielding. I desire Velik's Windrunner abilities. I yearn for the stone affinity of the mountain giants. Upon observing Chu Hao's inscrutable response, neither acceptance nor rejection, Gik's anxiety intensified. I crave more land. I want my subjects to genuinely worship me, rather than feigned devotion to those angels and creators. I want at this moment. Chu Hao continued to maintain his silence, sensing the monotony of the situation. After all, the desires of these mighty beings appeared trivial in his eyes. Compared to the infinite path he sought, their aspirations resembled the childish cries for sweets. Let us go, Yum. Initially believing these two mythical creatures might require Yum's intervention, Chu Hao finally uttered the first words since his arrival. Upon his command, Yum, who had remained motionless until now, finally stirred. Yet, as Yum prepared to depart, Gik's agitation escalated. It emitted a storm-like snort, its entire form restless. In that instant, a black shackle materialized beside Chu Hao, drifting toward the spirit beast Gik like the forbidden fruit before Eve, perpetually tempting him. Chu Hao harnessed the power of space, ready to transport Yum to the trial world. Before his departure, he left Gik with a mere whisper, prove yourself. The beast spirit Gik hesitated for a moment, but under the thrall of an insatiable desire that had emerged from the depths of its being, it reached out to grasp the chain that represented both its current bondage and the promise of future freedom. As the shackle connected to it, whispers from the abyss resonated within the depths of its soul. Knowledge from the endless abyss was bestowed upon this beast spirit, not yet entirely corrupted. I understand. The beast spirit Gik bowed its head, revealing its fangs. Then, it charged toward Velik, who was barely holding its ground against Osiris. In the next heartbeat, Velik felt excruciating pain as Gik collided with its back, shattering a significant portion. Its wings were torn apart by Osiris's malevolent grin. At this moment, aside from Osiris and Gik, Velik finally grasped a crucial truth, an understanding of the nature of the endless abyss. Here, no semblance of righteousness or morality existed. This was a realm that extinguished friendship, familial bonds, and love, leaving only betrayal and destruction in its wake. In the face of the abyss's terrifying allure, all noble morals appeared pathetically fragile. The dragon Velik was on the brink of death, yet conversely, the endless abyss would soon acquire two new pets, the progenitor of beast demons and the primordial abyssal dragon. That should suffice, Chu Hao stated calmly. At this moment, he had brought Yum to the trial world, to a planet perilously close to the endless abyss. This planet had now been ensnared by the abyss. It's time to awaken, given the multitude of deaths and the countless prayers. Even if you require time to stir, you ought to awaken now. On this planet, captured by the abyss, indescribable battles erupted everywhere. The alien races venerating the faith angels splintered into two factions, waging a merciless war. Yet, no matter how fiercely they fought, they could not alter a fundamental truth. The dark side of this planet, the side closest to the endless abyss, was crumbling. The land above was gradually being consumed by the abyss, transforming into its territory. The corrupted denizens rejoiced, welcoming the embrace of the abyss. Their souls would be forever lost. Conversely, an increasing number of unwavering believers confronted a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic proclamations, commencing their final prayers. Whether their prayers bore fruit, change truly occurred. Chu Hao raised his gaze to the horizon. At that moment, the heart of this trial world, the pristine white planet, began to rotate. After countless ages, it had finally embarked on its cycle anew. As it spun, transparent rings of unknown construction gradually expanded throughout the cosmos. The planet's rotation quickened, drawing forth elements known as beliefs, enriching them with each turn. Ultimately, 7 rings of varying hues manifested around the white planet. Their reach encompassed the entirety of the cosmos. Every being's soul lay ensnared beneath their encompassing grasp. Each ring bore inscribed symbols and manifestations of rules that Chu Hao could not decipher. However, Chu Hao could sense a glimmer of hope. The relentless abyss was thwarted in its insatiable quest to devour the planet. It was impeded by 7 radiant halos, each embodying the virtues of chastity, temperance, diligence, and generosity, forcing it to cease its further encroachment upon this world. Beneath these halos, one by one, beings of order were gradually manifesting. Angels, perhaps, were truly about to descend. Chapter 63, Judgment. With the emergence of these 7 halos, 7 beings, personifications of order, were slowly materializing. Their arrival was predicated upon the fervent prayers of all the alien races battling against the demons within the entire evaluative realm. These countless alien races, fully aware of the potential for their defeat, valiantly exerted every effort to engage in a desperate struggle against the abyss. Despite the blasphemous whispers of the demons that taunted them, alas, this world remained firmly under the dominion of materialism. The faith of mortals, under the relentless assault of the demons, seemed utterly inconsequential. Regardless of how resounding the prayers of these alien beings were, they could not prevent the destruction of their homeland, nor halt the transformation of their world into a lair for demons, nor stave off the slaughtering blades that the demons wielded. "Oh, angel, I have devoted my life to worshipping you." One alien knelt upon the ground, clutching a small statue of an angel with an indistinct visage. Surrounding her were the remains of countless corpses. Among them lay her village chief, the knight with whom she secretly fell in love, her neighbors, and her friends. Yet, at this moment, all that constituted her minuscule world lay silently sprawled upon the ground. The entire village was engulfed in a deathly stillness. Apart from the occasional cries of anguish, she heard naught but the twisted, depraved, and vile roars of the demons. "I have never strayed from your teachings. Each day, I labored diligently for myself and for the church, as you have instructed." A demon beheld this alien. "Whenever I encounter the downtrodden or those beset by misfortune, I extend my hand in timely assistance, as you have taught me about generosity." The demon approached, aiming its weapon at the alien's heart. "I have never pried into the lives of others, nor envied the lives they are entitled to, for this is the lesson of tolerance you imparted." Tears streamed down the alien's cheeks. "Thus, I beseech you, upon my demise, please ensure my soul does not fall into that dreadful realm." In a flash, when the alien reopened her eyes, she could scarcely believe her vision. Before her stood a genuine angel. "Your soul eternally belongs to the Creator," the angel, radiating holiness, gently addressed the faithful before her. "And we are merely the guides of your soul." Behind this alien, the demon emitted a wretched scream, its soul undergoing purification. This purification was of a truly profound nature. From the flesh to the very essence of its being, its soul was being incinerated into nothingness. Once utterly purified, it would possess no chance of returning to the abyss. The angel reached out through the air, affectionately stroking the alien's head, smiling as she spoke. "But now, your soul is not yet destined to return to the heavenly realm. Fight on, for yourself, for your family, for all that you hold dear." With that, the angel dissipated, journeying to another soul in prayer. The alien stood there, momentarily dazed. "Fight? Can this feeble being truly engage in battle?" The answer was a resounding yes. Trembling, the alien rose to her feet, and then she beheld dozens of demons desecrating everything within her village. In the next instant, light, an infinite radiance erupted, eliciting anguished cries from the demons. With the emergence of this brilliance, the demons began to dissolve, body, soul, and even essence. Divine art of the 10th stage, holy light technique. In that fleeting moment of contact with the angel, the once feeble alien found her inner seas of consciousness illuminated. However, unlike the way Chu Hao ignited his own inner sea, within the depths of this alien's spirit, a seed of unwavering faith, imbued with immense power, began to illuminate everything. Following the miraculous descent of the angel, she had transformed into a formidable warrior of bishop caliber. This was indeed a miracle. Yet, such astonishing miracles were arising in every corner of the evaluative world. On battlefields, plains, cities, mountains, and seas, every true adherent of the angelic teachings had the potential to ascend to such heights. Their arrival swiftly turned the tide of battle in numerous locales. Those who had gradually succumbed to despair began to rally anew under the guidance of these beings. The lairs occupied by demons were gradually dismantled beneath the radiance of the holy light. This world, shrouded in the embrace of the virtuous halo, was returning to the dominion of angels, while evil would ultimately be vanquished. The scales of victory were tilting. On the other side, I never anticipated that the core defense mechanism of this world would possess such prowess. Chu Hao lifted his gaze to the 7 angels standing majestically in the sky above him, a smile gracing his countenance. These 7 angels bore no specific form, were indescribable, and defied articulation. Yet, their mere existence conveyed their identity as angels, or at least represented them. Each one was engulfed in flames of varying hues, and these flames formed structures akin to wings and halos behind them. What emerged in the final phase of the evaluative world was none other than the legendary initial forms of the angels from the celestial mountain realm. As a realm of unparalleled power, the image of angels within Celestial Mountain had long since been etched into the hearts of all. Yet, what Chu Hao beheld was the primordial visage of beings that fused the essence of divine order and sacred fire. Contemplating this, Chu Hao's gaze swiftly turned toward the 14th planet of the evaluative world, the one shrouded in halos. He was eager to uncover the precious gift that awaited after successfully passing the 4th evaluation. Just as Chu Hao indulged in covetous thoughts about the treasure at the planet's core, an angel raised her weapon high, directing it toward him. The formless angel, her voice resonating throughout the world, inquired of Chu Hao, "Why do you create these utterly depraved beings? What do you truly regard life as?" In that moment, Chu Hao found himself akin to a defendant before a court of judgment. standing before the 7 angels embodying the cardinal virtues. At that moment, he displayed a malevolent and intriguing smile before all the judges. You inquire what I regard my life as. He lifted his gaze, and within his black pupils, a swirling vortex of black and crimson began to rotate languidly. Chapter 64, Coincidence and Necessity. Chu Hao stood atop the head of Yum, observing the scene before him that resembled a judgment and revealed a smile. You ask what I consider life to be. The 7 angels stood aloft in the sky, gazing down upon Chu Hao, awaiting his defense. They awaited the defense of the master who had nurtured countless fallen souls. Life is merely life. Chu Hao sighed with a wry smile, speaking in a voice that, though not loud, was sufficiently clear. Life is neither the miracle spoken of by the gods nor the wonder described by scientists. Life is simply life. It bears no special significance, yet it is not entirely commonplace. At least, across the various dimensions of the multiverse, life is not a rare phenomenon. It is the inevitable result of countless coincidences. One of the possibilities birthed from the realm of the impossible. Life emerges from chance, yet perishes from necessity. I am no so-called philosopher, but to me, life is merely an utterly ordinary term. However, returning to the matter at hand, Chu Hao regarded the twisting and transforming angels above with a disdainful expression. I find it quite disappointing that you would pose such a question. After enduring my assault and witnessing countless deaths in your slumber, you only wish to ask me what I regard life as. Truly, it is profoundly disappointing. Your creator does not seem to possess the intelligence I imagined. The foolish one has fashioned such ignorant beings as you. Upon hearing this, the 7 angels were thoroughly incensed by Chu Hao's indirect remarks. They had never conceived that an existence could regard life with such indifference, as if it were merely a collection of tools. Bold! How dare you desecrate the greatness of our Lord? The 7 angels immediately unleashed their powers, launching an assault upon Chu Hao. 7 distinct attacks surged violently towards him, imbued with terrifying luminous attributes. Yet, Chu Hao merely cast a cold glance at the angels before vanishing from atop Yum's head. In the next instant, he appeared at the edge of the battlefield, surveying the scene. Very well, since you have lost the value of my interest, then, Yum. At Chu Hao's command, Yum, fiercely loyal to the endless abyss, commenced its counterattack. Boom. In the blink of an eye, before Yum could retaliate, it was struck by the first wave of attacks from the angels. Multiple beams of light struck Yum's several heads, and in an instant, torrents of Yum's blood were splattered across this world amidst its anguished cries. It is worth noting that Yum's very existence is imbued with a potent toxicity, and its blood even more so. As its blood spilled onto this battlefield, the entire world began to transform. Once lush forests, teeming with towering trees, were instantly contaminated into a desolate wasteland. Rivers and lakes that once harbored fish and shrimp were poisoned into pools of black, emitting a foul stench. As for the cities that were originally distant from the battlefield, they too suffered catastrophic calamities due to the arrival of this blood. Countless beings of different races screamed in agony, futilely attempting to flee their cities. Yet, they could not escape the disaster. For all that lay before them was Yum's horrifying black blood. Once tainted by Yum's darkness, they would perish tragically in an instant. Yet death was not their end. Their bodies, laden with pollutants, would rise again from the ocean of toxins after death, transforming into mindless entities akin to sludge monsters, perpetuating the dreadful plague and contamination. Merely encountering an attack, this plane bore the brunt of the filth brought forth by Yum's powers. Moreover, Yum's counterattack commenced. The 8 heads atop its form, each representing a different power, began to unleash a barrage of exceptionally lethal beams. Beneath it, the earth fractured and mountains crumbled. One angel, unfortunate enough to be caught in this barrage of light, screamed as it plummeted from the sky. Its body, forged from pure light, suffered significant corrosion in that instant, and its radiant wings began to shed. However, this was not a fall into oblivion. Angels, in such a sacred arena, would not perish easily. Angels, messengers of the Lord, the Great Ones. Countless whispers resonated throughout the universe. In this world, every being that believed in the existence of angels became a source of strength for these celestial beings. In an instant, the angel, corroded by toxins, once again joined the fray, wielding its luminous wings amidst a cacophony of prayers. You dare to create such abominations, defiling our Lord's world. With a swing of its sword, one of Yum's heads was severed. Thus commenced the ultimate trump card of this trial world, the final battle. Within the observation chamber, a mentor witnessed the emergence of these angels and saw one of them cleave off a head from Yum. The formidable nature of such a being inevitably stirred concern for Chu Hao's challenge. Who do you think will emerge victorious? The angels? Or the mythic creature from Chu Hao's world? He inquired of his colleague, who stroked his chin in contemplation. But at that moment, Wang Ji suddenly spoke up. The angels will prevail. The others were taken aback by this declaration. What? Wang Ji reiterated. The angels will win this battle. Though the creature on Chu Hao's side appears overwhelmingly powerful, it is fundamentally still a mythic being. However, those angels. Wang Ji's gaze fell upon the angel on screen that had severed the second head of Yum, his expression fraught with concern. They were beings nearing demigod status, their strength, bolstered by the faith within this trial world, was approaching the brink of igniting the sea of the mind. Should this battle continue, Chu Hao's defeat would be inevitable. Therefore, Chu Hao, what method will you employ to annihilate these seemingly insurmountable foes? Chapter 65, The Instinct of Life. The battle raged on. In the heavens above, the angels' assaults remained as razor-sharp as ever. Each of the 7 angels had already endured multiple attacks from Yum. Each strike from Yum corroded these celestial beings significantly, inflicting tremendous damage upon them. Yet, time and again, these angels would recover from the brink of utter weakness. Wang Ji was indeed correct. In the entire realm of assessment, all beings that revere the angels are the very source of their power. The prayers that escape their lips and the faith that resides in their hearts serve as the unwavering foundation upon which the angels rely for their eternal existence. Although the current realm of assessment has suffered immense losses in its population, the number of the devoured among the survivors remains boundless. Much like the virtuous ring that perpetually spins within this universe until the very end of days, these angels shall clash with the demons that invade the world crafted by their creator until the final breath. With a decisive strike, an angel wielding a weapon suffused with a sacred light akin to a rainbow cleaved towards the neck of Yam. The sound of a terrifying impact resonated from the scales upon Yam's neck. Its once invulnerable defenses, forged in the endless abyss, faltered at this moment. With a thunderous crash, Yam's head, comparable in size to a colossal mountain, plummeted like a meteorite into the earth of this planet. Instantly, the shockwave from the violent collision caused the continent of this realm to collapse further. Many of the indigenous beings began a frantic flight amidst the toxic pollution and terrifying tremors unleashed by Yam. Yet, weakened by their inability to grasp the rules of space, the majority met a tragic demise. And all of this was merely a skirmish between 2 supreme creators, Yam and the angels. Their conflict had indelibly marred the very foundation of this planet. Roaring, Yam summoned its strength once more, viciously sinking its teeth into an angel. Attempting to consume the entirety of its being, it endeavored to extinguish the life of this resurrected angel once and for all. Alas, the indomitable angel broke free from the prison of Yam's maw, dealing a grievous blow that left a gaping wound in Yam's head. Another of Yam's heads now hung limply from its body. Suddenly, Yam perceived a sigh emanating from behind, belonging to the sovereign of the endless abyss. Despite being embroiled in battle, Yam remained acutely attuned to every movement of this sovereign. Upon hearing the sigh, it instinctively assumed that its abilities had been deemed inadequate by its master. Withdraw, Yam, intoned Chu Hao, his expression devoid of emotion. I can still, Yam protested, with 4 heads rapidly regenerating, yet it could sense the inevitability of the situation. Nevertheless, I have foreseen the outcome of this battle. You may return to the endless abyss. Upon hearing this, Yam ceased its assault, adopting a defensive posture, and began to retreat gradually, enduring the assaults of all the angels, leaving behind a shattered planet and the remnants of all that had been corroded by its very existence. Whatever its intentions, the will of the endless abyss must be obeyed. Villain, have you chosen to meet your demise? As Yam departed, the angels swiftly encircled Chu Hao. He merely smiled at the haughty celestial beings above, letting out a hearty laugh. Die? Me? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Chu Hao's laughter, the angels drew their weapons anew, aimed squarely at him. No, no, no. You misunderstand. Chu Hao waved his hand dismissively. Since earlier, I have merely been observing you. I am merely conducting research. As he spoke, Chu Hao transformed into a swirling mass of inky black mist. Within that obscurity, a pair of eyes, swirling with dark red, gazed disdainfully at the angels. Do you not see? The angels, upon witnessing Chu Hao's transformation, grew vigilant, uncertain of his intentions. However, they were unprepared for what came next. A soul was cast forth from the black mist. This was an act that even the angels could not have anticipated. What was his intent? A soul, tainted to the utmost degree, was cast before the angels. They all sensed that this soul was a denizen of their original world. Yet, contrary to their teachings, the owner of this soul had fallen into the depths of depravity. At the core of its essence, deep within the abyss of its darkened spirit, a seed of faith that once represented the 7 virtues had transformed into a manifestation of corruption. As the angels remained momentarily stunned, the soul was suddenly annihilated. Its essence began to dissolve, and at that moment, Chu Hao's voice resonated. Just like your foolish master, you ignorant beings fail to comprehend the essence of life. As the soul disintegrated, a strand of darkness ensnared one of the angels, clinging to it like a parasitic worm that would not detach. The so-called essence of life cannot be confined solely to virtue. The angel shrieked in agony, desperately attempting to shed the darkness, yet for reasons unknown. Even the virtuous ring could not aid it. Life itself embodies chaos. It harbors both the goodness derived from education and the malevolence inherent in the soul's instincts. Before the gaze of all, the angel screamed as its powers waned, permanently diminished by a fraction. Though merely a fraction, this decline was undeniably real. For as long as there is life, there exists desire, whether it be the gluttony for sustenance or the lust for procreation. Another soul emerged from the depths of Chu Hao's black mist, a twisted, fallen essence. One after another, souls continuously materialized before Chu Hao, who grasped these countless souls, allowing them to ignite and ultimately dissolve before him. The scent of the burning souls wafted into Chu Hao's nostrils, and a satisfied smile graced his lips. I find great pleasure in these so-called sinful aromas, but now, it is your turn. Chapter 66, Faith and Sin. Chu Hao inhaled deeply, releasing some of the ignited fragments of souls into the air, before declaring to the angels before him, as I manifest as black mist. I wield this fog to reveal a malevolent smile. Desire is akin to an indelible spring, no matter how you teach people to aspire towards goodness. To understand what constitutes true benevolence, within the depths of their hearts lies an irredeemable darkness. Oh, I nearly forgot. You refer to this darkness as original sin. With that, an endless stream of fallen souls surged forth from the black mist that enveloped Chu Hao. The sheer multitude of these souls swiftly filled the firmament of the entire realm, completely encircling the angels. Moreover, once these souls manifested, they began to dissolve incessantly under the manipulation of the endless abyss. Everything within their essence commenced in irreversible dissolution. The longer these desires, these sins, and these original transgressions were suppressed, the more potent their eruption would be. From the inception of consciousness to the culmination of true spirit, these souls rapidly dissolved, leaving behind but a singular entity. Those angels, nay, the true sovereigns of this world, the architects of this trial realm, harbored within the souls of the denizens of this world the seed of belief they had sown. Even now, Chu Hao remained unable to decipher the structure of this so-called seed. After all, it delved into the realm of soul theory, a domain only the supreme deities are deemed worthy to approach. At his current level, Chu Hao could not grasp the intricate structures of these elements. However, this did not preclude him from utilizing these belief seeds, nor did it imply that the endless abyss could not corrupt them. During the previous third trial, the Abyssal War against the Marnis Legion, Chu Hao initiated his study of these belief seeds. In the course of his research, he astonishingly uncovered several characteristics of these seeds. Firstly, their capacity for growth. The more devout their possessor, the larger these seeds would become within the ocean of their soul, illuminating broader expanses of consciousness. Secondly, these belief seeds possess the ability to unconditionally communicate with powerful entities from higher dimensional realms, transmuting their excess power into what mortals would term divine arts. Naturally, the more devout the individual, the mightier the divine arts they wielded. The discovery of these two characteristics revealed a profoundly significant insight to Chu Hao. The so-called faith was, in fact, a construct subject to manipulation. Faith, it appeared, bore no exceptional qualities. It merely served as a conduit for ordinary beings, namely mortals, to connect with entities of higher dimensions. The belief seeds were but imprints left by these powerful beings in the oceans of mortal souls, akin to a dog marking its territory. Thus, it became evident. The notion of deification through faith was not, but a deceptive fallacy. Those high-dimensional deities were not powerful due to faith. Rather, their strength was the source of mortal belief. The mightier they became, the more divine fire they garnered, leading to an ever-strengthening cycle. This represented the true nature of causality. Beyond these two characteristics and this revelation, Chu Hao made yet another pivotal discovery during the third trial. He found that once the mortals, those beings of the trial realm, who were host to these belief seeds, fell into corruption at the hands of the endless abyss, their oceans of soul would be invaded, leading to mutations of the belief seeds within. They would transform into something entirely antithetical to the so-called virtues, original sins. These corrupted belief seeds would continue to yield an inexhaustible wellspring of faith power, albeit this power would manifest as original sin, malevolence, and transgressions, dark, flame-like sins. The more devout an individual was prior to their corruption, the deeper they would descend into depravity, generating all the more sin. The singular trait of these sins was their capacity to erode the source of the belief seeds, subjecting them to backlash. I am curious to know how you feel after experiencing such backlash. Chu Hao gazed at the angels encircled by countless sins, speaking with a tone devoid of sorrow or joy. At this very moment, an increasing number of souls were dissolving before each angel, returning the belief seeds originally bestowed upon them. Meanwhile, in another realm, all the fallen souls who had succumbed to the allure of the endless abyss were being subjected to sacrificial rites by demons. Their numbers were so great that they stained the earth crimson, transforming rivers into torrents of red. Any soul that fell into the embrace of the endless abyss was destined to reap no rewards. Their demise became the source of these fallen souls. Countless sins, akin to flames of darkness, swept through this world with wild abandon. And these angels were but the initial ignition point. You, a nameless angel, representing some unknown virtue, lifted your head from the clutches of sin, glaring fiercely at Chu Hao. Do you not feel even a modicum of pity for the fall of these souls, for their plight? At this juncture, a soul resembling the elf Eldrin dissolved before the angel, a tendril of sin entwining around the angel's form, permanently diminishing its power. Next, a frail, ashen-skinned being dissolved before the angel, likewise generating a tendril of sin. And another observing the 7 angels ensnared by sin, unable to move. Chu Hao shook his head lightly. The reason I inquired about your feelings was merely to study the effects of the pain wrought by sin. Yet, should you pose me that question, I must declare, I do not care. Chu Hao raised his gaze to the heavens, where the 7 rings of virtue continued to operate, revealing a cold smile. I shall not heed the thoughts of these doomed, malevolent souls, nor shall I harbor any pity for their fate, for these souls have willingly descended into their own ruin, and their only recourse lies in desperately clawing for a glimmer of redemption amidst the terrifying mire of the endless abyss. Yet, in such depths, how could hope possibly exist? They would only continue to plummet, forever trapped. The endless abyss is the ultimate destination for these fallen, wicked souls. Regardless of any semblance of faith they may have possessed in life, they are fated to descend here, forever. This clash of 2 worlds is my domain. I have triumphed. Chapter 67, Rewards and Humanity. I have won. After uttering these words lightly, Chu Hao vanished from the scene. In the next moment, his figure reappeared at the edge of the central celestial sphere within the trial realm. In the place he departed, the angels, manifesting from the ring of virtue, were struggling amidst sin. These beings, drawing power from mortal beliefs, were destined to encounter the repercussions of their faith. Behind Chu Hao loomed 13 planets, each marred by darkness and filth. These taints were the terrifying remnants left by demons after conquest or demise. Each one signified a region recognized and corrupted by the endless abyss. Beneath Chu Hao's feet, the black and crimson whirlpool of the endless abyss was slowly encroaching upon the core of this universe. It unfurled its cavernous maw, seeking to devour this world. In conclusion, everything within this realm of assessment shall inevitably become a part of the boundless abyss. Its rules, its resources, and the very core of its world shall all succumb to the depths, transforming into sustenance for the abyss. However, such matters have ceased to be of concern to Chu Hao. What he yearns for now is to satiate his curiosity. He desires to uncover the secrets that lie hidden upon this planet. What kind of reward could possibly merit the arduous 4th assessment at Tianding University? What mysteries await within? As these thoughts occupied his mind, Chu Hao gently descended onto the surface of this relatively small planet. Success. Chu Hao has triumphed. In the observation chamber, all the mentors were left stunned by the spectacle before them. In an instant, the audience watching this battle erupted in fervor. At last, the first individual to conquer the 4th World Simulation Invasion test at Tianding University has emerged. My goodness, it is hard to fathom that Chu Hao truly cleared such a daunting challenge. Indeed, hundreds of legions, dozens of mythically potent creatures, and those 7 angels, who were theoretically indestructible. One mentor, recalling the terrifying presence of those 7 angels, could not help but admire Chu Hao. He had witnessed the commencement of this war and had also seen its conclusion. Every effort Chu Hao exerted during this period had been observed keenly by him. What a world of immense potential this is. The future of the abyss, as a divine realm, is truly incalculable. Contemplating this, the mentor turned his gaze towards Wang Ji. At this moment, Wang Ji wore an expression of complete ease. It was evident that Chu Hao's flawless completion had alleviated his worries. On the screen, the boundless abyss was dragging the entire assessment world into its depths, a clear indication that the victor of this trial was indeed Chu Hao. What do you think of Chu Hao's success? Wang Ji, glancing at Chu Hao's final thesis, smiled after the latter provided additional data and chose to pass it. I have no particular thoughts. My only sentiment is that we seem to require a new assessment world. Ha ha ha. Indeed, everything in this world now belongs to Chu Hao, and his divine realm shall consequently flourish. However, the mentor shot a glance at Wang Ji and posed a new inquiry. Yet, there is still one thing I do not comprehend. What exactly lies concealed within this realm of assessment? I have been here for many years. Yet all I know is that this assessment world is referred to as the gift of the founders of Tianding University, or rather, the devil's gift. So, what is this so-called gift? As the president, you must possess some knowledge, right? Come now, share a morsel with me. That wouldn't be too much to ask. To his surprise, Wang Ji paused, then shook his head. No, I genuinely do not know the secrets of this assessment world, but I have a vague understanding of something. What is it? It seems that the creator of this assessment world is our president, Bai Chen's mentor. What? Indeed. Perhaps the treasures concealed within this assessment world are known to President Bai Chen herself, but I truly have no idea. In the president's office, Bai Chen gazed at the screen, letting out a sigh. Her pair of eyes seemed to revolve slowly, as if embodying an eternal constancy. On the screen, Chu Hao had successfully passed the 4th World Simulation Invasion test and was journeying towards the pristine white planet. Who would have thought that Chu Hao's boundless abyss would triumph in this deadly duel between 2 worlds? Though reluctant to admit it, the course of this war has truly fascinated me. A world where even faith can be distorted, alongside the fallen beings it has spawned, has produced an unforeseen power. The manifestations of a lower dimensional world are astonishing. Well done, Chu Hao, you have succeeded in revealing the true visage of a lower-dimensional world to me and have granted me newfound insights into its nature. After articulating all this, a rare smile graced Bai Chen's lips. However, I still wish to know how you intend to resolve the flaws inherent in the lower dimension, allowing this world to continue to thrive. Luck is but a fleeting moment. Yet, these concerns pale in significance compared to what I wish to understand next. As for my mentor, upon mentioning the word mentor, Bai Chen's expression suddenly darkened, as if she harbored a myriad of complex emotions regarding that individual. What kind of rewards will you receive? Bai Chen's gaze remained fixed on the screen before her, yet she had not anticipated that. At the moment Chu Hao set foot upon the surface of that star, the image would vanish. What is happening? Why has the screen disappeared? It was not just her. All those who had directed their gaze towards the assessment world discovered that, at the instant Chu Hao stepped onto the white planet, the image had vanished. The assessment world, a fabricated divine realm that had been observed by Tianding University for a century, had at that moment closed all its external windows. It now lay in complete silence, an eerie stillness enveloping it. Within Tianding University, no one could ascertain the events transpiring within, save for Chu Hao himself. Within the assessment world, what is this? Chu Hao surveyed the sole structure on this planet, a library. Yet, the entrance to this library was oriented downwards. Who are you? Chu Hao inquired. Before the library's entrance stood a figure, a being shaped solely of radiant light. Chapter 68, Reward. Who are you? Upon seeing this luminous figure, Chu Hao, filled with curiosity, posed the question. He articulated this inquiry because he sensed that this entity was exceedingly peculiar. So peculiar that he could detect no trace of its soul's vibrations, indicating that it was not any kind of being familiar to him. Yet, Chu Hao was acutely aware that this entity possessed consciousness and independent thought. This was evident as it acknowledged his presence and greeted him. A robot? An illusion? A mental intrusion? A brain in a vat? Just as Chu Hao pondered the nature of this existence, it spoke. You have successfully passed the fourth assessment? The being inquired, initiating the dialogue. Notably, Chu Hao discerned that the voice was distinctly feminine. He nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I have completed the fourth assessment, but you have yet to answer my question. Who are you? Who am I? I have forgotten. Moreover, I have forgotten many things, such as my name, my past. All I remember is that I am here to ensure these precious memories are bestowed upon the one who has passed the assessment. With that, the figure cast a glance at the library behind her. Now that you have arrived, I too can find liberation. What is this madness? Chu Hao lamented. Is this a chaotic plot from some third-rate novel sold on the street? Is the ultimate reward in this assessment world merely a collection of things that hold no interest for me? Before he could finish his thought, a humanoid entity, the composition of which remained a mystery, suddenly dissipated before Chu Hao's eyes. Subsequently, countless luminous specks began to merge into his being. Regardless of the methods Chu Hao employed to resist, these lights resolutely continued their integration into his form. Memories? In the next moment, Chu Hao's eyes took on a tranquil demeanor as fragments of memories, their origins unknown, began to flow into his mind. Yet during this time, some individuals noticed Chu Hao's unusual state. My heavens, the number of divine flames possessed by Chu Hao is surging exponentially. What? Someone inadvertently glanced at the leaderboard of Tianding University and, upon this fleeting glimpse, gasped in astonishment. On the list, Chu Hao's divine flame count was expanding at an astonishing rate. Starting from fewer than 10,000, it rapidly escalated to 30,000, with no signs of abating. Such an acceleration was unprecedented. What on earth has Chu Hao obtained? I've failed. Damn it, how many times has it been now? It's infuriating. Chu Hao stood speechless beside a faceless, irate woman, watching her feverishly scribble on a blackboard. According to my previous theories, these elements should yield success. An embryonic virtue will leapt vividly upon the blackboard. It was evident that this individual was the original designer of the virtue wheel, as well as the initial creator of those angels. However, at that moment, the virtue will lay discarded like refuse in a corner of the board. What truly captured Chu Hao's attention were the world rules this individual was delineating, rules he had never encountered before. According to my theory, the beings I designed should also be capable of igniting divine flames and transforming into demigods like us. But why can no creatures from the divine domain ignite divine flames like we do? Their structures bear no substantial difference from ours, and their souls contain the same essence of the sea of consciousness. They can even be manifested in our world. Yet, regardless of the attempts made, they cannot fully ignite divine flames like us. This is unscientific. It defies magic. It transcends the realm of cultivation. There must be some error. As the woman continued to inscribe new rules, she infused her beliefs once more into her divine domain, experimenting with what changes these new rules might invoke. Chu Hao's perspective shifted accordingly. Within a vast world composed of countless stars, this woman captured a colossal creature that was wailing in agony. Fear not, my dear. I merely intend to conduct a, small experiment. Chu Hao covered his face, bewildered, as he watched the woman restrain a monster of demigod caliber, integrating her newly rewritten rules into its being. Notably, the creature captured was far more formidable than the angels encountered previously. It was a genuine monster with demigod strength. Successful infusion. With the woman's triumphant exclamation, the creature was liberated. Let me see if you will ignite your sea of consciousness and awaken your divine flame as I envision. Upon saying this, the woman directly infused a substantial amount of divine power into the demigod-level creature. Chu Hao leaned in with curiosity, but in the next instant, a scene emerged that even the master of the endless abyss found horrifying. Suddenly, the once vibrant creature began to awaken its divine flame at the moment divine power was infused, illuminating its sea of consciousness. Success? Yet, in the next heartbeat, the creature commenced a frenzied decline. This was not the distortion of the endless abyss, nor the weakness that afflicted the angels ensnared by sin, but rather a true, physical degeneration. Everything about it, its soul, its flesh, began to deteriorate at an alarming rate, as if drawn inexorably towards an unknown, terrifying gravitational force at its core. The once mountainous creature let out anguished cries as it was reduced to a mere black dot. Ultimately, that vanished without a trace. The creature left nothing behind. The ashes of its flesh, the shards of its soul, dissolved into pure nothingness. Nothing remained, only void. This was the first time Chu Hao witnessed such a powerful and efficient obliteration method. Why did this occur? The woman lifted her gaze, her eyes devoid of emotion, staring into the void where the creature had perished. Why did such a phenomenon arise? The scene shifted once more, and Chu Hao returned to that space. Though an indeterminate amount of time had elapsed since that experiment, the laboratory was now a chaotic array of disarray. The woman appeared to have grown increasingly irritable. However, one of her actions captured Chu Hao's attention. She inscribed a brand new rule on the blackboard. Chapter 69, A Dialogue Across Dimensions. Chu Hao remained silent, observing everything unfolding before him. A novel formula, representing the foundational rules of the world, materialized on the blackboard. The woman, as if drained of all strength, slumped to the ground after completing her inscription. This formula. Chu Hao approached her, standing behind her and gazing at the blackboard. Silence enveloped the space for a prolonged moment. It is erroneous. It is indeed erroneous. Despite the vast epochs that separated them and the great distances involved, in that instant. In that place, fate seemed to conspire as both reached the same conclusion regarding the formula inscribed on the blackboard. The formula is flawed. Was it indeed so? Or was it destined to remain flawed? Uncertain as to why or what had transpired, the woman abandoned her previous experiment aimed at igniting the sea of consciousness in biological entities, redirecting her interest towards the rules of the world. Alternatively, she may have shifted her research focus back to the foundational rules and formulas that govern the beings of the divine domain. The scene transitioned once more, but this time the pace of memories unfolding was exponentially faster than before. Memory fragments that once spanned minutes now flashed by in mere seconds, resembling a shattered mirror engraved with memories. Thus, Chu Hao found himself leaping through a myriad of memories. With each leap into memory, this lady invariably stands before the blackboard, altering the formula that lies before her. Each time, she pauses, gazing intently at the equation with an expression that eludes Chu Hao's perception. Yet he can distinctly sense the bitterness and despair emanating from her. Perhaps it is a psychological phenomenon, but Chu Hao perceives the atmosphere within the lady's memories darkening, becoming increasingly suffocating. Even as an outsider, he can feel the immense reservoir of negative energy she harbors. In stark contrast, the formula inscribed upon the blackboard remains riddled with flaws, and the completion of this equation seems an interminable distance away. As the scenes whirl by with increasing velocity, a shift occurs amidst the aged memories, just as Chu Hao begins to feel a twinge of annoyance. Master, I have successfully designed the realm of the divine and graduated. A girl with golden hair, clad in a white robe, joyfully rushes in from outside, embracing the lady. And I was the first. In the extraordinary world. My divine fire measures over 700. How impressive. Upon hearing this, the lady pauses her work for the first time, extending her hand to tenderly stroke the girl's head. Remarkable. Our Bai Chun is indeed clever. Bai Chun. This name seems familiar, reminiscent of their principal's name. Could it be that this lady is Bai Chun's master? For Chu Hao, who only knew Bai Chun as their principal but had never encountered her, this revelation comes as a surprise. Before he can fully grasp this new information, the scene transforms once more. The atmosphere remains dreary, the blackboard unchanged, yet this time the formula representing the new world's rules appears increasingly refined. It is as if the lady has discovered some pivotal node, accelerating the process of perfecting the equation. Subsequent memories continue to revolve around the blackboard, the formula, and the lady, but unlike before, Bai Chun's presence becomes more frequent through the passage of time. Master, I have gathered enough divine fire. I have become a low-tier deity. Master, I found some resources in a small secret realm. I wish to add new rules. Master, in this darkened epoch, Bai Chun emerges as the sole beacon of light in the lady's life, illuminating her laboratory and her world. It is only when Bai Chun arrives that the lady feels at ease, engaging in joyful conversations. At last, The days of despair interspersed with hope come to an end. Master, I can finally assist you in perfecting your formula. I have acquired a fragment of divine authority as part of this star deity sequence. Although it is merely 1%, it is sufficient for me to accompany you into certain grand secret realms to help you gather answers. Upon hearing this, the lady's hand trembles ever so slightly, a subtle movement not lost on Chu Hao. Impressive, by Chun. But I do not wish for you to accompany me into those secret realms. As this memory concludes, darkness envelopes the scene once more. Time passes, how long? He cannot tell, until the final, most elongated fragment of memory appears before Chu Hao. In this vision, the lady is seen using an abandoned world core to forge a new divine realm from the outside, one identical to the examination world. From her actions, it is evident that her true identity likely aligns with that of a powerful substitute deity. Once the future examination world is completed, she approaches the blackboard and writes down a line of rules and formulas. However, unlike before, this particular formula is functional and accurate, albeit incomplete, only half, or even less. Hey, are you watching? Suddenly, as if struck by thunder, the lady speaks directly to Chu Hao's direction. Do not worry, I cannot see you. I am merely addressing someone from the future who will observe my memories. We are not even in the same space-time continuum. I will seal a portion of my memories within the core of this divine realm using my divine incarnation. And I shall aid the girl named by Chun in establishing a university called Tianding. I will present my memories, along with a trace of the divine essence sealing them, as the final reward for this university's examination project. Though I know not who you are, your gender, or your appearance, I can surmise one thing. The lady sits on a stool, addressing the void before her, yet undeniably directed at Chu Hao. You must be a person brimming with ambition and madness. Someone willing to risk the annihilation of the divine realm for the sake of those legendary, ultimate rewards. Determined to conquer this final examination, her demeanor exudes disdain, starkly contrasting with the previous despondency. It is akin to the attitude of one perched atop a mountain, looking down at the climbers below, arrogant and supremely self-satisfied. Chu Hao remains silent. I believe you must be pondering, speculating about the purpose of the formula I have relentlessly pursued. Correct? The lady, seated regally, crosses her legs and declares to the emptiness before her. No need for guesses. I shall disclose it to you directly. The true purpose of this formula is to refine all other types of divine realms, transforming them into a genuinely infinite world. This is a rule formula that signifies the removal of limitations imposed upon the divine realms. Chapter 70. Two Paths. Each individual's divine realm is a wholly unique existence. The lady continues. Even though these divine realms utilize the same foundational formulas and the beings they create share the same type, it is undeniable that no two divine realms are identical. Any slight alteration, whether external or internal, can have profound impacts and changes on the divine realm. As she caresses the former examination world, she gazes at the formula on the blackboard and addresses Chu Hao. While these divine realms may exhibit various differences, they share one significant commonality. They are all bound by immense limitations. Whether it pertains to the area of the divine realm, the resources within, or even the quantity of energy conversion formulas, all are capped. To put it simply, from the moment a divine realm is infused with its first formula, its potential is irrevocably fixed, much like words inscribed in a book. Although the Lord of the divine realm, us, can enhance the potential and scale of their realm by collecting divine fire and obtaining divine status, it is my understanding that even those exalted sequence deities face significant restrictions within their divine realms. And I can reveal to you some secrets, Suddenly, the lady's voice takes on a somber tone, regarding the secrets known to the sequence deities, which they shall never divulge to outsiders. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao was momentarily taken aback. It dawned on him that those seemingly exalted sequence deities, who wielded immense power to suppress this world and the myriad secret realms, were not immune to downfall. They too pursued an unbounded existence. They bore shackles upon their very beings. At this revelation, Chu Hao was rendered speechless. This notion starkly contradicted his understanding. In his memory, no. Indeed, in the collective memory of all, these lofty sequence deities had never faltered. From the beginning to the end, it had always been those few unimaginably powerful entities ruling over the entire realm. Although their status remained unknown to ordinary mortals like Chu Hao, and despite the rise and fall of their influences, their ranks had undeniably remained unchanged. At least, for as long as the records have documented, there had been no alterations. I understand that you may find my words hard to believe, but they ring true, for the star deity is on the brink of demise. Another chilling secret that sent shivers down Chu Hao's spine. At this moment, he regretted having heard such things. He did not wish to be entangled in the machinations of deities, especially not at this juncture. Perhaps sensing his unease, the lady cast a mischievous grin in Chu Hao's direction. Do you feel a chill creeping up your spine, regretting your decision to listen to these matters? Ha! I can only imagine the expression that will grace your face upon hearing this news in the future. Such a wretched personality, Chu Hao silently scoffed. Well, I shan't linger on this unknown character any longer. Suffice it to say, I have matters to disclose. The previously playful individual finally adopted a serious demeanor. First and foremost, I shall personally venture into the secret realm within the chaotic sea of death to refine this formula. This is to advance my research and to evade the prying eyes of certain entities. As for who these entities may be, I believe it is best for you to remain in ignorance. Secondly, and most crucially, regardless of the success of my research or my survival, I shall remain there until my demise. I will conceal my findings and all my treasures deep within this region. The coordinates I provide are among my ideal hiding spots. Of course, there is a significant possibility that my research will remain incomplete, with only a substantial portion finished. The remainder will require your own experimentation. However, my reasoning is undeniably sound. The only thing I lack is time. Upon concluding her words, the lady inscribed a series of coordinates on the blackboard behind her and turned to face Chu Hao. Therefore, little one, you currently have two choices. The first is to feign forgetfulness regarding all that has transpired here, dismissing it as the ravings of a madman. Should you choose this path, with the aid of my divine incarnation, you may acquire a considerable amount of divine fire, though merely a fragment of my divinity. The quantity of this divine fire would far surpass what an ordinary person could achieve in a lifetime. With this, you could at least ascend to the rank of a lesser deity. But if you opt for the second choice, the lady grinned wickedly once more, addressing Chu Hao, that is, to seek out my research achievements and wealth. In that case, I must forewarn you that you will encounter numerous terrifying experiences, unknown adversaries, and an uncertain path ahead. All of this will torment your will, ravage your spirit, and may compel you to abandon this pursuit, even until your demise. You may never glimpse my treasures. As she spoke, the lady approached Chu Hao, their gazes finally locking across the vast chasm of void and time. How will you choose, little one? At this, Chu Hao displayed a grimace. You wretched being. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of admiration for her. Regardless of her research outcomes or her wealth, both were undeniably tantalizing. She had effectively buried an immense treasure in a place beyond the reach of ordinary mortals and explicitly informed him that only he possessed the map to this treasure. Such temptation was utterly irresistible to Chu Hao. It was akin to a devil, skilled at ensnaring hearts. The allure of the lady's offer stirred something within Chu Hao. The scene quickly faded to darkness, concluding the lady's memories. Yet, just before everything was engulfed by the void, her voice echoed from the darkness. By the way, though I hesitate to say this, I can foresee that once you emerge from here, that little one, Bai Chun, will undoubtedly seek you out to inquire about everything that transpired here, and may even trouble you, as she will surely be curious about what you obtained from this place. Alas, I remain unable to sever these ties. Please, tell her that I, her master, deceived her. In comparison to various entanglements, I am far more enamored with my research. It is my nature, an indelible part of me. I apologize. If you convey this, perhaps she will no longer harass you and find peace. Thank you, stranger. As the screen went black, Chu Hao found himself back in consciousness. In the next moment, he suddenly realized that the quantity of his divine fire was surging exponentially. He was about to ascend to divinity. Chapter 71, The Sovereign of the Abyss. Chu Hao was on the verge of becoming a deity. Instantly, the news spread like wildfire throughout the entirety of Tianding University. In truth, this news required no dissemination, for on the divine fire leaderboard, Chu Hao's divine fire count had skyrocketed to a terrifying figure. Starting from less than 10,000, it rapidly surged to 30,000, then to 40,000, 50,000, and this number continued to escalate. Chu Hao closed his eyes, retracting his thoughts. He then immersed his consciousness once more into the sea of the mind. Unlike when he first ignited his divine fire, the majority of his sea of the mind now gleamed with illumination. Countless rays of light reflected upon what had once been his sea of the mind. These glimmers were all manifestations of the divine fire or divine power he had amassed. Gazing upon this scene, Chu Hao inhaled deeply, captivated as he spoke. Has it finally begun? The process of a life's transcendence? From the very start, Chu Hao's aim had been to tread the endless path of divinity, and now he had truly brushed against the edges of that divine journey. How could he not feel exhilarated? As Chu Hao reveled in his thoughts, the divine fire intended to illuminate his sea of the mind swiftly converged around him. This warm, instinctively comforting divine fire enveloped him, transporting him once more to the depths of the infinite abyss. The process of ascension to divinity must unfold within the realm of the divine. It was both a coronation and a transcendence. The metamorphosis of a world creator inevitably calls for the jubilant acclaim of the entire divine realm. At this moment, the depths of the endless abyss remained unchanged from the design envisioned by Chu Hao. It was a realm of pure darkness and desolation, devoid of any living beings. Truly a lethal zone, yet paradoxically, it served as the very inception of all things. Seated cross-legged at the abyss's nadir, Chu Hao closed his eyes. As the divine flames gradually dissolved within him, an increasing number of memories began to manifest before his vision. He recalled the moment he first infused the formula of the abyssal world into existence. It was the inaugural creation of beings within the endless abyss. The initial fallen soul, the very first of the damned. He witnessed the emergence and flourishing of life within the abyss for the first time. Countless fragments of memory surged upon him like a relentless tide. Subsequently, more divine flames were consumed by Chu Hao, transforming into sustenance for his transcendence. His soul, refined by these dissolving flames, ascended toward an apex, while his corporeal form began to disintegrate. Yet, in that fleeting moment of his physical dissolution, the endless abyss erupted into a fervent tumult. It, which was in the throes of devouring the evaluative world, accelerated its gluttonous pace, consuming everything in its path. The very appearance of its black-red whirlpool intensified, spinning at a pace several-fold faster. The entirety of the evaluative world began to fracture at an alarming rate. First to succumb was the core of this world, the illusory 7 rings of virtue, which, under the corrosive grip of the endless abyss, crumbled at a visibly rapid pace, collapsing downward until it shattered, plummeting into the dimension where the abyss itself resided. There, in the embrace of the endless abyss, it would be reshaped. However, this time, it would not emerge as an embodiment of virtue, but rather as a manifestation of desire, an incarnation of original sin. Next, the 13 celestial bodies met a similar fate. As the rings of virtue crumbled, they too were obliterated in an instant, ensnared by the endless abyss. Countless abyssal demons stood upon the shattered earth, exulting and celebrating their return. Meanwhile, the remaining alien races, still clinging to hope, cast terrified and despairing glances toward the distant expanse of the endless abyss. That would be the terminus of their journey and the inception of their soul's descent. There, their spirits would plummet eternally. Layer upon layer of land was drawn into the abyss. Yet, due to the chaotic rules governing the endless abyss, some of this broken earth was allocated to other planes, becoming part of those realms, while other fragments reassembled within the abyss, ultimately adding new layers to its depths. Then, upon the absorption of this world, dreadful black mists began to materialize at the abyss's bottom. An infinite array of black mists gradually supplanted the remnants of Chu Hao's physical form. His corporeal essence diminished, while the density of the black mists increased. Throughout this transformation, however, Chu Hao's consciousness remained intact, though that completeness gradually began to wane. These black mists continued to proliferate, even manifesting in every conceivable plane within the endless abyss. This transformation engendered an unprecedented sense of congestion throughout the abyss. As Chu Hao's body underwent metamorphosis, more and more beings of the endless abyss, including demons, bowed before the depths, whispering, murmuring, and bestowing blessings upon the entity that resided at the abyss's base, the one who had crafted them, the architect of their abyssal realm, the sovereign of the endless abyss. Amidst the boundless black mists, eyes bearing the insignia of black-red whirlpools emerged, silently observing the unfolding scene. Master, Yam prayed to the black mists, beseeching their gaze. Master, Osiris and Gik implored the black mists, yearning for greater strength from this magnificent existence. Master, countless demons trembled and prayed to the black mists, hoping for their favor. Master, all the malevolent souls condemned to the endless abyss prayed, pleading for the fulfillment of their insatiable desires. Then, a chorus of prayers and blessings resonated within the black mists. At that moment, these mists became the embodiment of everyone's desires. After an indeterminate passage of time, the infinite black mists began to dissipate. Simultaneously, at the abyss's bottom, a throne of darkness, adorned with bones and flames, chaotic and frenzied, slowly materialized in the shadows. A throne whose very knowledge would instill dread and madness in ordinary beings. Upon this dark throne, Chu Hao's form gradually manifested through the mists. It was accompanied by an ethereal melody that began to echo throughout the endless abyss. This melody represented the sinister whispers of malevolence strategizing, the euphoric sounds of desires fulfilled, and the insidious chuckles that followed the birth of wicked thoughts. It was a song of ominous portent and devastation, a melody that embodied darkness and degradation, yet simultaneously. It was the song of the endless abyss. Amidst this symphony, Chu Hao slowly opened his eyes. Within his gaze, black-red whirlpools spiraled gently. I am Chu Hao. He recalled his name, along with another significant truth. He was the sovereign of the endless abyss. A brand new pantheon, a novel deity, was born within the profound and shadowy depths of the endless abyss. Chapter 72, The 7 Deadly Sins Rings and Their Embryos. 2 days later, Chu Hao sat cross-legged in his dormitory, while outside, jubilant crowds celebrated their graduation. Yet, he remained indifferent, silently immersing his thoughts in the endless abyss, scrutinizing his divine realm. At this moment, the chaotic and fallen endless abyss had undergone a remarkable transformation. First and foremost was the establishment of the 7 Deadly Sins Rings, a reward from the system that astonished him with its formidable strength. The black-red whirlpool exterior of the endless abyss began to operate incessantly as the 7 Deadly Sins Rings. after modification and completion by Chu Hao, commenced their relentless function throughout the abyss. However, unlike the previous rings of virtue that reinforced the evaluative world, the 7 deadly sins rings bore no fortifying influence over this realm. They were neither the core of the endless abyss nor essential to its inception. Yet now, they represented a new and vital principle that would expedite the empowerment of all beings within the endless abyss. In the outer layers of the abyss, the terrifying rings that embody pride, envy, wrath, sloth, greed, gluttony, and lust incessantly corrode the souls of every creature dwelling within. The radiant desires they evoke cast an erratic glow upon the hearts of these beings, perpetually deepening their cravings. In the depths of the abyss, on a throne of darkness, Chu Hao observes the endless expanse with his divine consciousness. Within his vision, an enraged little demon smashes the head of another demon that had long oppressed it into a pulpy mass. Yet, such an act does little to diminish its wrath. Rather, the fury within transforms into jealousy. It turns its gaze and brutally obliterates another demon it has long envied, devouring it whole, with each act driven by desire. This little demon unwittingly grows stronger, inching ever closer to the power of a 5th-stage primal demon. Its actions become increasingly frenzied. The radiance of the 7 deadly sins rings, unbeknownst to it, liberates a demon shackled by its bloodline, allowing it to escape its predetermined fate through the fulfillment of its desires. Chu Hao notes that the intensity of the 7 deadly sins' influence on this little demon is merely a minuscule fraction of its overall potential. Throughout the abyss, a terrifying multitude of demons experience rapid growth in power due to the establishment of the 7 deadly sins rings. Each creature touched by their light finds their desires intensified, rendering them ensnared in a web of insatiable longing. Observing these scenes, Chu Hao remarks with a detached demeanor. Moreover, the 7 deadly sins rings serve an additional purpose. They catalyze the transformation of the most desire-driven abyssal beings, giving rise to new types of demons and denizens of the abyss. As Chu Hao shifts his focus, an indescribable spectacle unfolds before his eyes. A creature, one whose appearance, characteristics, and form defy verbal expression, radiates alluring signals amidst a throng of twisted monstrosities. Every abyssal creature, be it male, female, or asexual, whether an eye demon, a serpentine demon, or a leviathan, drawn in by its seductive essence, is hypnotically compelled to approach, joining a maddening, frenzied revelry. During this chaotic celebration, they expend every effort to engage with this creature, which effortlessly transforms all who venture into its domain into its slaves, puppets, and sustenance, its very source of power. Gradually, its form evolves from a grotesque amalgamation of tumorous masses into an unsettling conglomeration of red, tumor-like entities, eluding precise description yet instilling profound unease in those who dare to perceive it. Thus, it earns its abyssal name, lactoavia. Is this the manifestation of lust, the original sin, pushed to its utmost extremes? It seems that lactoavia has sensed the gaze of Chu Hao, the master of the abyss, the abyssal sovereign. Instantly, it halts the ceaseless, grotesque revelry surrounding it, bowing in reverence to Chu Hao, acknowledging his supreme authority. In Chu Hao's perception, lactoavia was once an inconspicuous abyssal plant, possessing no remarkable abilities beyond its capacity for prolific reproduction. Yet, this seemingly ordinary abyssal flora, after being swept within the lustful ring of the 7 deadly sins, has swiftly evolved into such a terrifying entity, an astonishing transformation that elicits Chu Hao's admiration. Indeed, the potential is remarkable. Perhaps, in due course, the dominion of lust shall be yours to wield. Having recognized lactoavia's potential and expressed his satisfaction, Chu Hao diverts his gaze from this scene. Not only lactoavia, but another veritable monstrosity also captures his attention. A demon larva, once merely a larval form of a demon, has now, under the influence of the 7 deadly sins rings, grown to a size surpassing even that of a dragon. It incessantly traverses various planes, devouring everything it classifies as food, from abyssal creatures and primal demons to stones, metals, and even the acidic seawater itself. Its size expands at an alarming rate, mirroring the exponential growth of its power. Chu Hao witnesses a legendary primal demon being reduced to a mere puddle of flesh within its formidable, mountain-crushing maw. This creature, too, has acquired a name given by the abyssal beings, gluttony. Translated from the abyssal tongue, it signifies the endless glutton. Observing gluttony effortlessly consume a legendary demon, Chu Hao finds himself somewhat speechless. Forever plagued by an insatiable hunger, gluttony will remain in a state of terrifying craving, one that can never be sated. It will not evolve into any form of demon. It shall continue to devour indiscriminately until the very end of the abyss. Yet, amid the overwhelming power of the 7 deadly sins rings, it is the emergence of nascent civilizations and the stratification of demons born from the trials of the world that truly captivates Chu Hao's attention. Indeed, within the chaotic depths of the abyss, where even concepts elude clear articulation, the seeds of civilization, akin to the improbable blossoming of possibilities from impossibility, have stubbornly emerged. Consequently, demons have inadvertently birthed bloodlines akin to true names and a brutal hierarchy among themselves. Those foolish and savage demons, in the wake of Chu Hao's ascension, have acquired the so-called power of true names. Chapter 73. The Flame of Civilization in the Abyss. Does civilization truly exist in the abyss? Or can any civilization adapt to the abyssal environment? In Chu Hao's understanding, civilization should manifest within the depths of the abyss, at the very least. Those who have fallen here carry the seeds of civilization from their original worlds, allowing them to germinate and flourish in this filthy, degraded realm. Furthermore, amidst the extreme chaos of the abyss, the emergence of civilization is also conceivable. After all, chaos itself embodies the essence of the unknown, neither wholly confirmable nor entirely deniable. Yet, at this moment, Chu Hao has discerned the answer. At the abyss's nadir, Chu Hao, seated upon the throne of darkness, gazes upon the vastness of the abyss, observing the daily lives of certain abyssal creatures. In a realm forged from fragments of elven planets and dwarven worlds, the sound of relentless hammering echoes through a deep canyon, emanating from the frail figures of dwarves wielding iron hammers. These dwarves are the fortunate survivors who, by a stroke of luck, managed to escape when their world was pulled into the abyss. Alas, their fortunes are fleeting. Instead of attaining freedom after surviving, they are met with the harrowing specters of enslavement and torment. Cough, cough, cough. One shackled dwarf, choked by the foul air of the endless void, coughs up copious amounts of blood. Yet, in the next moment, crack. Get to work. At the crack of a whip, a rapidly expanding welt appears on his back. Following the lash, a dwarf with crimson eyes and a face marred by malice wields a thick whip, mercilessly punishing any of his brethren who dare to slacken their efforts. Today, you are required to forge 40 sets of adequate armor and 100 acceptable weapons. Should you fail, I shall randomly select 10 of you to be cast into the mire teeming with man-eating insects. There. Your fate will be the excruciating torment of being devoured alive while fully conscious. Upon hearing the words of the crimson-eyed dwarf, the remaining dwarves hasten their movements, diligently hammering the metal before them in desperate hope of evading his wrath. They have witnessed the fate of those chosen to be thrown into the mire, their shattered bones left dangling above this chasm. My lord, they have quickened their pace. I assure you, they will be made to obey. After issuing his commands, the crimson-eyed dwarf swiftly turns towards a legendary demon clad in grotesque steel armor, adorned with dozens of arms and wielding an array of weapons. At this moment, he feels neither shame nor even a flicker of compassion, for he is acutely aware of his utter degradation, destined to serve this formidable entity for the remainder of his existence. This powerful legendary demon who rules over half a plane. Upon hearing this, the legendary demon, its voice a muddled echo shrouded in an iron-like helmet, intones in the abyssal tongue, "Quick, forge weapons, or the slaves shall perish." Indeed, this legendary demon has enslaved countless surviving dwarves, forcing them to become its instrument of weaponry. These dwarves toil day and night, crafting armor to supply the demon's infernal minions with an abundance of arms, facilitating their conquest of more territories and the plunder of greater resources. Unbeknownst to them, this method of enslavement begins to proliferate throughout the endless abyss. Those once possessing expertise and knowledge, upon being captured by demons, offer their skills and wisdom in a desperate bid for survival, serving their captors. This collaboration ultimately gives rise to a grotesque, yet sufficient civilization. Many demons begin to acquire knowledge and learn tactics. Their slaves, under the demon's blessings, gain some measure of the ability to survive within the abyss. Not only the dwarves, but also gnomes, netters, and numerous humanoid races experience similar fates. Their existence leads to the emergence of primitive yet viable settlements within the endless abyss. Over time, these settlements gradually become integral parts of the abyss itself. Among these alien races, unique variants emerge, some capable of surviving without the demon's patronage. For instance, the drow elves. Fallen from grace, these special beings, rapidly adapting to the twisted chaos of the abyss, are visibly thriving in several abyssal realms, though their forms remain chaotic and unrefined. A female drow named Rose appears to be consolidating her kin's strength, displaying unmistakable ambition. While merely flickers of potential, they nonetheless signify that civilization can indeed arise within the endless abyss. Their emergence will significantly enrich the strength and capabilities of the abyss. Chu Hao shifts his gaze to the horizon. At this moment, a new demon of 10th tier strength is ascending to become a legendary demon. As its transformation reaches fruition, its psychic sea establishes an ephemeral connection with Chu Hao and the core of the endless abyss. Subsequently, an imperceptible strand of abyssal bloodline infuses his soul, aiding him in acquiring new abilities. However, this act is not voluntary but rather passive. In the previous Great War, the endless abyss witnessed the fall of numerous potent native demons, most perishing in the cataclysmic battles against the world of trials. While these native demons have fallen, their bloodlines endure, preserved within the depths of the abyss. Upon Chu Hao's ascension to divinity, a plethora of new abilities were bestowed upon the endless abyss. Among these is the capacity to infuse the bloodlines of powerful demons into the souls of each demon ascending to legendary status, utilizing a fraction of divine energy to bolster their strength. Moreover, each demon has the potential to ascend multiple times, thereby acquiring several bloodline abilities. In light of these changes, the classification of demons becomes increasingly nebulous. Conversely, the newly ascended demons possess strength far surpassing their predecessors, the legendary demons of yore. Furthermore, the number and hierarchy of true names dictate each demon's status within the abyss. The more true names a demon possesses, the more firmly established their power becomes. Although this system remains imperfect, it appears that a hierarchy among demons has indeed been established. This power is collectively referred to as the true names of demons. While the power of true names may not be as singularly potent as authority, it blossoms in its own right. Even Chu Hao is uncertain of the types of demons that will ultimately emerge from these true names. Nevertheless, witnessing all this, Chu Hao feels a sense of relief. It can be said that the spoils of this abyssal endeavor are considerable, both in resources and strength. Yet, what I require next? Chu Hao closes his eyes and begins to summon his system. System, validate this formula. A formula he has refined is injected into the system. Chapter 74, Destiny. Chu Hao closes his eyes and once again calls upon his system. System, validate the outcome of this formula. After speaking, he inputs a formula. Soon, the system presents the conclusion of this formula before his eyes. Formula incorrect. Chu Hao realizes his subsequent hypothesis regarding the formula was erroneous. Indeed, I cannot supplement this formula. He laments, tapping his forehead in frustration. Let me try entering the original formula once again. He inputs the previous formula. This time, the system provides a different prompt. Formula structure correct, but completeness severely lacking. The validity of this formula remains unconfirmed. There exists a deficiency in its completeness, and most crucially, the structure of the formula is indeed correct. Since departing from the assessment realm, Chu Hao has been preoccupied with thoughts of this formula. To be honest, the presence that concealed its memories within the assessment realm left him utterly unnerved. This individual not only possesses a profound understanding of the terrifying secrets of many supreme deities, but her research into the domain of gods, the sacred fire, and the sea of consciousness has truly instilled in Chu Hao a sense of dread regarding her formidable level of comprehension. Following his exit from the assessment realm, after being summoned to the office by Bai Chun and ultimately uncovering portions of the truth, the situation became even more alarming. A day prior, hello, Chu Hao. Upon entering Bai Chun's office and taking a seat opposite her, he was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming sensation of oppression. This feeling, increasingly pronounced since he ascended to the status of a lower deity, was akin to the adage that ignorance breeds fearlessness. The more one comprehends the strength of another, the more one becomes aware of their terrifying nature. Principal, Chu Hao acknowledged with a nod, maintaining a demeanor that was neither subservient nor arrogant. What brings you to summon me? Although he had anticipated that Bai Chun would inquire about certain aspects of the assessment realm, he still found himself thoroughly displeased with the current scenario, being scrutinized by a first alternate of a sequence main deity, a being perilously close to the pinnacle of divinity. It felt akin to being confined within a cage alongside lions at the zoo. I called you here for no trivial matter. I seek to understand. Bai Chun's eyes flickered with intensity. Within her gaze, stars radiated brilliance while black holes drew in everything around them, as if embodying the ultimate laws of existence. What has she, my mentor, left behind in the assessment realm? Bai Chun spoke with a hint of urgency, yet before Chu Hao could respond, she continued, no, I shall not pry into any treasures she has bequeathed. What I truly wish to discern is whether she left any messages intended for me. Sensing Chu Hao's astonishment, Bai Chun regained her composure, speaking with a calm demeanor. Rest assured, I have long since lost interest in her wealth. As she spoke, Bai Chun revealed her divine domain behind her, a realm of terrifying power, vast beyond mortal comprehension. The magnitude of this domain was far beyond anything a mere human could fathom. Upon its emergence, Chu Hao felt a sudden constriction in his breathing, yet simultaneously, the endless abyss within his sea of consciousness seemed to sense something. In an instant, a world of black and crimson whirlpools manifested behind him. Chu Hao remained silent, lost in contemplation, yet Bai Chun's expression shifted dramatically. It was evident that the abyss before her had grown exponentially more formidable since her last observation. In conclusion, I can surmise that what she has left behind is not merely the trivial sacred fire. I have heard enough. Chu Hao finally spoke. Your mentor has a message for you. He spoke earnestly, while Bai Chun stared at him in astonishment. I am sorry she deceived you. The moment those words escaped his lips, Bai Chun's complexion paled significantly. Despite various bonds, her obsession with her research prevailed. This was her nature, an indelible aspect of her being. Lowering her head, Bai Chun murmured, indeed, that individual deceived me. The ultimate laws of the world, the distinctions between high-dimensional and low-dimensional realms, were all fabrications. She had constantly assured me that by grasping the rules of these dimensions, I could aid her in unraveling her enigma. It was all lies. She agonizingly closed her eyes and addressed Chu Hao. Do you know who my mentor truly is? Chu Hao shook his head. To be honest, he remained oblivious to her name, her visage, and her true identity. She was like an enigma. The only widely recognized fact being that she appeared to be the creator of angels within the heavenly mountain. This woman, obsessed with formulas, seemed to have erased her very existence from the world, her name expunged by some unseen force. Observing Chu Hao's shake of the head, Bai Chen managed a bittersweet smile. She retrieved a book from her desk and handed it to him. This individual is a quintessential lunatic, yet undeniably a genius of unparalleled intellect. Her life was devoted to the design of numerous divine domains. She single-handedly conceptualized the angelic prototype of Heavenly Mountain and crafted the model of the assessment realm itself. Moreover, she devised an array of special rules to enhance various divine domains, from the trajectories of cosmic deities to the improvements of the River of Death. However, such brilliance culminated in her descent into madness during her final moments before vanishing. She believed, Bai Chen's voice resonated with a devilish allure in Chu Hao's ears above us. There exist unseen hands manipulating the very fabric of this world, including the sequence main deities. All individuals are but pawns in the game of fate. The title of the book read, The Theory of the Improvement of 13 Divine Domains. Author Moira. Author's note, holder of the divine positions of wisdom and courage. Such outrageous claims naturally elicited disdain from many. Although my mentor, Ms. Moira, established this school, I have long protected to further her research. Her rhetoric and her repugnant rebelliousness incited wrath from many beings, including the main deities. Consequently, after her disappearance, all traces of her were deliberately eradicated. Her reputation, her creations, her contributions, save for this school, were obliterated. No one comprehended the reasons behind her proclamations. Thus, she vanished in a frenzy during an expedition to the Misty Realm and never returned. Upon hearing this, Chu Hao's heart raced. He pondered, wait, the Misty Realm? Is that where she disappeared? Yet, Moira's recollections indicated that she had concealed her wealth and research within the chaotic Dead Sea. These are two entirely disparate realms, with directions that are completely divergent. Why is this so? Before Chu Hao could unravel this conundrum, Bai Chen waved her hand, addressing him, enough. I have discerned the message she left for me. You may take your leave now, Chu Hao, and Bai Chen covered her face in anguish. Speaking to Chu Hao, thank you. At that moment, Chu Hao sighed, letting go of the memories of the past. This enigmatic individual named Moira truly leaves one speechless. The mere mysteries that have arisen around her are already enough to give me a headache, let alone her research. Alas, regardless of the circumstances, having resolved to seek the formula for infinite worlds, I shall no longer dwell excessively on uncertainties. A mere collection of clues shall suffice. Chu Hao lifted his gaze, attuned to the cacophony outside his dormitory, and cast a glance at the certificate adorning his desk, a slow smile gracing his lips. It is time for me to depart from this place. This world still harbors myriad secrets waiting to be unveiled, and it is up to Chu Hao himself to chart the course of his destiny. A new adventure is on the horizon. Note 1 Moira, the name of the goddess of fate in Greek mythology. I believe this name aptly encapsulates the essence of this character, hence my choice. Chapter 75, A New World. Chu Hao exited the dormitory. The interior was nearly deserted, while outside, throngs of people surged forth. However, the vast majority of them were heading towards the plaza of Tianding University, leaving Chu Hao as the solitary figure venturing in the opposite direction, marking him as somewhat distinct from the ordinary crowd. At the plaza, Vice President Wang Zhijing stood before the graduates, delivering what would be their final address within these hallowed halls. Today, Wang appeared particularly joyous, having overseen a significantly greater volume of completed projects than in previous years. Complemented by a recent discussion with President Bai Chen, it was evident that this formidable and beautiful woman had finally relinquished her obsessions, ceasing her seemingly interminable low-dimensional research, and resumed her oversight of the university's educational endeavors. Moreover, she had pledged to allocate additional resources to create a new assessment world for the students, one designed by Bai Chen herself, surpassing the previous world in strength. Dear students, Wang proclaimed to the graduates gathered before him, outlining their life plans for the future. Suddenly, his peripheral vision caught sight of a figure, Chu Hao. He was striding along the edge of the plaza, making his way towards the exit. Just before leaving the university, Chu Hao turned back for a fleeting moment, glancing at Wang Zhijing, and offered a subtle nod. Wang returned the gesture with a nod of acknowledgement. In summary, we shall reintroduce the so-called World Simulation Invasion Test in the second academic year, reconstructing that formidable assessment world as your ultimate objective. Some may question why such a challenging trial is set as the final examination, why we must pursue such an ethereal, nearly unattainable goal. Because, Wang echoed Chu Hao's earlier words, the mountain stands before us. Chu Hao stepped beyond the school gates, stepping into a new world. The entire Tianding University community remained oblivious to Chu Hao's whereabouts following his graduation, unaware of his endeavors. He faded away like a phantom, leaving no trace behind. The passage of time and the busyness of life caused nearly everyone to forget his name, to forget the individual who had successfully challenged the fourth assessment for the first time at Tianding University, until years later, when a monumental event, one that Chu Hao had personally initiated, unfolded, and at that moment, everyone simultaneously recalled his name. Months later, within the Misty Realm, in an unbreached secret domain, monstrous entities heralding the end approached. A legendary pinnacle warrior of a foreign race stumbled into the palace of his king. In his frantic dash, he nearly shattered the palace's resplendent diamond doors. Yet, in such apocalyptic moments, few would chastise his recklessness. For not only he, but nearly all within the palace mirrored his expressions of dread and panic, as fear rapidly spread through their hearts. Each countenance bore the weight of despair, occasionally casting complex glances towards the distant sky, swirling with a black-red vortex. Your Majesty, those terrifying twisted monsters are nearly upon us. You must flee. The foreign warrior implored as he reached the palace hall, addressing the king to whom he pledged his loyalty. At the far end of the hall, upon a throne forged of gold and gemstones, sat a taciturn king, his visage marred by a pained expression, perhaps a reflection of his prolonged sorrow. Your Majesty, the 3 legions we deployed at the front have been utterly annihilated, the foreign warrior lamented, recounting the horrors of the battlefield. This secret realm had long endured invasions from external forces. Although, historically, they had managed to repel those avaricious foes with their realm's formidable might, this time was different. This time, they faced a horde of grotesque entities, devoid of rationality, compassion, or emotion. They possessed indescribably bizarre forms, terrifying abilities in the thousands, and an aura of despair that would engulf any normal being who dared approach. These creatures were not born of a normal world. The realm that nurtured them must be a chaotic, twisted, and suffocatingly horrific place. Just as the foreign warrior employed every vile word in his lexicon to describe the terror of these monsters to the king, a sudden groan escaped the king's lips, followed by a torrent of black blood spewing forth from his mouth. Your Majesty, the bewildered foreign warrior rushed forward to assess the king's condition, only to catch a whiff of poison emanating from the king's blood as he drew near. Is it you? Why? His incredulous gaze fell upon a shadowy corner of the palace, where the king's eldest son, the prince, emerged with a sinister smile. Yet, as he appeared, the foreign warrior felt an icy chill creep over him, for at that moment, the prince bore horns identical to those of the monstrous beings outside, and his eyes blazed a crimson hue, indistinguishable from those of the creatures. Not for any reason other than that I successfully performed a minor ritual to commune with the great will of that world, which granted me a promise, the prince declared, his eyes glinting with greed and madness. What promise? The foreign warrior glowered at the prince, teeth clenched, prepared to slay this vile regicide where he stood. As a legend, he could easily snap the prince's neck. Any attempt to flee would be futile. But the prince merely smiled as he approached the vacant throne and addressed the warrior. The promise was that I could become the next king, to continue ruling over this decaying, corrupted kingdom. Upon hearing this, the foreign warrior, cradling the king's corpse, erupted into laughter. Huh, you have truly lost your mind. Our world is destined for complete annihilation. Who can you claim as your king? And who would be willing to remain under your dominion? The prince revealed a significant smile, gesturing towards the grand palace doors. He, she, and they. Boom. The palace doors collapsed with a thunderous roar. The pupils of the alien warriors widened in shock. A group of warriors, similarly corrupted as the prince, brandishing an array of weapons, emerged beyond the fallen doors. Behind them loomed powerful, suffocating primordial demons. Above this scene, in the sky outside the palace, a slowly swirling crimson-black vortex revealed a pair of eyes hidden in darkness, observing everything with chilling indifference. It was poised to consume this secret realm, corrupting all within it to become part of its dominion. Chapter 76, The Demon's Promise. The essence of the endless abyss slowly descended into this secret realm. As its black hole-like corruption began to exert its influence, the very fabric of this world transformed rapidly towards the lower dimensions of the abyss. Once fertile soil was trampled into a pitch-black, filthy wasteland by the iron hooves of demons. The once gentle and serene oceans gradually succumbed to the abyss, turning into foul swamps. Even the air was tainted with the stench of sulfur. Most terrifyingly, the ordinary beings and aliens within this world had already succumbed to corruption, transforming into the demons' sycophants and slaves before the true arrival of the abyssal essence. The entire world had fallen. Yet, a certain individual, still dreaming of becoming a king within the endless abyss, would soon discover in despair that the entity they prayed to was not the will of the abyss, but a powerful demon of the abyss. This demon had exploited their greed and ambition, wrapping an utter falsehood in the guise of a king's dream. At this moment, the fallen prince faced his end. Ah, evil gaze, you promised to let me continue to lead my people, to command their souls, standing atop them. On the eve of the palace's downfall, within the palace, a demon covered in various twisted eyes gazed at the newly awakened true name within the sea of its soul, revealing a playful smile. It opened its foul mouth, exposing a tongue infested with writhing larvae, and addressed the shrieking little alien in its grasp. "Oh, I almost forgot. I promised you to make you that king, right? Yes, you promised me." The fallen prince screamed, attempting to pry open the demon's iron grip. Alas, the demon's power far surpassed his imagination. The awakening of 3 true names had brought this demon tantalizingly close to the legendary demigod, if any powers were at its disposal. This demon, adorned with twisted eyes, could surely have become a genuine mythological creature. Ha ha ha. The terrifying demon laughed wickedly. "Just a trivial, humble request. I shall grant it." Upon hearing this, the fallen prince's expression brightened slightly, but the next moment, he regretted it. For his head, along with his spine, was bitten off and swallowed by the terrifying demon. As it chewed, a pair of eyes, filled with sheer terror, suddenly sprouted from the demon's crown. These eyes mirrored those of the fallen prince. They gazed around in horror, reflecting fear, confusion, and regret. At that moment, the wretched prince grasped a dreadful truth. His soul would be eternally sealed within this soul-manipulating demon, alongside his eyes. Forever. And indeed, the demon had honored its promise. "Now, your majesty, you shall forever command all the eyes upon me, and you shall eternally stand atop them, even, ha ha ha, atop my head." It was merely a cruel method of fulfillment. Such grim vignettes unfolded throughout this fallen world, not solely the domain of this single demon. In this corrupted realm, demons relentlessly hunted for their slaves in myriad ways, augmenting their power and influence. These cunning demons, having conquered one world after another in the wake of the abyss, began to reveal their true nature. They lured these unfortunate souls to their downfall from afar, stimulating the deepest desires of their hearts. However, their actions served not only to amuse themselves, but also to facilitate the conquest of the endless abyss. The beings of the invaded worlds would invariably fall into the demon's traps due to their various desires. Yet, the tragic fates of these beings held no interest for the ruler of the endless abyss. At this moment, he had far more pressing matters to attend to. As this world crumbled, its core gradually became exposed. Subsequently, a fragment of this world's core was absorbed by Chu Hao, enhancing the strength of the endless abyss for future endeavors. Chu Hao himself exhaled slowly upon witnessing this. At last, the 7th secret realm had been annihilated, or rather, devoured. For the past few months, Chu Hao had been exploring this region known as the Misty Realm, continuously wielding the endless abyss to conquer one world after another within this secret domain. The one that had just fallen and been dragged into the abyss was indeed the 7th. Chu Hao lifted his gaze towards the crystalline walls of the worlds revealed amidst the mist, his expression tinged with resignation. It must be said, the true nature of world warfare far exceeded my expectations. Each world within this secret realm surpassed the capabilities of ordinary graduates from Tianding University, which was hardly surprising. Chu Hao suddenly comprehended a significant truth. No wonder those with extraordinary divine realm worlds were afforded such high status. He also grasped another reality: why the assessments at Tianding University were conducted through an invasive approach to hone student strength. It turned out that, during the exploration of secret realms, ordinary world inhabitants found it nearly impossible to conquer these realms solely through their own strength. These secret worlds were rife with powerful aliens, unknown mythological beings, and unfathomably intricate world rules. Ordinary worlds and their inhabitants stood no chance in the wars against them. Only in the realm of the extraordinary, and among the formidable beings born from it, do true qualifications exist to survive the trials of these world wars. Contemplating this, Chu Hao let out a sigh, and amidst the mists enveloping the void, he began to retreat step by step, guided by the mark of his divine fire. As he withdrew, the areas he had previously explored began to gradually close off under the influence of the fog. Upon his return, Chu Hao found himself back in a world familiar to him. However, there was no time for respite. He proceeded directly to a structure located outside this realm. A sign outside the building proclaimed in universal script, "Exchange." This was a place dedicated to the trade of world regulations, unique species, the blood of mythical creatures, resources, world cores, and all manner of commodities. Chapter 77, Resources and Trade. Chu Hao pushed open the grand doors of the exchange and strode inside. As soon as he entered, a trader clad in opulent attire approached him, each trader adorned with polite smiles. Upon seeing Chu Hao, they immediately stepped forward, addressing him with courtesy. "Greetings, sir. May I inquire what you wish to trade? Are you looking to sell or purchase? We currently have an abundance of world resources available for acquisition, including numerous world regulations, unique species, and various mythical creature blood. However, we are somewhat low on world cores at the moment, and their price is exceedingly high." The trader smiled graciously. "But if you are considering selling any surplus world cores, you may find our offer quite satisfactory." Chu Hao fell silent for a moment upon hearing this. The world core, one of the most precious commodities in existence. Aside from the complementary world core provided by universities during one's academic tenure, all others must typically be acquired through trade. Of course, those with sufficient strength may venture into various secret realms to obliterate worlds and extract their cores, provided they do not intend to capture the opposing world. Nevertheless, both methods entail significant costs, whether in terms of monetary expenditure or the resources required. Waging war to destroy a minor world demands a vast number of soldiers from the divine realm, each of whom is a precious resource. Moreover, those who dare to undertake such actions must contend with the risk of counter-invasion upon their own divine realm, as no one can guarantee the invincibility of their domain. Within those terrifying secret realms, there are often worlds whose strength surpasses the imagination of mere mortals. I intend to sell a portion of my possessions before acquiring additional resources and other special items. With that, Chu Hao summoned a flicker of divine fire, manifesting dozens of world regulations before him. These regulations had all been plundered from the secret realms he had previously destroyed. Notably, many of these regulations bore significant similarities to certain properties found within the Endless Abyss, which is why he chose to offer them for sale. It is worth mentioning that these regulations were all wild rules not present in this world. Ordinary rules, widely known, hold no value whatsoever. Only the wild rules from secret realms are worthy of study. However, the moment Chu Hao's divine fire appeared, the trader's eyes lit up with astonishment. A genuine low-tier deity. Although there are many low-tier deities within this world, young ones like Chu Hao are indeed a rarity. Yet, when he presented the dozens of world regulations, the expressions of the traders shifted dramatically. Not only them, but even passers-by gazed with disbelief. How could there be so many? Is it possible he single-handedly destroyed 3 or 4 secret realms? Typically, after the destruction of a secret realm, only about 10 valuable regulations can be traded, and such quantities are usually divided among 2 or 3 individuals. It is inconceivable for one person to possess so many. What is the matter? Chu Hao inquired, noticing the trader's stunned expressions and slightly furrowing his brow. Are you not going to authenticate them first? World regulations require authentication prior to trading, after all, to prevent any unscrupulous intentions. Even deities are not spared from the harshness of betrayal. Ah yes, one trader quickly regained her composure, taking the world regulations from Chu Hao's hands. Please be patient, sir. We will assist you with the authentication right away. In the meantime, please proceed to the trading area to select the resources and items you wish to acquire. Acknowledging her words with a nod, Chu Hao made his way to the designated trading area. Upon entering, he found the atmosphere bustling with activity. However, he merely shook his head and approached a nearby trading window. I wish to purchase world resources, he stated directly, without superfluous conversation. The trader at the window, upon hearing his request, produced a vast, luminescent nebula. Within this enormous, brightly colored nebula lay countless dark spots. In reality, these dark spots represented chunks of chaotic land comparable, in size, to ordinary worlds. Each native continent teemed with an abundance of attribute-less elements. These continents could be infused into any world, transforming them into new planes or vast resources for world warfare. Although world cores can be converted into world resources, such an act is excessively wasteful. After all, converting a world core into regulations or enhancing a world's potential are far more advantageous choices than merely amassing resources. How much do you require? At that moment, the world regulations in Chu Hao's trading account had already been converted into trading points. He raised his head and uttered a staggering figure, 100 continents. Very well, I shall, the trader began, her smile faltering the next second. Did you say 100? Chu Hao replied calmly, indeed, 100. Such a quantity of world resources. Did he intend to overwhelm his own world? Generally, a typical world cannot accommodate such an immense volume of resources. These are massive continents, the trader thought to herself. However, she was unaware that Chu Hao could indeed absorb such a vast amount of resources. Furthermore, the reason he had concluded his exploration of the secret realms was due to an urgent need for these resources. It was not merely a desire. The terrifying low-dimensional world of the Endless Abyss was in dire need of resources. In this moment, the Endless Abyss has undergone a truly terrifying transformation over the past few months. It is unclear where it all began, but as the incubation pools prepared for war, the internal resources of the Abyss have gradually fallen behind the pace of consumption within its depths. If it were merely this, Chu Hao could have remained unconcerned, for he could slow down the incubation process. However, the entire Endless Abyss has increasingly morphed into an insatiably hungry beast. Its growth rate has approached a state of uncontrollable frenzy, and as a result, Chu Hao has realized that the Endless Abyss indeed harbors significant flaws. Chapter 78, The Idealistic State of the Dimension. The Endless Abyss, with its unique nature, exists within a low-dimensional chaotic world. From the moment it was conceived by Chu Hao, it exhibited many peculiar attributes absent in other ordered realms. For instance, the ordinary rules within the Endless Abyss adhere to the dictates of extreme chaos, instinctively distorting their own characteristics. This phenomenon results in many rules manifesting entirely different properties in various dimensions. To illustrate with the simplest example of gravity, in many dimensions, the strength of gravity is indistinguishable from that of ordinary worlds. Yet, in certain unique dimensions, gravity can display notable variations. In some realms, gravity is pitifully weak, or even non-existent, while in others, it is so immense that it can crush anything in its path. Beyond the differences in rules, the endless abyss possesses numerous distinctive traits, such as environmental instability and perpetually shifting energy conversion formulas. Most importantly, it exhibits an unlimited nature. Throughout Chu Hao's experiments, it appears that the endless abyss has no discernible upper limit. Regardless of how much is poured into the abyss, it seems capable of accommodating it all, be it resources, rules, races, or any other entities. However, what truly astonished Chu Hao was the complete idealization of several dimensions within the endless abyss. It is essential to note that the term idealism here does not refer to the intricate relationship between thought and existence, nor does it pertain to the more rudimentary question of whether one's body remains the same after consuming water. Instead, this idealism signifies a state seemingly entirely independent of matter, yet undeniably capable of influencing it. Chu Hao cannot fully ascertain whether the material in those idealized dimensions is affected by this state. He himself is uncertain if matter still exists in those realms post-idealization. If such matter does exist, what form does it take? Furthermore, what is the condition of the beings inhabiting these idealistic dimensions? Can demons in those realms transform into entirely different life forms? These are the answers that Chu Hao desperately seeks, despite having cast his gaze upon those dimensions numerous times. The bizarre and fantastical scenes within the idealistic realms eluded his comprehension. With a sigh, Chu Hao felt a headache at the mere thought of those realms. It was only upon truly encountering these unique idealistic dimensions that he sensed the profound flaw inherent in the endless abyss. Chu Hao melded 100 units of world resources procured from the trader into the endless abyss. Subsequently, countless stars, akin to pebbles cast into the sea, were rapidly absorbed by the black-red vortex of the endless abyss, creating minor ripples. The abyss greedily devoured the entirety of these 100 continents worth of resources. In mere moments, this famished abyss consumed resources ample enough to burst most divine realms, without even a hint of indigestion. This terrifying spectacle left the trader utterly astonished. Chu Hao, however, remained unperturbed, calmly departing from the transaction window. After locating the resting area, he began to assess the state of the endless abyss. By now, the 100 continents had completely integrated into the abyss. Many of these continents, irresistibly drawn by the abyss's lethal attraction, transformed into newly emerging dimensions of the endless abyss. These dimensions would soon give birth to life in their own environments under the abyss's nurturing. Moreover, numerous continents were utterly obliterated by the chaotic rules of the abyss and were randomly allocated as nourishment to various pre-established dimensions. A small fraction of these dimensions were personally selected by Chu Hao and directly deposited into the abyss's corruption pool, replenishing the resources consumed by the war engine of this abyss, while allowing the incubation pool to once again produce sufficient small demons to be dispatched across the various dimensions. Yet, this was not the end. What truly captured Chu Hao's attention were the resource continents sent into the idealistic dimensions. Each continent that integrated into the endless abyss incrementally increased its volume. Although each individual contribution was minuscule, this growth was undeniably real. However, the resource continents assimilated into the idealistic dimensions provided no feedback to the endless abyss. Its volume neither increased nor decreased, as if those continents, comparable in size to small worlds, had inexplicably vanished into the abyss. This perplexing phenomenon caused Chu Hao to furrow his brow. Was it happening again? This situation had not occurred just once or twice. Each time a new world descended into the endless abyss, a portion of its resources mysteriously disappeared within those dimensions, without a trace of return. If it were merely a few insignificant resources, Chu Hao might not have been overly concerned. Yet, as the idealistic dimensions expanded, the scale of resource consumption grew increasingly significant, so much so that even Chu Hao could no longer overlook it. This time alone, 7 or 8 complete resource continents had been absorbed. Sighing, Chu Hao shook his head and directed his thoughts into the endless abyss. Taking advantage of this break, he resolved to personally investigate these idealistic dimensions. Since graduating from Tianning University, he had been exploring various secret realms without time to manage these idealistic states. Now, with the opportunity to replenish his resources, he decided to set aside all other trivial matters and venture into the endless abyss to explore those idealistic realms. As Chu Hao concentrated, he arrived in one of those dimensions. But what awaited him? Fog. As Chu Hao arrived in this metaphysical realm, he found himself enveloped entirely by a dense mist. The hue of this mist was neither white, nor brown, nor any familiar shade. Rather, it embodied the essence of shadows. Its expanse was limitless. Upon witnessing the scene before him, Chu Hao could not help but frown. Only upon entering this dimension did he realize that it was entirely suffused with this shadowy mist. However, to articulate it more accurately, this mist constituted the very essence of the realm itself. Aside from this shadow-colored fog, the dimension was devoid of any other substance. It was a world purely composed of mist, where the mist was indeed the entirety of existence. Yet, how did this mist consume resources? The mist's translucence was remarkably poor. Chu Hao attempted to summon light, commonly found in the abyss, into this realm. However, for reasons unknown, the illumination's range was significantly diminished compared to other dimensions within the abyss. Not only did it fail to illuminate the entire realm, but even a mere span of several dozen meters was the utmost limit of its radiance. Though he recognized that this mist represented the very nature of the world, Chu Hao remained unclear about many aspects of this place. After all, this was his inaugural exploration of a truly metaphysical dimension, and numerous phenomena required empirical investigation. Thus, he resolved to investigate whether this mist concealed various forms of life. Chu Hao closed his eyes and reopened them. This time, his ebony pupils transformed into swirling shades of dark red. In this state, he could discern every detail within the endless abyss, and naturally, the same applied to this realm. After surveying the dimension, Chu Hao appeared somewhat perplexed. Life? Yet, suddenly, he thrust his hand into the void. Immediately, a grotesque creature, half resembling an indescribable insect and half a leech, was seized by him. The insect's appearance was exceedingly fearsome, yet it was entirely incongruous with the structure of this world, as it evidently required terrestrial or aquatic environments to survive. Moreover, this creature possessed a low intellect, incapable of comprehending the existence of Chu Hao, the creator. However, driven by instinctual terror, it immediately began to wail in his grasp. A horrifying scream, potent enough to shatter the sanity of an ordinary person, reverberated throughout the mist-laden realm. Yet, Chu Hao remained unaffected. After all, he was the architect of the boundless abyss, and such inferior creations could never pose a threat to him. However, in the next moment, an unexpected event transpired. The creature dissipated right in Chu Hao's hand. It transformed into mist identical to its surroundings. Its very body was composed of this fog. But how could this be? Chu Hao was astonished by the scene before him. Was the true essence of life not this insect, but the mist itself? Contemplating this, he swiftly raised his hand, summoning more beings he sensed into his vicinity. In an instant, hundreds of bizarre insects, monsters, and countless indescribable entities screamed as they materialized beside Chu Hao. Each of these indescribable creatures inexplicably instilled a sense of unease within him. Furthermore, upon arriving at his side, they all emitted shrill cries. Once their screams subsided, they too dissolved into the shadowy mist surrounding them. Yet, this was sufficient proof that this mist was indeed alive. Despite lacking reason, intelligence, or any discernible organs, it existed vibrantly within this world, in such a purely metaphysical state. Most significantly, these entities, transformed from mist, were all forms of life that Chu Hao abhorred. Though their power was so feeble that they seemed laughable in his eyes, they were undeniably the very essence of life that he detested and feared the most. This misty realm was a reflection of Chu Hao's own fears, despite his formidable power instilling tremors in all life within the boundless abyss. This peculiar metaphysical dimension could still glimpse into a corner of his heart and certain aspects of his thoughts. Such an ability was unattainable by any denizen of the abyss, including demons. No abyssal creature, regardless of its might, could ever penetrate Chu Hao's thoughts. Indeed, these monsters did not even dare to entertain the notion of peering into his inner self. Could it be that the sole purpose of this shadowy mist was to manifest the deepest fears harbored within every individual? Surprisingly, Chu Hao did not feel angered by the mist's audacity to intrude upon his psyche, nor was he confounded by its properties. At this moment, his sole desire was to satiate his curiosity, to indulge his innate inclination to explore everything. Thus far, this realm had shown no signs of rationality, existing instead as if governed solely by instinct. He speculated that this was due to its lack of contact with any sentient beings, resulting in its purely instinctual existence. What might occur if it encountered an intelligent life form, especially one from an orderly world or a conventional realm? With this thought, Chu Hao's eyes glimmered. Could it possibly develop consciousness, employing its unique characteristics to evolve into a form of low-dimensional, enigmatic existence? A flurry of thoughts flooded Chu Hao's mind, thoughts that demanded validation. Consequently, he swiftly departed the boundless abyss, returning to the realm of reality. He exited the resting area and once again ventured into the trading zone, where he procured, at a remarkably low cost, a city teeming with intelligent alien beings. Subsequently, he integrated this city into the boundless abyss, ensuring its intact presence under the protection of his divine flame. However, the very next moment, the spatial coordinates of this city became exposed within the metaphysical realm. Let me observe how you respond upon encountering life. A pair of eyes fixated intently on this city filled with alien inhabitants. Unbeknownst to the city, shadowy mist began to gradually envelop its periphery. In the city, an alien suddenly awoke with a start from his slumber. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he fervently ignited the oil lamp on his bedside table. Bathed in the flickering light, he turned to gaze uneasily out at the pitch-black sky. Years have passed, yet I still find myself tormented by nightmares. Ever since the world was annihilated and this city was ensnared by the otherworldly beings, it has been 3 long years. I never anticipated that even after such a span of time, the horrors of that year would continue to haunt my dreams. Alas, is it merely the shadow cast by war? The otherworldly being wiped the sweat from its brow, oblivious to the encroaching reality around it. Beneath the surface of this city, which languished in the twilight of a dark century and stood on the cusp of the steam age, shadows of mist began to seep forth insidiously. The reason for my nightmares lies in the fact that this creature's mental fortitude far surpasses that of most of its kind inhabiting this city. However, at the end of that nightmare, I seemed to glimpse a swirling mass of smoke in a corner of the battlefield just before succumbing to death. The being lit its pipe and settled by the bedside. This did not align with my memories. After all, I had witnessed the entirety of that war, and there had been no mist. Coughing, it extinguished the pipe and placed it back on the table. Never mind. After all, it was merely a dream, and such details are of little consequence. With resignation, the being reclined once more and closed its eyes. Oh, it seems the downfall of the world from that year remains an indelible pain in my heart. Having uttered this, it drifted back into slumber amidst the haze. Time elapsed, though I could not ascertain how long until the being was abruptly awakened once more, this time by a piercing scream. The mist from the dream, however, as it rose, it immediately sensed something amiss. The room was engulfed in dark, swirling fog. The sheer volume of this mist was astonishing, not only here, but relying on its memory. The being hastily flung open the window. Indeed, outside the window, a thick veil of shadowy mist blanketed everything. The density of the fog was such that even the buildings across the street were obscured from view. What on earth is happening? Yet, as it grappled with its astonishment, the very scream that had jolted it awake rang out again from the adjacent room. The landlady? Recognizing the familiar voice, the being scrambled towards the door. The corridor was suffused with mist. Nevertheless, guided by its recollections, the being managed to find the landlady's door. Fortunately, it was unlocked. Without hesitation, the being pushed the door open and rushed inside. "Landlady, where are you?" it called out urgently. "Help me, oh." The scream echoed once more, prompting the being to sprint towards the sound. After stumbling over various unseen objects multiple times, it finally reached the landlady's chamber. Yet, upon entering, it stood frozen in horror. Help! For what lay before it was a scene of unspeakable terror. The once graceful landlady was suspended from the ceiling by countless strands of black silk. Her body covered in white, writhing pustules. No, those were not mere pustules, they were eggs. At that moment, the landlady's cheeks had nearly melted away, resembling a water-filled balloon, grotesquely undulating. "Save me, oh." Before her plea could fully escape her lips, she retched violently. What emerged from her was the very thing she had often spoken of in fear throughout her life: the spiders. With each white egg that hatched, the landlady would regurgitate a living, horrifying spider from the ceiling. As the being lifted its gaze to meet the landlady's pleading eyes, it resolutely turned and fled. Terror had firmly seized its heart. In that instant, all it could think of was escape. Madness. This world has gone mad. The being dashed from its dwelling into the streets, prepared to cry for help. However, at that moment, it was met with the cries of others in distress. Following the sound, it beheld a figure wedged between the wall and the street. The poor soul's abdomen was stuck in the narrow crevice, their features twisted beyond recognition. Yet, despite this, they clung to life. Strangely, the wretched individual bled not at all, as if they were simply meant to exist there. They continued to call for assistance with their contorted mouth. Just as the being felt its sanity teetering on the brink of collapse, another horrifying sight shattered its remaining rationality. Help! A group of its kin were shrieking as they ran past, being devoured as they fled. The monstrous jaws that emerged from the air were consuming them. Others were being snatched away by tendrils that emerged from the mist, their screams echoing as they were devoured. One individual was even being eaten alive by their own food. Throughout the city, on every street, every individual was engaged in a frenzied slaughter, driven by their deepest fears. The terrors that resided within them manifested in reality, fueled by the mist. Regardless of whether they understood the nature of their subconscious fears, be it monsters, disasters, misfortunes, or nameless horrors, this mist could bring them forth, tormenting and slaughtering them. Oh no! As the sound of hooves echoed in the distance, the being, now utterly consumed by madness, collapsed to the ground. Emerging from the fog was a warrior who bore the heads of several beings strung upon a steel spear, approaching the being. No. This was its greatest fear, the most terrifying and brutal invader it had ever encountered on the battlefield. Coincidentally or not, it suddenly noticed that the heads strung upon the spear were all fixated on it with their eyes, filled with genuine resentment, as if to question, why? Why were you spared? Why is it not you who lies dead? Yet the next moment, that resentment vanished, for the head of the surviving being was likewise impaled upon the spear. The invader, mounted on its steed, vanished into the shadowy mist. The entire city remained intact, yet its inhabitants were engulfed in terror. An entity, drawing forth the most horrific fears from the hearts of all living beings, was quietly awakening. It was evolving into the nascent form of a concealed existence. Chapter 81. Summary of Experiments and New Questions. A concealed existence? Chu Hao opened his eyes in the boundless abyss, gazing upon the city gradually engulfed by the mist. At this moment, the city had been irrevocably transformed into a trophy of this idealistic realm. Chu Hao observed that while the structures within the city remained unscathed, the alien inhabitants had perished completely. The occasional fortunate survivors were, in truth, no longer connected to the essence of life. They had been assimilated by the mist, transformed into parasitic minions of the fog. Their life forms had morphed from ordinary beings into a nightmarish amalgamation of the most terrifying phantoms lurking in the depths of the soul. There was no absolute consciousness. Chu Hao furrowed his brow. Communication and interaction were rendered impossible. Or perhaps these entities had yet to evolve to a stage where they could engage in discourse. Thus far, Chu Hao had not discerned the comprehensive laws governing the idealistic state of this realm. In his eyes, these realms remained peculiar areas, their true natures shrouded in mystery. Moreover, only this singular idealistic realm exhibited such a misty visage, the others possessed their own unique environments. It was imperative to intensify the experimentation and seek out more intelligent alien beings. With this resolve, Chu Hao commenced the second round of experiments. Unlike the previous simplistic trials, this time he employed greater resources, more cities, and denser populations, conducting a more rigorous investigation. In fact, during the second round of experiments, Chu Hao utilized his divine fire to submerge an area teeming with demons into a certain idealistic realm. Before long, the results of this second experiment unfolded before Chu Hao's eyes, leaving him somewhat astounded. Numerous distinct scenes emerged, showcasing various cities, metropolises, and gathering places, each ensnared by an array of idealistic realms. These regions, characterized by diverse styles and races, were all, without exception, rendered into terrifying areas unfit for any form of life. Indeed, they constituted places where no living being, at least not ordinary creatures, could survive. Within some of these areas, once normal buildings had sprouted fangs and monstrous maws under the influence of the realm, transforming into nightmarish landscapes brimming with tentacles and pustules. Here, every structure was a monstrous entity that preyed upon the living. In other locales, the entire expanse seemed to plummet endlessly, distorting into a barren wasteland of perpetual descent, with no indication of when it might cease. Such a fall was unceasing. Furthermore, some realms exhibited even more terrifying and enigmatic characteristics. In a city captured by an idealistic realm, not a single creature had succumbed to the influence of this dimension. No, to be more precise, using terminology most comprehensible to humans, they could no longer die. All life within that city had coalesced into a singular entity, whether intelligent aliens or the pets they nurtured, even down to bacteria, fungi, and viruses. Every conceivable form of life, as defined by theoretical standards, merged together under the influence of this realm. This entity, or perhaps these entities, bore the most grotesque forms, manifesting shapes that could not even be conceived within nightmares. They screamed and wailed, ceaselessly hunting for any remaining vestige of life within the city. The moment they made contact, the other would be drawn into their abyss. Moreover, Chu Hao noted that this creature, possibly an amalgamation of hidden presences, possessed the ability to disregard the strength of its prey, regardless of how powerful the captured entity was, unless it had ignited its own sea of consciousness like Chu Hao. There was no means of escaping the grasp of this monstrosity. In summary, after conducting these two experiments, Chu Hao finally attained a rough understanding of these idealistic realms. It became clear that in the context of the boundless abyss, situated in a lower dimension, these realms manifested such an idealistic state. If the divine domains held by deities in higher dimensions were realms filled with solid matter and stable order, then the idealistic realms within Chu Hao's boundless abyss represented a terrifying world rife with unstable matter and mental disarray. In such idealistic realms, everything was shrouded in horror. Any life form, once ensnared by these dimensions, risked facing a fate more dreadful than death itself. Time lost its significance, and all torments would repeat ad infinitum. Space lost its meaning, and every action would be confined to a random expanse. Memory, soul, corporeal form, everything ordinary creatures possessed held no significance in this lower-dimensional nightmare. Within this dreadful lower-dimensional idealistic realm, only one thing held meaning: the spirit. Chu Hao observed that in the idealistic realm, the spirit, or the sea of consciousness, as a necessary attribute possessed by all living beings, was the sole quality with a positive impact. The stronger the spirit, and the more ignited the sea of consciousness, the easier it was to resist the encroachment of the idealistic realm. The more they could preserve their inherent nature and safeguard their life forms from being dragged into an unending nightmare. However, unless one could ignite their divine fire and ascend to the rank of deity, all efforts were rendered futile. For such an endeavor could merely delay the pace of one's distortion, without offering any hope of liberation from the idealistic state. Unless one reached the pinnacle of power, all endeavors were in vain. Yet, after delving into the study of these idealistic realms, a thought struck Chu Hao like a bolt of lightning, awakening him to a profound realization. The idealistic realm, the sea of consciousness, Numerous experiments indicated that the Sea of Consciousness was a crucial benchmark for ensuring the continuity of life. However, this mattered little. What truly held significance was that, due to conducting these experiments, Chu Hao suddenly recalled an experiment he had once witnessed. It was Mora, who had once endeavored to ignite the Sea of Consciousness of demigod beings. At that time, she had persistently attempted to do so, and the implications of her actions extended beyond mere inquiry into the veracity of infinite worlds. Was there perhaps another layer of meaning? Chapter 82, Above the Sky. Faced with this question, Chu Hao could not help but gasp in astonishment. Yet, he quickly dismissed the notion. It was impossible. This was merely a coincidence at most. Moira. Chu Hao reflected on the memories he had glimpsed before. From her recollections, he had not encountered any information regarding the idealistic realms. Her research predominantly revolved around the spirit and divine fire. In any case, now was not the time for such contemplations. His immediate priority was to continue refining the boundless abyss. Moreover, I must not allow myself to be distracted by other matters. After all, if my strength does not reach a certain standard, I would not even qualify to enter the chaotic sea of death. With this in mind, Chu Hao resolved to clear his thoughts, abandoning any further attempts at exploring the realms of idealism. However, even though he ceased his inquiries into idealistic dimensions, he remained vigilant, taking necessary measures to prevent their expansion. For instance, Chu Hao successfully employed his divine fire to sever these dimensions entirely, isolating them as a part of the boundless abyss. Given the uncertainty of whether formidable combat capabilities might arise from these dimensions, Chu Hao was compelled to allocate his limited resources towards the common realms within the endless abyss. After all, the primary forces within the abyss were the multitude of demons, who required ample resources for robust cultivation. Additionally, the harsh environment of the abyss itself contributed to the scarcity of resources. With these thoughts in mind, Chu Hao departed from the resting area and returned once more to the exploration zone of the secret realm. At this moment, he found himself standing amidst the void, surrounded by a plethora of diverse secret worlds. Each of these realms represented a small world born at an unknown time, each with its unique rules and species, rendering this area reminiscent of an infinite zoo. However, upon his entrance into the secret realm, before he could fully immerse himself in the void, he noticed a rather peculiar circumstance. The quantity of secret worlds within this region, known as the Misty Realm, appeared to have significantly diminished. It was not merely a slight reduction. Rather, the number had decreased substantially. Once teeming with life, the area was now sparsely populated. Chu Hao's keen perception allowed him to discern this change, for the divine fires he had previously left as markers for the secret worlds had vanished entirely. These divine fires served as both identifiers for recording the secret worlds and as beacons to prevent him from becoming lost in the void. Ordinarily, without external interference, these divine fires could endure for hundreds of years. Yet now, all of Chu Hao's markings had mysteriously disappeared. Not a single one remained. Such a situation inevitably stirred feelings of confusion and vigilance within Chu Hao. What could be the cause? Had the secret realm itself undergone some transformation? As he pondered, he continued marking his path while advancing forward. It is worth noting that the deeper one ventured into the void, the greater the intensity of the secret worlds became. For instance, in the outer regions of the secret realm, the majority of the secret worlds could only be classified as entry-level extraordinary realms, comparable to graduates of Tianding University. Conversely, moving slightly deeper, one would encounter more potent secret worlds, akin to those of low-ranking deities in terms of strength. These realms possessed formidable military capabilities, established rules, and a variety of enigmatic creatures. Further still, in the depths of the secret realm, there existed numerous worlds of such immense power that they were nearly impenetrable. Each of these secret worlds could easily annihilate an ordinary divine realm, and conquering them would require at least the strength of a mid-tier deity. At the very core of the secret realm, it was said that entities of godly rank resided. However, such claims had never been substantiated. After observing for a considerable time, Chu Hao detected no abnormalities. Indeed, throughout this prolonged duration, everything within the secret realm appeared unchanged. Ultimately, he eased his mind and randomly selected a visually appealing secret world to attempt an incursion. Settling cross-legged in the void, he began to analyze the crystalline rules of this world. The reason the otherworldly realm where Chu Hao resided continued to grow stronger was largely due to the existence of a comprehensive invasion strategy among its inhabitants, the most renowned of which involved deciphering the crystalline rules of various secret worlds. Chu Hao did not need to completely breach the crystalline barrier of that secret world. He merely needed to unravel a portion of it to establish a connection between his endless abyss and that realm. Once accomplished, a war between the two worlds would be inevitable. Behind him loomed the manifested endless abyss, while before him stood a colossal secret world resembling a vast, cloud-like balloon, radiating an array of vibrant colors. Yet, as Chu Hao gradually deciphered the crystalline rules of this world, the endless abyss inched ever closer. A dark point began to materialize upon the surface of the colorful balloon. With the analysis completed, Chu Hao opened his eyes, Merging into the divine realm of the endless abyss, the invasion commenced. In the vibrant sky of this world, at the farthest depths of its dimension, a black and red vortex began to form rapidly. It was time to begin. Within this vortex, a pair of eyes stealthily opened. The divine oracle had descended. Suddenly, amidst the jungle of this realm, atop a pyramid, an elderly local of exotic appearance, adorned in splendid garments, abruptly opened his eyes. Surrounding him stood a multitude of various priests. Upon witnessing the old priest's awakening, the congregation rushed forth. "What news, High Priest? What revelations has the god bestowed upon us?" "The god has prophesied war." "War?" Several priests exchanged anxious glances, their expressions tightening. Is it the foreseen outer demons? However, such divine omens had occurred multiple times before. "We have successfully repelled those fiends on numerous occasions. There is no cause for excessive concern." Yet, with each arrival, they had wrought significant destruction upon many cities. As they chattered, the elderly priest trembled as he rose, his pallid face betraying deep concern as he gazed skyward. Above him, a dark speck gradually emerged. However, this was not his primary focus. He turned to another part of the sky, where a gray point seemed to quietly manifest. Two stars, each signifying destruction, appeared simultaneously in the heavens. Chapter 83, The Dark Jungle. In the sky, at the farthest depths of the dimension, a black and red vortex slowly emerged. However, this did not signify that the endless abyss had entered this world. Rather, the true form of the endless abyss remained at a considerable distance from the world in a straight line. However, it is imperative to note that although the essence of the abyss has yet to arrive, its influence, the inherent distorting characteristics of this low-dimensional chaotic realm, have already begun to manifest within this world. For instance, deep within a lush and thriving emerald jungle, a foul and putrid black stain has abruptly emerged. This blot of darkness stands in stark contrast to the surrounding beauty. Akin to a malignant tumor festering upon the flesh of an otherwise ordinary individual, an indelible growth that can never be excised. Concurrently, an indescribable odor, one that incites revulsion and hatred, begins to radiate from this black stain, swiftly permeating the entire jungle. The first to bear the brunt of this noxious scent are the diminutive creatures of the jungle, the weakest yet extraordinarily sensitive beings. Squeak, squeak, as the miasma sweeps through. These small creatures suddenly engage in a horrifying frenzy of violence, turning upon one another with ferocity. Two diminutive beings, with the upper bodies resembling mice and lower bodies akin to rats, upon detecting the odor, reveal their once innocent fangs, their eyes ablaze with crimson, and launch themselves into a brutal struggle. These formerly docile animals, for reasons unknown, have succumbed to an insatiable desire to annihilate everything in their path. Moreover, not only them, but all creatures, every sentient being within the jungle, have embarked upon a nightmarish transformation that begins in the soul and culminates in corporeal destruction. Once prey, they suddenly become feral, attacking their former predators, who in turn escalate their savagery, driven by a primal urge to slaughter, not out of hunger, but for the sheer thrill of carnage and cruelty. Unbeknownst to these creatures, the very flora they had long regarded as mere sustenance also begins to undergo sinister transformations. An increasing number of plants attempt to siphon the lifeblood of these beings, while the most extreme specimens resort to utilizing their activated roots to ensnare those yet clinging to life. An invasion has commenced. At the bottom of the abyss, Chu Hao continues to decipher the crystalline laws of this world, endeavoring to establish a spatial conduit between the two realms, while simultaneously observing every aspect of this vibrant, yet formidable world. A singular planet, yet to form a complete stellar structure. Chu Hao swiftly grasps the fundamental information of this realm, though he cannot fully comprehend all the rules governing this world. As a graduate of Tianjin University, he finds it relatively effortless to reverse engineer its principles. It appears that several entities of a quasi-mythical nature exist, although some rules have not yet been transmuted into authority. A portion of these beings has already mastered their application. As previously mentioned, the creation of truly mythical beings is primarily achievable only within the divine realms of high deities. Thus, most secret realms adhere to similar constraints. However, the difficulty associated with quasi-mythical beings is significantly diminished. In these secret realms, if the rules do not manifest as powers or authorities, they can be harnessed by certain powerful beings for their own strength. While such beings may not rival genuine mythical entities, their power surpasses that of ordinary creatures in some uncivilized secret realms. These quasi-mythical beings are easily revered as deities by the indigenous life forms. A misguided veneration. Nevertheless, just as Chu Hao is engrossed in unraveling the dimensional crystalline laws, the world begins its counterattack. For reasons unknown, the pace of this secret realm's retaliation surpasses Chu Hao's expectations. In the depths of the jungle, a shackled imp revels in feasting upon the carcass of a creature that hails from the ordered realm. Born from the abyss, it finds immense satisfaction in the soft, non-toxic, and sweet flesh that resembles confectionery. This delectable sustenance compels the little demon to indulge its desires with fervor. Suddenly, from the thicket before it. A rustling sound breaks the stillness. The imp, now alert, raises its head, only to be struck by an arrow inscribed with mysterious symbols, pinning it to a towering tree marred by grotesque, fleshy tumors. "Vile creature!" exclaims a robust, intricately adorned figure emerging from the shadows of the jungle, brandishing a wooden bow. Behind him stands a throng of similar beings, some wielding curved blades, others longbows, and some clutching glowing skulls of unknown origin. Yet, upon sighting the imp, now impaled upon the tree, expressions of disgust ripple through the crowd. Who would have thought that this alien fiend would be so grotesque? One remarks, recalling the specimen preserved in their grand tent, which they had believed to be the most repulsive of its kind. The leader of this tribe, unlike his companions, refrains from idle chatter. Instead, he cautiously approaches the imp's carcass. What a twisted, hideous monstrosity it is. Simply gazing upon it instills a profound sense of impending doom. Unbeknownst to him, a sinister thought begins to fester in his mind. He extracts the arrow from the demon's skull, allowing the earth to reclaim this wretched being. Yet, to his astonishment, upon hitting the ground, the imp transforms into a foul, viscous sludge, while the chain around its neck bizarrely remains intact. Moreover, as the imp's body vanishes, the chain is abruptly yanked back with tremendous force. Not good, the tribal leader exclaims, but it is too late. Pairs of crimson eyes begin to materialize in the depths of the darkened jungle, precisely in the direction from which the chain has disappeared. Chapter 84, An Unexpected Collision. A sense of imminent danger overwhelms the tribal leader. After a roaring cry, he instinctively pivots to flee. As he falls, a nauseating stench assaults his nostrils, and a black hook narrowly grazes his scalp. He has evaded it. Yet, this merely signifies his own narrow escape. Crack, crack, ah. A blood-curdling scream resonates as a chain rattles, and the leader turns to witness an unsuspecting comrade, ensnared by the black hook, impaled through the abdomen. Upon this black hook, a myriad of hastily crafted abyssal marks abound, while behind it lies a chilling chain of black iron. In the next instant, the unfortunate being ensnared by the hook lets out a harrowing scream as it is yanked into the shadows of the jungle before the eyes of all. Almost immediately, the darkness is filled with spine-chilling sounds of gnawing, accompanied by desperate wails of despair. What could that be? The remaining beings tremble as they glance in that direction. Only their leader makes the most prudent judgment. Run, flee quickly, and inform the larger tribes of the situation here. No sooner had the words left his lips than the hook lunged forth from the darkness, ensnaring another of their kind. Emerging from the shadows, a grotesquely corpulent demon steps forth, its robust legs striding confidently, a sinister grin spreading across its face. In its left hand, it clutches the black chain tethered to the hook, while its right hand wields numerous chains of varying lengths, each culminating in a diminutive demon subject to its will. Behind her lies an unending horde of similarly twisted, horrifying creatures, all bearing eyes of a deep crimson hue, signifying their brutal nature. At that moment, upon witnessing the demon's frightful visage, the leader of the beings comprehends instantly. Hurry, flee. The one who has been ensnared realizes that this time, the invading demon is of an entirely different caliber compared to the previous ones. Summon the priests to call upon the gods for their intervention. Alas, the demons show no mercy, and the so-called false gods cannot halt the iron hooves of the abyss. 2 days later, the once lush and thriving jungle has been irrevocably transformed. The previously fresh air is now tainted with the stench of decay and blood. The tender blossoms, once vibrant, have withered and perished under the relentless encroachment of the abyss. The fauna that once thrived in this forest has been decimated, with only a fraction surviving. And even they have lost their wild essence. In their stead, a horde of grotesquely deformed abyssal beasts, adorned with fearsome fangs, and driven mad by the abyssal taint, now roams freely. These abyssal creatures have, unbeknownst to all, become a new malignancy within this world, ravaging every untouched jungle and mercilessly slaughtering any remaining untainted creatures. They cast a shadow of death over all regions inhabited by the other beings. However, the world of these beings is not devoid of resistance. Within it exist 4 extraordinarily unique semi-mythical entities. One resembles a feathered serpent, ruling over all aerial creatures. Another is a hybrid of octopus and crab, governing the denizens of the seas. A third is a colossal elemental spirit residing in the earth's core, commanding fire and lava. The final entity is an enigmatic being of countless incarnations, dwelling within the desert. Collectively, these 4 beings are reverently referred to as the 4 divine beings of this world. Though the title of divine may seem exaggerated, their power is indisputable. Each of them has successfully repelled the demons' incursions, keeping the abominable entities at bay from their realms. Before the main forces of the demons could breach the spatial rift, these formidable beings were more than capable of upholding the integrity of this world. Yet, the arrival of the demons' main forces would herald a new era. The assault unfolds with remarkable ease. Chu Hao opens his eyes, observing the countless dark spots rolling and expanding across the surface of this planet, a faint smile gracing his lips. Each spot signifies a location tainted by the encroachment of the abyssal demons. All such locations will inevitably succumb to corruption, becoming part of the endless abyss. Moreover, due to the nature of the abyss, the areas touched by the demons will only continue to grow. In due course, this world may be irrevocably lost before the spatial rift is fully established, transforming into a demonic lair ultimately ensnared by the endless abyss. The abyss will claim new territory, new bloodlines, and new powers and rules, thereby augmenting its own strength. This assault marks the 8th such campaign since Chu Hao's graduation, and both the unique realm of the endless abyss and its denizens have become increasingly adept at this harvesting process. According to Chu Hao's calculations, this world stands on the brink of total subjugation within a week. The 4 formidable semi-mythical beings will pose little obstruction to his plans for conquest. All he must do is await patiently at the very depths of the endless abyss, for as the sovereign of this realm, the demons shall serve as his most loyal hounds. These devoted hounds will unreservedly fulfill any command issued by Chu Hao. Yet, is it truly destined to unfold so smoothly? The gray star that once occupied the sky seems to be drawing nearer to this world, akin to the endless abyss. Another equally avaricious and fearsome force lurks in the shadows, spying upon this realm. A fortuitous collision between the two may well obliterate the very core of this world. An hour before the establishment of the spatial rift leading to the endless abyss, a gray portal quietly materializes at the rear of this world. Out from the portal emerges a dark being clad entirely in armor. Removing its helmet, it inhales the air of this world, a satisfied smile spreading across its visage. Behind it lies an inexhaustible army of darkness. Chapter 85, The Strange Beings. Hissa, what a marvel! The dark being that emerged from the gray portal, having removed its helmet and deeply inhaled the air of this world, displays an expression of profound ecstasy. What a world of intoxicating beauty! Free from the taint of alchemical substances, devoid of industrial smoke, and absent the cursed miasma left in the wake of magical explosions. Nor is there any trace of the terrifying resonance born from the fall of the accursed dark deities. The visage revealed after the helmet's removal is undeniably peculiar. It is humanoid in form, yet its features bear striking resemblance to those of rodent-like creatures, with gray fur, sharp fangs, and developed olfactory organs. What truly captures attention are its purple eyes, a hue born from an excessive overflow of magical energy, a bluish-purple radiance. As this dark being revels in the enchanting environment of this world, an increasing number of similarly shaped beings begin to emerge from the gray portal. Each of these dark beings, much like him, is clad in armor forged from a fusion of advanced technology, magic, and alchemical artistry. The armor is crafted from a unique metal, a product of alchemical science, renowned for its durability and resilience. Most notably, these metals possess an astonishingly light weight, ensuring that despite their formidable protective capabilities, they impose minimal burden upon the wearer. Within the confines of the armor lie a multitude of technological constructs, which enable these dark beings to run faster, leap further, and launch powerful chemical projectiles. Furthermore, these technological marvels grant them a level of situational awareness on the battlefield that surpasses that of ordinary creatures, allowing for a precise understanding of the complex environmental factors at play. Encasing this armor is its core, a series of potent magical arrays, inscribed with formidable arcane energy. Each of these diverse arrays empowers every dark being to unleash attacks rivaling those of 7th-tier extraordinary entities with ease. This singular suit of armor serves as a testament to one undeniable fact: the world that supports these beings is astonishingly formidable. Commander, a subordinate of the dark race approached the leader from behind, addressing him with urgency. The first wave of troops has fully entered the spatial corridor and is expected to assemble within 2 hours, alongside 5 ordinary legions. A battalion of magical armored units will also be dispatched to this world. The remaining heavy weaponry will be transported as well. Upon hearing this, the being referred to as the commander nodded, exuding confidence in his world's mobilization capabilities. After all, since the Dark Era commenced, they have embarked on a path of rapid expansion, mastering the art of warfare. So, Commander, what are our next steps? Inquired the subordinate. The commander turned his gaze, a smirk playing upon his lips, his blue-violet eyes reflecting disdain for this feeble world. First, we establish a forward base, and then prepare for the assault. We shall plunder the resources of this world and dominate it. We intend to colonize this ignorant, weak realm, transforming it into a stepping stone for our growth. In my view, the strength of this foolish world poses no threat to us whatsoever. With an evil grin, the commander proclaimed, the indigenous creatures here will never withstand the iron tread of the magical legion. Behind him, the spatial corridor revealed a dark, terrifying world that birthed powerful alien races. A most intriguing phenomenon, a new life form. As Chu Hao neared the completion of his analysis of the spatial rules of this world, he suddenly opened one eye, directing his gaze toward a battlefield nestled within a relentless, sand-swept desert. This barren wasteland, once devoid of life, now bore witness to the arrival of the demonic army. which irrevocably altered its environment. The parched desert, now suffused with the essence of the abyss, began to rapidly decay, transforming into a corrupt land far more inhospitable to ordinary life than before. The once resilient flora and fauna, which had thrived under harsh conditions, succumbed to the touch of this twisted black earth, perishing in droves. Yet, with their demise, a multitude of abyssal plants, resembling grotesque tumors, thrived in this darkened terrain. Each writhing movement of these nightmarish entities expanded the area of corruption, provoking fierce resistance from this world at this very moment. A form of life previously unseen by Chu Hao began to mount a vigorous rebellion against the demonic invaders. Through his perspective, a creature reminiscent of a mythic biological conglomerate hastily gathered its countless incarnations from the desert's expanse. Its forms were so intricately complex that Chu Hao could scarcely comprehend them all. Among these manifestations were elemental beings akin to rock sprites, colossal creatures resembling sandworms, and a myriad of other life forms, each with unique survival strategies and habitats. Yet, they shared one undeniable trait. They were all manifestations of that singular powerful being, a formidable quasi-mythic entity, giving rise to entirely distinct racial avatars within its domain. This remarkable characteristic surpassed Chu Hao's wildest imaginations. He had never anticipated such an ability in a quasi-mythic creature. Was it the application of rules? Or perhaps a unique bloodline? Driven by curiosity, Chu Hao resolved to focus his attention on this battlefield. He issued a new command to the demons, a directive from the ruler of the endless abyss. Regardless of the cost, the demons must capture this creature. Chu Hao himself was prepared to study this being, one imbued with collective will and myriad incarnations. However, as his focus was captivated by this creature, he inadvertently overlooked a small detail. A dozen beings, entirely dissimilar to the life forms of this world, quietly emerged on the horizon, gazing with profound curiosity at the bizarre, blackened earth that had arisen from the desert.